Mm-hmm.
You can't validate the core claim of your model, it's over.
I don't want to talk about curvature. I want to talk about the sky balls.
Yeah, they got to avoid that one at all costs. Interesting.
Immediately, in 3 seconds, stop, sky. Sean was killing himself to say something for 10 minutes, and he immediately, okay,
Who, me?
yes. Yeah, you spoke with him about curvature like for 10 minutes, and then he immediately.
Yeah.
Let's go there.
Dude, I'm not even good at arguing this shit, and they can't even do it. Like, get someone like Witsit or Indio in here, and they will school them to the point where if anybody with a neutral position were listening, they would just turn it off and just have their head in their hands like, fuck.
Yeah.
They said there was a bunch of observations about that you can see the globe, and the first one somebody asked him, and his first thing was the two celestial poles in the sky.
We got a Glober in the YouTube chat, brand new. Well, at least the account is. Says wind is caused by gravity, air pressure is caused by gravity, and tides. And let's see. And then the question, I guess, but there's no question mark because these people haven't graduated, like I said, first grade. But the last question is there anything else it doesn't do?
It doesn't.
In your mind? No, there's nothing gravity doesn't do in your mind. Gravity is responsible for everything.
Gravity is a little bit tired, in my concern, because cannot fucking do everything, you know?
Oh, why would you say that? Scientists.
Why doesn't everything just blend together into one giant fat blob if gravity was true?
I think the gravity also has feelings, man.
It has to have feelings, right? Because, okay, it was chaotic and nutsoid until it started, and like it formed the Earth, and it was like, okay, we got to calm down. We got to calm down. There's going to be people living on us. Okay, cool. Now we're going to be nice. We're only going to pull on like, half the stuff here.
And we have special, how to say, task, because on the air there is a, gravity needs to do what to do with water, because in other planets there is no problem for that. Ask gravity. Maybe gravity will answer you why. Magic, force, not force, doing everything.
The Glober says, the universe is expanding, but gravity is bringing everything closer to galaxies and black holes.
Cold story, bro.
Oh, dear.
Great.
He might as well have said, the garden gnome is expanding, but tree monkeys are bringing everything closer to a 69 Chevy and 14 bananas.
Yeah, the math checks out.
Where are you reading this from, Glot?
Oh, I'm just translating what Globers are saying.
Is this YouTube chat or the lobby?
Yeah, YouTube chat.
We got two here with no rolls. You guys want to test them out?
Yes.
Tired Some and Baba Tundes. Welcome to the conversation, Baba. What would you like to add?
Oh, my mom, right? She thinks the Earth is round, and I don't know how to like break it to her or anything. Like, is there like a conversation I can have with her or something?
Yeah, but you do too, don't you?
What do you mean?
You think the Earth is also round.
Why are you
No, I think
smiling?
it's flat.
Baba, why are you smiling?
I'm not smiling.
We can hear it.
Can you hear someone smiling?
Into different sounds depending on the way your mouth is being
Because I
shaped.
wasn't born yesterday.
I'm not smiling.
Yeah, but why you think that it's flat? That's so ridiculous.
What?
Why you think it's flat?
Yeah, why do you think it's flat anyway?
Because I know it's flat.
Yeah, how'd you
How?
figure that out?
How?
Because the government is lying to us. Simple.
Well, how do you know?
But that's not
You see
saying
how shady
it's
the
flat.
government is? I mean,
That's different things, though, bro. So how do you know the Earth is
Hey,
flat?
watch your fucking mouth.
Hey, whoa.
I didn't even say anything.
Yeah, but we're asking you.
So we asked you how the Earth is flat.
Then why am I being told to watch my mouth?
Listen,
I don't
kid,
know. Maybe you said some bad word.
you came to us.
Yeah, I came for advice.
Yeah, Baba,
Okay.
just man.
Okay,
We have to know
I'm going to
what
be
you
honest
know.
with you. If you want to talk to your mother about this, you're going to have to prepare something to say. Like, you know how to talk to your mom. Just prepare some evidence, look at bullet point things to talk about, and then see what she has to say.
Zoomed in ships are good.
Yep. No curvature has been measured yet.
Wait, give me a second. Let me write this down.
Okay. Yeah, I doubt that you will, but this is more for the audience.
Yeah, Baba, why don't you tell us how you came to the realization? Because I don't believe you.
I saw some article about it, and I got more interested in it.
What did the article say?
Saying how the government's lying to us.
Okay, let's be a little bit more specific here. So, what exactly led you to think the Earth was flat?
Sounds like
Link the article. I want to read it.
I don't have the article. This was a few years ago.
We don't want you to get paid from whoever's paying you without actually, being good at your job.
You got to do some work, okay?
You're tapped in.
A few years ago?
You just tell us. Here's your chance, bro. Just be honest and say, "All right, I was joking. I'm really a globe earther," or be straightforward.
I am being straightforward. I'm just being fucking bullied at this point.
No, you're tap dancing. You're tap dancing around a simple question. We asked you how the Earth is flat, and you said, "Well, government lied." Okay, well, how does that lead you to think that the Earth is flat, though? What evidence do you have?
I mean, have you not seen it?
Well, I don't believe you. So I'm just putting the fire to your feet now, and we're watching you tap dance around simple questions.
Oh, I'll believe you. How do you feel now that you find out that space is fake? The outer space, the vacuum of space. How do you feel now that you found out that it was all a lie?
That acting is so bad.
Baba, what do you feel? What do you think? How does that make you feel?
That I'm being targeted, like kind of like upset, to be honest.
Targeted? No. Listen.
Are you a targeted individual?
This isn't 24/7 hashtag feelings Discord, okay? This is Flat Earth. We do physical demonstrations of Earth measuring flat.
But I thought this was virtual, not physical.
Dude, if you want anyone to buy the act you're selling, you might want to take some acting lessons. This is terrible acting.
I think it's clear, though, he's not getting paid for this. Can I say that?
Yeah,
he's not. Definitely not. Nobody will pay this guy to do this.
Maybe on a dare.
Bad actors are.
Hey, what's your mom's best evidence of the globe?
I mean, she just said it was a globe since she was born. That's what she's been told.
So what did you tell her?
I said it is, and you really have no evidence that there is curvature.
So what evidence did you present to her?
I mean, didn't you literally just say that there's no point, there's no fucking evidence of curvature?
Did you tell that to your mom?
For the globe, but what did you give her evidence for flat Earth?
The point that there's no fucking curvature.
Yeah, well, there has.
Well, that's just words. What evidence did you show her?
Yeah, so if she's an adult, she would have asked you for evidence.
She's an adult.
At this point, you can
And
just
then,
bro.
and then I said, Mom, look at this level. Look how this level finds a level. Look how this water.
Oh, hey,
Are you sure
bro,
this woman was actually your mother? Because it doesn't sound like she gave you more than 5 seconds of her time.
yeah, that goes with my question. Why will your mama lie to you? Why?
I mean, she lied about Santa, and then that broke my heart at like 12.
Correct. Very good.
So is
12?
your mama a liar?
Fucking hell.
Wasn't that like 3 years ago for you?
I saw an interesting thing. Somebody says, how could they keep up the lie for so long, And then they
Hey,
put
we're
out
talking about his mom. Is your mom a liar?
Yeah, and then when I turned 13, she lied about the tooth fairy.
So you learn from your mom. Was you a liar?
No, I just started not listening to her. I mean, not like
You don't listen to
her
your
beliefs.
mom?
Bad
You're a
boy.
bad son.
For saying I don't believe in her beliefs.
Did she take you to McDonald's and fast food often? Because on that photograph of you, you look kind of like chubby.
Nah, bro, I'm 160.
So
Wait, that's not
you're
you.
4 feet tall.
That's not you in the photograph in the icon.
Nah, it is. I'm 160.
Listen, guy. You actually sound like you're a fit guy who's taller. So
Can I ask you a question? What that mean? There is no curvature.
There's no curvature of the Earth.
What that mean?
That mean?
The Earth is flat. That's what it means.
How?
What do you
What
mean?
about
How?
mountains?
It was made like that by God.
What about mountains?
Man, I'm going out and I can see curvature.
So then
it's everywhere.
Me too. I can see the picture.
You want to believe these stupid flat earthers?
No, he is a flat earther, and Sacha is a globe earther. So tell Sacha how he's wrong, bro. Tell Sacha how he's wrong about the globe earth. Tell him.
Who? Wait, tell
Finally.
who?
Yeah, me, because I don't believe
I
these
had
flat
left
earthers.
here.
They gave me flat earther role only to fool around with me. I'm Glober, man.
You're a glober?
Yep.
Then why do you have the role you're a flat earther?
Because they banned me like 3 times now. They are giving me like
We do it to make fun of him.
Yeah, now tell him how there is flat. Tell him so
we can get him out of the server. We've been waiting to get him out of the server a long time. So tell him why it's flat, so we can move on.
Yeah.
Tell him why it's flat?
How it's flat. Sorry.
Okay. Well, do you want me to give you like examples of like scientific evidence, or do you want me to just like
scientific?
Of course. What you will tell me that God tell you that Earth is flat? Oh, come on, man!
I don't know if you believe in religion or not.
I don't believe in religion. I want to see that Earth is flat, man. Come on.
Well, we need to talk about your scientificality degree first.
Get him a nice, fresh pair of tap dancing shoes while we're
I was going to say, those shoes are looking pretty old, man. I can barely hear the accents.
I'm not wearing shoes.
Where is the edge, Bob, of that flat Earth? Come on.
Where's the evidence?
Edge.
There's got to be an edge if it's flat.
There has to be an edge, yeah.
Exactly. So where is it, Flat Earther?
Where is the edge, then?
Why am I being targeted for my beliefs?
Because this is not our first rodeo.
Because these people, listen, Pablo, these people here, these retards, they are saying they know that Earth is flat. They are not believe. They are saying they know.
So are you calling them retards or me a retard?
No, all flat earthers are retards. How you can even think that Earth is flat?
So you're calling me a retard?
No. Yes. Wait, yes.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
All of flat earther I'm calling retards.
Mean.
When it comes to the globe and space travel and all that stuff, we are definitely retards because we don't believe it.
Yeah, of course. What about NASA? What about all these scientists? Why would they lie? Come on, people, you're stupid.
Yeah, Sasha, you got all them pictures from space.
Bob, how can you be a real flat
Do you
earther
have
if you
any
don't know where the
proof for
edge
that?
is?
Stupid believe Earth.
You guys are talking over each other. I can't understand you.
Do you have any proof for the flat?
Well, that's what flat earthers do.
Okay, you gonna give you a theory?
Yeah.
I'll be your Glover.
We got thousands of satellites, man. Come on, prove it to us.
Thousands.
You know the Wendy theory by William Shakespeare?
Oh, I like that one. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell us.
You don't know the theory?
I don't know it, but you should know it. Go ahead.
Where it's the theory where you're a fucking disappointment bitch that sits in his VC all day trying to fucking prove the Earth is flat.
No, I thought that
you
was
lasted
you.
long, bro.
Oh, wait, he wasn't a flat earther?
It was worth the wait. It was awesome.
Oh, somebody want to pick up that
like
phone
a half
because
this guy was actually going to give me something.
Baba, you're my friend.
You know, it's funny. He wrote down that last part, right? Because he read it so fast and clear. He almost stumbled, though. I wonder how hard his heart's beating right now.
He's probably pulsing in the chest.
What a pathetic
like,
kid.
Leaning and pulsing back and forth.
He's a child.
Yeah, I know. I'm being a dick. I'm being a dick. I was the exact same way. So,
Sean, yeah. I was even worse dick. But listen, Baba, now. Baba, this is information. Earth's radius is 3,959 miles. If you go on the beach and to check water, you can observe and check it if is that math true or not. If it's not, their Earth is not a sphere. Point. Boom.
Could be bigger, a lot bigger.
If so, where's the curve? See, the problem is
on his chin.
There's no curvature no matter what we do, no matter where we go.
Yeah,
Let me ask Baba a question. Baba, are you there, Baba?
Yeah, I'm here listening to your dumbasses just sitting here calling me a fucking...
All right, never mind. Whoa. Baba, why will you lie? Baba, why will you lie, Baba? Why do you lie, Baba?
He's afraid to ask. This is what men do. They're afraid, so they make fun of it until you tell them. Yeah?
He's definitely
This is that Cliff kid, I'm pretty sure.
He's a child.
You're a fucking grown dog.
Baba, I have better question.
Grown dog?
Let's put like this, Baba. Let's put it but put like this. If Earth is flat, do you want to know that?
Did you say if or did you say eat? I can't fucking understand you.
If maybe in some, let's say we have 0.000.1 possibility that Earth is flat. Do you interesting to see is it that possible?
I mean, the only thing we should be saying if is if you didn't waste your fucking life here, you wouldn't be.
Bye.
Just keep him muted. Don't kick him. I want him to hear all this.
You're not interesting.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. I want to help him.
Mythical.
I think he can still learn, even though he's going to be a dick the whole time. Straight
up.
Said
scientifical, right?
He did. He said scientifical.
He will grow up out of his ignorance. You know, children they have to grow up, and he will grow up eventually. Maybe some people don't grow up.
Yeah, 10 or 40 years.
This is his way of dipping his toe into the truth, right?
Because of that, James, we need to repeat a little bit of information. No rotation, no curvature there, because we measured, and maybe after 5-6 years when he grow up, maybe he will say, "Fuck, let's check this." and
eventually he realized that lying and LARPing to people doesn't do much. You know, like you can be doing that to people. In real life, if you do that to people, you get punched in the face.
Yeah, but that's why this is a good.
That's why he's
good
on
place.
the internet doing.
Oh, he wanted advice. Advice is, Baba, this to never, ever, ever look into this. Ever.
It's one thing to find out that the Earth is flat. It's another thing to be able to admit it.
If you never ever look into this,
it's another thing to join a place and start lying to people. You know, that's.
I mean, yeah. If you put on an act, you might as well be a better actor.
Yeah, he did
I
it
don't
real
think
corny.
anyone was buying that. Trash acting.
Yeah, he was a really low tier LARPer. Very, very, very low tier LARPer.
Mm.
I mean, he couldn't hold character for more than what, like 5 minutes.
He didn't. It didn't even
Hold
happen. He was
character?
smiling when he came in.
He was smiling, yeah.
Oh my god.
He is a better actor than Bill Nye. I'll give him that.
I don't know about that.
No.
No, I'm saying he's probably. It's probably got a valid point there. Bill Nye's. I mean, look at that guy. Wow.
Yeah, I liked watching the video where I can't remember, the creationist tried to bring him to God, and just watching Bill Nye just sweat bullets and get so angry.
He looks like a big
Talking
bird.
about when he went to the Ark in Tennessee or Kentucky, one of those.
I'm not sure. The guy's name is Ham. He does
Yeah.
yeah. And during the whole debate, Ham was just. I feel like Ham felt bad for him. It was just trying to God the whole time instead of even debating him. He's like, oh man.
So maybe Tired Some would like to add in. I'm curious what you thought of the last act. How was the performance? Tired Some, if you're there.
Shakespearean.
Shakespearean. Oh my God.
Boom goes the dynamite.
But yeah, in the video I watched yesterday, somebody made the good point. They said, how could they keep the lie up? And then they made the point to say, in all the years of news broadcasting, never once has anybody let it slip that Santa Claus is not real. Never once.
Yeah, not once.
All the newscasters will say, everybody, Santa's coming to town. Just don't forget Santa. Inflation is big, so Santa's going to have to.
That doesn't even apply to flyers because newscasters think it's a globe through and through,
No, but just the
they don't
fact,
even
how
have
can
to
you
try? But yeah,
how can
I
you
hear
keep
your
up a
point.
lie?
It's totally, yeah, absolutely. Plus, we got trolls like this coming in every day. They're never going to learn. They're going to keep believing nonsense.
No, they hang up on you real quick.
How can they maintain the lie? Well, because 90% or just want to laugh at flat earthers and maintain their fantasies.
Yeah, well, 100% of
they
people
do the work
knows,
for them,
Yeah, that's for sure. 100% of people know Santa Claus is not real, and they still are able to keep that lie going. Thought it was interesting.
And they just did Santa Claus again, just last month. So they had the trackers. Google was, Google was tracking Santa. Yeah. Yes, massive people will go along with nonsense.
Is there a mod in here who can change my profile?
Your profile, like your name?
No, the notes on it.
The notes. Let me check.
It's.
I think there's guys hopping into Bigfoot discords pretending to be Bigfoot believers or whatever.
You mean about the about me? About me?
No, it says 24/7 Discord, Globe Skeptic, VC verified.
Oh, those are the roles. So what are you saying? You're not a globe skeptic? You want the globe earther role?
Right, yeah. Just not the skeptic.
So what are you
just
what
the
is
skeptic,
your
just the skeptic going so that when I'm sitting in the room, somebody doesn't say, "Hey, we got a skeptic in the room."
So what are you, a globe earther?
No.
So what are you? Tell me.
I was a flat earther in this regard, yeah.
Oh, okay. So what will be the three main reasons that tells you that the Earth is flat? What was the three main reasons you believe the Earth is flat?
Well, first of all, can you remove this tag?
He can, but what are the three?
We gotta take it step by step, bro. There's certain rules.
Right, but do you have this ability?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I wouldn't be asking you if I didn't.
Just checking. I mean, it gets boring, you know. So, but so water is level everywhere you go. There's no real proof
What about
of.
raindrops?
What about them?
What about waves?
What?
Waves.
Waves.
Those curve?
Are they? What about waves? Are they not
Just
level?
don't be fucking
Are you talking
hard.
about water? You're talking about water at rest. You want me to say water at rest finds its level?
We messing. We taking a piece on you, bro. We're messing with you a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
So yeah, you said water. That's good. Level water. That's great. I like it.
Me too.
That's a powerful one. What else?
That we have not gone to Antarctica or past, or not able to explore Antarctica. That the stars find the same positioning all the time. That when you zoom in on a ship, it comes back past 3 miles or whatever it is. It shouldn't be able to come back. I don't
Gets
know.
it.
Yeah, it's pretty basic and simple. It's really super basic and simple. And it's really awesome how humans, I mean, so they're convinced that it's a globe, right? So they're trying to figure out the math to make it happen. And it's crazy how they are able to find something to make it work on something that's completely impossible. It just shows how amazing, I guess, humans can be. I don't know.
We're good
That's part of
storytellers.
deception.
It's just not. I mean, they believe it though, and then they find these impossible things to make it work into math, and it's really impressive. Yeah.
Well, if it's in the maths, then of course it's real.
No, I get it. Yeah.
I can do that.
I can't. I've done it before where I did the math. It came out with the right answer, and the teacher said you did it all wrong. But I said, well, how do I keep getting the right answer? I don't know. So I don't know.
Listen, this start. They presume that Venus is the same size like Earth. Let's presume better. Let's presume that it's double size than Earth.
Right, and it's twice as far. Right.
And we will get twice everything.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I know how they invert every single thing is inverted, like everything.
And we will get everything twice, and everything will work.
Yeah, so people will ask me. They say, they'll say, "Well, if the Earth is flat, then where does it end?" And I say to them the exact opposite. I said, "Okay, well, wrap your head around. Then where does space end?" Right? It's the same question, just backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what about curvature?
They haven't found any. Not that I know. Not that I've seen. I think I watched a decent amount of like the disproof videos, not as many as I probably should, but the where they'll show something disappearing, but then it's like they're looking with binoculars. It's like, are you even trying? I watched the Nat Geo where they're showing the stripes disappear from the bottom, 2 stripes, whatever they said, but then you can see everything behind it.
The doctored video where they have the same birds flying by twice.
Yeah, that's part. I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
It's like look how it's disappearing over the curve, and then you see everything.
The horizon behind it.
It's like, oh my god.
It's so low effort. It's unbelievable.
What about rotation, Otek?
The rotation of the sun?
Of the Earth.
It's just the sun. It's just the sun moving. Yeah. Just like we see it.
What about out of space? What about vacuum of space?
What about outer space?
They are saying that it's vacuum.
Oh, right. Against the no pressure, against the vacuum. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder why. I want to know I get so much further into this part that I forget the old part. Why did they come up with why did they say that it needed to be a vacuum? They had to have a reason. Because of the movie?
because the stars reset always, and so for them to be like extremely far away, which they had to be for the Earth to be a globe, then that means that they had to be in emptiness, practically nothing. It's the only way that it could be that they were that far away.
Yeah, the vacuum part, is it because of this? They claim that the stars are moving. Everything's exploding outward. Is that the reason?
No, it's because the stars keep resetting for thousands of years. So to say that actually they just look like they're moving because the Earth is spinning and revolving around the sun, then you have to say that the stars are super far away. The only way that the stars could be super far away and we still see them, in theory at least, is that there's nothing there. It's a vacuum, so there's nothing blocking you and the light.
Oh, and the vacuum sucks the light to us, so we can see it.
Well, it doesn't impede the light, is their argument, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's not like they went out there and measured it. It's like it has to be empty of anything to even pretend you can propose that they're that far away.
Oh yeah. No, I know how they jump. That's what I mean. It's amazing how the brain works.
Yeah, remember that guy that told you billions and billions and trillions of miles away? If you had anything in the way, you wouldn't be able to see that. We wouldn't be able to see the stars if they were that far away.
Yeah. Well, so then the vacuum sucks the light to us. I don't know. I don't remember what it is.
The vacuum sucks the light.
And billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Oh yeah.
The vacuum sucks the lights away. Isn't that a sucker?
I like Trump.
So, Bob, are you still there? Maybe down. Maybe you're ready to be honest for the first time.
I wanted to heat up.
Maybe you're ready to be fucking honest with yourself.
You can't help but spiral.
It's fucking stupid.
Is that not that Cliff kid? It sounds just like him.
Pretty close.
I could see him as a Cliff.
Anyone has an objection about giving no thanks? The Glober talk. Just kidding. The flat Earth. No objections. There you go. You got it.
I object.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it, man.
I'm gonna give you some perms.
No, you don't have to do anything else. Just
it seems you did ask for it, and we're here to talk about this. And I've heard you before.
Yeah.
So it's not the first
I
time.
appreciate it. Yeah, I think the first time I came in, I had asked. I think this is how I got the label. So the first time I come in, I had asked. I said, "Does anybody have video evidence of an eclipse? Not exactly of an eclipse, but so if they claim that the eclipse, light travels, whatever light speed, then it should, the moonlight or whatever should disappear. I can't remember what it was, 1.5 seconds, from the Earth. It should linger on the Earth then for 1.5 seconds or whatever it was." And I said, does anybody have video of an eclipse, like the ground of it not, that not matching up? And then kind of got jumped on from there. Yeah.
What's up with
The
your
eclipse doesn't
description,
determine the shape of the ground. Someone was here saying, "Why are you talking about eclipses, lights in the sky, when we're talking about the ground?" Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So it was like
I actually like talking about eclipses and the lights in the sky. I love that topic.
Well, it's more so I have friends of the globe, and they say things. They say, "What about the eclipses?" Which is really kind of frustrating because you're not talking about that. You're talking about the Earth being flat. So they jump to that, but I figured,
we do
okay.
talk about it. It's just that
But the eclipses debunk the globe, though.
Right. Yeah. And they say,
so
"Well,
it's pretty stupid."
Yeah. You could, and then
everything debunks the globe.
So I said, "Show me the." I says, "Yeah, I know it does." But so I said to them, "Show me the speed of light traveling different. If your theory is right," I said, then when the eclipse happens, and you're saying we're seeing it in the past, because it's so far away, the light travels. Well, the light on the Earth is in the future, or in the present. So we should see the difference in time, but they disappear. The light on the Earth and the eclipse at the exact same second. Therefore, the light travel isn't working that they claim is working. And so.
Well, yeah, but they claim that light basically is instantaneous. Like, this is a pretty deep conversation, but light's already there, and all we see is the excitation of what's there, and we see that as light. It becomes illuminated. So, like when you shoot it through a vacuum, like it's less heated, so actually the illumination rate is faster. So their entire premise is stupid because they can't explain instantaneous action at a distance or anything. They just say that it's basically instant. It's just not, right? So, I mean, that's just their argument. And it is true, if you shoot a laser through a vacuum, it gets to the other side and like more efficiently, actually. They try to come up with stuff like quantum foam to explain this and say stuff like they manipulated pure nothingness, which is obviously retarded. But that's the point here, right? So their fundamental assertion about light is wrong, but they respond to what you said. They would say, well, you wouldn't even be able to detect it.
Yeah, that's what they say. You won't be able to detect it. You know? And I say, well, they say the moon is 238,000 miles, but I didn't know about the whole foam vacuum. I don't know what that means, but
Well, it's just like in a vacuum, that's where they give this constant speed to light, even though that's all fake. There is no speed of light, much less constant. But that's where they do it from the idea of a vacuum. And if you do shoot a laser through a vacuum, it does move more efficiently when it quote unquote move, but really it just illuminates faster. Because there's less air in the way blocking the illumination. It's just like when you shoot it through a water tank. Now you have water there, so you have an additional medium that the light's illuminating in, and they call illumination rate speed, but it isn't. It's just already there. Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, so the reason the eclipse debunk it is definitely because the lunar eclipse, the selenian eclipse, like debunks it. Because the sun and the moon are above the earth. That's why it hurts them. I've never actually heard that. It's not a terrible point, but the answer is from their side that it would be negligible. You wouldn't be able to detect it because light moves so fast.
Yeah.
It's refracted daytime.
You're probably right, though. Honestly, though, like that's a long distance. I mean, there would be some delay.
Yeah, we had done the math, him and I, and we got to the point where he said it was like a 1.3 second delay. I said, okay, show it to me. Like we did the whole, okay, well, this light speed, blah blah blah. You know, this is the speed of it, and this is the distance of it. Okay, it should take 1.3 second difference. I can't remember now how we got to that math part. And I said, okay, well, show me where the light lingers 1.3 seconds. Anybody have video proof of it? And then the opposite would apply if somebody had video proof that it doesn't linger. So.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But we're about to go eat, man. Love you guys. Peace.
Later. What's it? So maybe Baba can hit us with his best globe Earth proofs. What do you say, Baba?
No, please
Maybe you
don't.
can show me the only
Do
fucking.
not speak to Baba.
Dude, he's still hurting. Still hurting. Still spiraling. All this time. So funny, dude.
Who was it? Let's see. Tiresome. You can speak to him. Tiresome, you can unmute yourself and speak to the guys in here about the globe Earth, flat Earth. Go ahead. Come on, guys, speak to Tiresome. Mute him.
Tiresome, welcome to the server.
He's typing in the lobby. I'm just listening. I don't feel like speaking at the moment. Well, hey, no problem, man. If you ever want speaking perms, you'll need to jump in the VC check-in at some point, and you can come speak here.
It's only 10 flat commandments, isn't it, CB? Get yourself a mic.
Yeah, stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. VC check-in 1 or 2.
Where do we go from here?
All we can do is try to bring more people back to reality as much as possible. You know what I mean?
Who can play the best Glober? Since they can't even be Globers themselves, Baba.
Me, I can. Me.
Jimmy, you always play the Glober.
All right, well then I won't.
No, go ahead.
It's a skill. It's
Let's
a skill
see
I
your
respect. It's not easy.
see your curvature, bud.
Well, my proof of the curve is the horizon.
You got me.
Which one of the horizons?
The horizon that you look out and see. You can go to Nat Geo and they'll give you all the definitions of the horizon.
Is
So
that
why
horizon curve?
Why is your geometric horizon never where it's supposed to be?
It is where it's supposed to be. Because whenever you do the math and you look out, it's right there.
So you mean 10 miles from where it's supposed to be is where it's supposed to be?
Yeah, well, I use this specific curve calculator, which has all the fancy shit that really blows my mind and it really convinces me. And it tells me it's right where it's supposed to be.
Is it called TV?
Called Google, bro. I can Google any curve calculator. I can Google all of them.
Are you a Google Earther?
Well, yeah, if you download Google Earth, clearly it's a globe. You zoom out, there it is.
Globe Earth proof.
Oh yeah, just go to Google Earth, and that's the Earth right there.
Duh.
How can you deny that?
There would be no such thing as a horizon on a flat Earth, obviously.
Well,
you just see forever.
Yeah, all you have to do is climb a tree, and there you go, globe Earth proof right there.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's time to shut down the server. We checked Google. It's not flat. I guess it's over.
Yeah, I fact checked it. It's definitely not flat. Fact check said so.
Oh, great. Yeah, Snopes debunked this. Yeah, it's over, guys. Sorry.
Glad y'all told me about that Google Earth thing. I'll check that out when I get home. If that's for real, then it's over with. Damn.
Yeah, just download the app, Dave. It's over. It's on the app. What else are you
Got
gonna
a
do?
picture of a ball and everything. I mean, how can we deny that?
All right, guys. I posted a book that is my favorite book for physics. It is 56 minutes after the hour, and it's called Physics by Larry.
David? Oh, yeah, globe Earth proof. Damn.
If he's got a
They
book
got
called
us.
Physics, that's pretty strong, man.
Well, looks like there's tunes in there. I think they've got some hard-hitting globe evidence coming our way.
It really lays it out for you, and it makes it so easy a child can do it.
Fuck, they have cartoons, though. How can we argue with that?
I know.
Yeah,
That's why
if
I
you want to
presented
prove,
it. That's why it's on the chat.
if you want to prove the cartoon, you show cartoons because cartoons prove the cartoon.
Exactly.
So it's a cartoon Earth.
Yeah. I like that one.
Was that a Roadrunner one, CB?
I'm not sure where that sound effect comes from. It's just labeled cartoon.
Hanna-Barbera uses it a lot. They used it in like the Jetsons and Flintstones.
Right, like you got to scramble and get out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when the character's taking off, you know.
What'd you say?
CB are joined by
shut the
Dark Gamer 2022. Welcome,
Yeah.
first time seeing your name. VC verified.
You guys, I've got some really cool music in the background right now. I'm going to share with the group here. This is perfect behind, like, it'll just keep you cool and smooth while you're arguing with these sofas. Go ahead, Glober, Mr. Miss. Hi. Dark Gamer.
Not too dark. I'm afraid of the dark.
I'm not. That's really funny. What do you mean? I like brownies.
How dare you?
Okay, well, Dark Gamer 2022, if you want to let us know once and for all what we live on, let us know.
Stumped him.
Yeah, I'm stumped.
Stumped already. Personally, I'm leaning towards the Cartoon Earth. They got a lot of compelling cartoons.
Put a lot of work into those drawings. You betcha.
I'm Chip, you betcha.
It looks so cool.
Well, it looks really fake, and that's, you know, that's the
That's
number one
why
metric for how real something is.
It looks so real because it's fake. It looks fake.
They're all so unique and different. So they must be real.
All unique and different.
They must be the same and real.
Fake it to make it look that fake. It has to be real.
It's so transparent, it's real.
It's accidentally real.
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
I mean, they couldn't fake the moon
They were
landings.
trying to fake it. That was what happened, but they accidentally just.
It was in the 60s. They couldn't fake the.
They accidentally did it for real.
Yeah.
That's hilarious, dude.
Saying that they have better CGI than what they present to us was very sloppy.
Yeah, it's like, so even if this is real, you could CGI it to look better than real?
Oops. So, most critical thinkers would say, well, then why not just do that?
Yeah, shut us up once and for all. Just CGI it.
No, you have to make it look fake. Therefore, it's real.
Well, no. Okay,
have
so
to
check it out. Check it out. When they go to space, it's a black sky. But then when they give us images from space, it's this beautiful array of purple dust and diamond pieces and clouds of wonder.
Stars everywhere. But the
Uranus farts.
They said they didn't see stars.
They couldn't say what they saw or didn't see.
They all look at each other. Well, I don't remember seeing any. Yeah. I don't remember seeing.
I mean, for real, they weren't prepared for the question.
Yeah. So because you can see, because you can see the stars. And pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
I said before that if space travel was real, right, and wouldn't the first thing that they would want to make would be like a prism or like some kind of false atmosphere so they could then see the stars if it was real? Wouldn't that be like the first thing? That instead they're okay with flying in blind.
You know, that's I think I had somebody comment in the lobby. They were saying that's how they do it nowadays. They just spray and pray stuff up into the sky. So that's NASA way. Spray and pray.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean they're willing to devote all these rockets and all these other things, but just not invent like a plastic magnifying glass to see through. I mean, nuts.
Something came up on my news feed the other week, and it was like scientists now attempting to slingshot rockets into space. So they're literally just fucking throwing shit at the sky.
Slingshot?
Yeah, I just read the headline and going to maybe it's hyperbole. I don't know. Probably. I mean, it's the globe, so.
Jeez, man.
So a rocket can just leave the Earth into outer space, but not the air.
Correct.
Okay.
But apparently you can prove curvature if you climb a tree.
Well, the gravity's not strong enough to hold back the rocket boosters, so...
No.
Don Pettit's that guy that you really hope's not working the same shift as you.
And so my wife and we went and it.
Me and her went chugga chugga.
Yeah, he's at home right now due to the.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus.
The COVID-19 virus. And
they literally picked him up in some fucking out of work
you could tell it's an act
in fucking LA, didn't they?
Yeah, you can tell it's an act, but like imagine if you had to try to sleep with that guy.
That guy doesn't have a wife. He goes back in his pod at the end of the day. Once they're through
so bad. His breath smells like
it's the
sour
pod
feet.
that had its oxygen fucking connection disrupted a bit during growth.
They pick all the guys that you feel bad for. Like I feel bad for Neil deGrasse Tyson. He looks so. I feel bad for Don Pettit. They make you feel bad for these people, so you won't yell at them.
And so when my wife came to visit me at the
space station,
bring your wife to school work day, and I showed her the leak. When you have a leak, you have a leak.
Yeah. What happens when you get a leak on that thing there, Don?
What happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
Oh, okay.
Who was the guy that was interviewing him there, by the way?
I don't know, but that person sounded like they weren't buying it.
What's the pressure differential?
Sciencey YouTuber, but I'm pretty sure he's like a fucking closet flat earther.
I think it was the Smarter Everyday guys that want to interview him on that one.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
He's talking about a leak in Nice, basically, right?
Space station.
Yeah. So there's.
Yeah, it has a special O-rings, right?
It's one word. Space station.
You lose there. Well, there's a protocol, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that is funny. Someone pointed that out, though. The interviewer definitely doesn't sound like he's buying it at all.
Oh, hell no.
He might not be with us anymore, that interviewer.
Yeah, for all we know.
Oh, wasn't that the host of the channel? And the primary guy?
Don't know who it was.
Smarter every day, Dave said.
I could be wrong, but I think it's the Smarter Everyday guy in that, but I could be wrong.
Didn't that guy give us flat Earth proof with his balloon in the van video? You ever seen that one?
Nope.
Yeah, I've seen it. Don't know if it was him. Maybe.
Yeah. He has a balloon in the middle of his van, and then he drives around. as he accelerates, the balloon moves forward. When he hits the brake, the balloon goes to the back. When he turns left, the balloon goes right. It does the same as if his car was full of water and you had an air bubble in the car.
Yeah, it's just displacement.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just listened to that as a Glober, and I don't get it.
Yeah, me neither.
What, the have a
Wow.
leak thing?
The helium thing, right?
Or the balloon thing? The car.
No, I understand the leak thing just fine.
So you're talking about the balloon in the car?
It's a dad joke, yeah.
I think that's just where they're showing you the pressure gradient inside of a vehicle, right?
Yeah.
That kid couldn't have less of it. He's like, Dad, I don't fucking care.
And this proves fucking pressurized system next to negative whatever the fuck.
Dad, this does not help us get to Chuck E. Cheese any faster.
Well, it helps us because they go on and on about how if it were contained, it couldn't have a gradient, but here's a car, it's a container, it's got a gradient.
Gradient.
Jesus.
Silly Globers.
Do you know what this proves? This guy's a terrible dad.
Call social services.
He's not looking at the road.
He's in a parking lot for his defense.
Doesn't matter. We got the evidence. He's driving while looking backwards with two kids in the car.
He's raising Globers. That's all that needs to be said.
Yeah, like I said, that the little boy sitting there, he looks like he's not buying it, and later he's going to be a flat earther.
Did he stick a GoPro on his kid? Yeah, he did.
He's like, no, not Chuck E. Cheese tonight. We're going to Pizza Hut after this. You guys can spend your allowance tonight. Really, Dad? As long as you admit Earth's a globe.
So this guy has been in person with Don Pettit and still thinks NASA is not bullshit. Okay.
And when we do Duper Delight, we make sure that it's really good and we don't show it off too much when they and I in space. And that is exactly what you think it is.
Yeah.
I would just like to see like a fighter pilot and Don Pettit have a conversation for 10 minutes.
I can't do his accent forever.
You know, someone that's been on submarines.
Right.
Just conversing for 10, 20 minutes and see the contrast in intelligence. And coherency. I mean...
Can't they use a better Muppet than Don Pettit? Like, why him? They don't have a better mouthpiece than that guy.
I think he's just the biggest troll. Just them having a great old laugh. People buying that.
They troll us, yeah, it's true.
No, they're trolling the Globers. They're not trolling us.
Yeah, I just meant us, like humans.
I hear some music and...
That's my fault.
Were you listening to the music I posted?
That was my girlfriend listening to Lana Del Rey.
Oh, Lana's good, yeah.
Sorry to do this to you guys.
Do what?
It's fine, we heard you.
Bring Lana to this place.
That's fine, don't worry about it. Listen, she's doing it, so it's important. So don't you worry about it.
Yeah.
At least it's some curvature, sort of.
Well, that's the good kind of curvature. Anyway.
I proved it.
If she's not got some chocolate saying on in a week, man, you need to give her the boot.
The Glober's taking a sweet time to find this curvature proof.
Which one?
Hoimer. We asked him for curvature proof. He said he'd be right back with it. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I doubt it's coming.
There he is, I think.
Coming up next.
Floor is yours, Hoyman.
Right, curvature proof. I don't think I can provide proof in a scientific sense.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Because science does not prove things. Everybody who knows about what science is should be aware of that.
Science doesn't prove anything.
Yes.
Well, cool.
What does it prove then? Why do people even use it, dude?
Why do I hear people say the Earth is globe because of science, bro?
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Who said that?
That's Vsauce.
Yeah. Visa. That guy's such a clown.
Yeah, but that's
sounded like-
taken out of context, like totally. But anyway.
What?
The problem
Dude, listen. No. Listen, when he
What?
distills the point into a sentence like that, it's not taking it out of context. The entire subject was, again, distilled into that sentence. You get the entire picture from having heard him say that. So it's over.
Oh,
It's also the same thing you just said.
Just watch the complete video.
I know.
Was the context of what he said any different than what you just said when they're the exact same thing? What's the context of what you just said to us, which is the same thing he said there?
Yeah, but the problem lies within our colloquial use of the word proof. Because it's just not what science
Well, actually,
does.
proof,
Can you
yes.
demonstrate curvature?
Proof is a mathematical term. Evidence is a scientific term. So technically, you're right.
That's correct.
So bring us evidence.
Evidence? Yeah, well, there's tons of it. Let me just post a simple...
Is there
picture.
so much evidence that you can't post one of your experiments?
My own personal experiments?
Aren't you arguing for something?
I didn't...
So didn't you go out and look into it first?
Experiments yourself. I have empirical evidence for myself.
That's fine. That's fine and
nobody
good. So, but listen, if you're going to argue it in public with other people, you have to bring that evidence to them.
Your best argument.
It's like having an ice cream cone with no ice cream in it and saying, "Here's some chocolate ice cream."
Yeah. So if you look at Livestream voice text chat, what I just posted, I think that's good evidence of the globe.
I have a feeling you actually like vanilla. Hold on.
So what is the distance to the horizon line in that picture? I see the landmark distance. Wondering about the horizon itself.
I couldn't tell you. I would have to look at the actual position this was taken from, and
we would need to
probably work it out.
We need to be able to verify.
Why don't you know this already, Hoymar?
Why would I?
Well, because that horizon line
I
would
only see a building that is dropping 600 feet below my horizontal plane.
Or,
so I'm wondering where are the 600 feet?
If you were in a giant warehouse with your eye to the floor and you had a brick right up on your eye and someone started sliding that brick back way down the warehouse, right? It gets to a point where you can't see it anymore. So then you start stacking bricks on top of it, and that results in this picture.
No, actually not. If that was the case, then the base of the building would still be in view.
No, as I just said,
it would be
wait, hold on.
smaller, but it would still be in view.
Let's go back to my example, right? You're in a giant warehouse. You're got the camera down on the ground and a brick, right? You start sliding the brick away from the camera to the point where it disappears, right? So you can't see it anymore. So now we stack 3, 4, 5, 6 more bricks on top. Now you can see some of those bricks. You can't see the bottom one, but you can see them at the top. The floor didn't just magically curve away. The floor is still level.
I'm not sure if you're right about that. If the brick is too small for my angular resolution just to see it, then I'm not sure if I would see it just because I stacked some on top.
Oh, man, you
But
remember
anyway,
I showed you the image of the guy walking across the
that's a
football
contrived
field?
scenario in some warehouse.
You wouldn't see the bottom brick, though. We're talking about just the few that have now gotten... You stacked them on top now. So you might see some of them on top, but you still aren't seeing the bottom brick. And the floor didn't curve away.
Well, that's a lot of ifs and whats, right? I'm not sure if that's what actually.
I just wanted to give you a simple kind of way to break down what we're looking at here.
I like your picture. I could see why you would use that picture, but then we should never be able to,
have a single black swan.
Yeah, not a single one. You shouldn't be able to have a single situation where you can zoom in and see something again.
Yeah, because if it's a physical Earth curve obstruction, it should be there always, all the time.
Or only
day.
curves on the East Coast.
That's not correct. That's
USA.
Not correct.
No, it is correct.
That's a single cause fallacy. You're saying, well, if there's curvature.
No, it's not. There are other causes that go into the horizon. We're just saying that physical Earth curve that you're invoking necessitates a physical location that can be no further than a certain distance because it's there physically.
What you see.
Your whole argument's based on single cause fallacy. I can't believe you're going to be so intellectually dishonest.
You can see less. The horizon distance can fluctuate in that it could be less far than the maximum geometric distance, but it can't be further than that. Because there are, optical factors, atmospheric conditions, stuff like that can make it so that you can't see all the way to the physical horizon, but you shouldn't have it extending out by 10 times its distance.
Sorry, what is the physical horizon?
Well, that would be the maximum distance that you'd be able to see on the ball, over and down it.
Earth curve, in other words.
There is no physical horizon.
Well,
welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome the globe.
Welcome.
No, that definition of horizon.
No, you
not
need
how
a physical
horizon
horizon in your model.
That's the Earth curve, Hoymar. The geometric horizon. Physical.
You can only see down and over a ball so far. You'd be able to see sky still, but no more land, no more ocean.
If it wasn't for the atmosphere, if we were living on an ideal ball, like with no other kind of effects going on, then yes, we shouldn't be able to see any further than a certain distance. And you just boil it down to that. But that's just an oversimplification.
Did you know that from the observer height in both of those pictures of the oil rigs, refraction makes it look like the water's moving up and down when it's not? Did you know that? And tides and stuff, all that. Did you know that?
Refraction makes it look like the water is moving up and down.
Yeah, here, hang on, I got a gift for that.
Okay, so why doesn't it affect the oil rigs?
No. I'm not asking anything. So hang on, let me post this real quick. I'm gonna take a second to find it.
Isn't that refraction based on a non-existent R value? We got a problem.
Yeah.
It's sure non-existent would be wrong.
Sure is.
We don't believe it's correct, but we still have an R value. Right?
Well, how was R measured when refraction is constantly fluctuating the horizon out to 10, 30 times its maximum geometric location? How did you get that to begin with?
Like, I can say I'm 7 foot, and that's a value, but when was that measured? Do you actually have a measurement for that to verify that I am 7 foot tall? Yeah, you have the number.
There are multiple ways to calculate the R value.
Yeah, you can calculate it, but you can't measure it.
What the first way was to do that? But I only know that the results got more precise over the years.
What's happening in that picture?
Years.
Just give us the most precise version then.
Sorry, what?
It's gotten, they've measured the radius. It's gotten more precise over the years. So why don't you just give us the best way to measure it? How do they measure it?
The best way I know, like a simple way, which you can do as like a normal citizen.
If you please don't say sticks and shadows. Please don't say sticks and shadows.
No. Why would you assume that? But you can, yeah. Well, actually, you can do the same thing that Eratosthenes did. and get quite a fairly good.
No, you can't.
Oh my fucking god! You have memory problems, Hoima. You were in here for a week or whatever. You got banned and you come back. You've learned nothing, bro. And fair enough, you still want to believe in your fantasy globe, but at least stop citing sticks and shadows as a legitimate way to obtain the R value. Come on, can we make any progress?
It's fucking so stupid. Fuck.
Wait. According to you, the R value doesn't exist. So why do you say, well, you can't use sticks and
No,
shadows?
but you need an R value. We don't.
Yeah.
We don't care.
Yeah, right.
You don't need an R
Then
value.
don't make those claims. Then don't make
But
those
you
claims.
are making claims dependent upon an R value. So you need to present how you obtained the R value in the first place.
And somebody also had mentioned if the R value changes for the Earth, then it changes for the Moon, it changes for the Sun, it changes for Venus, and changes for everything. So you cannot change it. Yeah.
Changes orbital mechanics. You can't launch any satellites.
Pretty much, yeah.
No, not pretty much. Exactly.
Oh, yeah, that's. I think they originally used Venus. Like the first assumption was to say Venus is about the same size of Earth, which is not correct, but pretty close enough.
You're going to need R for that.
No. There's no close enough in this game here. You're either going to come up with some numbers that are exact and show us exactly how you got the R value, where it show us exactly how it was done. We don't want to imagine anything. Just show us, please, how it was done.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I was trying to get to originally, right? So what I would do in modern day. I would pick a bridge or like a highway that's going over say a relatively flat, no, not flat, but level surface, like where I know there's not much topography going on. So let's say a bridge of sufficient size.
Can you define level,
like
please?
10
Because
kilometers.
I remember you defining it differently a while ago.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you just define level for us?
Yeah, level is basically is the your horizontal, like wherever you are, horizontal, right? No, level is not flat in all contexts. It may be in some contexts, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, but it's not curving. Is it? Level doesn't mean curving.
Correct. In the reality context, level is level, but in the fantasy,
level depends on the frame of reference.
Hey, excuse me, I'm in the middle of my sentence. I'm in the middle of my sentence. Level in reality, it's level, right? And then in the fantasy globe, level is curve. Yeah, sure, but it's fantasy, it's not reality.
Yeah, sure.
I've never seen a level curve, but go on.
Yeah.
I would go on a limb and say if you ever tried to tell a foreman at a job site that you poured concrete level, but you made that shit curve, you get fired.
I would assume so.
You might be putting that. You feel me?
So if you'd assume that, then what?
The concrete if you try to do that.
Yeah, on small distances, you can assume level to be practically flat, but not perfectly flat. Anyway,
so at which specific distance does level is not level anymore? Tell us. Tell us the specific numbers where level is not a straight anymore.
You know what precision you need.
When they build these long bridges,
it begins to deviate.
Yeah, when they build these long bridges, do they build them on site on the level, or do they build each one in a factory at a certain length using a level, right, making sure it's straight, and then put them all together on site for these bridges?
Yeah, they build it in segments. Yes.
Yeah. And then it just so happens to not deviate all the way across.
Why do you say that?
I'm asking.
Well, they do deviate. They're still level, but they're not flat. Like a bridge is not always in a horizontal plane. Anyway, I wanted to say how I would go about obtaining an R value. It has been done this way previously. That's where I got it from.
Okay, two things. Don't tell us how you would do it unless you already have, and then if it's been done previously, please locate that empirical data.
Oh, I can show you, but why do you say
No.
If I haven't done it previously, then the whole thing is
No,
invalid.
I don't agree with that.
Consider it right.
No, but go on, explain your methodology.
Outside of your mind or your imagination, we don't want to hear that. We want to see the empirical, factual, practical curve level that you're talking about. That where do we use that to do anything?
Yeah, that's besides the point. We were on about how we
Besides
measure
reality and practicality is besides the point. Okay.
I thought
what we need you to do for us, or find an example of someone.
I get but why is beside the point? Because you're not talking about reality or practicality. You're talking about fantasy land, the globe that doesn't exist. That's why reality is besides the point.
That's your belief. Yeah, I know that it is. You don't need to.
No. It's an observation. It's an observation. Look. So what we need you to do for us, what direct measurement would be constructing a straight line, or having a straight line appear, like a laser, one way or another, and constructing a straight line over many miles, and then marking the distance down the line and marking the alleged deviation of the Earth down the line. So that would be a direct measurement of the alleged curvature of the Earth. Anything that is not that is completely and totally useless, because it's just conjecture. It's just your imagination. It's just someone's feelings. That's all it is.
He was saying that his number one was the bridges. I thought he said my thing that is bridges.
So you're saying light always travels in a straight line?
Enough to be used as a measuring device, at least. It does it.
Well, I would agree with that. Yeah. So, So if I see an object, I know its height, I know its distance, and I see it drop below my horizontal plane, what would you think is happening?
It appears to dip below, but you can't prove that that's what's happening. Does that make sense to you?
And it doesn't even do that technically, because it's the air functions like a magnifying glass just a little bit. And so you know how you take a magnifying glass, you put it close up to your face, you can see through it almost like you would with your regular vision, and then you take it a few inches away from your face and you look at the table in front of you and the objects on the table, and you can't see maybe the tip of a pencil, but you can see 3/4 of the pencil as you hold the magnifying glass in front of you. What I'm saying is this effect that you're saying is happening from the ground up, this effect that you're saying is happening, and it is happening, it's happening from the top down too. So it doesn't work for evidence because it's an optical effect. It's happening from the top as well. So are you saying that
But that is a claim, and I don't believe that the atmosphere acts as a lens. You would have to demonstrate that it indeed does.
That is just one of the types of refraction. There's 7 of them.
Hey guys.
7?
Yeah, as far as I know, there's 7 different types of refraction, and that's just one of them.
Yeah, atmospheric lensing. Yeah, I've heard that before, but I don't believe it. No reputable scientist does, as far as I'm aware. So yeah, you would have to demonstrate that this is in fact what is happening, what is making objects.
Exactly. You would have to do the same thing.
Physically obstructed.
Yeah, you'd have to do the same thing.
Hold on. First of all, we've had plenty of examples go through
explanation.
But explanations are not evidence.
Yeah, this is the exact same thing to you as far as refraction
goes.
goes.
The surface is not flat, right?
I know you are, but what am I?
Explanation.
So we've had plenty of examples of this type of refraction go through the live stream in the last couple of days. I can maybe try to find one myself, but I need to point out to you right here and now that the burden of proof is on your side. So they gave us a number, 3,959 miles, and the burden of proof is on your side to show us a measurement, direct measurement. Who the fuck is doing that?
Harley Dyson, I think. Is it you?
All right, Holly Dyson, you're muted because you're interrupting the conversation. So just keep yelling Well muted.
Yeah, so the burden of proof is on your side. You need to show us how they came up with that number, and it has to be a direct measurement. Otherwise, it's just nonsense. You can't point at the star and say, "Oh, look, that star looks like it's that far away and it's moving like that." So the Earth is a ball with 3959 mile radius. Like, no, that doesn't work. It does not work.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
You can't just
what you
pull
just
shit out of thin air.
described,
You got to figure out how
I
they
don't
came up.
think
And
that
keep in mind,
anyone does that.
they could have rounded up. They could have rounded up. They could have just said, "Oh, it's 4,000 miles." They could have just given it a more rough estimate. But no, they gave it a very specific number: 3,959 miles. Now that sounds like something that you would come up with if you measured something, or maybe it's something that just came up, pulled out of their ass. But you need to show us how they came up with that number right now.
Right, so you're saying burden of proof is on me, okay, yeah. Well, so basically what we have is atmospheric lensing versus actual physical surface that is dropping away from you. And I think I know which one is the more reasonable explanation.
But we're not after reasonable. We're
great.
after empirical.
Yeah, but we're not asking about what things might appear like. We're not talking about this or that. We're talking about directly measuring things and then coming up with a alleged radius value. And they gave us an alleged radius value and told us that the Earth is a ball. Okay, so how did they come up with that number? Come on, did they just guess it, or do you think they just guess? Oh, 3,959 miles.
Obviously not. To be honest with you, I don't know all the ways, like what the best or the most up-to-date measurement is, but I know some ways to obtain this value.
All right, can you show the one they used to come up with that number?
You're spinning your wheels and our wheels, dude. I'm sick of it. Can we stop talking about all of this stuff and just, where are you going to get Earth curve measurement, man? Please.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say initially...
No, you need to measure it. I don't want you to talk to me.
Well, I can describe it to you. You can say, well...
I can describe a tuna sandwich. I like them very much, and I can tell you just the right way to make a tuna sandwich. Who gives a fuck?
Well, you don't need to listen.
Right. I don't need to listen. You need to measure the Earth.
Obtain an R value, right?
Listen, if you have an apple and you're like, "Hey man, this apple's really good," and I'm like, "Can I have a bite? I'll bite the other side." Oh no, you need to believe that it's delicious without having tasted it. That's silly, right?
But it would be false, because what I'm trying to describe is what everyone can do with some...
And not everyone can eat an apple?
Effort.
You are in trouble, sir.
Oymar, can I explain something? Your observations that you're claiming you're seeing obstruction caused by geometric Earth curvature, we can replicate that visual phenomenon on a smaller scale. That automatically means that you can't attribute it to a single cause, that it's curvature.
Okay, you're
you now have to take into account.
I disagree with
well,
that.
I can show, and if it's not my fault if you don't know how to trust your own eyes.
Listen, obvious B, you're saying the same thing that they're saying. I can show you. No, listen, I'm trying to get to the brass tacks. Everyone hates me for it. I know it.
Super deep in cognitive.
All right. So since we've been jumping like this, let Globe flat. Let's let him say what he's gonna say. Let's give him a few sentences to see what.
I got it. Dig your grave, kid.
Yeah. He says, "Go ahead, Omar. Explain. Give us your explanation."
So yeah, what do you want to hear? Like we're talking about several things. How you can...
I want to hear how some days I can be 6 feet tall, and then some days I'm 4 feet tall, and some days I'm 10 feet tall.
Well, I can tell you that some days it's like really cold, and some days it's really warm, and that affects the air, and the air bends light that's traveling through it. Does that
Bro,
make sense to you?
you said that there is no atmospheric lensings a few minutes ago, and now you're explaining basically that the Earth is acting like a lens, and that's why it looks flat. But it's
No. A lens doesn't. It's not atmospheric
Hey,
lensing
does a
at
lens
all.
make things look flat, uniform, all over the place? Just curious.
But he's saying that the atmos, the air, is causing this effect that it looks flat, but it's actually a globe because of the the effects of the atmosphere and the cold and hot. That's why it looks flat, but it's actually a globe because of the lensing effect.
It doesn't look flat though. It doesn't look flat. If you look
Then,
closely,
sir, you should get your eyes checked, and I hope you aren't driving anywhere.
Hey, you know the photograph that you share about the building being covered by the water, right? You share that, right? So
Yeah.
what happens if you put your finger in front of your eye? You can cover the sun with it, right? Can you? So if you are at the beach looking towards that building, and there is water between you and the building, a little bit of water will cover the building. You get that, right? A wall of water, that water that is moving in front of you, between you and the building, will cover it.
Yeah.
Does the Earth stretch and breathe? Is that what you're claiming? That it breathes and stretches and heats up and gets bigger?
No, I'm only saying that the amount that light bends as it travels through the atmosphere, that is variable, that changes depending on the atmospheric conditions.
The best time
It's
to
not
go
a
out and
lens,
prove that the Earth is flat is when it's low humidity and cold. That's when we can see the furthest.
Probably. Well, proof that the Earth is flat. Well, let's see the proof.
Go measure it, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's in the photos with the GPS, like documented.
Don't even believe us. Don't even believe us. Just go do it. What's the holdup?
Let me ask you a question. If you flew out to space and looked at the planet, you're not looking at the planet at 360 degrees. You're looking straight on. So you can't prove anything. You know? You can't. If you go left, right, you're still looking at the planet, and you can't change anything.
Unfalsifiable. Next.
You can't, like, Jamie told me once, he said, the orbital sphere of the planet, and people say you get two lasers and pointing across the thing. That's false.
What?
That will not work.
Mm.
You need.
Oh, we've done it. When did you do it?
Jamie told me.
I don't give a fuck who you talk to. When did you measure the Earth for curvature?
3 years ago. On my university.
How'd you do it? Where'd you do it? When'd you do it?
The best. I mean, I would go on a high area.
Nope. When did you do it?
3 years ago.
That's right. When, how, and where?
Well, okay. So pretty much, I would get. So look at this. I would get like a little.
Say something right now.
If I did it, I would get.
You know we have two-way laser observations over water, right? You know we've done
might not know
exactly
that.
what you're saying is not possible, right?
Here, I'm going to put it in the voice text.
He was asked a question, and he's gonna explain how, when, and where he measured the curvature of the Earth. Go ahead. Oh, he jumped out. Never mind.
Cool, Proofsy.
Somebody's
I'll
answering.
put the bad cop away for a while.
Guys, give him a minute. Give him 10 seconds to say something. I know he was struggling to say one word, but let's just wait for the answer. If everybody start jumping and asking different questions, we're not gonna get any answers or explanations.
Yeah,
I think he was trying to say
I'm
I
fine.
would
Okay,
get
I'm fine.
really high first.
Yeah, so if you had a piece of land that you measured on Earth, right, and then you measured it, let's say 5 miles. There's math to know how high you'd have to go to see further and further, and the numbers they give with the curve involved don't add up. It's mathematically a fake curve.
I just want to point out that guy didn't have an answer. I wanted to hear it, but Globe Flat Globe just asked him about the practical actual thing, and he just jumped out. So yeah,
broke down.
Oh wait, didn't he have an answer? Wasn't his answer just like
He started out by saying
guys, he said he did, but he just doesn't know how and when and where he did it.
He said he got really high. That's how he saw the curvature, and that's how I knew he's lying. I was like, no matter how high you get, I don't know what you're smoking, but let me have some of that, right? It's like, what are you smoking, by the way?
And give Neil deGrasse Tyson some too. He wants to see it too.
Yeah, he keeps saying it's flat. What's the deal with that?
I mean, I've gotten so high, I still don't see curve. I don't know what he's talking about. I think he's talking about elevation, which is even more wrong.
I was wondering if we were spinning on a ball, would we be bent also? Would we also be bending? I mean,
we'd be dead, so don't worry about it.
But somehow, some way, it works out and we're still alive. Would we also be bent?
Be flat.
I guess flat.
I mean, that wasn't.
I'll tell you.
I'm sorry.
We'd have to be like one of those. We'd have to be like one of those things at the used car dealership, like waving around, right? We'd have to be bent but measurably straight, but bent in space time or some imaginary something.
We would be dizzy.
Exactly.
And then so then when they go to outer space, and then they're straight in outer space, do they have to bend and like when they come back in? I don't know.
I think the way we've evolved not to be dizzy or bent.
Oh, Hoimer's got Earth curve proof.
Oh shit!
Wow, that is some local curvature. Holy
Hoimar has proof of his imagination. Yeah.
Hoimar, you know how big the Earth would be if that were real curvature? About 1,000 miles in circumference. You're fucking retarded. Sorry, I'm done.
Show me.
Can you not logically deduce it for yourself?
Why is the horizon?
Oh, I know what he means, but he's wrong.
How's he wrong?
What we see here is mainly the perspective compression that allows
Hold on,
you to see.
the curve should get more and more violent, okay? More and more obvious as we go higher. But we've got pictures and video from 120,000 feet. And this is just a picture of one bridge, so...
Yeah, that's because it's a very, what's it called? It's an oblique angle, like you see exactly along the bridge minus some tiny...
I know, my friend, but that's very obvious curvature, which means it's really only local. And if the ball is even 5,000 miles plus in circumference, you're having a bad day.
Wait, so you're saying it's local curvature, but
it really is. Look how violent that curvature is. It has to be local.
Okay, so
see, because it's very obvious curvature, whatever the fuck we're looking at.
Are you saying the water has a hump, like only in?
No, I'm saying that cannot be Earth curvature if the math is accepted.
Like a camel
math.
Oh, like a camel.
The globe math, dude. Do you not know what we do here? We destroy the globe every day.
It's only. The center of the bridge is only 28 meters above the bridgehead.
I don't care what's happening in your head. Do you not understand?
Let's just try this a little different for a second. So you see how it appears that it's curving away from you? You're telling us it appears that way, right? See how it appears, right? What I'm telling you is even though there's no bridge up in the air far above it, if there was, you would see that curving upward. So you see, it's not curvature, it's just magnification.
It is curving upward and then going down the further it gets.
All right, sorry, but if you look at this picture, there is no water curving. We see a bridge compression from the lens being zoomed in, but the Earth is still flat. Freaking idiot, dude. This guy is this insane. There is no Earth. There's not even a bendy claim of anything in this except for the bridge. The bridge is not Earth.
Yeah, man-made structure.
Thanks. My gosh, this guy can't be this stupid. There's no way. He's got to be trying.
Here's my proof of Earth curvature. Here's something that man made.
Oh.
How about the Earth?
You know.
And Well, go ahead.
Do you know what's even funnier about this picture? You see the overlaid points? Like these were measured by actually driving with a car over the bridge, having a
flat in the picture.
GNSS
Do you want to?
receiver
It's still
mounted
flat.
on
Yeah, the
top
water
of
is
the
still
car.
flat in the picture.
So
can you show us some
that's-
non-flat water? Because this water's still flat.
Yeah,
in the picture. So take
talking
your time.
about the
Let us know when
earth.
you find an actual
towards the
claim
curve.
for curvature of the body of water. There's no curvature in this picture. There's a bridge that's compressed. Let me know when you have at least attempt to compress the water.
Well, then
you can
Tesla
actually
cars.
pretend.
The Koimar, how long is that? Koimar, how long is that bridge?
About around 40 kilometers, 26 miles.
26 miles. That means that every observation on 26 miles will show the same thing.
You have to carefully plan it.
Curvature's got to go both ways.
Soundly, certainly carefully planned.
Every picture on 26 miles will show the same rate of the curvature. Are you saying?
Hold on now. Hold on now, Weimer. Is there zooming taking place?
On
Is
the
this lens
water
being
surface?
Can you please listen, Sasha?
Yes.
Sasha.
Listen, he
wait,
said
I'm trying
yes.
to Sasha, I just let you talk and now I'm talking. Just hold on.
Okay.
Is this being zoomed in on, Weimer, during this photo shot?
As far as I know, that was not zoomed in.
What? Can't hear you.
As far as I'm aware, it is without zoom.
He's a liar. Okay, come bold-faced lie. This is the most obvious zoom.
Wait,
nothing looks like this in reality. Bro, this is what all evolution... If you believe in evolution, you don't even have a claim. When he took the picture, he zoomed in on it. He even admits this. You guys are literally perverted criminals. He admitted it.
I said I am not sure. Why
yes,
are you
just lied. You said it doesn't.
You always do the same shit.
That's the point.
Everyone
people
knows
are
it.
sycophant psychopaths. You're just a liar. Thanks for proving
Let me point out something important about this picture he posted. So you were just saying that it's like 26 miles or something, this bridge. But obviously this section, and it is zoomed in. It's obvious it's zoomed in. But this section that it's zoomed in on, so you don't actually think this section in this picture from beginning from one end of the picture to the other, you don't think that that's 26 miles, do you? Like, how far do you think that is my question to you.
Going from the actual, like these little humps you see in the bridge, like the, what's it called?
Yeah, it's a little hump.
Well, no, my question is from one end of the photograph to the other end of the photograph with the whole section of the bridge that's in this photograph. How this section of this bridge, how long do you think this part is? How many miles?
That would be like, from the 40 kilometers, that would be about 30 or so. Like judging from the actual humps we see in the road.
Wait, hold on. You think this is a whole 30 kilometers right here? This looks like a lot less.
Dude, we're in the weeds.
Well, anyway, the point I'm trying to make, guys, I'm just going to pull this point all the way through. The point is, this only looks like a small handful of miles at the most. Like, this doesn't even look like 10 miles, And the point I'm trying to make is that if this is actual curvature, and if 10 miles of bridge is curving at this rate, that would mean that the radius would be like less than 1,000 miles.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's like if I walked up to.
Give me the numbers. Give me the numbers.
If I walked up to the camera holding a.
He wants numbers.
Listen, we only have the numbers that we've found so far, and you're well aware of them. So now what?
Show me how that would mean a tiny Earth.
Okay,
I don't know how anything would mean. How would something happen? That's appealing to the future, partner.
Koimar, listen to this question.
Showed curvature, then Earth would be tiny.
This picture showing curvature, that's great. But why all others million observations showing flat?
Because we have to plan these observations.
Listen this comparison. Listen this beautiful comparison. That picture showing curvature, great. But that doesn't matter long. Listen this is good. That picture it's showing curvature, great. What about 1 million observations showing no curvature?
Yeah, they show no curvature.
What about that comparison now? That one picture and at least 1,000 observations from other people showing no curvature. What about that comparison?
And why would it go up and then down?
And listen this, only there on that bridge, Earth is curving. But listen this, on Santa Barbara is not curving. In UK it doesn't curve. In Holland doesn't curve. In South Africa doesn't curve. In Australia doesn't curve. Where is
It
fucking
does,
curving?
though. It does.
Where is that?
It does.
Where is that location? Where is curving?
You can also go to the
That's
Bonneville
not
salt
moving.
flats.
Hold on. Stop
You will
talking.
measure
the
same curvature.
Oh, to Bolivia we can go. Okay, great. How much is elevation distance from one point to other point?
Okay, for the audience, real quick, Hoymar's faking being this stupid.
Yeah, I'm gonna say one thing. Neil deGrasse Tyson is an astronomer smarter than you, and he agrees with us that 128,000 feet it appears flat, and you're not gonna see curvature. What you're saying is contradicting what the astronomer is saying. So you should go argue with Neil
That's
deGrasse
wrong,
Tyson.
and that's wrong.
Oh,
Neil
but
deGrasse was actually just simplifying at that point.
listen, this is better one even.
Don't quote me there.
This
That's
is
not
better.
useful.
Does that picture convince you that Earth is a globe?
It's this
Picture.
assembly.
Did you see other observation black swan like a 100 like Guinness record photo blah 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 other flat earth observation? Did you see that or not?
Yeah, I did see that.
Okay, you
I
did.
think it's
Okay.
perfectly explained.
Do you now think that this what people observed all these videos are bullshit and this thing is for you convincing you that Earth is globe?
No, from what I think, that it's all perfectly explainable. It's all unifiable in one model. It doesn't contradict each other.
Perfectly? How?
Yeah.
How does it perfectly? Go ahead. What's the radius of the globe? What's the first of all? What is the radius of the globe?
It's 3,959 miles.
Right, and according to that radius, where should the horizon be?
We've been over this. What are you
No,
getting
you
at?
said perfectly fits, bro. So let's perfectly fit it. Where should the radius be if the radius? Where should the horizon be?
The
if
horizon, like a tangent.
Look at that picture that you did and tell us where the horizon should be in respect to radius. Oh, you don't even know how long that bridge is. What you're looking at, do you? Perfectly. See the words you're using.
Causeway.
Using are not matching the data.
No, I'm saying it's congruent. There's no
Yeah,
contradiction.
What is though?
We pointed out earlier that this that he's talking about is the fantasy globe that he has in his mind, and it makes sense over there in his imagination. That's what he's talking about. When we talk about reality and measurements, he doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to talk about the imagination part.
These are measurements. Did you look at a picture? I didn't really get to talk about.
Okay, this is measurements. That's great. Tell me, Hoymar, on that bridge, Hoymar, you said this is measurements. That's great. How much drop is on the end of that bridge?
Drop from where? Like
drop of fucking curvature. How much of drop we have on the end of that bridge?
Well, you can count that, right, with the 8-inch per mile.
You should have already done that. But you said they did that.
I can tell you that if you form a line between
the bridges, how much it is. Tell me how much it is.
Meters,
tell me how much drop it is there, because if it's dropped there, that it must be the specific rate.
You can't even tell us how much bridge we're looking at there. You don't even have that measurement. So I don't know why you're talking
I can tell
measurements
you
here.
it's shot from the 15th floor of the, what's it called, Lakeway Center Hotel. So yeah, it's like pretty much, it's in a horizontal plane.
Can you tell that in feet or in meters? Can you tell that in feet meters or in meters or in feet?
Yeah, I could look it up. I don't have it.
Can you look it up? Can you look it up?
Yeah, sure.
So you just assume that this picture matches the globe model's expectations perfectly.
No, I didn't.
You don't even know why.
Pictures and all there is. Pictures and all there is, because you can take 3 points from
those. Man, it's okay. You don't need to explain now. It's all right. Can you put that in feet? You don't need to explain. There will be. You said you will look it, and and said, posted whatever, you know, and we will see the drop. No, it is important. It is important, man, because if it's that, it must be that rate, you know.
So they gave us a 3959 mile radius value before this picture was taken. So how did they come up with that number? I mean, obviously you could prove it to us that the Earth is a ball without this picture, because they told us it was a ball and they gave us that number before this picture was taken. So where's the evidence that was before this picture? Like, seriously, I mean, they obviously didn't use this picture to come up with that radius value. So how do they come up with the radius value?
Yeah, you mentioned that too many times already. So either he can prove it to us, or either he's lying. He just wanna just lie about it.
No, he's saying all swans are white, nothing else. He's saying all swans are white. No, you are saying all swans are white.
You guys are just gish galloping. I'm like talking to 10 different
You're
people
not,
with
you're
10
not
different
lying.
arguments at the same
You're
time.
just wrong, right? You're not lying. You're just wrong. Man, you spoke with me and you said that you have that rate. Can you give me the rate? How much drop we have on the end of that bridge, please?
Yeah,
we can
don't
speak.
your mic anytime until you bring that for Sasha. Once you bring that from Sasha, once Sasha has his answer that you said that you have, the information that you said that you got, share it with Sasha, and then you can speak again.
He said that his picture of a man-made structure was proof of Earth curvature, though, too. And in his own picture, you have the water rising up to eye level anyway. The water that you're saying is curved is converging up to eye level. So try again, Hoimer.
So if the closest thing, like, let's pretend for a second it's not a ball. I mean, the Earth is not a ball, but let's pretend for a second it is. If you were to try and use something like this to show us a demonstration, of a measurement of curvature, you could show us the blueprints that were made by the people that made this bridge, and you could show us the curvature in the blueprints. So can you do that?
Yeah. From what I've heard, the curvature is actually factored into the blueprints.
You've
look that up.
heard.
Quote the specific part of the
We're
blueprint.
not about what you've heard. Show us the blueprints. We're not asking for I heard this or some guy said that. No, show us the blueprints and show us the part in the blueprints where it's curving. Do that, please.
Yeah, but that takes time. I can't, I don't have it all like off the top of my head.
So obviously. You don't. So every time we ask you to show us why you think it's a globe, it turns out that you don't actually even know, and you have to go back and research your own arguments. You have to go and research your own evidence to come back and explain to us how it proves the argument that you come in here with.
Hey guys,
okay, well then why didn't you go straight to the strongest point? Why are you starting out with this crap? Give us what you got.
Hoimer, does Black Swan has... Hoimer, question.
Okay, well, you know that what you just showed us doesn't work. Give us what you got.
Hoimer, does Black Swan has data? Height, distance?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, can you do that for this? Can you do that? Can you do that the same things with that bridge, please?
Yeah. Give us the observer height, give us the distance to the horizon, stop clowning around. That's the relevant info.
Delete his picture and stop talking about this bridge. It's so dumb. It's like me holding a ball in front of a camera with something in the background.
He says it's not his best. It's not his best proof. I guess he's working his way up to it. I don't know why he starts with something like this.
If he was paid for this, maybe he would be very good at it because he's got everybody distracted with this stupid nonsense. It's so dumb.
And Hoimer, listen, this is honestly like Hoimer, listen, this is like a human being. I will tell you now, like a human being, not like an expert or something. If I see that picture like a human being, and if it's that curve, the Earth will be very, very small. Do you understand me? I'm speaking with you like a human being.
I don't believe you. Yeah, but I don't believe that you're playing.
Okay, great. I'm telling you like a human being, nothing
Don't
else.
block him. Let's let this go.
He's playing dumb. But anyway, I think Glock because it's super silly. And then he's going to play dumb and keep saying, I don't think so. I think this is perfect.
Yeah,
but it's what we're here for.
That was simply a claim. Be honest, but both sides get the same fair treatment. That was just a claim. It would be small of a globe. That's a claim.
No, it's math.
Show it.
It's not a claim. It's called geometry, dude. Do you know how geometry works? There's this thing called radius.
Very well.
Is
Yeah,
how we
speaking of
determine
That's called a
size of
criticism.
sphere.
that's the point I wanted to make about this picture. So
Let
you
me
see the
finish what
white
I'm saying
points.
real quick.
They were measured with
Hoimar,
a GNSS
Hoimar,
receiver,
again,
Let
I
me
said
finish
what
what
I
I'm
said,
saying.
but the point is this,
which
Hoimar.
gives
The
you.
point is this,
Come on.
Hoimar. You need to have data for that. That means distance and
Oh,
height, and no
Yeah.
problem. Yeah,
So are we
and
all
then
supposed to get our calculators out, do the math for you, and then come back to you?
no.
No,
He's
that's
missing
wrong.
something here. He's saying that we're claiming that the Earth is too small because of his picture. That's not a claim, right? In geometry, radius determines the size of the sphere. Okay, so because you're saying that this is curvature, right? If you try to look for okay, let's say this is the radius. I mean, this is the curvature in respect to radius. If you do the math, you're gonna have a really tiny globe. Okay, so it's not a claim. You understand? It is
Yeah,
You
I
would
geometry.
have
think
to show me
you're
that math.
misunderstanding. Hold on a second, buddy. You're totally misunderstanding something I said a minute ago. I did not say that the Earth is a ball smaller than 3959 miles. I'm saying the Earth is flat. We observe it as flat. It measures flat. It is flat. If it measures flat, it is flat. You're saying it's a
Okay, yeah,
ball. The criticism, it wasn't a
yeah.
claim, but the criticism made about that picture of yours is that it's zoomed in really far, towards the horizon, and that it only has a relatively, well, relative to what we're talking about, a small section of the bridge relative to the whole bridge. And I was telling you that if that section of that bridge is curving at the rate that it would at least appear to, although it's not, because it's just one type of refraction that's doing this. It's doing it to things in the sky too. But the point I'm trying to make is, I was saying this would mean, going by your logic, this is a criticism of your picture, going by your logic, the Earth would be a much smaller planet, but it's not. It'd be a much smaller sphere. But it's not. It's just a bunch of nonsense. It's just an optical effect.
So then you should be able to take, the sea level, because that's the
That's
sea.
false. It's not an optical effect. You can't magnify a curve if there isn't one. Like if this was a flat
The air
planar surface, no, the air doesn't create a curve where there is none. The lens also
No,
doesn't create a curve.
I'm not saying it created a curve. Listen to me carefully. Like, remember how I told you with the magnifying glass, how it makes some things appear bigger than they really are? So what I'm saying is, it's actually making things further away appear bigger than they really are. The angular size increases. So what I'm saying is, when you're looking through a telescope and you're looking at something really far away, like in this picture, you might be looking at one of the pillars sticking out of the water, and it might appear to have an angular size, but the actual angular size from where you are, if there wasn't any air, well, anyway, the point is, air itself messes with light. Light attenuates through the air. All right.
Rainbows curve.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but still, you would have to explain how on a flat surface with zero curvature you get this amount of visual curvature.
I just did.
And also measured curvature with these positional data, which are GNSS data, 5 centimeters of precision.
Can you present that data, please?
Yeah, this is what is pictured in the image I posted, but I can't.
Yeah, I don't want dots on a picture. Can you present the actual data?
Well,
listen, I was really impressed with that picture. Do you have more? That was super cool. I mean, is there more? I want to learn more from you. More, please.
You can even replicate that picture.
Okay,
that
real
quick.
quick.
Was totally not
real
sarcastic.
quick, this is a psychotic embolism that's going on. Okay, so 1 minute before the hour, so 59 minutes after the last hour. Glatfrober, somebody, can anybody see my picture that I took where it says Seattle 15 miles away? So let's look at something when you don't zoom in. So 1 minute before the hour, 59 minutes after the last hour, there is Seattle right there. I'm in Washington. That's Puget Sound. This is with zero zoom. Let's see what happens when you look at Livestream voice.
Oh, got it.
Okay, if you can, somebody can look at that real quick. Maybe repost it. You don't have to. There it is, right there. 15 miles away is Seattle. Notice the bottom of the mountain, which is much farther away. We will list that in a second. The mountain that's much farther away. Thank you very much. There is no zoom in this lens. So watch. That's why the water is where it is. And if I can even show the video, there's more data. The point is the bottom of the mountain is higher than the bottom of Seattle from 70 miles away. 70, and I'm lower than Soundly. I'm 17 feet above the water, looking south on Puget Sound, past Seattle, 45 miles past Seattle. That's what happens when you don't add zoom. The Earth is always flat. That's why his photo, you won't even be able to get the... It's that easy. You have to manipulate stuff to get curvature. That's what compression, it's called lens compression. That's what it costs. So he'd have to show us it before and after compression. You'd have to show us before it's compressed, and you can't. You're just
zero
stuttering.
curvature.
You're already studying. You're already stuttering because you have no idea what you're talking about. You have to show before and after the zoom. You don't even know the information on the picture that you're using, and I'm lower than Soundly. I'm not even 20 feet above the water. Thanks for playing. It's over.
Right.
Okay, so that is the same Mount Rainier that I just posted, right? How do you explain that?
Yes, that's zoomed in. That's the point. Without zoom, there's no curvature. When you zoom in, it compresses the water. That's the point. How do you explain the fact? How do you explain the fact that the bottom of the mountain? How do you explain the fact that I took the picture of the bottom of the mountain from 70 miles away? That's what I thought. It's that easy. It's called lens compression.
You don't have the numbers.
Bro, you're
anyway.
a perverted criminal.
Yeah, still,
Dude, you're lying through your teeth to justify your internet
Shut up,
history.
I'm not criminal.
I'm sorry
I'm
that
not
you're
criminal.
a perverted
Why are you
lying
slandering
through your
me?
teeth. That's what you are.
I think it's worth pointing out.
Psychopath.
I think it's worth pointing out that with that picture you posted with that bridge zoomed in on that bridge, I think it's worth pointing out that as far as we can, now you gave us no information, no fucking information at all. But I'm guessing with how far it's zoomed in, you shouldn't even be able to see that part of the bridge. Like what I'm saying is the curvature, the alleged curvature of the Earth probably shouldn't even be letting you see that part of that bridge if it was a ball with 59 miles radius. Like so that itself is almost, I mean, it's probably evidence within itself that you see too damn far.
Yeah, what I would do is, like, if there was somebody in this room right now listening just to kind of gain information and see who's right or wrong, this guy in here is just turning people off. I would just get him out. It's just stupid. He knows he's lying and he's doing it anyway. It's stupid.
Of course,
yeah, but you people on YouTube to listen so they can see this craziness.
Yeah, we've done this many times, and he's been here many times, and many people have spoken to him. He's just bringing
at the
his
same time. There's always many people at the same time.
Hi, Mark.
Yeah,
You know how I know
now,
you're in cognitive dissonance? Because you never would have came back here.
Koimar, now again me, Sasha, you remember me?
Sasha,
again,
friend.
Yes, I remember you.
Yeah. Can you bring that fucking data and we can all go home?
Just
because you have a claim.
If you bring,
no, that's
if you
listen.
bring
No.
listen, this is challenge. This is great challenge. If you bring that data, and if you bring that data, one example and then 10 examples, we will close the server, man. That's the challenge for you. Come on, do it.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you go and pick 3
I
points
don't need
of
to
the
go
measured
anywhere, man.
positional
I
data.
did it.
Man,
listen.
Form a circle
Man,
from that. Measure.
man, I did
measure the
my
circle's radius.
data.
It will
Listen
be
this.
the radius of the Earth. That's what will happen. You take 3 points from those that were measured. You see those that are pictured in what I posted above. You take 3 points. They define a unique circle, and you measure that circle's radius, and it will match the radius of the Earth.
Okay.
With
Why
a
is
slight
not matching
margin
on
of
the
error.
black? Why is not matching on the black swan example? Why is not
Okay,
matching
again,
that?
okay, so for 1 second here, 11
Nixon,
minutes after
listen.
the hour. Okay,
Wait.
no, listen,
Match
stop. We got
the
to go
real.
back to sanity. 11 minutes after the hour. Here's my second video. I have 2 reference videos. The first one is on my channel, Blood Always Finds Its Level. The second one's on my second channel, the XO of the RO, just to make it really easy that there's 2 separate channels that I have to show you 2 separate videos of the same event recorded twice to verify my reference frame. Back and to the left. Watch either video. There's my kitty. I'm in the car with my wife. I look to the right. There's the water on Puget Sound. I look straight ahead south, and there it is again. 15 miles ahead is Seattle. 7 miles is Mount Rainier. That is a digital zoom, no lens compression, and that's why it looks flat. You have to manipulate a lens to add what? It's called bulge or lens compression, which does not exist unless you manipulate it with zoom. So if without zoom, it always looks flat. That's why he will never show you it before and after. All of his examples will be already zoomed in. It's that
So I
easy.
just
It's
wanna-
always flat. 70
Okay.
miles.
Okay, so and below that, listen to this. Below that, it's a great video about super zoom Nikon P1000 maximum zoom range test, 93 kilometers, 57 miles. There is no doubt that the Nikon has one of the greatest zoom lens on the market, but even with the mega zoom lens capable of zooming across small cities, there is a limit to the quality of the image. And blah 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 blah. This is the guy who is making videos about zooming about Nikon. He is not flat earther. Wow, he made only one black swan. Great, thank you, guy.
Yeah, this one image that you're using comes from a person, right? Like named, I think it's Red Rhetoric. Is that it? Right?
Soundly, no?
Soundly, yeah, Soundly. So you're using this one liar that's been debunked on that we don't even care to talk about or even discuss anymore. You're using a liar's so-called manipulated image to try to defend that the Earth is a ball. Like, you know what I mean? Common sense says that that's stupid. Or
Hold
else
on.
NASA would have been using
Speaking
it
of
too.
liars.
Yeah.
Okay, I have two questions for Hoymar. One, Hoymar, do you not understand the implications of the photos? Just a yes or no question.
Which photos? I don't see the channel anymore. Some mod apparently blocked
I
me
took
from
away
viewing
your
it.
global answer role, so I don't really give a shit.
Okay, never mind.
You're just
Okay,
gonna
well,
have to listen in here or on YouTube and do your own research, right? And stop bringing us this bullshit. Thanks. Sorry.
So the land on the one side of the bridge, he says, would be what, 3,000 feet elevation, and then 0 on the other side. I mean, and then that would be the curve. I mean, then it's dumb.
Hoymar, why did you even come back to the server? I mean,
Hold on, my questions don't matter.
He had a plan from the beginning. He said bridges from the beginning. He is like a very well planned troll. He said bridges way back before he posted that picture of the bridge. He said, the thing that kind of leads me is bridges, and then this, and then a whole nonsense combo where he doesn't even join in because it's all a plan of his to.
Okay, yes, and that's terrible. But who am I talking to again? Hoymar. Listen, dude, I got two questions for you since you still speak. Number one, it's a yes or no question. Do you understand the implications of the evidence that the EXO has presented?
You mean the Mount Rainier picture?
Yes or no? Do you understand what's happening in that data?
I understand what's happening in the picture.
Great.
Yes.
So here's another yes or no question. Do you think we're just lying to you?
Most of your
Do you think thousands of us would get together and just try to lie to people all the time? Like us?
Probably not. I mean, some are probably not con men or something. But
well, because we don't get paid for this. The government does. That's why they can do it. We don't get paid for this.
You serious, Hoymar? You think it's just a long con?
What would be the motivation there? Again, we don't get paid.
It's possible.
I mean, do you know how much you have to sacrifice to embrace the truth of our world in the face of the rest of society? Do you know how much it can fuck your life?
I imagine how
understand
many
that?
a few have to sacrifice a lot of things to.
A few? Okay.
Yeah, you're so fucking intellectually dishonest.
He's just on, bro, it's a drug. They're on their own lithium. Their body produces chemicals because they're scared to death of reality, and it forces them to make sure they can hide from. Remember, it's morality. They hate judgment. If we take away the outer space religion, that means God's real. They can't stand the idea that their perverted lifestyle is going to be judged. It's never about evidence. He's scared to death. He doesn't even have a claim. Ask him for one example without the Zoom. He can't give it to you. It's over.
Yeah, so on that note, let's see another example.
I move him in cog this is too much. Come on.
No, I can't, even if I wanted to, like.
Yeah, he has nothing to show for. Listen, there is no example. He doesn't have an example. He can't show us it without a zoom, right? I mean, I'm 70 miles. Anybody want to look up curvature for 70? That's what that mountain, the bottom of the mountain is 70 miles away, and I can see I'm 17 feet off the water, guys. Literally,
Did you actually do the math?
70 miles away. You'd have a mile of curve. In fact, that's an entire degree of tilt. The mountain would be tilting away a full degree. Does anybody realize how, yes, that's noticeable, an entire degree. Mountains are not two-dimensional things. When they start to tilt, when you get really close to them, the profile changes. But everybody knows, no matter what, the profile of a mountain does not change because there is no tilt to the earth. They don't even understand their own belief system, and then they'll ask you a question to hide from the obvious facts and evidence. Too easy.
Yes, however, we did do the Earth curve calculations that you never seem to do. It's thousands of feet.
Did the XO
No, so it's
actually
simple.
calculate how
Correct. It's
big the
very
mountain
You don't have
simple.
a claim.
angular
You don't
size?
have a claim. You don't have anything.
Let me
He's asking you, XO.
just add one thing, yeah?
Well, he's asking XO how much Earth curvature there should be at that distance. And it's
more than
Yes,
zero.
but listen,
Yes,
how much of the
exactly.
mountain you
Does
see?
anybody have an issue with this? There
So
should be more
70?
than zero. Yes, go ahead.
Mic check. Mic check.
Check.
Can you hear me?
Yep, roger that. Go ahead.
Okay. So it's 8 inches per mile squared. 70 miles times 70 miles times 8 gives you effectively 3,266 feet of missing curvature.
Wow, that's
which
amazing.
is
Thank you,
effectively
sir. Yeah.
39,000 inches.
Yeah. Instead, we get 0 feet of curvature. 0. Isn't that nice? It's higher. Here's the point. The bottom of the mountain is higher because of the perspective than the bottom of the city. That's absolutely impossible. Even if the ball Earth was 3 times the size, it could not look like that. 3 times the size. It's over. Sorry, you're dead.
Then
How
how's
much
his
of the
family
mountain
going
do
to
you
eat?
see in the picture? So, how much of the mountain do you actually see in your picture?
We see all of it. That's what I'm saying. He's this stupid. I can see the entire profile. I can see the bottom of the mountain, bro. You're possessed by demons. I'm sorry. You're just a
What would they do to your family if you didn't keep us occupied this way?
You're insane.
You're just an absolute retarded pervert. This is what all evolutionists do. They're scared to death that there's a God. They're scared to death. It's never about evidence. The guy doesn't even have a claim. He shows you pictures of something already zoomed in on and compressed. Already zooming in. He'll never show it to you being unzoomed or what it originally looks like, because this is what it is. This is a normal lens camera with 0 zoom. I'm looking out 70 miles away, 70 miles flat. Yeah, the Earth would have to be about 1.5 million miles in circumference. Thanks.
He also never provides the key information we need to judge what we're looking at with, which is the horizon distance and the observer height. It's just never there in anything he shows us.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. I still can't even see the horizon. The horizon on this day was behind the mountain. It's not visible. It's over 70 miles away, and I'm at Puget Sound looking south from Kingston, Washington, past Seattle. The mountain is 4 times farther than the city, and it looks higher because I'm above the water. Right. So the farther something out is from your point of view, on a flat surface, you will have to look higher. The bottom of the city looks literally, apparently lower. That's only possible on a literal flat plane of existence. It's too easy. 70 miles. Thanks for playing.
I wish somebody would put out the challenge of saying, prove the earth is flat and you'll get 3 Bitcoins.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Globers.
I would have been
There you
rich
go,
burning
Arthur.
money, and I would have been on camera burning thousands of dollars in cash. I'd be burning it in a fire right now if that was true. Yep.
And we get Globers coming in here asking us questions that essentially only God can answer. And then they come in here with all their wishy-washy fucking observations. They don't even have distance, height, atmospheric conditions, like the most basic things about an observation.
Exactly.
It's like, it's unbelievable.
It's because if they provided those details, they would be refuting themselves.
Oh, I know.
Oh, wait a minute. What underwear were you wearing that day when I took the picture? Oh, that's a great question. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, XO, we actually answered the question. You didn't do the math at all. Like how high the mountain
Bro, what's it
actually
like?
is.
What's it like hiding
Actually-
from morality so that you can justify your infanticide 12,000
I'm not a
abortions
surveyor
day?
either. I'm not a
The
surveyor
atheist
either, but
community.
you know, for the amount
Bro,
of
you're a
abusive language that
psychopath.
you
Bro,
throw,
you don't even have
you
a
know,
claim.
you're
You're
really
a
not giving,
psychopath.
providing
You
that
stay
much
in a
data.
box all day. You look at, like, literally, your life revolves around harassing Christians, flat earthers, and pornography. Get back up in the morning
Right,
harassing
mate. Yeah,
Christians,
you know
flat
it all.
earthers, and pornography. That's what you atheists do. It's literally
Yeah,
just a death
right,
cult.
right. Yup, you
A
know it all.
suicide
You
cult.
got it
That's
all
what we're
figured
Omar,
out.
do you have a
March right
girlfriend?
over the cliff.
Well, we're not talking
That's
about.
personal. I'm not
we
talking
don't
about
need
my
to go
personal
there.
life.
We're not, it's not like we're trying to teach you how to build a rocket here, man. We're just talking about a goddamn sphere versus a plane. Like what the hell, right? We shouldn't even be arguing about just basic geometry. But why the hell are we, anyways, right? The conclusion of the matter is, right, that it is flat. NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Yes.
astronaut, pilots, surveyors, they will all agree that it is right. Looks flat, measures flat. But you can imagine it as a ball. See, that's the problem.
Bong.
Right?
All right, guys, listen up. Okay, real quick. So, God Rockin', who else is here? I need witnesses. Jimmy, Julius, KJ, Katsura, Michael, Napalm, Noah, 10,000. No thanks. Obviously, B, Old House, Redborn, Reckoner, Resolve, Rookie, Sasha, Seber, Stormia, SB, yep, Trinity. There we go. Will be flat wins. You know what he didn't answer, Glatflow? Guess what? No. You know what he did not ask, Gemsy? Flat Earth Solar? What did he not ask me? Anybody want to take a guess what he did not ask me?
What?
Yes.
Why
guess
would they
what he
lie?
is- No. Remember, this is my photo I took. So remember, he's already scared to fucking
Oh, okay,
death.
sorry.
Right? What did he not ask me about this photo that I took? This video, 2 video reference frames, and a still of the mountain 70 miles away, 45 miles behind the city. What did he not ask me? Big Data, Central, Andy Leveled
About
Up. What did he not ask
bulge,
me?
Observer height.
Nope.
bulge, curvature.
Oh, nope. Gemsy? What did he not ask me?
The distance to the horizon?
Nope. Close. Almost got it.
Jeez.
Almost got it.
Throw us a bone, dude.
Distance to the mountain.
Prove the distance to the mountain because they don't care about evidence. He's scared to death. Thank you. I rest my case.
Oh, they're not that advanced.
I assumed you were not lying. Why would I assume you're lying, Exo?
That's the point. You're done. You people are scared to death. The entire point
you
was
just
anybody
shot
in their right
yourself in
mind.
the foot.
Anybody in their
You
right
shot
mind
yourself
that
in the
does not
foot.
believe this would have said, "Wow, can you prove it's really that far away?" Except a atheist, evolutionist, retarded glober. They're scared to death of everything. It's
That
unbelievable.
question doesn't exist in his arsenal. Like they don't even have the stuff to make come up with the question. That's what's sad about it. You know, they don't even know what they didn't ask.
Can you
He's not
repeat
truly
that?
curious. I can understand.
Can you repeat that sentence?
You got it.
Distance to the mountain. Can you repeat that sentence, please?
He never asked me to the distance to the mountain, not once. Exactly what anybody in their right mind who doesn't believe it would have said, wait a minute, can you prove it's that far away? No. The demons inside him were ripping him away from all of it. No, could not handle it.
Like everybody who asked him, how far was this and how far was that? Yeah.
Exactly. If we want to know the information, they will never ask you because they don't want the information. They don't want the evidence. The whole entire point of them is to hide from the evidence.
Yeah, he makes me believe in paid trolls. I don't really believe in him fully, but he makes me truly believe.
No, thanks, bro. It's a possession. He had literally his soul has been taken from him. He sold his soul to hide from reality, bro. I'm not kidding. Literally, that's what they are. They're not paid. They're doing it for free because it's their religion.
Why don't you perform like
he's
a
just perving through his. Bro, you're just a perverted retard. Stop pretending you care. Thanks.
Yeah, very
So how about
this? Exo is probably lying to me because he doesn't tell me the right
Go ahead,
distance.
Sasha. Please talk.
How about this, Hoimer?
Great.
Hoimer, how about this? IXO will tell you a location, everything, and you go to Google now and look at this.
He don't care. No, he doesn't care. He doesn't want the evidence. Thank you guys for helping me prove it. You guys have done well.
We got some new people.
Can you shut up for a moment?
Excellent. Moving on. You're gonna have to mute the psychopath though. Let the new people talk.
Do you wanna see that? He will tell you location and everything.
Nope. You don't want it, Sasha. Nope.
And then you go to Google and you look at and you will realize how much distance is, and that's it.
By the way, and for the record, that's over twice the distance of the longest Pontchartrain observation. Over twice the distance. Thanks for playing. That's what happens when you meet a real Christian.
Hi, hey, welcome to the Sugar Stormfire and Noah 10K. You guys got any questions? Just chime in.
And Hoimer, if you're interested, there are a bunch of information. You can go look into that, and you can watch all these videos about what people put it here, and then after that, you can decide. I said, this is bullshit. I'm going to my world, and this is not enough for me. And you don't ever turn back here because you find out that this is all bullshit. You know.
Okay, I see. Yeah, sure. I mean,
and everything is okay. You know. You can come back to your life, watch TV, everything is all right. Nobody want to convince you about anything, because more than this from us, you will not get it. This is why we are here. We don't want to convince you that you became flat-earthed. We want you to show you some information. If is that not enough for you, back to your life, man. Not convince us about something else.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of the information already.
Well, you could.
Wasn't
You could
that
convince.
convincing so far. But if you've got something new that you think is valuable, yeah,
your geometric horizon claim is nowhere to be found on Earth.
I thought we were moving on.
Which geometric horizon?
Yeah, I don't want to talk
The one that you invoke by talking
I don't want to
about
occupy
the Earth as a ball with a specific radius and all that.
Yeah,
but listen, Omar, you want honestly. You want honestly. You said, okay, I look into that. That means in this case, you will not come here with one picture of one bridge. You will come here with 100 bridges, 100 videos of curvature, and so
Hoimer, we're seeing 10 to 30 times to just infinite distances further than we should be if the ground is curving down. Yeah, as far as you can go. Look at the World Guinness record for the longest distance picture ever taken. I don't know, it's not infinite, but I'm sure we could get one even farther than that if we tried.
275 miles.
Yeah, it just goes on and on. You say the ground is curving down and away from us at a specific rate, yet it's never evidenced in any of this long-distance photography that we keep showing you. Then you say it's not that convincing? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what else you got? I mean, I remember last time he was in here, the guy, I was like defending Homie or whatever, and the guy, whoever else was on the chat was screaming, talking about blocking him, get rid of him forever, don't ever let him back in. Probably, I mean, because, and then they were telling me, no, you don't understand what he does. He yeah, and I see it now. This is like the
He believes in things that are in the same category
No, he
as
doesn't
Santa
believe it.
Claus, the Easter Bunny, unicorns.
Yeah, we get it.
You know?
Okay. Stop talking about him. We got to move on to someone else, please.
Well, no, Noah 10 and what's the new guy? Stormfire here. I wanted to maybe put up the Black Swan to explain it to what's his face, but up to you guys. What do you guys want to do?
I think we've been through it with him before. But I think guys like Weimar should get a denial tag that they simply deny the evidence being presented to them. Like the EXO showed, 70 miles away, you see the entire mountain. It should be almost 4,000 feet below the curvature, and you see the base of the mountain. End of discussion. There's the proof. There's the demonstration. At that point, the only thing he can do is deny.
I just can't believe he comes here and says that that's not convincing, and then he shows us pictures which refute himself.
He's not grasping the topic. And I think that's valid that he had his roles removed tonight, or at least
I don't know why he had roles.
Because someone of this kind of low caliber, I know someone said that it seemed like he was a well-planned troll, but his debating is quite non sequitur. He doesn't answer direct questions. He remains quiet to the real question, and then throws out straw men. So it's quite an old tactic.
Yeah, so if these trolls truly got paid by the minute, he doesn't speak as much as you would think somebody who is passionate about this subject would. If they truly are being paid by the minute, like somebody has said before, he's great at this. Because we do all the talking.
The trouble, though, no thanks, is that what he looks like a well-planned troll or agent or whatever, but it also looks the exact same way when someone's struggling severely with severe cognitive dissonance.
True.
It looks the exact same way.
Like he's witnessed it before.
Desperately scratching to hang on to the walls of their fantasy.
Yeah, it's the cat in the picture getting pulled away from the window.
Yeah. So,
still here?
It's difficult to tell.
It doesn't matter. Hoimar, you're going to listen for the rest of the night.
Yeah, what's that wise saying that says, don't ever assign to malice what could be explained by ignorance or stupidity?
Yep,
But don't
or just lack of
assign
experience, yeah.
evil. Don't assign evil just because of incompetence.
You
The
don't
reason,
judge a fish by how
I think he's in
climb a tree,
cognitive
do you?
dissonance is because he was here for a few days. He had one-on-one sessions with Indio and Battlemod. They're shit. I mean, they put down every argument he has, as they do. And then he got banned, and he came back here after like 2 weeks. And I think he's come back here because it's knocking about in his head, and it's annoying him, you know. And he needs
Oh, I
to,
love it.
you know, yeah.
I love it.
How does he know when the ban is up? Like, how does he know right when to come back every time?
His controller would let him know, probably down to the minute. You know,
That's
he'd
what I'm
get an
imagining.
email.
He comes back as soon as he's unbanned. Like 3 times I've seen it happen with him. So
Maybe he's been
think he knows
waiting
how to-
patiently.
No, he's been cogged
I
this
think
like once or twice, but he's been
I think
server
he's-
banned once, as far as I know.
well, yeah, I've heard him 3 times. The one time is when he just got off a ban, and yeah, and I was guessing maybe he got unbanned just now, but maybe that's not true.
What's interesting is that it links directly to your sense of self-worth. For example, if I go into Gem's server and he mutes me once, I'm done with the conversation. I've left. But yet these guys will get banned, sent to Cogdis for 2 weeks, get banned again, and then will still come back in here. White knighting as though they're going to convince everyone in the room and that they're going to steer us back to the truth. You know, the truth that none of us have actually heard before, like that it's a sphere. You know,
And he's talking to the same people, but
But
he pretends he's not.
it's about winning for them, whereas it's just a progress for us.
Well, they think we're closed-minded, but yet we're the only ones who have changed our mind. We
Yeah,
used to
if there
believe
was a-
sphere. We've corrected to the evidence. They're still in sphere and claim that we are unable to change our mind.
Yeah, if they had a
It's
lot of
retarded.
curvature evidence, then I would change back. I mean, if there was like left and right popping up, but it doesn't. It does the opposite.
And it never will. That's why they have to bring these fucking Soundly's cherry-picked observations. What did he take? Like 1,000+ pictures to get that like Pontchartrain image.
Sort of sideways,
I
zoomed
wouldn't-
in, upside down.
And then they don't tell you
I
where that
wouldn't-
horizon they're showing you even is. They leave out the key info every time because if they gave it to you, they'd be repeating themselves.
Right.
I know
Just
that
like the
I wouldn't be
documentary,
here.
just like their documentary. You know, when you see the documentaries and how they try to prove it, they don't give you any math, any data. They just get a helicopter, fly it over there, and say, "See." Just like they do on the Discovery Channel, they talk about flat Earth society. They don't talk about what we're talking about. So yeah, obviously dishonest, obviously trolling, right? And distracting.
They have to answer different questions. They have to answer different questions. They can't answer the questions that we've posed because our questions are well formulated to almost elucidate the problem in the question. So they have to, when they bring out the black swan, they start talking about oil rigs, whereas it's a picture of a horizon. And the black swan should actually be labeled picture of horizon. But yet they come in here talking about oil rigs. So they are always answering a different point to the actual point being raised.
It's because they can't answer the actual point being raised.
So
Give that away every time.
So he did get unblocked today. It says I'm out of Cogdis today at 11:30.
Yeah, Jimmy, you were spot on with that one. I started the clock.
I don't blame them, you know, because look, I even looked it up. What is NASA saying about this? And NASA is saying boats are disappearing over the curve. You know, so what else can they say? You know,
Nothing, because they can't think for themselves. So.
yeah, it's either it's not a ball or you say what NASA says, right?
Yeah, but look at this, Bong. I asked him very precisely, and he said, I told him, if you are not satisfied with all this, what we presented, and he even didn't look into. If you want to look into, that means you need to spend at least 1 month, you know, not 2 hours, you know. and look, all videos or stuff, blah blah blah. And you're coming here with one picture. That means that one picture now convincing you that Earth is a globe, and all these 1,000 pictures doesn't convince you that it's not a globe, right?
Yeah, he said it's not convincing.
I'm just saying, if I was a piece of shit, I would try anything just so I can brown nose NASA, stick my nose up their ass, and get some kind of reward from YouTube.
Yeah,
Get
he probably
my
logs these hours and screen records them.
Professor Dave. You know what I mean? If I was a piece of shit, like these guys are.
Huh, life is
You can
short, right?
present you can present that, and you say, look at this, what you people think about this, and you say, look, that is blah 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 optics. If is that a curve, it will be small, blah blah blah, and you will realize, no, you don't want to be honest. That's your problem. Only that. You cannot be honest.
Yeah, at least the NASA scientists admit it and move to the next crazy explanation to why, dark matter, how it could possibly be even happening. At least they admit some of the stuff, that there's a problem with, what you just showed me. Let me solve it. Like the guy on the skyline, at least he went through this lengths of, with a eye doctor to tell you and show you how that was a mirage, with on the news with the weather. But at least they try.
I don't know for anyone, but when I heard that first time, it immediately for me was like, this is idiotic. This is stupid to say.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
I love whoever sent that in. I mean, whoever, did they know what they were doing, or were they really like, wow, how's this happening? I don't know. If somebody planned that out and trolled the news and knew what they were showing, that's awesome. Let's just say it was Dubé that he sent it in.
Hello.
I think it was an image from Joshua Nowicki, and it was pasted all over Facebook. And I think that's where the news media's then picked it up, because everyone was using it as a flat earth proof. And they needed to put something out to show why that.
Well, maybe. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, you start thinking that people are just like really, they're thinking that's like 5 steps ahead. Like if I were to, when I Google how far can humans see, and then Google tells me the Earth curves at 8 inches, blah blah blah. That's like them thinking 5-10 steps ahead of what you're thinking, and it's crazy to imagine that there's people out there who are doing that.
Yeah, that's because you got the notion that this debate only started. Debate quotes, 7-8 years ago. It's been running for centuries.
That's like fallacy thinking, right? They just making stuff up and saying this stuff that we made up is what is reality. But that doesn't make it so, because just someone said so. They make up a story, and therefore, no.
But it's not just. Remember, Michelle Toller said, it's not okay to think the Earth is flat. Like when you add that to, like.
I mean, if she says so.
It's us choosing to believe, right, what they say.
Never
Right?
mentioned Bigfoot or reptilians or anything. Just flat Earth.
It's
That's
almost
not
like
okay.
plausible deniability, right? You
Or like
chose
the Illuminati.
you chose to believe what they taught you. What we taught you, is how they might think of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's still a choice.
They don't care what people believe in, if it's nonsense or whatnot within the box. They just don't want you changing your belief about the box itself.
Until they're ready to. If they change it, then it's okay.
So,
How many times has a flat earthers been telling you, you stupid people, that the Earth is not a ball? How much evidence do the flat earthers need to tell? You chose to believe against your senses. I mean, how much more can flat earthers do to, right? Like, they still choose. You still have the choice. I mean,
Yeah, but they choose. You got to accept their choice and move on. But if they come to this Discord to then that's them saying, well, I don't fully accept it. So then you get mad at them for doing it. But out in the world when people are like, I don't want to hear about it anymore. I don't want to hear about it. It scares them, and I accept that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you come all the way, if you signed up for Discord, went all the way into this chat, knowing what you're coming for with proof, okay, then man up.
No, they don't know what they're coming into here.
Well,
That's
he
the
did
problem.
with his bridge picks. Yeah.
Probably no. I mean, he's been in the first time he came in here. Every time the first time they're in here, I would say like 90% of them don't know what they're stepping into.
I didn't even know I was signing up for this when I was on the Flat Earth app and it said, "Oh, check out Discord." I'm an idiot and didn't put that's the actual name of the app. I was like, "Oh, I'm going to listen to people talk about it." I signed up. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I always say, people, these Globers, they come and it's going to be just walk in the park, have a laugh, fuck around with the flat earthers, but they don't realize they're handling radioactive material. It's
I
going to
didn't
get
realize it.
It's going to seep into them somehow. Just
I
coming
sat
in
back
here.
I sat back and was like, "Holy shit! Look at these guys! Like, whoever these guys are, Flat Earth. These guys, man, they go deep." I'm like, this is not like a joke. Yeah, I still remember that feeling. I wish I could get that feeling back again.
I think that trolls are also good. They are very, very good because on the end, that people will grow up or whatever. That people, I'm not saying about anti-platetas. I'm not saying about some kids coming and trolling, but they will catch something and that will, how to say, remain there somewhere in a box.
Yeah, I wonder. I would like. I mean, I can't do it, but imagine there was an experiment. Like, do I just have to say to somebody, "The Earth is flat," and then just wait 10 years, and I wonder what the results would be. Would that be enough for them to eventually get to it? I don't know.
No.
No. I never even thought of it. Is 2 years ago, I never even crossed my mind. Nobody ever said to me. Nobody even said, "Hey, guess what? The Earth is flat." Never even crossed my mind to even think of those words.
Same here.
This Earth is flat, and really, I mean, honestly, Kyrie Irving. That's it. I'm like, how are these idiots? How do they possibly think the Earth is flat? Yeah. And then, you guys go.
I agree. I agree with you that you may not have thought of the word flat Earth in like a serious light,
right,
but for you to come to this knowledge, there must have been something in your life that told you that it wasn't what we were told it was.
No, it was just everybody else.
I remember countless times where I would just look at things and I would think, really, is that real? And then I would just like dismiss it because, oh well, that is what they're telling us, so we kind of have to accept that, and you just kind of move on. I grow bonsai plants, and for me, every time it came to winter, I would always think, what if the Earth went slightly wider on its orbit this year? And if it did, would all the liquid on the planet freeze? And, how is it that the Earth could stay on this magical orbit, that it's in this one zone where, like, certain of my bonsai, like the ficus species, they can't go below 0. If it goes below 0, your plant dies. So if the Earth went into a region where it just went below 0 for like 1 week, every ficus plant on the Earth would die because the water inside them would turn to ice, would break the xylem inside the plant, and it would actually damage the plant. They could never recover. And I always thought, wow, what a fragile little place we're living on. That, it's how is it that
I don't think that way.
And then you go look in there. We're on a fucking elliptical orbit where the side where it's larger is like 88 or 90 Earth diameters further away. Now you're telling me water doesn't freeze when we go 90 Earth diameters further away from the sun or 90 Earth diameters closer to the sun? It's like you think you're in this perfect little balance. They call it the Goldilocks zone. but yet somehow we're doing an elliptical orbit through that. And as you start to dig deeper, you just realize what a load of shit that I never questioned.
Yep. Absolute load of shit.
What a fish story. And they're buying it.
Yeah. And they're buying it.
Something I think all of us
I hate Jim Carrey.
guys in here that have been at this for years, and many even longer. We've all lost that idea, the flat Earth term being this kind of icky term, weaponized and something you want to avoid at all costs, and we forget what it was like when we were making our transition, changing our minds. But the guys that come in here, they come in with the sole objective of whatever you do not become a flat earther. You know what I mean? That's where their minds are still at. They're still all about labels and us and them type thinking,
Yeah, I send them the who's that guy who goes, I can't be a flat, I can't be a flat earther. Right? I send
Ron Benjamin.
Yeah, I send some of my friends and say, this is your future.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm describing. Yeah.
And they hate it. Like you're brainwashed. I'm like, no, this is your future. And maybe I don't know how long.
And it's like kiss goodbye to your cozy life. As soon as you reconcile this truth,
you know what they say, right?
It's gone. Because for you to know this truth and then decide to do absolutely zero about it. I mean, like zero. Not even try to just speak to one or two people in your life. Just pass a bit of put out a bit of seeds into people's minds here and there. That's doing something. But to do zero about it, you have to be a real piece of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just put the seed because I feel bad. I mean, I've gone deep, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, then texting with people, and I feel bad because they start to say things that are like tearing their life apart. It sounds like. So I think planting the seed is more humane.
You might want to address the new people if they have any questions.
Yeah.
We have Tiffany. Tiffany, you've been unmuted. If you have any questions about the topic, flat Earth, globe Earth.
What's up, Tiff?
You cannot make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
Yeah. That's my brother's eggs.
You gotta break eggs. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It hurts. But that's what it is. It just happens to be flat. So be it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try again with them eventually. I'm gonna let them settle down. Yelling, screaming, very angry about it.
It's like that fight scene in They Live in the alley, busting up your friend just so he can see the truth.
Yeah, it's like an excruciating 20-minute scene. Translated to life, it's like years of struggling with somebody.
Should just stop calling ourselves Earth. Stop using the term Earther, right? Or Earth to describe our experience.
Triggering them is part of the fun.
Saying Earth is saying that we are living on something in space. Well, what is Earth? It's soil. It's land. You don't want to know what water is? It's wet. It's not a ball, right? Right?
We can still call this place Earth, I think.
Yeah, I like
It's just not a planet.
These are elements. Yeah.
I do like the word. I like when the John Levi or Levy realm. Everything's a realm.
Well, there you go. That's a word. That's a word that describes it. What is it? What is what? Reality? Yes.
Don't give in to the left in their PC.
I like the word realm.
Yeah, it is cool.
But that's even more far out there for people than flat
because words are symbols, right? And the word Earth triggers the image of something in the vacuum of triggers model in your mind. See, using the word Earth, when you use words like realm, experience, right? It doesn't trigger
fucking Lord of the Rings and stuff like that, with realm.
Yeah, how does that eye, that all-seeing eye, zoom across if it's a globe?
That's a good fucking point. That is a good fucking point.
No, I don't think people in the past sat
Soros, man.
around what
He wouldn't
shape,
even be able to
what
see beyond the curve.
like that's kind of silly, right? Trying to put your dream or your experience in on a thing and then putting it in the middle of nothingness, and you know what I mean? Like, can't those things in the sky just be things in the sky, and can't this thing on the ground be just ground? Like, why do I have to imagine
No, they
something?
get mad. No, they get real mad. They say then what's your explanation? You can't propose this without having an explanation. They need that comfort. You can't say that this is it without knowing what the stars are. You can't even, that's what they say.
Kingdoms have come and gone. Kings have lived and died, not knowing certain things. You're asking me things that only God can answer. Like, you want me to explain
Atheists.
what? I want you to explain to you. Oh, hold on. Let me just fly up there real quick. Oh, look, I can't fly. Sorry. How am I supposed to do that?
That's the biggest irony with the Globers. You're offering them like a new world that pretty much there's still stuff to be discovered and explored. And they're all dying to go to these other fucking planets and explore the cosmos. But as soon as you actually give it to them, it's in their fingertips. They don't want it. They're terrified of it.
They want to go to this place that they haven't, nobody can experience or go, and they think about everything from a outside perspective, outside of their own experience and their senses, and then say, if you go to this fantasy place that nobody can go to, the things that you experience here are different, and that's why you're wrong, flat earthers, because what you experience, what you see, and what you measure is wrong. Because if you go to space, if you go to Narnia, things are different.
Exactly.
Things go against a natural law. You could break the laws of nature if you go to Narnia.
Yeah, it reminds me of this Dr. Seuss book. Not exactly, but so we're like electrical vibrating beings, right? So it reminds me of the Dr. Seuss book where I don't know what these creatures were, but they're listening to this ridiculous music that didn't sound good. And if we weren't vibrational creatures, then this music wouldn't affect us, in the way it does. These sounds on a different planet was the point that we think sound good would vibrate differently there and sound strange.
Well, it's also the idea that you can have answers to questions that can't really be answered. Like, how do you know what's inside the earth? Like, can we dig in the earth and find out? No, we can only assume based on what? You know what I mean? So it's like they want answers to questions that can't really be answered if the world is not a ball. It's like crazy. It's almost
they're happy enough with answers that make absolutely zero sense. So just tell them anything then. Any answer should do.
If you go to Narnia, we can think about the answers, and there you go.
It needs to be a consensus answer. Is the issue consensus?
Yeah, true. As long as it's a consensus cool story, it'll pass.
Yeah, like I was going through with somebody about how there's absolutely no proof that airborne viruses even exist whatsoever, right? There's none. They have this one experiment of I can't remember what anyway, they put these gerbils on a rooftop, and then they put the
Can you not use the term? Can you not use the V term, because we're not allowed saying that V term?
I thought so. No problem. Yeah. But so it's just the point is that there's very little proof to a lot of things, like a ton of things. But the consensus says, well, how else would this be happening? And that's how they get the answer. How else? How else would I not feel good and you not feel good? I don't know how else when you're in Africa and I'm in California. I don't know. I mean, So, but the consensus will say, well, what else could it be? And then when you try to say, well, let's look outside and see what else it could be, then you get banned or I don't know, doxxed.
Yeah.
So,
the problem is that them questions topple fucking, entire industries at this point.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to manipulate the stuff you put in somebody's body, or you might you might give them a different cause. If you're trying to manipulate somebody's mind, you might tell them that things are falling because of something else, versus the real thing. So I think it's all kind of like, you were being lied to about everything.
So like when the guy proposed the one idea that magnetism was, magnetism was affecting people, he got banned and destroyed. I mean, it was just a talk. He was just talking. Yeah, but man, it was quite the response to that.
Yeah, you know how truthful and right the mainstream narrative about everything is, because you don't need to question it, and can't if you want to.
But the point is that they feel safer with the covering things up and covering themselves up, and that gives them the answer that they need. It doesn't matter if it's right. So I don't know. It's something that you have to figure out in the brain.
I think it's all about controlling people's perception of evil and where it exists, and how much influence it has over their reality.
Yep.
So the people, the elites or whatever, the rulers, they need to at all costs make sure that people do not realize that evil is right in amongst them, controlling very fundamental aspects of their life and existence. And the way they do that is they always, you always have an enemy abroad, across the ocean somewhere. That's where evil is. It's over there. It's contained. It's controlled. We've got the situation under control. Don't you worry.
Right. Now we got the internet, so that's like Babylon's communication, and now that fantasy is going away because we can easily translate and communicate to each other. So now there's something new.
Yeah, every country's citizenship is getting told the same shit.
Well, people can say, I can go on Twitter and say to somebody in translation who I could never talk to, imagine talking to 5 years ago, and have a perfectly normal conversation, and that messes things up, I'd imagine.
So we're basically back to where we started: one language, one world, one religion, one economy.
Yeah. Well, yes.
I guess the hand of God will be coming in soon.
I buy from China, you buy from Russia, I buy from America. I mean, we trade freely between each other. So that's a problem.
You guys heard of that new app called Babbel? Language. Yeah. Coincidence?
No, they named it like that on purpose. They did, though. Yeah. Yeah, but it does go to tell you, we think of these things as so long ago, so unimaginably long ago, but it was just the other day, to the point that we're still using it so I used to say to people, like, I used to say, you want to say that Jesus isn't, how could we possibly remember that long ago? Well, if you think if it was 2,000 years ago, and let's say a person lives to be 85 years old, that's only 22 people ago that he walked the earth, it's not that long ago. So whether it was, to say, well, that's a fable and like a myth, like a flying dragon or something, it was 22 people ago. It wasn't that long ago to be that distorted of a story.
For me, the thing about Jesus are the words that he spoke. Like, if he just kind of like focused only on his words, it kind of makes sense, Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't like to mix it all.
Who would have guessed? Don't kill people. Don't be deceptive in your dealings. Don't steal. Who would have guessed that would be a good thing?
It's like words of life. It's like, you hear it and it's like, I agree. Yeah, so that's why. I think that's why I believe it.
Shit. Here was me thinking murdering everyone was going to lead to a good world. Fuck.
He predicted what's happening today, so that's why I'm kind of following along too. What he said.
Yeah.
Like especially.
I was just being sarcastic with myself there, Bong. By the way.
Oh no, but he did say it. He said, "Good will be considered evil. Woe to those who consider evil good and good evil." He said, "No, son will rise up against father, daughter against mother.
Families
People
will be torn
will be
apart. Yeah.
People, the love of most will grow cold. People will be lovers of themselves. Nihilism. I mean, look around, right? And haters of truth.
Well, I'll take care of it. That's how it's supposed to be. So, you just do.
Hmm.
What? Yeah.
You're
So,
breaking.
I think he's on the phone.
Hmm. Yeah, but it wasn't so much about that, but just so much to the point that, and then they're wearing robes or they were, wearing sandals and robes and we pretend that it was it's like dinosaur times or something, but it was like yesterday. And then to tie it all together and believe in evolution when you see no, no human evolution, but to think that we could go from sandals and a dress to whatever we're all wearing now in that amount of time, but then it took 200 million years to go from just to put on sandals. I mean, it's like kind of sounds like nonsense, like quite a leap.
Who honestly really knows when it comes to history?
No, yeah, that's what I mean. But yeah, it is scary to think about too sometimes with the whole mud flood, or if that, how long ago could that have been? I don't know. So it is a little bit scary. And then you got there's this new thing. I didn't want to get into this other new thing. But.
So we've got some newbies here, apparently. Is that still going on? I heard we had some newcomers. Never heard from them, though. I want to see what other amazing globe proofsies they have for us.
Anybody see the latest interview that David Weiss did?
I did not.
Killer?
Bro, it's the funniest shit, man. You have to watch it.
Did he get some zealots?
David Weiss was funny, or the Glober was?
The whole interaction was so funny, man. Oh my god. He clipped it up. Yeah, I'll grab it. Yeah, he clipped it up, and the things that come out of these guys' mouths it's so funny.
The black
Wait,
guy?
is this the guy that said stop measuring the top of the water? Is it that one?
Yeah.
You can't measure the surface of the water and see the surface of the water. It's like what? What?
Well, the more you press them on their absurd belief system, the more absurd they end up sounding. Sorry,
I
someone
love
else
that
is talking.
guy.
Go ahead.
I love that guy. He's fun. I mean, the killer guy, the black guy, he's funny because he's just like kind of like dumb enough to say things that people are thinking but won't say out loud. I like that guy.
Yeah, that guy has done one too many shrooms or something, because he's the same guy that said, "Well, I've been to the river and found river rocks. How do you explain round river rocks if the Earth is flat?"
Yeah, he's cracked me up. I thought he was funny.
No way.
Good
No way.
luck. Yes, good luck helping that sycophant.
I was
this,
round river rocks.
Well, how does that work though? Round river rocks. How does that even work?
Oh, you'd have to watch.
I think this could be checkmate, guys.
Space and time must be a river. Space and time must be a river.
Could you please explain these round river rocks in my backyard?
That's his second time. I thought that Dave had turned him, so I was like, oh, let me see if now Killa is on the right side of things. But no, he still he thought he'd done more research.
Okay, well, I'm not mad at Dave. I just wish Dave had a little bit of a psychoanalyst personality. If you could stop and say, okay, stop, wait a minute. Wait, you're saying that because you have found a round river rock, therefore all of the existence in which you're on is the shape of that river rock. Like, if you just could stop him and say, are you thinking about what you're saying? Are you sure that's your final answer?
if you had seen the one that he did with him 3 years ago, this guy went into holy geometry and said, and you know, Dave did do that 3 years ago, and yeah, and he said, oh, what about apples? Apples are sure. He did a whole ton of things. The killer.
No, he did not. Apples. Oh my
Oh, so
god.
watermelons, and then Dave was like, "What about
Wow.
bananas? What about
Oh
bananas?
my god.
What about broccoli?"
He doubled
Wait,
down
was
in
his
his
latest
last interview.
interview with Killer Priest again?
Yeah,
I posted it in the live
Shit.
chat.
I like Killer Priest. He's funny,
Oh,
man.
what a train wreck.
Well, they do claim the moon is sort of lemon-shaped, right? So maybe they're just going to do this with everything. Just
Oh my
compare every
god.
Now we're on
celestial
to
object
lemon.
to a fruit.
I
Yeah.
never heard lemon shape.
No, they said that about the moon. I read it somewhere.
He said, yeah, I
What's
posted the
next,
link in the live chat.
I
But he
know,
also
right?
said that he even came out and said, yeah, well, the surface of water is always level, so you can't measure the oceans. That's all flat. It's when you get to the land is when it curves.
And Dave had started off talking
Wow.
about. He said his whole beginning was, okay, these submarines are underwater and they're shooting sonar. It would have to go over like 2 miles of land. That was the beginning of it, and then Killer went into the water. So it's like he started with the land argument. Yeah.
Well, they brought
I don't
up
know,
parts of the ocean that are really flat under the ocean. So they brought that up, right? And then he starts talking about the surface of water and says, well, the surface of water is flat, so you can't measure the water. I mean, you have to wait to measure the land. It's like, bro, did you not hear what you just said? You just admitted that over 70% of the earth is flat. How does that work? Oh, man, it was so good.
Yeah, they're funny.
And then he proceeded to talk about, well, let's talk about apples. The skin of the apple has water in it, right? And they're like, what the hell are you talking about, man?
Oh my god.
He's like, the skin of the apples, it has water in it, right? Well, how does the water then fall off then? It's like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Fucking hell, he makes the Globers that come in here look like geniuses, man.
Yeah, but he's got the balls to ask these stupid questions. Give him a break. Who else would ask these things? Somebody out there is agreeing with him and getting their mind blown. Somebody.
I'm grateful for the laughs that he provides. That's for sure.
At least his stupidity is original.
Yeah, gotta give points for originality. Most of them are very NPC like, repetitive lines, limited script. I gotta admit, I've never heard Apple holding water, therefore a globe holds water. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, you can see Killer's brain at work. That's what I love. That's why I love watching him with Dave. You can see the wheels turning, and you can see the next question coming.
But listen. In order to combat stupidity, you actually have to meet it with that level of stupidity. I know this sounds weird, but you have to fight fire with fire. So, like, I tell people, like, listen, if you're gonna approach somebody with this topic, remember, if they're gonna act like you're stupid and they give you funny looks, you have to do the same to him. So, what I would have said to this guy was, well, what about pancakes? So I used to make pancakes on the stove, though. I mean, how do you explain that up there? Well, I would have literally done that because even Globers and everybody watching would have been like, "Uh-oh!" Like, to test how stupid this guy is. Like, okay, if we're gonna get this dumb, wait a minute though. I mean, I actually, I've thrown frisbees when I was younger. So how do you explain frisbees if the earth is a ball? So that's, in fact, the only way I can get something to fly around in a circle is if it's a frisbee. I can't get a ball to do that. So checkmate, bro.
You can do that for more than 5 minutes with a straight face. I commend you.
I would. No, I would do it. Trust me, I would do it. I would just pretend I'm every level of retardation that he gets to, I'll just beat him. I'll just get underneath him. Okay, yeah, I want frisbees, bro. Pancakes, man.
But if you saw his face, if you saw his sad face when he thought he was making a groundbreaking topic, you wouldn't do that to him.
I need to go watch this now.
No, I would do that. Yes, I would do that. If you listen, you have to fight fire with fire. It clicks like, oh, am I really that stupid? Yes, sir. That's how stupid this conversation is. Would you like to get back to reality? If that happens, that would be a great plus for him. If you enable these people and actually entertain such ridiculous, asinine, psychopathic claims, you're literally helping them stay retarded. Thanks.
Have you ever actually observed someone click out of that level of stupidity, though?
Every
No,
day.
and that's the point.
Not
Listen, bro. If somebody
Every
is
day here.
saying that apples and oranges and river rocks are round, so how do you explain them on a flat Earth? Yes, you are without a choice at that point. It's too late for them. And if you're trying to do a normal conversation, an argumentative point, you're gonna look stupid. Why would you now try to continue to rationalize this with someone that's saying river rocks are round, therefore the Earth also has to be round? Thanks.
Yeah, he cool storied him like a bunch.
Well, some river rocks are flat, so
How come
Right.
he's deaf? How come he's got himself deafened and he's still in the room? He just doesn't care to listen. Can't we just like send him somewhere like to little prison for a while?
Who is that guy, reckon?
The guy that Exo's talking about.
Sasha? Exo's talking about David Weiss's debate with Gil Priest.
Oh, I thought he was talking about Sasha.
Oh, you're thinking of the other Sasha. No, that is actually our Sasha. You're thinking of the from planet Pluto. Fairy shot. No, fairy Sasha. Yeah, that's not the fairy Sasha.
Okay, my bad. Well,
Here, want me to do it? Listen, you know, okay, if the other Sasha sounds like a Napoleon Dynamite with an estrogen shot. But really, hold on, because when I was at Gem Pandas, he said that it's because of refravity. So what about that? So that would be the other Sasha. Thanks.
Yeah, refravity. Don't even say that around Globers, please. It will catch on, and we'll have another battle that'll just never end.
If my cat was that stupid, I'd get rid of my cat. If my fish was that stupid, I'd throw out the whole fish tank. Thanks.
Oh.
I got a Japanese fighting fish named Ivan, and there's no way he would be that stupid. There's no way.
Well, it stands to reason that fish would completely understand. We live on a flat plane. For hell's sakes, they live in the most obvious proof that the Earth is flat. Water settles flat. They know. Of course, they know. They're probably the biggest flat earthers on the entire plane. Fish probably.
But they're round.
That's okay.
Fish are round.
And the fishbowl's round, so can't be flat, right?
Need them fucking dolphins to speak, don't we?
But you can put water in all. You can put water in all these round objects, and it settles flat.
Well, at this point, maybe my cat's litter box is probably smarter than that.
There you go. That's
well,
more
it's the
accurate.
building blocks of life. You never know what that poop's going to turn into in a years.
Oh my gosh!
Oil, bro.
A civilization that believes they're on a spinning ball.
Dolphins.
Miguel, that's a mediocre-sized fish, and a guy who can't hold on to it. Why are we seeing that?
I have an interesting point.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was watching something the other night where they were talking about gold collection, and they were saying that using vacuums, like using dredging or even like squeezer bottles, where you just create a mild vacuum inside the bottle, can lift up gold, which is 19 times heavier than water. And it made me think about this supposed infinite vacuum of space. Not only would it suck the gas away, it would lift gold and rocks off the surface of the planet.
Yeah, if the container were to be removed, the entire planet or plane would just come to pieces. The water would begin to boil at low temperatures. Water inside the Earth, the water on the Earth, the water everywhere would rip the entire plane to pieces. It would just want to turn to gas. Most instantly, it would be very violent. There would be nothing left.
Absolutely. But even so, that it would lift physical objects off the surface.
What about the argument that the continents are spreading apart and there was Pangea?
What does that have to do with? What does that have
I
to
don't
do
know
with
if I
the
buy that.
I don't
How
know.
long have they been saying that?
The continents,
Yeah,
the continents
yeah.
are set on bedrock.
Yeah, how
Yeah,
long
I
have they
agree
been
with you.
saying that? And
Bedrock.
the continents have never moved closer or farther away from each other since, and
Never.
also
They
with
claim
that
centimeters.
theory, if you take that theory and you mix it with the heliocentric theory, all the continents would be at the center.
Yeah, that's what I was curious. Are they moving center or they're moving away?
Well, they're not moving at all, but
No, I know.
in their models, that's what should
Well,
happen. I mean, come on, man.
because of the power. Never underestimate the power of gravity, right?
The power.
So I imagine it as just that there was bigger
Of the dark
continents,
side.
and then the ice melts, and that's it.
And then you mix it up, and then chugga chugga chugga.
I mean, listen,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be better
The
for you to use like?
continents.
Can I just talk about this real quick because this is something very important, guys. If we want to make coffee, right, and that's all we have to use is, of course, fecal matter, wouldn't it make sense to use a cat's litter box since that's better? Wouldn't that be better than eating people's shit? Wouldn't you rather have coffee made from cat shit? I mean, you gotta agree.
I'd rather
Yes.
have
Right?
I'd rather have
You gotta
neither.
admit, like that makes a lot more sense, right? Than eating
Coffee
your
tastes
friend. You don't
like
want to eat the
shit.
right.
The
Right, you don't want to
variety
eat
is
the
just
people you're
What
working
about the
around,
choice
right?
of just foregoing coffee?
yeah,
Right.
variety is
So
just
I really need coffee. I really got to have coffee, guys. I got two
yeah, me
options here.
too.
Okay,
I'd
well
rather have it
you
from,
can
from
shift around in
I'd
that
rather
fucking litter
have it from
box.
cows because
Right.
then you can have the coffee and the mushrooms at the same time.
Right. Now
Ooh.
that's right. If you eat an herbivorous animal, is going to be much cleaner. But I'm saying instead of a human being, I'd rather eat cat shit coffee. Just gotta be honest with you.
There's also
So that's
PT.
gonna get clipped, man.
The spice of life is.
Yes.
I
Please
just
clip this out. 420 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. Yeah, check your clocks if you think I'm lying. At NASA, they make coffee out of people shit, and I prefer that if they're gonna do that, they should probably make it out of cat feces. That's just my opinion. So all the litter boxes of the world now have a mission. You're welcome.
I don't know why they haven't tried, a slew of foods.
Oh,
A slew of poops, rather. A slew of animals'
Right.
poops.
Right, and then put it through a processor. They can make Vienna sausages too while they're at it. Just make that. And atheists will say, "Oh, that's a great idea." The Globers will love it. They'll love it. I guarantee they'll all buy it.
Guys, I'm pretty sure just taking coffee up is gonna be a lot lighter and cheaper than trying to make coffee from poop.
Oh, we don't want to waste cat shit though, so we got to make this.
Can we just get real coffee?
No,
Now,
because we don't have any
EXO
room.
EXO wants coffee from Cat because he loves his cat. Therefore, he thinks he's gonna love the coffee.
I don't want
Right, yeah, it
strange.
makes sense.
I don't want tasting brown juice dictating my bowel movements. Thanks. I'll take tea.
Your cat must have really clean poop.
I just refuse. Well, he's got the organic cat food, and I just refuse to think that I'm going to drink coffee from other people's humans' excrement. I'm sorry.
If I'm gonna be drinking coffee from anyone's poop, it's gonna be my cat's poop because I know what he's eating.
You guys are forgetting about the chugga chugga part. The chugga chugga part makes it okay.
Yes.
That's the
No, it's been factored in, Hank.
And that's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah, you have to chugga chugga it. If not, it's not gonna be good.
And that is exactly what you are thinking it is. What you are thinking
This
it
is
is.
what I love about.
That's weird. I'm not even going to try to do. Yeah, you got me on that one, Glad. I'm not even going to try to do that guy, but I want you to work on that because that's making me laugh every time.
Don Pettit.
Station.
Space Station.
Orbit.
Yeah, I'll just be
Corbin.
Sasha, the guy.
Orbit.
That, right.
Why didn't we just use that as our board?
Where's
the planets and stars?
Corvid.
The diagonal lights.
Yeah, that should be like mandatory viewing before you come in the live stream voice text. That way the Globers know who's on their side, right?
Yes.
Obviously, they have the A side, clearly.
Who said chugga chugga? Who quoted? Who said those words? Yeah.
The coffee maker. You never had a coffee maker? It says chugga chugga chugga.
Dre said he wants to do like a game show, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. That's one of his questions.
Love it.
engineer.
I love it.
The best part of waking up is chugga in your cup.
It'd be like, who said chugga chugga? Was it astronaut Don Pettit, astronaut Pettit Don, astronaut Petite Don, astronaut?
Right.
The astronaut Dom Petit.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
It's obvious NASA's not for adults. It's more for like 8-year-olds, right?
Don't talk about 8-year-olds like that.
I mean, I used to watch NASA when I was 8, and that's when I used to believe in everything, and then I
I'm
started.
Don Pettit, and if dinosaurs colonized other planets, they wouldn't be extinct.
Yeah, this is the way we brush our teeth.
Well, then, I guess you're
Oh,
totally.
you got a spot on
Can I get
impression
you
then.
some way? Deal with that.
I'm gonna do a really wild one. I go to the moon in a nanosecond. Problem is, we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process.
Too good. Too good.
The coffee? Yeah, it is too good.
I can't get a new glasses prescription because the technology doesn't exist anymore.
See, Globers think they're desperately trying to defend this fucking cool space fantasy, but this is the reality of what they're defending. Is fucking Don Pettit flying around in circles,
Yeah, it's on them
fucking
at this
drinking his
point.
own coffee shit.
It's real sad. Real sad.
It's like expectation versus reality with them is well skewed. I think it's fucking, these cool astronauts like Matt Damon in The Martian, It's fucking Don Pettit.
Matt Damon plays Matt Damon in The Martian, starring Damon.
Yeah, I can't wait to go live all by myself, all the way on Mars, all by myself, with no girls.
Yeah, it's gonna be a riot.
No coconut bong?
No
coconut.
No boobs, no women, no beer. But hey, it's living the dream, right?
Dust.
But at least you're gonna have chugga chugga coffee.
Wait, aren't they supposed to do some sort of space elevator? Weren't they working on that at some point?
Michio Kaka, chaka chaka. That's his idea. I think we should build an elevator to space. Really? That sounds dumb. But so
That's not a name. It isn't a name. That's not his name. That's no one's name. Michi Yukaku. No, get the fuck out of here with that. Nope.
Some towers, space needles. I don't know. Some elevators, space to launch.
Well, that would be the Tower of Babel, wouldn't it?
That's the idea. That's what balloons are for. That's why Loon, the Project Loon, is. Yeah, it's the next. You don't get to see them anymore because they're above the clouds, the launch pads.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys think like all the top NASA guys and all that are they're doing the exact same thing we're doing, just sitting in their own Discord server laughing at what Globers believe?
You mean what flat earthers believe?
No, what Globers believe.
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
They are flat earthers.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah. Yes. You're right. Exactly.
That sounds like what we're doing.
Yeah, because they're not fucking obviously doing anything real. So
well, and
time,
so that many resources.
The same thing.
Yeah, somebody with that many resources could easily, cheaply go out and test it even just once. So the fact that people with well beyond or well above their means, I guess it would be below. Anyway, no, above their means, they can get it. They can go do it once, twice, 100 times. And that makes it pretty obvious that if they aren't going to even do it once, how are we supposed to take it seriously? How's anybody supposed to?
Until I see somebody drink a cloud, I won't even believe that they're real.
It's about fooling the next generation, just long enough for the next generation to start getting fooled. You know what I mean? Because we get busy with work, we get busy with life, and then you know what I mean? We don't even bother with it. And that's why people come here, with faith.
Society does not have time. The truth.
So I think we've been conditioned. The system, life is set up, designed that way. Go to college, get a good job, get a house, get into debt, get a car, 2 dogs, get married, 2 kids, 1 dog. I mean, yeah, the American dream, right?
I think we need
Debt.
those things.
It's about debt. It's about getting into debt and then running on a hamster wheel.
Yeah, I
while
think we
they
need that.
The American dream's been a bit downgraded. I thought that was wealth, fame, all that, Now it's just a fucking average house, a wife, and a dog.
It's 2 dogs. Now it's 1.
I thought that's just I thought that's normal dream.
Yeah, if that's your dream, then that's okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's just advertising, you go tell people in China, hey, America is the dream that we call be free and make money. You know what I mean? They go to Africa, we go, to, you know what I mean? Bring people
No, America is good, and it is special. It really is.
Yeah, come bring me your needy so I can use them.
Yeah, with a social, that's all. Bring me your needy with a social, that's all.
Yeah. Babylon.
Yeah, I think we need that structure for sure. Otherwise, you see what people are doing now, not much of anything, and they're unhappy with themselves because, they're unhappy with their life. So we need that structure. So whether it's social or capital or whatever, we need something to chase.
We need that order, that sweet new world order structure.
That structure is built out of the nihilistic, fantasy.
Yep.
Listen, once we take care of survival, we just make up shit to think is important.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it goes back to what do you think their intentions were to help or to hurt? I don't know, because you need that, and you realize you need that structure. I don't know.
I just think they want to tie up people chasing one more day of this singular existence.
Well, yeah, it gives you an endless chase. Yeah,
fundamental thing.
Do you believe in the noble lie?
The noble lie, yeah.
The noble lie. Well, that's what they say. Yeah, that's what Santa Claus is. Oh, honey, it's just it's a harmless little joke. It's not even. Listen,
parents hate me. I tell all the kids Santa's fake.
In regards to what, Godric, are you saying the globe lie is the noble lie, or you just?
That's what they say.
I buy them all an elf on the shelf, and then I touch it and take its magic.
Ugh, what?
I don't know. If you touch the elf, its magic is gone. I don't know.
I'm gonna move right past that one.
Yeah, I want to know the truth, even if it hurts.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, I always found that annoying. You're like, they'll be like, well, how could they all possibly lie? And then you go, well, they did that with Santa. Oh, well, that's just this one thing. It was for the kids. Come on, dude.
We are kids. We are the kids.
We are the children.
But that's different. Santa's not the same thing.
But then they got you calling your youngins, goats. And then when those goats grow up, they call each other the greatest of all time.
You're just jealous because you don't live at the North Pole.
So if Santa lives at the North Pole, how come when I look at the globe, there's no land up there?
Yeah.
Huh, teacher? Huh? You got any answers?
Village isn't on the map.
He's got one singular iceberg to himself.
That's a good question. Is the North Pole water? I don't know.
Did that change? Didn't there used to be a cap or whatever, like a Arctic cap back in the day? It's just gone now. What happened with that?
Yeah.
I thought it would be land. I always assumed it would be some land, but that is a good. Maybe it is water. I don't know.
Freaking God.
Ah, that meme is great. Truth.
Yeah, I remember there being a lot more ice at the north. Like the whole northern pole area was all frozen, but that was before they were able to explore it fully. So I think they just assumed it was an ice cap.
You go zoom in on Google Maps and there's absolutely nothing there. It's like, okay, what are you?
No ice. It's like,
what are you trying to hide there, guys?
Oh, dude, it's worse. Yeah, it's worse than nothing. It's huge squares, like big pixels, like 43 of them, just
It's flat.
covering that area, so that you don't even know. Like it's just like little splotches of gray and black, and it's just loosely, just fuck it, just get the paint tool out, roll it up real big, and just splotch on there and call it.
Yeah, and then sometimes you get actual glimpses of images, and you're just like, well, wait a minute, what? And it looks like somebody had just overlaid a painting on it.
I'm afraid to spend hours sitting there just exploring places, because I'm bound to find some stuff that I can't unsee, that they're not quick enough to take down, right? That's what I'm afraid of.
Like those airplanes that were parked on top of buildings.
Yeah, anything like that.
Oh, I never heard about that.
Yeah, what is that?
When Google Earth first came out, there was a lot of bugs in it where you would see ships inland, and you would see planes parked on top of buildings.
Wow.
I want to
on top of skyscrapers and shit. It's like, wait, how the fuck? That's a parking garage, and that's a jet.
So, I mean, are we putting it down to just software bugs or any reasonable theory?
So when I take them out to fly above the Earth, have a cloaking device and it look a jet, but they can just park on top of a building, fly around wherever they want to. But when people see it, it doesn't look like a Jetsons car.
Holy shit, you guys have just opened up another rabbit hole.
So were they conventional looking planes and boats?
Yeah, they were just conventional ships. It looked like there was water around the one that was landlocked. It was like, how?
I'm doing a Google Earth glitch right now over Antarctica. Check this one out. This dude, you don't even have to listen to what he's saying, you just watch.
Yeah.
That's basically what you were talking about. Hey, is somebody snoring, burping, or farting into their microphone?
Sound like a bird to me.
Okay. Anyway, so he looks like, I can explain it to the audience real quick, sorry. So he just zooms in on some shit.
Man.
Did Glatt say he was going to explain the burp snark? What happened, Glatt?
Hold on. Hold on. I gotta find a better one. I spoke too soon. Carry on.
So the news at work is everybody has to start wearing a mask.
Yeah, same here.
But I haven't been told yet. I haven't been told directly. I've only been told indirectly by other employees because I'm like, what are you doing wearing a mask, bro? It's like, oh, we have to now. It's the law. And I was like, what law? Oh, you know, the boss said so. That's not the law.
That's quite late in the game for you guys, no? To start now.
Yeah, as we're going into
Well,
year 3.
It's like, is there
we're
any
supposed to be
fucking
aware
point,
this whole
even if it
time.
was all real?
It's like 75%. Never mind. I said that yesterday. I'll say it again. But yeah. What is truth, sir? That which is verifiable.
That which is accepted by the masses.
Mm-mm. I don't know what truth is. Unless I can see it and verify it. But if they tell me I have to wear a mask, I'll be like, yeah, I think all of a sudden I'm not feeling so well. I think I'm going to go home. I don't want to get sick, right? So I think I'll just go home. Y'all have a good one.
Aren't you on your own most of the time, Hank?
Yeah, I'm usually in here, my car.
Yeah. So it's just when you go to the office.
Yeah, but I'm only being told what to do.
Yeah, I know. But, it should be easy. Just don't wear the mask.
No, you don't like being told what to do. You must be a flat earther, right? Or something.
Right.
It's an anti something.
What are you, some
Science
kind of flat
denier.
earther?
So your mask doesn't work if I don't wear my mask. Your shot doesn't work if I don't take my shot. What do I need to do for your brain to work?
Transfer like $10,000 into my account.
It's hard to find these videos, dude.
I know. I found one image, but it's not what I was. This is just like one image.
Bruh, why is it scrubbed?
That's a good question. And I found one image and then another image of a collapsed. All the bridges are collapsed. Definitely.
Oh yeah, I
a
saw that.
problem with
Like
the
it was
modeling software.
a video game, old video game pattern from like PlayStation 1.
Yeah, it's almost like what ended up happening is they had an issue with the math and rendering everything that's flat to curve, so it causes all the bridges to collapse.
Right. It's like, how do we make this curved? Oh shit.
All the bridges are done. No, planes are on top of buildings. What happened?
I mean, they're also designed, to offset a little so it doesn't, what do you call it, resonate with the wind. When the wind hits it, it'll seem. Yeah,
I think it's just proof that that they are using the flat Earth map and wrapping it around a ball. Because how else are you supposed to get these kind of anomalies? I mean, think about it. There's all kinds of different things. Like you'll have different overlays of areas, like where it's supposed to wrap around and connect. There's a clear shear line where it's different resolution on either side of it because it's not taken by a satellite. Right? It's like one of these. It's almost like you can see the stitching on.
So the wind is, there's no such thing as wind, right? It's just the spinning of the earth. Can't remember.
just normal wind, because it'll cause it to vibrate and shake the bridge and.
Wind is just friction of the spin or something.
You guys were talking about video games. You know about Unreal Engine?
The Unreal Engine 4, the new one?
I heard them speaking about the way they build this super realistic gaming experience, and it's all built on triangles, billions and billions and trillions of triangles.
Yep.
Not anymore. They use nanites. They've changed it from polygons to nanites. It's different.
They don't have a way of mimicking reality. If they could mimic reality, they would have to do a bunch of Vesica Pisces.
They do now. That's what I'm trying to say. They do now. See, polygons is what all these limitations, right? That was difficult to model, like all these things happening in the real world. Well, you can now, like in real time as well, on the normal powerful gaming computer.
So, I mean, look at the seed of life and all that. It's like a symbol or a pattern of circles interlocking with each other, and like all language can be found in there, all written words can be found in there, all shapes can be found in that. If you take into account, you know, the Vesica Pisces portion of the two circles is the points where you would look at it and it makes sense. And that would be a good way to render things on a computer screen, because you're just doing circles instead of triangles. Less computing power, but more rendering power is needed.
Bro,
So,
this is exactly what the guy was talking about, but he said triangles. He said that I'm gonna have to share the video. You guys say no triangles, but the guys were saying triangles.
Yeah, they don't like now. The technology now has changed where they don't need that. They
This is
use nano.
bro, but this is what he's saying. This is new technology and it's based on triangles.
well, that triangular plotting, that line plotting for triangles, that's how all 3D graphics were. But back in the day, it was rather slow, and you could see the borders even in a cube.
Yeah.
So
And he said that now it requires less processing power to render all
they got a
this.
different algorithm for it. Yeah.
And light
A
as well.
different
The
way
way
of
light
solving it.
behaves, right? Like they used ray tracing. Well, now they use this thing called lumens. Is more accurate. So now it's easier to set up the lighting, like the real world. It's so real. It's real. Yeah, like basically you can't tell the difference. But I think it's a little too clean still. But if it can easily, you can set it up. Spend enough time.
The Unreal Engine kind of works on the same engine that Doom was. So it's like the base platform that Doom was created on. And even with the beginning of Doom, they created an interesting way of rendering the inverse square law through a simple trick of the code, right? Because otherwise it'd take too much computing power. So that's probably what they did with this, is change the way that the code runs so that it takes less computing power.
We've got a game called The Matrix. It's called The Matrix Awakens. That demo, it's a demo, right? You can watch a quick YouTube video. It's from Unreal Engine 2. And the game is like the world is free to download so that you can play with it.
That's
in
like the
Unreal
difference.
Engine.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Originally, everything was
The way
done
they,
on triangle.
the way they enhanced the graphics was they realized that they only have to render what the viewer can see. So they didn't have to render all the graphics in the backgrounds and stuff. They only have to render what you can actually visually see. That's where they came up with. I'm pretty sure that's how they cut it in half.
Yeah, but the issue lies with like Oculus Rift and these virtual reality things. Those virtual reality things are rendered differently. It's not done on triangles, because with the triangles, there's too much of an uncanny valley. The new games that are coming out, they're done on Vesica Pisces geometry as opposed to triangle geometry.
Well, yeah, it has to be because of the 3 dimensions.
Yeah, it makes it more realistic. But that's just the way. Like if you're running like a traditional software, it's going to be triangles. But when you need the Retina realistic type thing, then they're going to have to be using a different rendering thing. And they've been working on this since the 90s. Ever since virtual reality like first came out, they're like, well, we can go down 2 different paths for rendering. But both of them are
cloud computing now too.
Require a lot of spending. Huh?
There's a lot of cloud computing going on where you can basically rent space on another, basically like a video game system that's on a file or something that you can download and play the games directly from, so you don't have to download the game itself or run it through a CD player or the DVD, whatever ROM.
In fact, there's even some games, right? There's no reason why they should be so heavily intensive on your computing power, right? It's not that much of a graphic intense game. And I feel the reason why that is because they are harvesting some of your computing power to solve Bitcoin hashes. Know what I mean?
Do you guys know what lidar is? Like
Light
using
radar.
light. Yeah, lidar. It's on the new iPhone 13s. But yeah, it
Really?
scans the world and creates a digital version of it, right? Of the world live. So when you think about lidar and you put it together with things like drones and 5G and things like Unreal Engine augmented reality, it can create a digital version of the real world. You know what I mean? That people can shop in and interact in, and you don't have to ever leave your house. How convenient is that, too, right? Because of all the dangers. And you could be putting yourself and other people at. And do you really want to go to Mars? Don't you just want to watch it from your home, from your augmented
Well, see, I think
reality?
that's how they're gonna fake it, right? Is they're gonna start rolling out this new technology, this fucking augmented reality shit, and they're gonna start making everybody take it willingly, right? Which I feel is the true mark. This brain implant, this chip type thing, to where everybody doesn't realize it that they are already an android, right? You're already a fucking cyborg. You have a fucking phone that's connected to you. It's a part of your body, right? Um, I mean, most people can't leave home without it, right? So it's like one of these things to where it's our portal, but our hypothetical feedback or whatever is very slow, like our input. So basically, what that brain chip is going to do is allow like 5 times to 20 times better data transfer to where, instead of using 2 fingers, your 2
Yeah.
thumbs stuff out or play games, you could just
Or
use your mind
keyboard
to play
and
the game.
mouse. Yeah, instead of a keyboard and mouse, it takes time to type a word. It takes like fingers. But imagine the words in your mind
Think it,
instead of you
yeah.
typing it instantly, just boom onto the screen.
That's what the Neuralink is all about, right? However,
Yeah.
there's going to be another instance of this where there's these wearables that we can actually see the digital world in real life overlay, right? It's called the meta. And
Yeah.
this is, they're going to fake it. It's going to be a thing to where if you want to see the high definition landing, and all that, and the real time thing, you're going to have to sign up for the thing, get the chip, and have the goggles, right? Have the wearables and be able to watch it. And we're probably going to have it to where, the only way you can see this landing for proof is if you get into the system.
Yeah. Because when you think about giving, it started off with this thing called the terminal, where you had to type in the command to execute an algorithm, and then that became a mouse click, a double click, and now we're moving, where it's voice activated, right, where you speak the command and it hears it, translates it, and then goes into the machine level, and then it does the thing, almost like magic, if you think about it.
Welcome to machine.
I know. Where have you been? So right. Anyways, tell me right.
But like, you know what I mean? It would make sense that they would have to roll out this new technology to have a moon, or not a moon landing. Even if they're going to go to the moon, I don't think they did that. I think they scrubbed that just going for Mars, right? Because it'd be too difficult to do the holograms to fake the moon landing, where we all have Nikon P900s and all that shit. Now we can like track the shit and see if they're really up there. Yeah. So I think they're gonna do this all digitally, and then those colonizers, they're gonna be having the advanced implant to where their brain is implanted into a box, where they cannot leave, and the only part of them that exists is their digital self, right? Linked with their biological system. And at that point, they would only just need to put your brain in the box, right? Everything else could be replicated and digitized. And then, yeah, you're never going to see these people walking around again because they're on Mars.
I saw that on.
But they're still going to be communicating with you and doing all of these, like, oh, look what we're doing on Mars now. We just grew these potatoes and it's awesome and all that. You know,
I saw it
they
on
would have to
SG1.
be there to do that.
That's where it was.
Yeah, but they wouldn't actually be there. They would be in like some hidden place deep underground, probably. But that's just my speculation on it. Because we cannot leave Earth. It is a closed system. We will all die here, just like we were all born here. No one leaves.
Is it though?
But I heard they shot Scotty's ashes into space. I can't prove any of that shit, but that's what I heard. So is that what they mean when they say hearsay is dust in the wind? So
Isn't that
Scotty's
part
just
of
dust in the wind?
entropy? We're
I guess
we're
so.
born here and we gotta die here. Isn't that entropy? Part of it.
Energy, not the matter.
I don't know if it's entropy. I think it's more like it's got to be destiny.
Well, if you take my 4 points of entropy, where I say that it's all about equilibrium and specific gravity, that's part of entropy, then yeah, like when we rise up, when we're raised, and then when we die, we go back to like equilibrium in the grass, then yes, Jimsy. But that's just my speculation. I'm not saying it's now part of the laws of entropy. I just think that it is. It's my belief that it is. Specific gravity is like the fourth leg of the table. But you know what? I could be absolutely wrong. But I'd like to see somebody prove it wrong. That objects don't seek equilibrium when placed in a medium. Can somebody prove that wrong?
UFOs.
You mean plasmoids in the sky? Lights in the sky? Whatever you want to call them. Unidentified flying objects.
I'm talking about spaceships.
Did you just call me a plasmoid?
They're called
If that's what you are.
They're now called UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon, or something like that.
Yeah.
Aerial phenomenon. What's that like? Lights?
Lights in the sky.
What happened to the flying saucers? Damn it. They look cool. All right.
I think they're just plasmoids.
Evolution of UFOs to UAPs, right? Like, now they're just lights. Okay?
Would that mean that they're not objects and not physical things?
They have transcended the physical plane. They are now orbs, I guess, of light beings in the sky. Lucy, maybe Lucy in the Sky. I don't know. Songs, Aleister Crowley and stuff. You know. Is it important to talk about how NASA and a lot of these guys kind of are also believers and practitioners of, like, say, the occult, the mystery, the Lima, that Jack Parsons
Oh,
guy.
don't you worry about that, Puddin'. Just because the government agencies are involved in like human sacrifice and their number
Oh,
one like thing is war, don't you worry about that, Puddin'.
that makes it science, right? Because the military is doing it. It makes it
Yeah.
science and not spooky religious stuff. Okay, cool. Got
And
it.
when they say America is special, yeah, we're special. We can wage war for like 20 years and not bat an eye and just fucking up and leave that place and everybody behind, because we could just do that shit. Like, who else could do that?
No. Like, so the CIA spends a lot of money on psychic. What? What's up with what's up with these mediums? What is this program? Like, yeah, yeah, serious, right? Like, we are the CIA. We are all serious. All right. I guess that's science too.
Okay, everybody's heard about this meta thing, right?
Yep.
Okay, has anybody looked into the occult, especially talking about the royal art, aka magic?
I have no idea what you're saying. Like,
The
well,
arcane arts.
Magic with a
Um,
cane.
well, there's a similarity there, right? The study of magic and the arcane art is called metaphysics.
ooh, yeah, okay.
So it's the
That's really
metaphysical,
cool. That's really
and that's
cool you
what
say that
great.
because that's how I've been debunking Einstein all this time. I tell everybody that it's metaphysics, that it's not physical, it's metaphysical.
So to me, metaphysics is
Yep.
the spiritual world, or is the spiritual um practices, beliefs. It's why when they separated the science and God and religion. I think that's when they separated metaphysical from physical. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're building this system where everything is going to be metaphysical. Nothing's going to be real. It's all going to be apparitions, the invisible, and only those with the special ability to tap into the system can see them.
Like for example, like the ball Earth, right? You know how you can't see it in the physical world, right? Well, in the metaphysical world, you will be able to see it,
Yeah, that's
right?
like gravity is metaphysical. It's not physical. It's not caused by it itself is not a physical thing. So the study of it is metaphysics. It's witchcraft.
That's kind of like totally opposite of what science is today, right? Totally physical,
Yep,
material.
and even Tesla warned them. And Tesla was critical by saying scientists today have moved so far from the scientific method that they are moved into the realm of allegory theory and where nothing can be proven. This is a detriment to science. So these people that say, "Oh, I'm a geologist," it's not a real science. Oh, I'm a paleontologist. That's not a real science. Oh, I'm an astrophysicist. Not a real science. I'm a theoretical. Oh, you said theory, not a science. Sorry. Theoretical physics. Well, how can you theorize and have a theory about a physical thing where it cannot be proven? That means there's a flaw in what you're doing. You're not going by the method to solve the theory, to prove the theory. Because if a theory is proven, it's no longer theory. right? It becomes a law or a property.
Yeah, this is the physical sciences, though, right?
Yes, all science has to be done on the physical. Therefore, otherwise, it is not science. It is metaphysics.
I
Or
think
pseudoscience.
I think if you want to do real science, you have to include the whole experience, and that includes the metaphysical world. You know what I mean? Like you can't, like the Magi, the three wise men that went to the thing. I think those kinds of scientists were doing real science. But the science that we are learning today, that separates the material world from from the spiritual world, is not real science. It's some kind of lie, be even pseudoscience.
Yeah, and think about it, there goes again, meta being physical or non-physical, ergo spiritual. And what they want to do is put your mind in this metaverse, right? So that means your mind is what? Your spirit. They're trying to capture your soul, your essence.
Yeah, soul. Yeah. And then spirit is the vehicle, the thing that animates, that the soul is, using to. And then they both live in the body. I don't know, something like that. I'm just putting words together.
Well, it is the things that make you you, right? It's what makes you unique. So that's what they want to do. They want to blockchain our thoughts, right? They want to get all these data points to where everything that makes you unique from everybody else is put on a record. 5,000 points of data on everybody is what they eventually want. And having this, they know everything about you to where you are no longer a mystery, no longer unique. Then they can manipulate you, customize to your specific profile. It's like, look at advertising. It's already been done with advertising. I mean, you sit there, we could be sitting here talking on Discord, talking about, which deodorant is better, Old Spice or Speed Stick, right? And now you're probably going to have a couple commercials about deodorant, Sasquatch soap and shit like that, So it's just like things you got to sit there and like go, wait a minute. Why is this shit happening? Why is everything leading towards this one thing where they're trying to imprison your mind, right? It's because maybe your mind is not physical. Maybe your thoughts are not physical.
No, they're not.
They originate somewhere else.
But they manifest. Everything starts as a thought, and I we're in the world to interact with it and to cause change in it. And it starts as a thought, right? It's where the concept, and then it manifests in reality when you allow that thought to grow and you know what I mean? Plans.
Yeah. I mean, like psychology, right? It's the study of the psyche. Psyche is another word for mind. So perhaps psychology is a way to better understand the human spirit. Because each one is unique, which is why you have to go through and get analyzed. Sam, shut up. So.
You pronounce that wrong. I think it's analyzed.
Oh, the rapists?
Yeah, rapists.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about
Rose Patton?
deeds, right? It's all about actions, right? Like going from thought to deed, right? And the memory of those deeds, moment, decisions.
Do you remember Rose Patton, Hank?
Vaguely?
She was on Hangouts?
Yeah, vaguely.
Well, she was a psychiatrist for the prison systems over there in like San Diego or no, San Francisco, right? That's what she does for a living, right? And when I sit there and talk to her, she's like, "Why are you getting inside of my head?" And I go, "Well, no, I want you to tell me what's your best proof of the flat Earth, right?" And she wouldn't tell me. She just goes, "I know it's flat." And I go, "How do you know it's flat? What do you know that we don't know? How did you come to this conclusion, right?" And she's just like, "Well, look at the way things are in the world." And I go, "Okay, so basically you're saying you don't really know. You're just assuming that it's flat without measuring it." She goes, "I can see that it's flat. I live on the ocean." Okay, but have you done any experiments to prove to yourself that it is indeed flat? No. Okay, well, if you can't test on something, what does that mean? She's like, "But it's flat." And I go, "I hear you, but just listen to what I'm saying. You have to prove to yourself beyond a reasonable doubt." And since
So
you
the thing I
can't,
remember about, sorry, go ahead.
yeah. Anyways, go for it.
The thing I remember about Rose is she was the first person to tell me that she reclaimed her sovereignty by sending a letter to the Vatican because she was born Catholic, and she reclaimed her birth certificate or something like that.
I
Yeah,
don't think.
she.
I think it's enough for a person to see, to say I live near the ocean. I think that's enough for that person to know it can't be a ball. Eventually they'll they'll understand the globe, why it can't be a globe, model. But yeah, I guess explaining this globe, yep, is good too. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's just one of these things to where, like, she's sitting there, like, going on to different things, like different worldly conspiracies and stuff, and exposing it, like,
Oh yeah, that's another thing.
scam and
She
all that stuff.
claimed to be like triple OG, like truther,
Mm-hmm. I can't get a
like
hold of her.
way back. Why would you want to?
Oh, because I try to keep up with her from time to time,
Okay.
but I haven't seen her in like 2 years. So anyway, it's interesting. I mean, like, see, what I want to do is I want to get the word out on another platform about, the flat Earth and this Discord. I already have a platform. I went live for like less than a minute and got like 23 like viewers and like 16 consistent viewers, and it was just like a test type thing. Um, so I'm thinking maybe we should set up like a panel over there and do like, a little show where we do like a live panel and address questions and then direct them to the Discord. Like just hit the basics.
So you're talking about going to Google Hangouts?
No, not Google Hangouts, Big O. It's like done all over the world.
I don't know if it is. Sounds like a
Yeah,
good idea. I'd be willing to join. We've got people here.
Yeah, that way we can like try to get an influx of viewers, or not viewers, but members.
Participant.
But I wanted to get the opinion of everybody, right? Like, who would be down to go over there and host this with me? Yeah, because I mean, we could set up a panel, and then like viewers can like jump in the panel at any time and ask questions. It's pretty cool. I mean, just because we've been having a fairly lack of Globers coming in here, I figured we get some people from Singapore and Thailand and stuff like that coming in here. Might be interesting. And I was talking to somebody from on Call of Duty last night, playing with one of my clanmates. And out of the blue, I go, okay, so you know that things aren't what they seem, right? He goes, oh, yes, we know that things aren't what they seem. And I go, okay, so how many people in Nigeria know that the world is flat? And he goes, brother, of course the world is flat. There's no proof there's a globe. So, I mean, it's like, wow.
You know what I think? Even though they've spent like billions of dollars and billions of hours trying to brainwash us, I think sometimes we just revert back to the mean, which is truth, right? Like the pendulum can only swing so far. And there's the famous quote by Buddha, three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. So eventually the truth is going to come out no matter how much people want to push a lie. The educational system, like give me a child before he's 8 years old and I'll show you the man. Like I think they only do so much. Because there's always going to be that divergent, right? That divergent guy who's always thinking outside the box, asking questions when he shouldn't.
Yep, and this is what they fear. They call it a cancer. But I tell you something, wouldn't it be easier to just not even lie at all? Oh, but without lies, you can't control.
What do you think a cancer is? A cancer is something that can take you out, right?
Yep.
Potentially lethal growth. So when they say, like when you hear like a Catholic, like high up, I can't remember if he was a cardinal or what, but he said that fundamentalist Christians are like a cancer. It's like, oh, okay, so now we know how to kill, the hierarchy of the Catholic Church, right?
Go back to
So when they
fundamentals.
say that, like, when they say that people are like, flat earthers, like asking questions, like it takes me back to that movie Cloud Atlas, which, it's probably not a very popular movie around here, but Cloud Atlas is really good at like showing people what like real reporters have to go through, because if you look at the scenario, the story that took place in like the 70s, it was about Holly Berry being like this reporter. She was like an investigative journalist, not like a CIA asset. And she was like investigating like these pharmaceutical companies, I think. Was it pharmaceutical? Anyway, she was investigating this company. And then for some reason, like Tom Hanks became a whistleblower. He was like the guy working for the company who was in charge of like showing her around without showing her anything. And then like shortly after that, like people started ending up dead around her. And then somebody runs her off a bridge. And it's like, wow, like you didn't really know it. But it's like investigative journalists are like the most important part of freedom. Like if you can't have people with free speech and journalism, then how are you going to know like all the wicked shit that people are doing?
Yep. And I feel the events of the past 4 years has really doomed the Citizen Journalism Alliance, or the Citizen Investigation Alliance, the CIA, the real CIA, because they don't know anything. They get all of their information from the public. Before 9/11, the CIA was pretty much neutered, and there's a joke going around that the CIA is called the Czechoslovakian Intelligence Agency because they have to rely on foreign powers to get their intel. And that's why we wound up, getting attacked and all that shit, supposedly, which is why they reinstituted boots on the ground of the CIA. And then all of a sudden, all these mass shootings started happening. Coincidence? I think not.
You know what we should do, Josh? We should go back and find those news reports where the intelligence that we got on Iraq came from NASA, and they said that they had weapons of mass destruction. I think we need to take that over to this new place that you're talking about and show people where they said, oh, 500,000 dead children. We think it was worth it. right? And all of it was based on a lie from NASA. I think if we did it like that, this game would be over so fast. Because once people realized that NASA was responsible for 500,000 dead children, and our government for some reason thinks it was worth it, and then, how does a picture from alleged space prove weapons of mass destruction? Like, what is the point of sending in these people, like, into Iran, like, to do, like, testing the facilities if all we have to do is take pictures of bunkers, right? So a picture from a bunker from alleged space, what's the point of sending people in? Oh, you actually have to test the material to see what it's made out of. And there's a difference between weapons grade plutonium and like a steam engine plutonium, right? What's the difference? About like 90%, right? So if you go in there and you test their plutonium and it's only like 3 to 5% enriched, right? But the newspaper says they're getting closer. Yeah, they're technically getting closer to 90%, but they're nowhere near it, right? There's nowhere near weapon plutonium.
Yeah, they had a cyclotron, but the problem is they didn't have a mass pile converter, right? Which is a different kind of nuclear reactor where that's the only kind of reaction that's happening is you're enriching the plutonium, and bits and pieces of that plutonium will spontaneously like fuse together and create other particles, including plutonium. And some of the plutonium is a weapons grade, some of it is non-weapons grade, but all plutonium is short-lived. There's no natural plutonium on Earth because it's so short-lived, right? So the problem with that is after they have this corium afterwards, they have to do all this chemistry to extract it and then send it through not a cyclotron, but it's a gas vapor deposition separator to separate the atoms of the heavier, more dense weapons grade from the non-weapons grade plutonium. And it's very energy intensive. That's the problem with plutonium. But they don't need a plutonium. They only need plutonium for a hydrogen device because it's a spark plug. It creates a little spark which causes the hydrogen to explode. But the problem is like uranium. All they need to do is just have a uranium power plant and keep in certain fuel rods that are already spent. Meanwhile, all that uranium that has oxidized is being enriched. And then they can just take that uranium and do something with it to create like a device that burns all of the air up because it's atomized into the air. And when it's dispersed into the air, it's an actinide. It acts on the oxygen in the air and it burns the air itself. That's why they figured that, if they were to make this device, that it would set the atmosphere on fire.
Right. So should we get to work on that before they take it off the internet about how NASA gave us the intelligence?
Yeah, if you're down,
I remember that.
I can send you the information. I can send you the information and pop you over to the back channel discussion for this on my server. But that's just like one of the things to help coordinate the things, so we have all the data in one spot, so we know what we're looking at, so we don't have to look it up on the fly.
Right.
And most of it will
think
be
this
done
is like
with the phone.
Go ahead.
You need a phone to so.
Okay. Well, I just think that most people in the world, I'd be willing to bet the farm that they're against all these illegal wars. And if you start showing them, like, why did we go over there to begin with? Like, oh, it was based on a lie. Okay, where'd that lie come from? Like, surely it's some government agency, right? Well, absolutely it was a government agency, right? Where did they get this intelligence from? Is it like Mossad? Is it like the CIA? Like, no, it's NASA. Like, we got some photographs from space, allegedly. And that somehow proves the chemical makeup of what's in these images. And it's all based on a lie about these weapons of mass destruction that Saddam Hussein had, when really his weapon of mass destruction was him choosing to trade oil with petrol. I'm sorry, not petrol, that was stupid. What did I just say? Trading oil with euros, right? Isn't that what his dangerous scheme was? Isn't that what got him taken out?
Yep, undermining the U.S. economy makes you an enemy worth invading. Look at what happened to Gaddafi, right? They wanted to put the gold stand or the African standard for oil trade to where you had to buy the African gold, North African gold dollar that he had created. That's why he died. He didn't gas the people. We gassed the people through ISIS. That's another thing. These proxy wars.
Benghazi didn't have anything to do with the video, right? It had to do with us trying to overthrow Gaddafi, and shit went sour, and some American people died because of the people in Washington that made decisions, like Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama. And it's no different than the Fast and the Furious scandal, right? With Eric, what's his name? Damn, I can't remember his name. Eric Holder.
But basically, the Fast and the Furious scandal was sending guns across the border to the cartel, wasn't it? In exchange for cocaine.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what it was in exchange for, but yeah, it was about running guns, and that's what Benghazi was about. We were running military grade weaponry into Benghazi, right, so that they could take out Gaddafi.
And they said, nope, we're going to take out the great Satan.
So one of our ambassadors was left to die, and then they blamed it on a YouTube video, and ever since then they've been censoring YouTube like nobody's business. So never let a good tragedy go to waste.
Or whatever.
No, I don't even know if it was that, but they blamed it on an Islamic video that was like negatively
Somebody
reporting
had
on
portrayed
Islam.
Muhammad. Somebody drew a picture of Muhammad in that.
I don't know why people need to do that. Like, you know,
well, you know how like you have that one guy that taught his pug how to do the Hitler salute, which is really just a Roman salute, and that's also how we used to salute the American flag when singing the Pledge of Allegiance when the school systems first started. We would do the old Nazi salute, the Roman salute to the flag.
Dude, my cat does that automatically. That's just how he stretches. Like if you wake him up from a good nap, he's gonna wake up, and he's a flame point Siamese cat. So if you look them up, they got like almost perfectly white hair, except for a little caramel on their face and on their tails. Wherever their body gets cold, it's caramel color, and he looks like a little flame point. Well, anyway, he's got blue eyes. Yeah, the tips on his ears. Yeah, he looks like a little like Aryan, and he's giving like a Nazi salute. But I mean, this cat, he's like old, man. He's just really freaking old, and when he wakes up, he sticks that one arm out, and like you can take a picture of it, and it looks crazy as fuck. But I didn't teach him to do that.
Yeah,
he's just a little Aryan.
I know, like it's. He's from Tartaria. We can't help it.
Right.
He's Siamese.
But I mean, yeah, this is like the sweetest cat you've ever met. He's so freaking lovey-dovey. Apparently, it's to do with his breed. Like the flame point are really, really lovey-dovey. But like, there's people that would probably want to kill this cat because this is how he stretches. You know?
Yeah. And that just goes to show the bigotry that's within people. Like they don't even truly understand what that Hitler salute is all about. Roman salute. And if they want to call,
Church did back Hitler, and the banks backed Hitler, and George Bush's grandfather, wasn't he one of the ones that was running money?
Adolf Prescott Bush, yeah. Adolfo Prescott Bush, yep. Bank of America funded Hitler's war chest. That's an uncomfortable truth.
Well, it's obvious to see that, you know, the truth is always going to be uncomfortable. And from like here on out, we're just going to have to like get what it is. It appears, this is me quoting someone else, it appears the Nazis won the war and the Germans lost the war.
Yeah.
The Germans were completely slaughtered after World War II. And the Nazis went on to be like head of NASA. I got a picture that I post up here sometimes.
CIA, the head of the medical industry in Russia. That's Joseph Mengele, Dr. Death, the one that did all those experiments for
let me find
hypothermia.
Look at the images that I shared. I was banned from a server for sharing this.
Yeah. People can't see through the programming. It's stupid. Like even if you look back to like China, right? China even had this. It's one of their earliest glyphs was the swastika. And it was actually
they told me that I was banned for promoting Nazi propaganda.
well, the swastika is always the first realization that a culture has, and they document it as, you know, the meaning of life and all that shit, right? But they don't equate to what it actually means because it's hidden in secret. Only the enlightened ones will know. But it has to do with the procession of the seasonal gates, right? So like people don't understand this. They called it the broom star, and then they said there's other broom stars which tell you of certain times and seasons, and they had these documented, and one of them was Halley's Comet, right? So those are either broom stars or beard stars, right? Like a broom star is something that comes across with the seasons on a sick little nature, and then these other ones that come out of nowhere look like they're stars with big old beards, right? Those are comets. So like even like in ancient times in China, and for people to sit there and say, well, the Chinese had this kind of cosmology. No, you don't know, because there's feudalism. There was all types of different dynasties. And time in China was dependent on how many years this dynasty was ruling. And different dynasties would date years by 60 days. So, I mean, you can't really call a year when not everybody had the concept of a year. Some people use 2 moons as a year, right? 2 full moons was a year.
All right. There it is. Allies, we defeated the Nazis. But why would they lie?
Has anybody seen that
one?
The Charlie Chaplin speech from the dictator?
Oh, yeah. What is that last one? Kurt Waldheim? Something of the United Nations? Does anybody... I guess I could type it in.
Attorney General of the United Nations, maybe? Kurt Waldheim. He's still alive. President of Austria as well. And he has a movie database profile.
Right. Our next show is trying to show how you navigate with parallel lines.
Oh no, he died in 2007. Foreign minister of the United Nations. Austrian foreign minister.
So, what happened to all the Nazis? Like, they say that Hitler like died, but there's no proof of that.
I think I
So, like,
seen
what
him
happened to all
walking
those
around.
Nazis?
I think I seen him walking around about 7 years ago. Guy kept coming in. Looked like it could have been Hitler when he was like 96. He still had the same mustache and everything. And I go, holy shit, hey, is that Hitler, guys? Then he spoke like with a Spanish accent. So anyway, yeah. With that, I don't think Hitler was found dead in Germany. What about you? Because the only record we have is the record of the USSR, which is owned by
Well,
Freemasons.
yeah. The Russians are the ones who told us about the, you know, the chambers, right? So I guess we're going to believe communist, right? So who knows? I mean, the whole history thing at this point, like, what really happened in history? What can we verify, right? If we get a whole bunch of World War II vets and we like ask them, like, hey man, what happened? They're not going to be, you know, like probably the people on the front line, right? Because those guys probably died. They're probably like, you know, the logistics, right? Because isn't like 90% of the military like moving shit from point A?
Yep. Grunts.
So, yeah, grunts. They don't know anything. They know how much, you know, ammo weighs because they had to carry it for like 15 hours straight.
Yep.
Just
They
stacking
had to
ammo.
drive. They had to drive through countryside with
Yes.
no suspension. They know. That's about it. Your connection's really bad, Hank. But yeah, the reason why you can't trust NASA, think about it. They had occult beginnings and was ran by the Nazis. Oh, well, yeah, we can't trust NASA, so let's go with SpaceX and Elon Musk. Oh, no. Werner von Braun, you know, the Nazi director of NASA, he wrote a book saying that a man named, or no, was it him or somebody else? Something about a man named Elon will take us to Mars. I can't remember if that was von Braun or John D. But it's plain to see that, you know, Elon is clearly in the occult. You don't get to that manner of prowess that that man has without selling your soul for the world. You don't know. With him, it's just math. It makes sense.
Elon is definitely in the occult. He used to be bald, and now he has hair.
Yep, he's hiding his baldness.
He's occult in it.
He doesn't want us to see that egghead of his.
What's with all these bald guys? So many of these bald guys, like I don't know,
Next
in
to
positions of
Thor,
power.
Jeff Bezos. Well, isn't even Jacob Rothschild bald?
Bro, every time I see someone saying something out of an authoritarian position, many times it's a bald guy.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
we
know. It's
shouldn't
probably
make fun of bald people because one of them could be a prophet and send a bunch of she-bears to attack you. You heard that? Have you ever heard that one?
no. Just
Alicia,
from you.
Alicia the prophet was sitting there walking, and there were some kids that were making fun of him, saying, "Look at the baldy head. Look, here comes baldy head."
Oh
So
yeah.
he sent some she-bears, spoke something, and some she-bears came out of the wilderness and killed the children. It's like, what? So I think they put that in there to say, hey, respect the baldness. The baldness is usually hidden by a crown anyway, occulted. Ooh, I think we're onto something there. What if the queen is bald? Because her hair never changes. It's always the same wig.
So it's the same week, huh? She does look funny to me. Talking about the queen, have you seen this? I saw someone sharing this in Telegram. This princess. Princess Helen of Greece and Denmark. Or something like that.
Somebody wants to. There's also a thing out there about the queen actually being the offspring of Winston Churchill, illegitimate offspring of Winston Churchill.
Wait, can you tell me something about him? So many names, I don't remember.
Winston
I've
Churchill,
heard the
also
name.
known as Aleister Crowley. The similarities are uncanny. You look at Crowley's bald face and you look at Churchill's bald face, and you're like, just add a couple of years. Yeah.
He has a blood connection to Muhammad as well, the prophet, alleged
Oh,
prophet.
really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess we are all related. Adam and Eve.
Well, you don't even have to look at Adam and Eve, right? Because there's a theory of pre-Adamic race and all that shit. No proof, but there's a theory of it.
I have a
However,
question. Did Eve? Some people say that the Eve did the shaga shaga with the serpent.
that's what it says in the Targum.
Yeah, that's a lie. It's called the serpent seed deception.
And Targum predates the Pentateuch.
Okay, I know
That's
there's
one of
a
the
bunch of
biggest
lies out there.
blaspheming. Put a perfect timing, Jimsy. How did I just walk in here and all of a sudden you're talking? This is exactly what I wanted to talk about, Jimsy. You must have read my mind.
And Abel and the bloodlines.
Yeah, nothing to do with Satan. Yeah, that's called the serpent seed deception. If you believe that, you cannot read the basic first literal page of the Torah. Yeah, he told Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply before the fall. Not Adam and the serpent and the enmity that was created. Are we allowed to talk about this
No,
here?
if
Man,
you
Jonesy, you got me on
if you
a
read the
rant here.
Targum, it says that she was seduced into going under the tree, and when she went under the tree and approached the fruit, she saw Samael, which is death, and then she took hold of the fruit.
I just brought it up
As
because
the
we were talking about, the Queen, and someone said that the Queen is
Yeah.
related to Churchill, and then related to Mohammed. I was like, well, I guess maybe we are all related because Adam and Eve, right?
That would be correct. Yes, there is. Yeah, the serpent seed deception, whether the Targum says that or not, is not what the first page of the Bible depicts at all.
And then when you go into it, there is a destruction, right? So in reality, we're all related to Noah.
Yeah, well,
Or
it's
am
a
I
spiritual
mistaken?
difference, though. Yeah. Eve
Because
never had
he has
sexual. Yeah, Eve never had sexual relations with the serpent, though. That would mean you don't understand the basic first page of the Bible.
That's good that you clarified that.
Another form of polytheism.
Blood makes you related, but loyalty makes you family.
Yeah,
Like
Cain.
Mafia
Yeah, Adam. It says Adam knew Eve, and they bore Cain and Abel. So Cain is from Adam. That's what the lineage shows. That's what the Bible states. Yeah, Cain is from Adam. That would be another form of Talmudic mysticism.
Why was the murder committed, though? Jealousy?
Because of his spiritual transgression. Because of his spiritual transgression, his self-pride, his worship of himself, and his hatred.
I think it was a jealousy because his sacrifice wasn't favored. His brother's was.
Yeah, I think it was.
I did all this work, and he got angry.
Well,
Yeah.
it's because he didn't bring the best from his harvest. So I think probably has something to do with maybe greed or this. You know what I mean? No, not being faithful.
Well, his harvest
Pride.
was plants, right? Plants would be plants regardless if man were to mess with it. However, like cattle, livestock, you have to nurture and get them fat. That's what the difference was, is the carrying, right? And then you can even go into it like symbology. Like we know smoking is not good for you because it's like a burnt offering into your temple if you are the temple. So it's like, yeah, just think about
I think
that.
it's the same kind of hatred that Joseph's brothers had towards him. See, it's the same kind of jealousy and hatred towards Joseph. Because of the coat, that was given to him, or because
The
but
vision of the grain
Abel was
stalks.
right. Yep.
The vision of the bunches of grain, where they all bowed down to his bunch of grain. And then another one about the sun and the moon and like different stars and stuff like that. So that's why they got angry with him. And Judah wanted to kill him, right? Reuben was like, no.
I think the Bible also says God spoke to Cain and said, Cain, sin is waiting for you at your door, and it wants to have you, but you must master it, right? You must do the right thing. So I think Cain was probably not doing the right thing. And I'm not talking about wearing a mask.
Well, think about it too, right? Cain. It's a rod, it's a reed. And, so it's almost like it's a very common name throughout the patriarchy as well. Cain, Canaan, Canaan.
I also wonder if it had to do with bringing the fruits and not, a proper sacrifice, maybe. Not sure.
Well, I'm not sure. But I know like Cain is like what you would feed. You're supposed to offer those grains and all that stuff that that cane to the cattle, so the cattle can get fat, so that you can use the cattle for labor to help produce more cane in the field and live off of it. It's like one of these things, right? They would use like oxen and stuff like that to plow their fields when the plow was invented. Before that, I'm pretty sure it was hard going with the stick. And think about that. Whoever owns the most cattle will be wealthy because they'll have an excess of things and be able to trade the cattle for other goods. See, money. There was no money back then either. That's so. I mean, they had certain things for land deals under a kingship, under a king's land, where you had to abide by the king's rules, right? Just like laws today. If you want land, you have to abide by the law of land and purchase the land. But you don't ever purchase the land because at any time they can take it away from you if you don't pay your tithe, your tax.
How could anybody at all, though, believe the serpent seed deception when it says right here, 1:4, and Adam knew, that's because of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, hint, hint. Adam knew Eve. Okay, that's the whole point of the tree of knowledge and good and evil, in case you're confused. Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain. Adam knew his wife and bore Cain. So who is really insane enough and so desperate to think that Satan had sex with Eve when it says right here? It's because you don't. Because you can't believe the Bible.
That was after the fruit, right? That was after they had partaken of the fruit and were cursed.
Yeah, that's
and
the
then
point.
they
Adam knew Eve. This is showing he's the father of Cain. Adam knew Eve, and she conceived and bare Cain. So you can't believe the Bible. You cannot believe the Bible at all. If you believe in serpent seed, you're probably also a polytheist. There's no way you can believe this book if you think serpent seed was what impregnated Eve. Not even close.
Or if you think the earth is a ball, you also don't believe the Bible or the God of the Bible.
You're dang right. You're dang right.
Or if you don't believe giants existed.
Well, that word giant is a Greek word.
Yeah, gigantes means earthborn, which means they are now not born elsewhere. They're born on Earth because they saw that the women were fair. But more importantly, what about dragons, Sal? So you gotta believe in dragons. How about that standard?
Right? Well, there's supposed to be a sea dragon, right?
Well, there are accounts of dragons like very recent, right? In the medieval ages. Right. So what's up with dinosaurs? I don't know. Those
Isn't
are weird.
that crazy? Everything they told us was a fairy tale was true, and everything they told us was true was a fairy tale.
Right.
They've inverted reality.
Yeah. I mean, when we were kids, it was easy for us to believe these things, but now that we're adults, we kind of ask some real serious questions. We're about to die soon. It's like, like what the fuck? Fairy tales.
So what about Jack the? Sorry, what about Jack the Giant Slayer? That's a fairy tale, right?
Yeah.
So is that
hear
true?
me out, right? These giants that we're talking about, these tall beings, we're not saying that they didn't exist. I'm saying the word giant means earthborn. And it can also mean tyrant, right? So what would be more tyrannical than a person of large stature? A titan.
Why would you need to say
Today
something's earthborn? Like, what's not earthborn?
Okay, because they're from heaven, because the angels, the sons of God, saw that the women were fair. So that this was their first generation born on Earth. But it's not giants, it's gigantes. So gigantes
alien
is earthborn.
hybrids.
Right. So gigantes is earthborn. Giants does mean giants, yes.
Yeah. The Samoans, we have a word for it. Sauai. When you translate it, it means cannibal. But it's a demigod. It means a demigod. Yeah. Something else and human mixed equals sauai. Usually cannibals. Like tall, yeah, big, giants, yeah. And we have stories. So yeah, anecdotal, but still.
What about Byron Trump? Doesn't he look like he could be a giant?
Real
His
quick,
legs are pretty tall.
similar in the Caribbean, there's stories that people passed down that there was these people called the Los Caribes, and they used to eat other people, and they used to be like bigger men, like really big men, and they will eat people.
Yeah, and those are usually the heroes of our myths and our legends too, like the great stories that developed all these traditions and cultures.
Like Gilgamesh, the hunter.
Yep.
The other one.
We have a warrior princess, Nafanua. She's one of them, a demigod, goddess.
Even had Hercules, Perseus, all these other like things from mythology and tales.
Yeah.
Men of renown.
Yeah, those are all lowercase gods.
Yeah. Our tattoo, the Samoan tattoo on the stomach and the legs, was brought to us from Fiji by two twin sisters that swam and sang the song. But when they dove down to get a clam, they were amazed by the size of this clam. When they came out, the song changed. That it is the men who are to be tattooed, not the women. Swam from Fiji, though. I was like, swam? Like, yeah, swam. It's like, okay. Like one of those things, right? Yeah. Like, of course. Yeah. What, did you think they were human? No, I was just wondering. Like, who swims that far down?
In Japan, they have a legend of this goddess from the sea. It was in like a bath with two clamshells, right? So almost like what people say UFOs are. But it came from the sea, and she basically taught them language and law, and then disappeared back into the sea, said one day we will return.
Yep.
But that's just a legend, right?
I imagine that people in the past had a lot of mythology, things that were just made up, just like today.
Well, it's how we don't write history. Like my culture, Samoan, our history is orally passed down, through songs and stories, whangongos. We call them whangongos. We tell them at night to the children, and through the lineage, the retelling of the lineage, passing down the lineage, the family tree, and the families, the houses. So it's mostly, like growing up in school and learning science. You would think that those people were just telling stories, they didn't understand anything. But when you grow up and you look at the earth and you know that it's not a ball, you go back to look at your culture and the stories and the songs. It kind of lines up with everybody else's stories. I mean, it's kind of hard to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like flood and demigods and giants. Samoan legends and myths are very similar to Greek. Even the way they commune with the spirits, the ceremonies, libations, the poems, very similar. Yeah. Now they're aliens.
Yeah, similar to, I remember like elder people when I was young. Every time someone like was bringing up like maybe like an infection or something, they knew how to go to the gardens and grab something from there and just prepare some medicine. And that was they didn't have it in a book. They just knew it,
Yeah.
and stuff worked.
Yeah, it's passed down family. It's like a family cure or treatment. Yeah, a recipe.
Yeah, we
We
have a
have one.
lot of those in my family.
Yep.
People oil herbs. If you get an earache, and I'm not saying this is going to be a cure, but man, I don't know why I can't say it because I don't know anything truer than that. But anyway, I can't say it's a cure, but as soon as you feel the earache coming on and it starts to get that achy feeling, you go inside, get some olive oil, and you heat it up to like 100 degrees, 105 degrees. That way it's a little lukewarm. And you test it by pouring it on your wrist. If it doesn't burn your wrist, then you just pour it down the ear hole and you stuff a cotton ball. Repeat twice a day. Once when you wake up, once when you go to bed. And I promise you, as soon as that oil hits your ear, instant relief. And plus, you got a cotton ball there, so the wind blowing doesn't aggravate it. And I can't put it into words, but it's instantaneous relief.
What oil?
Olive oil, just regular old kitchen cooking olive oil.
Cool.
To clean the ear, that was pretty common. I remember when I was young, like cleaning the ear of childs and even adults, it was a really common thing. Like going in there, putting something in there, and just cleaning the ears. It was
Yeah,
pretty
some people
common.
use peroxide, but peroxide kills the good and the bad bacteria.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember they used to grab some leaves and they will just heat them up in water, like boil the leaves in water, and they will put that water inside the ear. Obviously not boiling, but when it was warm, a little warm, similar to what you're saying, Hank. It was with leaves from the gardens.
Well, when you take the leaves and you boil it, what are you getting? Like the oil out of it,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
yeah.
you're infusing the water with it. Yeah.
Because you can get oil out of any herb or plant, right? You just boil it and distill it and boil it and distill it. And then, eventually you got a little oil floating on the top of the water, right?
Essence.
Man, I'm about to move to Oklahoma. I'm about to make my own oil. Shit.
Yeah, yeah. Coconut oil and cannabis. Infuse it and cook with it.
Yeah, like 5% coconut oil and cannabis, just to give it a little flavor. Dude, I love coconut oil. I swear by it. That stuff is so good.
In Samoa, coconut loves you.
I know. The tree of life. That's what we call it. It literally is, dude. Like everything. the whole the whole tree is used. I miss the coconut. Shit.
Yeah, also, if you get stung by a wasp, Tabasco sauce neutralizes the sting. So one day I was on a delivery, I got stung right in the ribs, man. Right in between my hip and my armpit. Like right there on the side. It was a really tender spot to get stung. And I look on the internet and I'm like, Tabasco sauce. So I get back to the store and I'm like in pain. And I get the Tabasco sauce and I rub it on that spot. And at first it was like, ow. Then it was like, oh. And it was like over. Like immediately. Like after I said, oh, it was like all better.
So wasp sting Tabasco sauce. Got it.
Yep. Neutralizes the sting. But
I've
it's
got
not a
Tabasco.
cure. You should probably go to your doctor and pay him like $1,000 or whatever.
I love Tabasco sauce on scrambled eggs. I got heaps. I got
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of it. Yeah.
You ever cooked eggs in a waffler?
No. I'm gonna try it though.
Yeah, if you got like a little like waffler or a pancake maker, just like a little stovetop. Yeah, it's pretty good. Another thing, there's a cactus that grows out here in Texas, and it's the one that has a little flower on top. And if you take the cactus and put it in the oven at like 400 degrees till it becomes black, we call it black salve, and it'll pull like an abscess because your animals get your cows and your cats, they get abscesses, and it'll pull the abscess to the top to where you can pop it like a pimple. And this is really, this is a really good thing to have because abscess sometimes starts like on top of the muscle in between the fat and the muscle.
Mm.
So it's good to pull it to the top. That way you don't have to do so much, damage, getting rid of it. Yeah, the black salve, like if you got like a splinter, some kind of like metal in your arm or foot or whatever, it'll draw it out to the top. But obviously, you need to consult your doctor. This is not medical advice.
What, do you just bake it and what the thing oozes out of it? You collect it?
Yeah, you put it in the oven at like 400 degrees, and then it turns like black, and then it's like gooey and black, and that cactus it'll like help your ass with abscesses, because abscess is
How
like
long do
really
you cook
gross.
it?
It's like
How long?
until it turns black. Until it turns black.
Oh yeah. Cool. That's interesting. Cactus, yeah. Tabasco sauce
Except
and
for the
cactus.
Tabasco sauce, I got all this from my grandparents. Back in the day, we used tobacco to draw out the sting, but it doesn't help as good as Tabasco sauce. So that's why I told you Tabasco sauce. Guys, I hate cigarettes, like the cigarette companies and their 5,000 chemicals. I hate that stuff. But if I came across some like natural jungle tobacco, man, I would love to grow that shit. I would love to plant like natural tobacco. And I probably wouldn't even smoke it every day. But like a cigar like twice a year, or maybe like once a year.
What about? Are you talking about the wild native natural tobacco that was known as marijuana?
Oh, is that what it was?
Because
what about?
that just means tobacco, right? So them saying marijuana law, well, why is nicotine still legal then? Why is tobacco still being sold? Because marijuana is tobacco. It's not even cannabis. You can thank the leadership of Texas for that one.
About cigars? You don't smoke cigars?
It's because when white women smoke this stuff, they will get together with Mexicans, and we don't like that.
Yeah, because all the Mexicans were known for having this molta, right? This marijuana. They even said molta and then marijuana for different things. So marijuana was more like wrapped in tobacco. Right.
The Sinaloa cartel, right?
I mean, there was even tales of natives, like the natives of the Caribbeans, when the Spanish got here, and they were smoking an herb wrapped in tobacco leaf, and they called it tabaco.
If I was Mexican, I'd be a cocaine dealer.
So basically, they were smoking blunts. So blunts is all American.
I'd probably have some tunnels.
The wrapping things on tobacco leaves, that goes back a long time. It's nothing new.
Yep.
But why you putting what are you wrapping in the tobacco? That's the question.
Exactly. They said it was a sweet and pungent smelling herb.
Sounds like mota.
Yep.
So are you telling me there's no real tobacco like out in nature, the real tobacco is molta?
Well, no, the real tobacco, there is tobacco, right? Tobacco is it's a perennial plant that grows and it has yellowish green flowers. And it's part of the Nicaceae family, right? There's a lot of tobacco growing everywhere, but you just don't know what to look for. A lot of it is not suitable for consuming because the nicotine levels are way too high, or there's other noxious chemicals in it. So they usually cultivate like a couple different cultivars. One's barley, another one is like the Turkish seed. Because tobacco's everywhere. It's not just in America.
Right.
Yeah, Hank, and then you grab that tobacco and you put some mota. You rub the mota with the tobacco, and then you turn, mix it, turn it to
You preach
fire.
to the choir.
Put
You preach to
fire
the choir
on it.
now, dude. I
Pick
remember
up
the first time.
coal.
The first time I took two blunts and I wrapped them together with like a zigzag or a really big zigzag. And my wife was
You
like,
know,
"What is that?" I was
you
like,
know,
"That's a double barrel shotgun, bitch. You don't know?"
in Spanish, people in the past described it and as it was tobacco, mota, and also they used to say rock. Some people used to just put it like ceramic or rock or whatever, and a pipe, right? A pipe, and then you put it there
Something
and
goes
fire
over the door. Yeah.
and use fire to light it up. Yeah. So you put the mota on the pipe, in the pipe. I'm sorry. They call it yerba, yerba, which is weed. 'Cause it used to grow everywhere.
I don't know what they call it. I just know the sound it takes when it makes them get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go fix themselves some sandwiches.
Knocking everything off the counter. It's like, shit, why is that on the counter? It's full of fruit. Why?
See, for a lot of people, it's medicine, and I don't know why, but I don't need medicine. For me, it's like purely recreational, like drinking a beer.
And cáñamo, which is hemp related to it. Cáñamo used to be known as a really strong fiber, a very, very strong fiber. Cáñamo.
It's still known to be a good fiber. So diamond is to rocks as hemp is to fibers. It's the diamond of all fibers. So they used to use it sailing seas, like the sails, the ropes, anything that can withstand sea salt is pretty badass stuff. And they would use it on the ships. And I think not too long ago, they found a vessel in the Black Sea, I think, and it had like a whole bunch of cannabis oil. So in other words, this vessel, it had a bunch of clay vessels that tested positive for marijuana.
That's why Blackbeard had hemp tied to his. Everybody was probably always smoking weed or something, right? I mean, Jamaica
Yeah,
was right there.
and this vessel, it dated back to 2,000 years ago, around the time of Christ, and it was actually like accurate as to what type of vessel they had back in those days. It was pretty interesting.
Everything was made of hemp. Hey, hemp was the business, was the economy of the world.
Wealth of the nation is based on how much hemp it produces. Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, where we are now with textiles, freaking nylon and bullshit materials. DuPont.
Yep, that again, DuPont, a Nazi company, right? The Nazis won, the Germans lost. Actually, the world lost. The Allies lost, the Axis won. Let's just face it. It was done esoterically. Yeah, man. So, because of plastics and fucking money interest lobbyists wanting to outlaw hemp because there was a new invention called the decorrugator, which was going to revolutionize hemp production. No more labor involved in decorrugating it. Right? It was an automatic thing that would strip the fibers off and leave the fibers intact and not broken. This was going to doom in the paper industry. So Harry Anslinger teamed up with Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and what they or I don't know if that's his name. Anyways,
Yeah.
Hearst, the newspaper tycoon, he owned a lot of timber, and that would be an investment lost if hemp took over paper production. So they said, well, hemp is also linked with this substance known as marijuana, which is known, there's plenty of remedies over the counter that we get that contain hemp. So if we go by what the AMA is saying that they want to base all medicine off of petrochemicals now. So that gives us the legality and the means through this new drug czar of Harry Anslinger to bring it all into it, right? Oh, we don't need hemp rope anymore because we have nylon. We don't need hemp sails. We have nylon. We don't need hemp production for paper because they can easily produce marijuana with it. But even we know now, like hemp doesn't produce any THC. So the only thing they produce is CBD, and that is still legal to be sold and delivered to every house in the United States via post, including the UK and
Yeah, but
Canada.
every medicine man had marijuana in his. It was usually what he prescribed for almost everything, right? Even
Yeah, if a woman
women.
had cramps, marijuana.
Right.
If you lose your appetite, marijuana. If you have trouble sleeping, marijuana. I mean,
You
Yeah.
I'm
got
not saying those are
rheumatism,
cures, but
you got a
yeah,
marijuana
arthritis.
staff.
Yep.
Yep.
The pharmaceutical industry also gets to grow. They also now can synthesize a whole bunch of stuff while making, the actual plants illegal or the natural way of getting the medicine illegal. They also synthesize and develop the pharmaceutical industry to make people dependent on stuff.
One of the first things that I personally learned about hemp seeds is that if you have birds, people have birds in their houses, and sometimes they want these birds to reproduce, but sometimes there's birds that have issues reproducing. So there's hemp seeds that you could feed the birds for them to be healthy and reproduce correctly.
Yeah, there's this kind of half-ass made documentary. I'm not saying that it's like all pure science or anything, but it's called Super High Me. And if you look at some of the results that he got back from the doctor, it's like pretty amazing that, this guy may have produced some of the results for having a bad attitude when he first quit smoking. And then he may have been like in happier moods and did better on the test. So I'm not saying it's scientific, but if you look at some of the results, like his sperm count went up. I was like, what? His sperm count went up from smoking? That's crazy.
Oh, well, smoke them if you got them. So you can reproduce more. You know what I mean?
The seeds. I'm not talking about smoking it. I'm talking about the seeds being used as feed for animals, for them to be healthier and be better.
Hemp seed.
And also, if you're gonna eat the animal, you want to eat a healthy animal, right? So hemp seeds are good for that, to have healthy animals.
Yeah.
Better
Okay.
meat.
Hemp seeds and hemp and the feeds, right?
Yeah.
Chicken. Feed the chickens. Hemp seed. Get more eggs, probably, right?
Yeah,
Better
best
eggs.
eggs and meat with better nutrients, more nutrients, better fats. Because right now, if you see the cows are being fed what? Corn and other grains that are probably not that good. So how about giving them something like hemp seeds that are it's definitely beneficial, and it's been used. It's been used in the past for that kind of stuff.
You know why corn is called corn?
Nope.
Because it looks like a horn, right? It's called a unicorn, not a unihorn. So basically, they saw a cow with a fucking grain or an ear of corn on their fucking head and no horns, and they're like, "Oh, it's a unicorn! Capture it!" That's so yeah. Corn looks like a horn.
It looks like a horn. And it sounds like horn.
The real name is maize.
Maize.
Yeah. It's known as the
Gonna grow.
sacred wheat.
Yeah.
So it's considered a wheat.
Oh yeah.
But just like wheat, you can't digest the shit. Go for it. Eat nothing but a bunch of corn, and you tell me how your BM goes.
Yeah, I was like, why is there still corn in my poop? I was like,
It didn't digest. What happened? Anyway,
how did the corn through still corn?
but anyways, like if you think about it, right? On like the surface of corn itself, it has like little hairs. So yeah, it's kind of crazy that like
The reason I
we
hate corn.
that and they can digest it, but we cannot digest it. Anyway, enough of talking about digestion.
Yeah.
Did anyone capture that debate on modern day debates called the last flat earth debate ever? Question mark.
Nope.
Nathan Thompson was in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. I got a notification, but I haven't listened to it completely. Just a little bit.
They even have Snake was right on there, and he yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty interesting to watch.
Review. Tell me. I want to hear it. Tell me about it.
Well, I didn't capture like anything that Snake was saying. It was more like what that one dude with the afro was saying, and he was getting into scriptural proof of the flat Earth.
You know that I heard that. That's one of the things that I heard the guy talking about scripture and that kind of stuff, and he kind of said, we don't see God and we don't see the angels. That's why we don't see the globe." Something like that. I was like, this guy is going for it.
Probably because the globe is not factual. You have to imagine it.
Yeah, and he was saying exactly that, something like that. Like, yeah, we look at the Bible, but we don't see God. We don't see the angels, but they're there. That's why you don't see the globe. So
the
I'm
other
putting it
day
in my own words, but that's what he was saying.
So the other day I was talking to a young person, and I found out this young person has one of those photographic memories where they remember everything. And I was like, "So you remember everything, don't you?" And they were like, "Yeah." And I was like, "You remember the house I lived in before?" They were like, "Yeah." Like, "You remember the house I lived in before that?" They were like, "Yeah." I said, "So, what are you smart?" And the person answered, "My IQ is higher than Einstein's." And I was like, "Okay, that's not saying much." And then I was like, "What's your IQ?" And then they told me, I was like, "Oh, that is pretty high." And then I said, "What's the shape of the Earth outside?" Not even a second later, flat. I said, "Why do they teach you in school that it's a sphere if you don't observe it to be a sphere when you go outside?" And the person answers, "Because they're weird." I was like, damn. Because I didn't lead them up to that question. It was just like out of the blue, like, what's the shape of the Earth outside? Not even a second later, flat.
Yeah, that's like I wasn't asking any misleading questions about that Nigerian when I was talking to him. So yeah.
And you can't say that I led the person up to that answer because I wasn't talking about the shape of the Earth until I said, "What's the shape of the Earth outside?" So it's not like objection, leading the witness. No, that's not what I did at all. It was just out of the blue question.
Because they're weird.
Word for word quote.
Yeah, he figured it out by himself that these school systems are weird and they teach weird stuff. That a lot of people figured that out. And he described it as weird because you could pull up a lot of teachers trying to teach, and they're pretty weird. And the things they teach are weird. I saw videos. I haven't been there, but I saw videos of this school bringing men dressed as women and having a talk with the children in the school and how that is okay to do that. That I found it kind of weird.
Yeah, that's definitely a little weird. You know, it only takes about 300 hours to educate a child up to the high school level. So why do they need like 13 years? Because it takes a
Because
little bit longer to indoctrinate them to the high school level.
and yeah, if you want to make a very inefficient system and waste their time for such long periods of time and extend the LARP and the trolling, yeah, 18, 13 years, yeah.
Called the trivium, right? Trivium. The basics like rhetoric, how to speak. It's like installing the software, right? Needed for the hardware. It's like manufacturing human resources. You know what I'm saying? And then when you,
Manufacturing is the name of the game.
yeah, and when we get to high school, it's called the quadrivium. Four main topics, geometry. You guys know what I'm talking about? You could Google it. But when you look at the school system, that's what they have to put. Everyone has to go through this same indoctrination.
Yeah, like
Yeah, you're talking
everyone
about
is
the
gonna
seven liberal.
like
Sorry,
everyone
Jimmy.
is gonna have the same job and do the same thing and have the same function society. Like there's not other things to do besides what you learn in school, right?
Oh, it's that that you live on the ball is the most important thing in the indoctrination. Because science, because of the other things that you have to learn, but you have to kind of like stay in this box that you know what I mean, to use those skills and the knowledge that you learn. Yeah, that those might be proper, working systems, but then you all have to remember you're doing it all on a ball somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Anytime a comet could hit us, and
I think the school should be more should have more like a open campus where the children will go to school but kind of decide what they like. Say maybe you're teaching botanics on one side of the school and you're teaching hydro whatever, different things in the school. You can't just grab every single children and teach them the same thing and make them whatever learn it, because they have to pass the test or whatever. But if you have a lot of different choices on different practical things,
we
what else
do.
can you say? Mechanics,
Well,
engineering, botanical things, different things. And then they say, hey, you know what? I want to go to the navigation class. I want to learn about navigation, about see that kind of stuff.
they have these tests called SATs, ACTs, ASVABs. It's like an intelligence test to see if you qualify, like to go to these very special schools, universities, so you can learn very special things. Yeah.
So after 13 years, you couldn't figure that out. Now you have to waste another 13.
Yeah, it's like yeah, it's the way they have to do it. You know, you have to strive, you have to earn it. You know what I mean? Then by the time you
So they
earn
are,
it,
like I said, they are extending the LARP. It's making it very long and very complicated.
yes, the barrier to entrance. Exactly. And you're gonna hate it. You know what I mean? You're gonna hate school. You're not gonna want to have anything to do with college or higher learning, right? That's the whole point, so that it kind of flushes out the majority of people, and only crazy people,
What about
would actually.
putting all this money that the taxpayer put for those 13 years or whatever? Then you graduate, and then they gotta put all this money to university, and then you're like, you know what? I actually don't like the stuff that I'm going for.
If you declare bankruptcy, all your debt will be
26
wiped
years
clean.
later.
All your debt will be wiped clean, except your college debt from Sally Mae. That is the only debt that not even bankruptcy can remove. So I don't know what's up with that, but I think it has to do with the American
Oh, come
dream.
on, man. That didn't have anything to do with Joe Biden, man. He's not the one who did that. Well, actually, I think he is. And after he did that, the price of college it went up like 6 times, man. I'll tell you what. Joe Biden, he sure is making America great.
Making it harder for in, international students to enter, right? Or is it domestic students? Wait, yeah, harder for domestic students to enter.
Price of tuition went up 6 times, man. That's harder for everybody. Damn it.
None of you have cryptocurrency. China #1. I heard Finland had the best schools. I don't know.
So I moved to Louisiana where there's hurricanes. I got to move to Oklahoma where there's tornadoes, or I got to move up to not West Texas, New Mexico. Those are 3 options. But New Mexico, they got the best laws, but damn it, I don't live in the desert. And I want to live in Louisiana because they got that food. Oh my God, they got the food. But I think I can prove that I'm, let's see, 3/16 Native American.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll be able to get some land.
16th. Yeah. That's my
My
great.
wife is Native too.
How many greats is that? 3?
Yeah, so one of my great grandmothers is full blood Cherokee. My grandmother's half. My dad is a fourth, and that makes me an eighth. So I got an eighth plus I got 1/16 Choctaw. Sorry, Choctaw. So that makes me an eighth plus a 16th. That would be 3/16, right?
I don't think you can add those.
Wow.
I don't think
Learn to do
I don't think there's a common denominator to put that 2 and that 1 together.
eighth. I mean, unless I'm wrong.
I mean, yeah, 1/16 is good enough for me.
And I know that I'm a direct descendant of her, my grandmother, because we have the same moles on our face, the same beauty mark or whatever. And my son has the same mark on his face that my dad has. So he's got a mole on his lip, and I got one on my chin where my grandmother has hers. So we're definitely. I don't have to worry about no milkman, is what I'm saying.
Hank has. Let me just write that down. Hank has a mole on his chin. Okay, just kidding.
You can't see it though; it's covered up with a beard.
Oh yeah.
Even if I shave, you don't have to look real hard to see it.
I think I'm Canaanite. I think some Polynesians might be from Canaan. Cain's line. Oh no, Canaanites. Not Cain's line. Sorry.
No, you're Paulinites, Polynesians. Come on, man. Come on, man.
We're many.
No,
We are many.
if you think about it, maybe those Polynesians, since they were sea wanderers, because they went back to their kingdom and found that their kingdom was completely destroyed, including their temple. So they just kept wandering.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what that was about. Because not everybody that was sent on those expeditions to mine, not all of them were Hebrew. Like a lot of them were the Canaanites that were in the land, right? That became servants to the kingdom until this very day, right? They're still subservient to the kingdom, and they're subjects, right? So if you think about it, this is in First Kings when you find this information, right around First Kings 9-10. It talks about these nations, and these were the nations that were taken away with some of the chiefs with Hiram of Tyre to gather gold for Solomon. And they supposedly went to Ophir, and Ophir is supposed to be the Philippines.
Yeah, even the Philippines have that Polynesian look. But I think they all had that because all the ancient Polynesians have the same look. They all look African, or they have that like the Aboriginals in Australia. They all had that really dark black look. It's only because we've mixed with
But
European.
what about the Rapa Nui?
Well, yeah, even those guys. I mean, they all look the same. Like that. They have that dark look, but not necessarily.
But some of them will have that dark skin look, but also have blue eyes and red hair.
Right. So it's not necessarily African though. That's the weird thing, eh? Like Fijians have that too. Yeah. New Guinea, all these Oceania, is what they used to call it. Australasian, I don't know what the hell. South Pacific.
Aboriginal. In fact, Aboriginal, isn't that just the native inhabitants of a continent that begins with the letter A?
Yeah, we call it Koori. Koorie. Koori. But Aboriginal is kind of like, I think it's a bit offensive. If I was Koori and somebody called me Aboriginal, I'd get angry. It's like, what the fuck do you mean?
But doesn't it? Doesn't it just mean First Nations, the first peoples?
I don't know. Not original. I don't know.
No,
Weird.
like abnormal, right? But A is without, but AB is something different. It means something other than.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe
Native
Nephilim?
Americans. I don't think what's an American. And what's a Native
Well, no, I mean,
American?
I think the name Aboriginal really means like Canaanites, like these giants.
Oh,
right? Because if you think about it,
I mean, it's an English word.
they would be abnormal.
Original, right? Original.
Yeah. I don't know. It's crazy to think about.
First earliest
English witchcraft, man.
Existing from beginning, especially in reference to inhabitants of lands colonized by Europeans, from Aborigines. See, aborigine. The specific Australian sense attested from 1820. The noun meaning an original inhabitant, an autochthon. Yeah, I guess characteristic of.
Could you say that with a little less phlegm?
An indigenous person who was born in a particular place. Suffix.
Hey, that reminds me of Idiocracy. You, while being a particular person at a particular said place, particularly did this act. And well, you got to pay. You stole from the hospital. Okay, this is what's gonna be happening while being a particular individual in prison.
Imagine people calling me, "Hey, so you're an Aboriginal?" It's like, no, I'm Samoan. This guy is Koori. Hey, this guy is Cherokee. Hey, you know, we're not Aborigines.
Exactly.
Imagine going to England and calling an Englishman, "So you're Aboriginal?" What the fuck? I'm English, mate. I'm just saying, it's a weird thing to call people. Is that weird?
Do you figure that's the English word for goyim?
I think it's just the word that stuck, for Australia, for the natives or the indigenous people of Australia.
Dude, think about that. How do you think they felt when all of a sudden, these ships came and then next thing you know, they started sending all their criminals there?
I wouldn't know anything about the criminals being sent here, but yeah, maybe if you saw the criminals being treated like criminals, you'd know. But I'd be more scared of their guns. This boomstick. Freaking something goes boom and men die. Like, what the hell kind of magic is that? Sky piercers. Right. Boom. Piercing the sky with their cannons, and I'd be scared as hell. I'd be like, it's the gods. It's some kind of, maybe it's the messengers of the gods. They're freaking white. I mean, freaking.
Some of that Oriental magic, bro.
I'd be freaking out a little bit, like.
Maybe they were calling the white people. Maybe that's the word for white devil is Aboriginal, right? And maybe they were sitting there going, "White devil, white devil, white devil."
Yeah, yeah. And if I
and
saw
they go,
them,
"Oh, so yeah, we're gonna call you that. You're the white devils." No, we're the Corey.
Yeah, especially if you pulled out your sword, right, and you started wielding it, like I'd be like, "Holy shit, this guy is totally some kind of god!" Or watch out, watch out! He's got a boomstick. That's the boomstick. Dodge, dodge.
He can take this stick and rub it on a piece of metal and make fire. What?
Watch out for the boomstick, man. Your head. It's all right. You can come out, Aboriginals. I am not going to shoot. Don't do it. Right? I'd be scared.
Hey, don't do it, mate. He's lying to you.
You can't call British people Aboriginals because they moved into the land. I think there was people there before, and I think they got pushed off to the side. And I think their descendants are called the Welsh. So you notice like where the Welsh people are, like the southwestern part of the island, right?
Yep.
And then the British were like part of the rest of the island, and then after that, the Norsemen came and invaded the Brits and settled some of the eastern part of the island, right?
Yep. Oh,
So it's
you know
pretty
what else I
interesting.
know? Something else is pretty interesting about the island of Australia. I remember this, right? Geography teacher told me, or the teacher when we were doing geography was sitting there saying, Australia is the flattest landmass, flatter than anything in comparison,
Flatter than a pancake?
or flatter than a piece of paper, she said.
I'll take that as a yes. Yeah.
She also said that it rose up out of the sea.
Does that mean you guys are gonna come to Australia and hang out with me, smoke some weed, eat some
I don't know,
pancakes?
man. Isn't it the death penalty for that there? We would definitely have to get rid of the English sovereign government.
Yeah. This is the worst place to be during this pandemic. You don't have to come down. People are
Maybe
trying
with
to
the
get
aircraft carrier groups.
I don't mind being here. So is this like inland in central Australia ish?
What?
The flatness.
I don't fucking know. She said it's overall flatter than like Kansas.
Yes, yes.
If you were
Very
to
flat.
stretch Kansas out. Like you have a couple of features, but there's really no mountains. You have like a big rock there, but really no mountains, just some ridges and valleys.
Yep. Bunch of lizards.
Guanas, some interesting plants. In
Yep.
fact, the most richest. In fact, Australia is drenched, literally drenched in dimethyltryptamine.
Wow. What's that?
It's
DMT?
a plant. Yeah, it's a plant found in the eucalyptus because the eucalyptus is a part of the Fabaceae family, which is part of the pea family. It's the most successful, like diverse plant species there is. If you want to call it species, it's just a family because they're all related because of certain chemicals they produce and the way their flowers are and the
So the
leaves.
flower of the eucalyptus tree?
Yeah, because the eucalyptus is like it's not just you know how like the eucalyptus has like a pom pom flower.
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't know
That's the
that.
same
Oh,
as the mimosa, acacia mimosa flower. It's a pom pom flower. And if
I
you
wonder
look
what
at the
the
leaves
leaves
on
are.
it, they're like the leaves are pinnae, so you have opposing leaves coming off of the stem, right? You can either
Yeah.
have it, they're either lined up or offset, and that's how you can tell the different family that it belongs to, including, you know, the fruit, right? So instead of it being a bean, it's a wood nut. It's a wood fruit instead of, because it's activated by heat, a bell fruit.
Cool. I didn't know that. Yeah.
And then there's like two grass tree plants there. It's kind of crazy. Kango, and then I can't remember the other one. But they're like just giant trees, but they're all grass. It's like grass. It's crazy. fact, there's more acacias there than anywhere else as well.
Yeah, well, I think they call it the lucky country, right? Australia.
No, huh?
The lucky country or something like that because of all the resources.
Oh yeah, man. That's just because it hasn't been raped by Western civilization yet. Well, it is now, but
Hasn't been raped.
You had the heyday of Cooper Pedy, and then you had the heyday of Dawson, where they found nuggets the size of boots. Or Darwin, not Dawson. Darwin, Australia.
Yeah, they've got a couple mines going up here, Western Australia too.
Yeah, all over the place. Very resource-rich area, just not a lot of shit ton of coal, but I can't remember exactly what it is that it's lacking. Oh yeah, that's right. Shit that we don't need that China, wants to send to you in exchange for coal because China needs the coal. But if you were to shut down the coal production, then you probably save the world from global warming, right? Because China is the biggest polluter.
Oh, it doesn't help that the prime minister is a lobbyist for the coal industry. This is cold. Oh shit. Thanks, Scott.
It's a valuable resource for Australians, not China. China's already tapped out their resources. It's time for them to collapse. The paper dragon that breathes fire is doomed to burn. It's a phoenix waiting to happen. And I think they want everybody else to become paper giants and paper titans so that it can be like Godzilla, King of the Monsters, and just burn everything up. And then something new gets born out of the destruction. And then they wouldn't need to push forward the globe lie anymore.
Oh, on one hand, you're talking about climate change and how pollution is causing climate change and changing people. And on the other hand, you're like, this is coal. We need coal.
Right. No, we don't need to burn fossil fuels. We're just going to use this fuel that's in a fossil form. We're not going to use oil. No, we're going to use electricity that uses coal and oil. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense and dollars.
What you don't understand is we have nuclear power and hydro dams. Yeah, those hydro dams are failing. They had like 100-year lifespan, and Hoover Dam's coming up on that 100-year. Bonneville's coming up on that 100-year. They're all coming up on that 100-year lifespan. Oh, but wind. Oh, yeah, wind. So you're going to take up valuable real estate and produce these wind farms. Yeah, okay. Well, they're not even feasible. But anyway, because everything's subservient on emergency coal plants. When there's a peak, these other alternative energy plants are already at max performance. So at peak demand, the system would crash and there'd be blackouts everywhere. So they have to keep these coal plants burning just in case they need that extra power, and they always do. Either coal or natural gas.
There's oil.
I think Iceland is pretty much all thermal energy, geothermal energy. I mean, it makes sense if you had that resource where you just dig a pipe in the ground and pump water into this container, it turns to steam. Wouldn't you utilize that?
Isn't there a volcano?
Yeah, the whole island is a volcano, apparently.
I don't know about living on a volcano though. You know, I'd be like, I think I'm gonna go to Australia.
Well, there's a volcano about to erupt in Australia if you can't see it. Oh, yeah, what about Kazakhstan? Hmm.
I heard that's some kind of Illuminati secret, whatever smart city.
Oh, there was a decree issued the first of the year. You are
Never been.
no longer a citizen if you don't take part in the vaccine or the play, the world play. If you don't take part in it and you don't get your prune juice, you don't get to become a citizen anymore. So they're changing what citizenship means. And then there's also some writing on the wall, right?
Does that mean you lose rights?
Yeah. So here's the other thing, right? What they're going to do here is pretty soon, I have a feeling they're going to declare all flat earthers the enemy of the state, the resistance.
Yeah. Whoop, whoop.
So
yeah, I mean, I'll be celebrating. Yes, we are awesome.
We are the Rebel Alliance. And see, that's programming right there again, too, right? They got you rooting for the terrorists in Star Wars, going against the Empire.
Never underestimate the power of the dark side. I was saying, you gotta say like side. Damn. Yeah. This is our finally terrorists. I mean, I've been feeling this way since I
Dangerous.
believed in it.
You know how
what I mean?
dangerous truth is, don't you? I mean, truth topples empires, kingdoms, religion.
Flat earthers have the most dangerous words. Stay away from them.
And the only religion that really needs to go is the scientism, spinning monkey space ball. It's no longer heliocentric. It's now helical universe, right? It's completely different. These people don't even realize it. They're still going off of fucking 1600s, thing, and they make fun of us because we say you don't experience a ball. And you guys are going off of something that was invented fucking 2,000 years ago. Well, 1,900 years ago, so to say, or whatever. All roads lead to Rome. And then the Renaissance was just a changing of the guard to make heliocentrism mainstream through a Renaissance. And I feel that Renaissance was a reset that happened 500 years after the crucifixion, not 1,500 years. So all that jazz about, the 1600s and all that, and maybe 600. maybe 100 years after the Renaissance it all started getting put into mainstream. I mean, when you start like investigating these dates, you'll realize that lowercase I does not mean anything besides lowercase I in italic. Because it was no longer in Latin. It was now in italic, or, Italian. And then does that mean that there was always two forms of speech in Rome? Don't know. Or perhaps Latin is really the language that the masters speak, and we as slave species or whatever, slave race, just speak the babble, the layman, the Latin based, not knowing the meanings. But yeah, just sitting there talking to that guy last night in Call of Duty. I'm also, I gotta ask you a question. What do you think the shape of the Earth is? Do you think it's like a globe? Or, and he goes, no, it's flat. So, and he says he's on Facebook a lot, so maybe he's in a couple flat Earth groups. I don't know. Anyway, are there any globies in the house? So, has anyone heard of the theory that Reckoner may actually be a horse?
Sorry. Damn. Yeah. Don't know when last year's girl. No? Oh, last year too. Damn. What? Oh, we're gonna try to change that. It's only wasn't like it's only one day of the week. Over the calendar that you choose. Or we choose, or whatever the calendar was chosen for us, right? So that's the calendar I go by. Hey, what's up, man? Who's signing in? Brothers? No. What's that yours?
Good evening.
Hey, man, right on, dude. Good evening.
What's up, Hockey Puck?
What's up, man? You know, just top shelf stuff. Yeah. Living life the way it's supposed to be lived. I mean, how else are we supposed to do it, right?
We got any Globus in here? Any Globus today?
I don't know, man. That's a good question. Doubt it. But, no, pretty sad there, my friend. This is just us, baby. Just us. Just us. Oh, it's here, man. It's early, really. It's Friday night, man. People gotta be ready for it. Nobody took that Neil deGrasse Tyson money yet? No. I don't think that thing exists. You took those 15,000 years of indoctrination. You want to put that to the test? That's kind of more what it is. You want to put your 15,000 hours of indoctrination against mine? Go ahead, sign up. I got an extra. Use the fucking real world physical evidence. Fucking bounty on that, man. Bounty on that. You can't learn that in a textbook, man. Let's go. Gloop, 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 gloop. Hey, man, I had a good DJ guy. He would have been actually cool. He would set this shit all up. Well, we all do. We're all people of the same plane, whatever you think you live on. Right? Bum, 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 bum. I think music is pretty huge. Music is like really huge, eh? The sound, eh? Like just sound. Boom. It's a cool thing, man. You figure if you're up there, you heard that, it was just a sound, man. It just hit you. It was like boom, 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 like the old bass line or something, right? It's just what it is, man. It's like a heartbeat. It's like boom, 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 wherever you are, man. That's good. Good. And that's what you have to hear when you come into these places, right? Yeah, Globies. Yeah, I don't know, man. Go ahead. I love the uneducated or fucking pre-evolved or fucking whatever they are, man. Like, what are we, man? We're like, we we don't understand things on another fold that the other folks aren't allowed, man. I mean, they are allowed. I mean, we don't restrict them from understanding it. I mean, it just broke the yolk of the egg, right? And here we are, man. And here we are. You broke the yolk of the egg of the world of the universe that used to be around us, man. And this is the world. What's wrong with that, man? Good world, man. The world is still the world, man. There's still people. There's still players. Right? There might be, galaxies beyond and shit, man. It's just our world, man. There's some resolution to being flat as well, man. When you see the fact, the world that we live on is actually a level flat plane, and that's how they train plane and pilots too, and that's how they. I mean, look at all the evidence around you. I mean, it's a flat level plane, man. It's like I don't even know where the fight is about that. Pretty difficult to describe the gravity R in a classroom because that's all folks do, right? I'd like to see folks show up here, man. We'll show up. We'll talk about gravity all day long, man. That's cool. But you still have to develop the fraction of R, man. That's a radius, man. That's a radius of a ball that you can't measure. Hey, that's the funny part, right? You're gonna make me believe, and this is the world I live in. I mean, this is the world I live in, and anybody around me lives in. We all live in this world, minus or anything. This is the world we live in, and it's a flat and plain world. Uh, uh, man, I mean, the question is on you, man. Right? I mean, you can bring up your talking nation and all your whatever you think is scientific proof. I mean, go ahead. But there's going to be actual, real physical proof in this room. This is the room for it. This is what it is, man. The fucking physical proof of it. Physical science, man. Nothing has gravity. Gravity's not what it thing. So you better pop that bubble right now. Done. It's over. Do. We need some music, man. Some music of that. We need some music. So bad. I love these. I mean, I am those people. I mean, I was or is like, man, I love watching pictures, and I can't even watch a movie without seeing the awesome animation that's going on. Like, it's amazing the animation that's going on in movies. There, I don't think one scene is actually a character. It's just their face on an animated morphed character. It's amazing what they do, and I love space movies. I love it. Love it. X-Men, all that shit, go to space, whatever. You know? But you look at it, I mean, you cannot. Okay, I watched that latest satellite launch, and you know what? All they had was data, and guess what? All they had was a satellite fucking reconfiguration of the data that fucking made something that fucking opened up a bunch of fans. Not quite sure what happened. I don't know. I'm still looking into it. I mean, that's cool. We got satellite. Right on. I don't believe they have fucking satellite. Fucking by any means. If you look at the metallurgy, the fact of where their satellite sits is impossible. Metallurgy. I mean, it's, the science of metals. Fuck. Than that, man.
Hey,
Is there anybody out
physics only apply to the world down here. It doesn't apply up there, okay?
there? Hey, man.
Can't use, observable, repeatable, demonstrable physics base. All right, you just have to take their word for it.
Well,
What are you, some kind of conspiracy theorist?
Well, absolutely, right? Right? You know, I mean, well, they said it's so, right? It happened, right? I watched that motherfucker, and you know what? I mean, they didn't be no real data, and their idea was they couldn't put a camera in because they had to bring the camera into their model at the infant stages of their program, right? So they couldn't put a program of a camera at the infant stages, but yet they built this program to be a telescope to see fucking beyond any stars that we have. Fuck you. All right.
Of course, man. I mean, come on. I mean, we can't look at the bottom of the ocean, but of course we can look in galaxies far, far away. I mean, come on, it's just science, bro. Or do you deny science?
Math. Hey, math tells me it's there, right?
What is science, bro? What is science?
Science is just
define science.
Define science. It's a process. Simple as that.
What's that?
It's a method of inquiry.
Cool, man.
What's that?
That's honest.
What do you mean? What's that?
Yeah, I want to know. Like, what is that?
You can look up the definition of science.
I think the definition of science I mean, it's about looking about the world that is around you and building hypotheses and having it tested.
And then you
And
test
that's the
against it.
method of science.
That's
I
it.
mean, call me wrong. I mean,
It's
that's
a
a layman's
process.
way, right?
It's not. It
Science is,
should not be a dogma. So science at its core is not a
yeah,
dogma
man.
or belief. It's a process. Simple
Absolutely.
as that.
Yeah, man.
When we have to pull on strings that are unconfirmable and not tested, then
Well,
it's not science. It falls into the pseudoscience category.
well, it's yeah. Science is supposed to be tested, you know, over and over again, right? If I don't agree with you, I'm going to test it.
So then, what is the scientific method? It is a
That is the method, right? If I
Well,
don't agree with you, I'm going to test
I
it,
mean,
man.
I want to know what he's saying, hockey puck.
Oh yeah, bro.
Because I mean, he's just saying, that science, like he's talking about the galaxies and he's talking about planets when he hasn't even been there.
Well, I don't know,
Hey,
man.
I'm
I'm going for the
Are you
ride.
trying to call me out, bro? That's like heavy duty
He's rolling.
sarcasm,
He's rolling
bro. If you
good.
haven't picked up on it yet.
He's all good,
Oh,
bro.
you guys like friendly fire? Are you guys just
Yeah,
practicing or
massive
something?
friendly
Apparently.
fire, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
I thought the
Totally.
sarcasm was incredibly thick, but evidently not thick enough.
And
He had some amazing thickness of
guys,
sarcasm.
I'm sorry, I'll stop.
It's all good. He's not a real,
Nah, I was
opponent.
trying to. I know. I seen his roles. I was just trying to see. I was
Check.
trying to.
Yeah, check his ass.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Hold up,
Is,
hold
man.
up.
Even if it wasn't, man, just get to the level, man. Just get to where people are, man. We gotta really kind of, we can't be so
For a
fucking high
second
strike,
there,
man. We gotta be in there, man. We gotta be in the level, man. This is what we is. This is
for
our
a
level,
second
man.
there, I thought a Glober jumped in and was trying to attack me on what the scientific method was.
Damn no.
Oh yeah, no,
We're
brother.
entertaining each other.
It was the flat earther trying to check another flat earther. That's all.
That's fucking beautiful.
Somebody turn out the lights, man. It's like, what's going on here?
It's all good.
Why are you punching yourself?
Fucking amazing.
No, never that.
Fucking beautiful. Beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. And that says much about how we feel about ourselves, man. Like on our beliefs. I mean, these are our stone cold beliefs. This is within my reality of my world where I'm standing. This is my real boss hog. This is it, right?
See, I separate those though. I separate what can be confirmed, observed, etc., experimented on, and my
I
beliefs.
don't though, man. I don't
my-
though, man.
Well, no, I have my beliefs. Who doesn't? Everyone has their beliefs, but yeah, make sure this is why I believe X, Y, Z.
My only doubts are built on superficial fucking beliefs that I was indoctrinated me by the governmental fucking education I had to live through for 15,000 hours, man.
Yeah. Like,
Right?
hold up, bro. What do you mean space? You know what I mean.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, explain
You're in space right now,
this
bro.
space to us.
Yeah,
You're in space right
who's
now.
gonna do that?
Put your arms out and move them around. That's space.
It's space in the medium which you fucking
All over the
belong
place.
in, man. Yeah, man. It can mean a lot of things,
Between
right?
time and space, you can wave your hand in the middle of it, right?
There you go.
Well, in your
space right
space,
now.
man. In your perspective. Sorry, good. I gotta shut up. Sorry, bro.
In your own atmospheric refraction, you're you have your own
man.
You have your own gravitational pull space.
We wouldn't say that, dude. You got like your own fucking whatever, man.
Your personal bubble.
Stop saying gravity,
man.
Gravitational is pretty
gravity.
hard, man. That's a pretty strong word around here, man.
Yeah, well, the gravity of my body attracted my wife, and thus
You
now
know
we
that's
have children.
bullshit. Come on, man. My dick fucking did that. Come on, man.
I check other flat earthers when they use words.
You guys are the best.
The correct usage of words.
Yeah, because you start. The thing is, like, I start looking at words differently, right? Like when I look at the word space, I don't think of vacuum anymore. I think of like 3D space.
Oh, I know.
Words
Yeah.
like gravity, I don't really like those words. What are you talking about, man? Stop talking.
It's
What?
not. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, man. Fuck, I know, dude. It's not even real, dude.
Yeah. Like, what are you talking about, man? What do you mean it's gravity fed, boss? What's gravity fed? It's the new model that just came out. You've been talking about gravity. I think he means weight. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you mean density?
I think he means it's lighter. I mean, it's heavier than the denser than the air that's in. Oh, okay. Why didn't he just say that?
Isn't it awesome? Isn't it awesome? It is, right?
I'm confused here, man. Like, do you even know how pressure works? Like, God, that move. Damn it.
It's squashed, right? Like, you know how much pressure a tank can do? How much pressure an air tank can do to a contained area? I mean, it's amazing, right?
Like, is this supposed to be engineering? Yeah. Why is he saying gravity? That's not
Who
even
did
part
that? I'd like to see the part of that fucking value of that equation.
Oh yes, gravity.
Right? That's a mythical thing, man. It's so mythical. It's like, man.
It's for sales, dude. Calm down.
I know. It burns me too. Means
Sorry.
the value of like pirates. We have to be space pirates, and we have to do the value of our. You need to demonstrate the value. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Fuck, man. I'm just blazing on, bro. How you doing?
Okay, well, I'm excellent. Actually, we just had a little bit of a somebody got triggered in the YouTube chat out there. One of these weirdos who comes in and constantly slanders everybody in this room, and
Well, that's too bad.
perversely, I know,
Yeah.
perversely makes fun of people. And Justin knows all about it. Just let me say something for real quick. Who constantly attacks people and slanders them. People who are just going to, what criminals do is they'll commit a crime, and because they're Satanists, they'll just predict that the next day everybody will forget it. So when they come back to the channel, they think that it's all good and go and that nobody's going to remember what they do. The sad truth is, though, is that when somebody then reports the fact and makes sure that they know, like, hey, this person's just going to spend the next 2 hours hiding from his own claim while he attacks you, is that, of course, that we're going to be silent. So a little bit of a catch-42 occurred.
Okay.
And now I'm in the room expressing the truth. You see, when people attack the
that's
truth,
cool.
Listen, Hockey Puck, when people attack the truth, you know what it does?
Well, it's the truth, man.
It makes that's right. It triggers the fact that the truth now is going to get stronger, Master Chief.
Whoa.
You see, the truth is going to get stronger. When you attack
absolutely.
the truth, right? When you know what? Let me tell you something, Master Chief, and I know you'll be able to understand this. But several thousand years ago, there was a small group of people, and when people loved these apostles, it was very good, right? You know this. When people loved and treated the apostles well, it was very good. You know what else? When people hated the apostles, it was also very good. You see, that's what strengthened the people in truth. When people are in truth, here's the crazy, most ironic part: the hatred of the truth is actually what powers the truth. Do you know that?
It does that. It actually does.
It does.
It's like a cynical, psychical fucking value. It is.
You know what it is? It's like it's like, you ever heard the saying, when you get lemons, you got to make lemonade? Well, it's actually much easier. When people give you negative energy and they try to destroy you, you will literally be powered by that hatred. And the greatest evidence of that is literally you guys here. because you guys are here not because you were loved. Nobody's here because they were treated well or given a cupcake or a glass of lemonade or a
No,
nice
we were here
back
because
rub.
we were hated.
Nope.
That's right. Everybody here is here because you've been hated and attacked, and sometimes much worse. You see, that's the beautiful thing about truth, is that it is literally powered by the forces that try to stop it. Isn't that amazing? What a miracle.
Isn't it a thing?
Preach it, brother.
It is. It
Like,
is
yeah, man.
absolutely amazing. The most
Yeah.
powerful truth is that truth is powered by evil. That is crazy. Listen.
That is beautiful.
Listen.
Thank you.
Without evil, none of you guys would be here. Listen, the moderator up top, you see that guy Justin up there?
I don't care, man.
Listen, Justin is here because they hated him. You understand? That's also why he knows what he knows. He's been attacked and slandered and much worse that I don't even know, and he hasn't even told me everything.
We all have been attacked and slandered on our own levels.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. And guess, you know what? I love that word. And guess what? It has gotten you to a new level.
Yeah, man.
Now you are at a new level of an all-time high, an all-time new revelation has occurred. And this tiny little group is now, guess what? This tiny little group is the most dangerous truth on the plane of existence right now. There is nothing more hated by this world than people that understand God's creation. It is the most dangerous and powerful truth in existence. No amount of money and no army can challenge you.
And as soldiers, we will take whatever comes to us, right?
That's right.
That's something I really needed to hear, XO. I really appreciate you, bro.
that's cool,
Oh,
man.
Master Chief, amen. It's for you, sir. Amen. It was.
Thank you.
Now I'm gonna ruin it. They hate us because they
because they love us, man.
Long. Listen, they hate us because they can't be you. They can't be part of the truth.
Yeah,
that's why they hate you. Yeah. Yes. Right. Well, that is an evil attack. Listen, if this evil attack had not happened just now, literally within 5 minutes ago, I was personally attacked several times. And then just pointing out the fact that I'm going to call out every single... Listen, if I see a criminal and I know you're a criminal, I'm going to be in your face. And I guess on the internet, they can luckily and safely attack everybody from the safety of their mom's basement. But I'm still going to call them out. And that's how I got here, guys. That's why I'm here. Because nothing is going to stop this truth. Nothing is stop it. Nothing can even challenge it.
I love hearing that, man. Beautiful.
I like that song.
We're a strong forge. I mean, I'm so happy that we're here together. I'm gonna have to reiterate on what you just said. I'd like to actually be a strong voice in the world.
Let me tell you something, Hockey
What's
Puck.
going on, bro?
Right. Let me tell you something, Hockey Puck. I'm not done yet. Watch this. Every time I've ever been silenced or attacked, do you know what happened to me?
Man.
I got an upgrade. Every single time. Without the hatred of this world, I wouldn't be the XO. I wouldn't have been able to do anything in my life, literally, because of the evil of this world. They forced me. They forced me to be here. They forced me to know the truth. They're the reason that I developed a relationship with the Creator. And this truth, this truth pisses them off so much. It is literally a win-win. You know what it's called? You ever heard of a catch-22?
There's a lot of us. We're all there with you.
Right.
You're not alone, brother.
Warriors are forged in battle.
Now,
but I know
Bong, you know what this
too.
is?
I know Quest
Bong, I'm thinking of a number
that.
right now, Bong. What is the number I'm thinking about?
44.
I have no idea.
So close. Oh my gosh. He was 2 digits away. It is a 42. Listen.
Right on, man. That's my second guess.
Oh, are you talking about what page we're on?
No, listen.
Check that shit out.
Ready? It's called a catch 42. Okay, so a catch 22 is when you lose both ways. A catch 42 is when you win both ways. So listen, right now, again, Master Chief, Enoch, you have a catch 42. That means when they love you, you win, and when they hate you, you still win. You win either way. That's how beautiful this is.
I like 44.
called
44
a
sounds
catch.
in
It's
22
called a
years.
catch 42. Catch
Man,
42.
I'm
That's what it
doing
is.
44 every day on those terms, man.
Well, listen. Well, the reason you're
I
up to
like that.
42, you've had about 42 tonight, Hockey Puck. I think that's why
Well,
you're thinking
man,
44.
I'm doing 2 4s all day. You know what I'm
Yeah,
doing?
you've had 44. You've slammed back about 44 tonight.
It
I
doesn't
can
matter.
tell.
I'm still catching it, man. I'm still
That's okay. I'm not
catching
mad
it.
at you. I'm not mad at you.
I'm still in with it, man. It's good.
I'm not mad at you. So don't go past 47. That's the
Just
highest.
rolling it. We're rolling it. We're 44s.
No, you're at 44 right now. Do not go past 47.
Fuck, man.
Let's see who we got here. We got Cut the Space Crab, Will Be Flat, Trinity, Stormfire, Seb Reckoner, Papa Joe Fix, the Old House, Morvis. We got, of course, Master Chief, Julius, Hockey Puck, Glat Flobe, the one and only, Effie, Batman, Ice to See, El Boricua TV, DCO, Big Data Bong, of course, Bong Sao, Andy Level Up, and of course, Helio Skeptics channel, and Justin, the moderator. Justin, are you there?
Not.
All right,
he's
Justin is chilling.
Now he's
No,
there.
he's there. He's there.
Put his message in there.
Yeah, right. Head on.
Justin, sir, I'm glad you're here, sir. And I'm glad because I haven't seen you much for a while, sir. So I'm glad you're back. That's what I'm going to say. Thanks for being back here.
Glad you're here, dude.
I'm gonna say the same thing too, man. Just haven't seen Justin for a minute, and for a while.
I lost my father. So.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Justin.
I'm very, very sorry to hear that sad news, Justin.
Yes.
And
A
it's
physical
just
Elohim
father
will
in
accept
life.
him into his arms, Justin. I'm pretty sure Elohim is going to accept him into his arms, sir. Please talk to me.
I know. He was a true hero, and he got the military gun salute and everything. So, yeah, 33 years.
Verily.
God bless that man.
Verily, sir. He is no longer having to worry about this evil world, Justin.
He's no longer in pain. I know.
That's right, Justin. He no longer has to deal with this disgusting place that we deal with, Justin. Isn't that amazing? I'm so glad that I was able to talk to you about this, Justin, even though it's so unfortunate. I'm able to share this moment with you that I never expected was going to happen. But because of a satanic attack that I just experienced, I'm now here speaking about this with you, Justin. And that's why I thank them. When they try to hurt me, Justin, that's a good thing.
There is always peace. And when you understand that there is always peace, you can brush off the evil. Okay, so just it's something that you will learn if you're young, but now, right now I've just my mind has been blown.
Cool, man.
We'll have to talk soon, Justin, in a private conversation at your leisure. If you'd ever want to send me a private message, send it to me now. Do not hesitate, especially when it comes to this matter that I will certainly love to speak to you about anything, including this issue. I lost my father over a decade ago, and trust me, I understood. When I went outside, Justin, the sky looks different. You are in a different plane of existence right now.
Yes, I know. And thank you, and I do love you. Thank you.
Amen, sir. I love you too,
man.
Justin.
Thanks for being here, brother. We're here for you, man. I love him. Lost my father too. It was, even if I didn't like him, I had to love him, right? That's the way it was. The way it is, man. Fuck yeah. Life keeps on moving, man. Yeah, I lost.
And at this point, when we deal with these and we have these losses, of course, Justin, at the same time, not only will he be better off, now it is time for us to direct our energy in a different manner that otherwise we wouldn't be able to direct that energy. And now the Lord above, the great I am, the guardian of the gates of Israel, is going to bless you, Justin, help you now even greater than before.
But he's here, man. He's here and he's accepting that, man. That's cool.
And no one's going to stop you, Justin. That's the thing. No one's going to be able to challenge you now. Now they're in trouble, Justin, because now there is less risk for you. Now you're going to be stronger after this.
Always, it takes time, right? And then you are, right? Should be. It's difficult.
And it hurts now, and it always hurts so much, Justin. And there's no way to deal with it in a manner of that which we would love to be able to deal with it, because it has to do what it has to do to us, and it's going to forge you to who you are going to be, just like it did to me, just like the truth always does, because that is part of the truth, Justin.
Think about my father.
Yeah, your father's in a better place.
My father, personally, my life, my father always questioned everything, right? And like he didn't question things as far as I did. But the beautiful thing is, what my dad, he actually questioned things. He was actually okay to deal with, right? It was difficult in my experience, right? But I have to miss him every day. I mean, love him, father, right? I kid you not, right? He made who he is, right? He made me skeptical at the same time. Like he didn't know how he shaped me. I mean, I wish could be there today and see how he shaped me into being the human being that I is, man, who I am, man. Right? He respects your father respects you, man. Well, isn't that what's we just ask for our father to respect us. Whether we had to, we have our physical fathers, we have our spiritual fathers too, right? I had to learn that too. That was a hard lesson. It's a hard lesson in life. Not to railroad this shit, but man, I had to realize my father was just a person here on this earth, man. There is a father greater than me, man. Greater than my father. All fathers, all fathers. Our fathers are beautiful people. We are supposed to run our kingdoms in the realm of the world that we live in and protect our wives and our daughters and our sons and run a family. That is our job, right? And that's slowly being deteriorating within today's look at innuendo, right? It's odd. They don't want us to run our fucking lives, man. But our fathers do. I trust my father. I trust my father, man. Past, not just recently. I mean, he's the physical father of this world, man. And I believe I have a father here above me, man. He was all omnipotent. He's all forgiving. Man, he forgives me of everything, man. I don't want him saying it, but it's what it is, right? In my world. I bear parents. That's not cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad I buried my parents before me,
Amen.
man.
Amen. I want Master Chief to see what happens here too, Master Chief, because I wasn't planning on coming in here, and I know you got big eyes, so you're seeing this right now. I wasn't supposed to come in here and talk to Justin about that. You see, Master Chief, but that's what happens when evil attacks me. It actually helps me greatly. Greatest thing that can happen, Chief, and you're very young. So remember, you win either way. If you're in the truth, everything is going to help you. It's a catch 42. When they love you, it's beautiful. When they hate you, it's even more beautiful. Remember that.
And it's what's crazy is that I know exactly what you're talking about, man. And it's not trusting me. Trust me, your words are not passing by deaf ears, bro. You know what I mean? And God's will definitely. I know He's definitely moving through you and speaking through you. You know, and having you say things that followers need to hear, because only the ones who know and follow Allah is going to further Allah's Allah's progression on what He wants with the world to progress, because that's all what Allah wants is for everyone to grow and prosper and to become a better individual.
Right. And
love
normally
those
I don't ask for, let me hold on. No,
people.
hold on 1 second there, Hockey Puck. 1 second. I don't
Yeah.
ask for a lot of things, Master Chief. If you can count all the days that I've known you, probably it's been about 400 or so days, just to take an estimate. It's been over a year. And I'll tell you right now, I don't ask for a lot, but I will ask this right now for the people in the chat that do care, and for the people in this live stream, and the people that are listening, for this moderator Justin to be in your thoughts and on your mind and in your prayers when you're talking to the creator of the heavens and the earth and the sea and all that in them is. Right now, this young man of God, this Justin right here that I've known for over a year here, who I have argued with hundreds of people and helped, and he has never once, this man Justin, has never once not treated me righteously. Not once. He has never even when I did something wrong, Justin let me off the hook. He is a very forgiving man, and I will never ask you to do something for me, but for his sake, I want him to be in your thoughts and your prayers, because his father has left this plane of existence permanently. And right now I ask you that you put him in your prayers. Thank you.
Amen. They are.
God bless you.
I will have them in my prayers.
Amen. Verily,
bro.
thank you, Justin. God bless you.
I got you, Justin.
It's my brother. I thought about it a lot, man. Thank you, Justin. And then we gotta think about us, man. We gotta think about us, man. What about Justin, man? You know, like on the next bubble. Those come first. That's fucking my love. That's a beautiful 1970s man. Like, you gotta celebrate the man's life, man. He like Django Gardenhouse. What a beautiful fucking life, man. Live in the 80s. Fucking awesome, man. What a beautiful time to live. If my old man made it through to this time in life, fuck, man. My kid, uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Emo. Any funny stories? Did you ask your old man? I mean, it's kind of funny to me. Something weird like that. I asked the old man if he heard the moon landing on the radio, man. It was so funny. It was like my last memory with the old man. That's like, hey, man.
What did he say?
Oh, he looked at me in this laser eyes, like, how could you be so fucking? I remember the first plane I went on, man. I said, Dad, I didn't see the curve of the earth, man. That was my first plane ride. Like, how come? I mean, that was a genuine question. It was like 1990. Like, dude, So he said, "Well, you don't have enough stuff." I smoked enough weed. That was my joke at the time. But whatever, right? I'm pretty sure I was hiding enough. Said, "Okay, Dad, that's cool." I want to trust him, right? And all his science and everything, right? And I did ask him what he was getting later on. You know, he was born during the '60s and the whole moonland and all that shit. And man, you know what? He really couldn't give any confident evidence, right? It was just, I mean, he saw a guy fucking playing guitar up in the space station, and it stole his whole heartstrings, right? A fellow Canadian. How dare would a Canadian play a guitar in space and lie to us, right? I mean, that was his avenue. My brother, I asked my brother about it, man. And he said, "Well, we used to play this dune buggy game at the arcade. There was such a thing as arcade at the time, and you'd play video games. It was in a fucking place. There's like games. It wasn't a home place. You actually go somewhere and like put coins in the machine. We played a game called Dune Buggy, and they bounced this moon thing across the rocks. And that was my brother's. He said, "Well, didn't we play that game? Didn't we play Moon Buggy?" I said, "What does that have to do with world we live in, man? Was that the proof?" Right? I mean, I- it's hard to get out. A lot of truth out there, man. We love our parents. We love them. But they only lived within the like a paradigm of the world that they were devised, right? Wherever they manipulated or wherever the world they fucking made, right? Or we did.
Yeah, my mom believes in Jesus and the Big Bang.
Yeah.
And,
Well, that's kind of weird, but
yeah,
okay.
well,
She didn't
that's her.
believe in both. I mean, I really, I'd
Yes.
have a question about that, but that's cool. Like, yeah, right?
I mean, there's nothing really wrong with it if
Yes,
if she
so.
doesn't try to live her life by the assumption that she can trust other people about that kind of thing, like
Oh man,
evolution.
that's
But
insanity.
yeah, it's all right. I mean, what am I
Isn't
going
it?
to do? Because, like you
Well,
said,
what
it
am
was
I
the
know, man.
environment within which they were raised.
Then that's what it is, right? It's all God fearing, like up
Right.
to 1920s to 1940s or whatever, baby boomer style, and then
Up until the
well,
60s, really.
yeah, and they get messed up and shit, and like, what was that? And they got mixed up and what was that you said? Shit, that was there's a man. That's what we all did, right? What a mess up. God fearing and living on a ball. I mean,
Right.
it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm fine either way. I I really bobble either way. I like to be spiritual and I like to be physical and the scientist of the world that lives around me, right? But I like to be open to the spiritual beings of life, right? I mean, I won't deny that. Well, can't test it, deny it. I can test or deny the plane that we live on. I really have a hard time dealing with people who can't do that, who can't decipher the physical reality that you live in, right? You just take it on stock, right? Or you are, right? Like, I mean, you got to think about it, right? Every test and plan that you do within you and all your surroundings, the whole world that you observe is wrong. But yet your indoctrination tells you you're wrong. I mean, what? I mean, like that's a Oxymoron? I mean, what is it, man? I mean, either it's the physical science of the world you live in, or it's not, right? Or retest it. Maybe there should be actual real. I mean, what's wrong with asking for an actual damnation of a retest of the world that we live on? What, I don't see the problem. No, no.
Sorry, Puck. I'm in the middle of a couple things here.
That's all cool, bro. Man, yeah, I know. But we're living in a world of skeptics, right? Living in a world of skeptics. You're drowning them. You're sewering them, right? Is there. I mean, I guess they're just fucking ignorant to understand the world that's surrounding you. A lot of people have a hard time realizing they've been through 15,000 hours of indoctrination of school system, state indoctrination, global indoctrination for the last 100 years. They have a hard time dealing with that. It's like, well, I mean, it's actually a thing. That's what they do, man. But with all the misfortunes and everything, by bringing that up, right? They're worried about all these, not being a hard ass about it, but like, bro. It's indoctrination of the school system of societies, man, for years. And only we learn about this. When this is developed by the shape of the form of YouTube. I get, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I guess I got a YouTube fucking. I mean, at least that was actually another reference against whatever you're telling me, right? I mean, I need something. I need to be able to make my own opinion, right? Why are you gonna stifle me from the information that you give me? I will take all the information around me and I'll make my own acceptable decision. The world as a human being. And I think you're fucking full of shit. And most most people fall into the indoctrination of the world that fucking been developed in. And we all been through that initiation fucking world since grade 5, planets and solar systems and worlds. It's fucking sort of shit, man. That whole part of the indoctrination is amazing, but no proof. Club heads out here. What? Like, let's see. Is there anything left? Like, really? Your brains are infatuated? Yeah. Oh, 9 o'clock. It's early. I usually show up here later. But you know what? People have moved on about that, I guess. I guess people have moved on about that. I mean, it's not the shit the European way. It's more about a fucking upper and lower class of fucking conspiracies down, man. We're talking about viruses down. They don't give a fuck about the fucking shit of the earth.
Well, careful with the language, though, hockey puck. Those.
Yeah, bro.
Subjects don't want to be talked about. Maybe be careful with the swear words. I mean, the moderators probably have more leniency to do that, but we got to kind of keep it a certain level.
I appreciate that, bro. I like some dialogue. That's cool.
I've done way worse. I'm not saying anything that you've done isn't something that I haven't done 10,000 times over. 10,000 times.
I love the dialogue.
Cool, man. I gotta ask Mr. Glatt something real quick. I missed the genius example, so let me guess, Glatfoot. You asked for measurements. What did he say? Get a long measuring tape and just see if you can get some friends together and put the measuring tape across the ocean? Is my guess. How close am I? That's okay. Take your time with that answer. I really don't need it, but I can only imagine. I just can't wait. Just trying to find a Glober with a claim these days is like looking for gold at the end of the rainbow. First, you got to find the end of the rainbow. That's why we got to find a Glober, which we can't. So we're stuck with the weirdo atheist, sycophant, psychopath evolutionist is trying to justify their religions without speaking about the religions.
Wow. It's tough when you come to the scientism of it all, right? When you come into the scientism all and the mathematics that are involved, I mean,
they won't even give me any math. That's the problem. Is that I've been asking.
How can you?
Right, they can't. That's the point.
They
won't
can't,
even give
man.
me a claim. There's no claim.
No, I'm still waiting for it, bro. Hear you.
So, first you got to find the end of the rainbow, then you can start looking for the gold. I can't find a Glober anymore, let alone find a globe claim.
Right. But 90% of this plane that we live on believe that. Still.
Right, it's a psychosis. Just like if people have that means that 90% of people have a religious belief system, which is the point. They're scared to defend it. Yeah.
Absolutely, because they don't know how to defend it. They show up to these rooms and they get smashed.
Right, they walk in here like who has that GIF meme of the little baby walking into the kitchen and going uh-oh and turning right around. That's what it is every time with these atheistic Globers. They come into this place and they think,
you know what?
Oh my gosh, that's so
but they're showing up with a fucking with the Trojan's horse, right? And they're gonna get denied. They're gonna get shown. And maybe they'll turn. I fucking doubt it, but I mean, there's a lack of show up. I agree.
I mean, I'm kidding you not. The chat in the YouTube won't be saved to the live stream, so it won't matter. So I don't have to mention the names of these, weirdo, cringy, sycophant evolutionists.
I don't give a shit about
it. Listen. When you ask a Glober for information about their magical globe religion, they start talking about straight lines on flat surfaces. Wow. Not kidding.
Well, then show up and talk about them all day you want. There's very informed people here.
I can't get them to stop talking about straight lines and flat surfaces. I'm looking for people that are talking about curves and balls and magical outer space, and they don't exist anymore.
You defeat your whole fucking army as soon as you bring that in.
I know. It's like, is there any army? Is there any one army else?
No.
Is there anyone else? Is there no one else?
Wow. It's already been beaten to a point, man.
Right.
Been beaten.
It's a funnel system. Right. It's called a funnel. So you have the reason that it's so easy to destroy these evolutionist psychopaths is because they are funneled into the system. You see, the moderators have done a very good job of setting it up as so they are going to not be able to just lie perversely and use their magical witchcraft claims of just saying, "Oh, you don't understand science." When they come in here, they actually have to make a claim and then demonstrate it, and they can't, and they end up literally hiding from their own claim. You can't make it up.
Oh, I hear you, and they have to because their claims are false. They're living on a false, and that's up to them to understand that, right?
Where's Shaggy? Right. What's right? No. Yep. It's absolutely true. Here it is. Watch. Let me go to the chat right now.
Cool, man.
Hold on. Watch this. Look, I'll go to the chat right now. Okay.
I don't do that, man.
Yep. Here we go. Hold on. Watch this. Listen a minute. Okay, that has nothing to do with Earth. Right. See, so Glat Flobe, I'm going to talk about Glat Flobe for a second because he's in the chat. He's like, can you do math? It's your claim. Glat Flobe. Okay, got the message. The problem is if he comes and says he measured it, but doesn't give us any information about it, I'm going to ban him. See, that's the point. The guy just keeps lying. They won't even give you information.
Yeah, now he's distracting KJ.
Yes.
I don't get it.
Like, KJ's a nice person, so she's going to give him the time of day and talk to him, but he's just fucking playing with her. And that's Mr. Tommy, because Ben's not coming back.
All right. Yeah, he got destroyed. I mean,
I didn't ban just yet, but he's probably gone for the night.
His flat.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault. He's an idiot.
Do you guys think the Earth is flat?
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody else is talking. Go ahead, sir.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
What are you talking? Do I think the Earth? No. I know the Earth is a plane of existence. The whole world depends on it. There isn't even a claim for a ball Earth anymore.
You think it's flat?
No, you do. You think it's flat.
No,
I
you
know
think
it's flat. You think it's flat. I know it's flat.
You know it's flat. Have you seen it?
Here we go. We got a gamer. Here we go. Glat Flobe has earned this. So Glat Flobe, I'm going to allow you to initiate this conversation with this person. He's already starting with a little bit of an issue here. So I'm going to, if you'd like,
no problem.
No problem.
Hockey Buck, hold on. We're going to have a conversation real quick.
Really.
Hold on, Hockey Buck. 1 second. Glat Flobe.
Let me in.
Hi.
Hey.
Mr. What's his name? Did he just leave? He did. He just left.
Oh, damn.
Princess Cupcake left that fast. I didn't even try to talk to him.
It's because you set me up, and he was afraid of me. You're like, oh shit, here he comes. Oh shit, like.
Listen, bro. Listen, let me tell you something. Bro, listen, I'm a big fat dragon in a cave, and I have thousands of pieces of armor and swords around me. I'm full, bro.
Me too.
Like that.
Me too.
I am
like
so full.
You
Bro.
have
I have
to.
slaughtered so many evil.
You're a good
retards.
Oh, I'm not
sniper.
that full yet. I'm not that full.
I mean, I have like stacks of corpses that I might eat next week already just saved. And like, I haven't even, like, I got souls that I got to plant in the backyard. I got souls lined up to be my floss. Like, I don't even have
Do you like
time
the
to
spider
even
thing? You
count
wrap it
them.
up and it preserves the meat.
Right, you just got to put it away, bro. Like, that's the thing. These people are just absolutely scared to death. I can't even get them to make a claim. And as soon as, you know what? I don't want to scare this guy away. I try to hand him over. The first thing he does is
I was going to be nice, too.
He pulls the ejection
I was on
sheet.
my best behavior, dude.
Listen, hold on. When somebody is trying to be nice to you and hand you over, you pull the ejection seat. Really, atheist? Come on, man. Come back.
Shit.
Or not, and send 5 of your friends in. And I would say that in person, too. You feel me? Come on, guys. Let's defend the globe. Can you defend the globe yet? Hold on a second.
Listen, I just checked. Listen, I just checked. Hold on 1 second, Hockey Puck. I just checked the chat again, and he's asking for something that doesn't prove anything. I just don't understand how stupid people can be.
They're talking about the sky.
Right, they're asking for something that's already been dismissed. The sky's already flat. Glat Flobe. Did they not know that? There's no parallax variation. Have they not looked lately? Do they need to get out of their mother's basement? The sky's a two-dimensional concentric circle, or 2 circles, or 3 circles, and there's one star that stays in the same spot. Do you know if there's one
I don't look
star
through
that
the
stays?
ceiling
Hold
to
on,
tell
hey,
what the carpet is.
Hockey Puck, you got to relax for a second.
Yeah, bro.
Okay? One at a time. Listen,
Yeah,
if there's one star in the sky that just literally even if it moves a little bit, if it stays in the same general area, the entire outer space religion is annihilated. If there's one star that stays in the just general area, it's absolutely obliterated. It's over, bro. It's that easy. They're
Parallax.
scared to death. It's too
Well,
easy,
of
bro. I'm getting
course.
bored.
Parallax. It's parallax.
Well, and see, Exo, you're smarter than me in those ways, but even I, not near as smart as you about things like that, know that the Earth measures flat because it doesn't take a genius to figure out how to use your fucking senses.
They don't want to do that. Here's the point. You ask them, listen, I'm looking for a 2001 Dodge Ram Black 360 engine, 410 gear ratio, 17-inch alloy wheels. Do you have one? And they go, well, actually, I make paper planes. What is this one? What do you think of this one? And they throw a paper plane out in the parking lot. And I'm like, sir, I'm looking for a black Dodge Ram again. Do I need to give it? No. They go, oh, I have this other paper plane. I have a red paper, and they throw it out in the parking lot, expecting me, the customer, to go after it. You can't make this up. They're that stupid.
What?
You can't. I don't even know what to compare it to.
It's fucking silly.
Silly geese.
Again, going through the library, okay, it's you and me. I'm obviously going to be Bill Murray, and you're going to be what's the guy? You're the guy that you met. What was his name? And we're walking through the library, okay, with the Ghostbusters, and we find the stack of books in the hallway of this library.
Yeah.
And I realized, wait a minute. Okay, this is an issue here. Hold on, stop. Hold on. This is very important. I need you to pull your Egon, pull your EKG meter out. I need you to get a reading on this stack of paper. Hockey Puck, relax. Hockey Puck is obviously drunk Dan Aykroyd. And we're there in the middle of the hallway.
I'm just playing the character.
Do you think it's possible that human beings could stack books like this in this hallway right now? Is that possible? I mean, this is bad. This is really bad. They like when you get a proton pack, could you imagine when I get this proton pack and I get the trap, right? Bro, I'm going to have to keep letting the ghost out to just keep capturing the same ghost. Like there's nothing left.
Wow. Because of the energy of the ghost, man.
Right. And when I let them out, I'm just going to keep charging. I'm going to keep electroshock therapy on the ghost when I let these demons out of the trap. Like, I'm just going to give them electroshock therapy. Go, do you want to end up like this? And the idiots in chat will say, oh, yeah, that's not that bad. Yeah, because stars in the sky. Yep.
That's what they say. That's their go-to.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand what it's like to be this stupid. Like, I used to believe in evolution too, but I actually didn't turn into, I don't know, a foaming at the mouth zit head. What happens to people like this? Like, what goes wrong in their life, and they end up like this person in chat, or the bendy light guy, or these rocket idiots? Like, how does it happen? I'm just, as in a psychological aspect, it doesn't seem possible. There has to be some sort of traumatic event that they go through. What happened to them? I'm here to listen.
Yeah, you know what it was? It was the 1982 Challenger. They fucking suspended their fucking goddamn animation of fucking minds, man. Broke them. They had to watch a teacher die. That's what happened, man. I'm going to interlude on that.
We're going to have to cancel the space program?
Yeah, man. It broke people's minds. That's what they did it. Why do you think they made us watch it, man?
Desensitized.
That's my fucking theory on it.
Desensitized.
Made us watch people die who didn't die. and relive the fucking whole Apollo space program another fucking 90 years, you fucking cunts. Right?
All right, careful there though. It's a family owned and operated establishment.
Fuck what it is, man.
Yeah, just relax.
It's a kid friendly PG-13.
Is it? Have we got our kid gloves on? Is that what we're doing? Yeah. Yeah, we got our kid gloves on. Oh yeah, Monsanto won't kill you. Oh no, the food that they fucking feed you won't kill you, man. Oh no, they never lied about anything. Oh, credit ain't a fucking thing. Credit is a fucking
listen, this is okay, relax.
Hey,
okay.
what?
We're gonna have to get a moderator in here soon, Hockey Puck.
Hey, go ahead, man. Go fucking bring them up.
Relax.
Fucking Puck will fucking do it all night. Don't matter. Hey man, it's done. It's already done. The cat's out of the bag, man. Whatever, man. I'll bring it up whatever I want to bring up, man. I'll bring it all up. It all happened. It's all true. Go ahead, man. We're all fucking slaves. We're all fucking slaves, man. We're slaves. Fucking they were fucking boring.
You're all
Born into
slaves.
debt.
Yeah.
We're born into debt, man. You know, like that. Fucking take a fucking paycheck, man. What it is.
Yeah.
Oh, we
You're all
are.
fucking
We
slaves.
is.
We're in a fucking nonsense school.
Well, it's what it is. What it is, man.
Yeah, I think that's it is, you know. So you have to be fucking taxing and all that shit. So
It's what. Yeah, man. We're all born into this, man. Nobody has a right. Nobody has nothing, man. There's no rights. There's no nothing, man. Fucking, we're born into it. That's what it is.
yeah,
South Central, man.
yeah, that's right. Everybody has rights, but like,
Sure, we do as people, but are we people? Are we people? Can we say we are? Can we stand up together? Can we fucking fight that right? Right? We can't even get fucking one movement on the way our fucking world fucking exists, man. And we've been trying this for what, 12 years?
you're trying to like activists, but like in the end, at the year, like 2 years, it don't do shit. So you know,
We're slaves of the systems, man. Fuck.
you're fucking all divided. Glow Earth versus flat.
How about that curve? Anybody want to show me that curve?
No, we don't.
So that's what I need to see.
Yeah, I'd like to do that, man.
The curve, yeah, the curve. Like,
Hey, Pooch. Yeah, can you show me the curve? That would be just lovely. Then we could shut the server down and we could just
Listen, there's a real big problem though.
I'll
There's
put
a
up my
real-
pads.
Okay,
Go
listen.
home.
Okay, hockey puck. You got to relax
Yeah,
for
bro.
a minute, please.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Okay, so here's the big problem here, guys, is that we've already been telling these people, yeah, that's the point. No one has even experienced it. No one's measured it yet in all of human history, about 6,000 years of human history. No one's measured or experienced this so-called phantom Earth curvature. So they're saying, how do you know they don't exist? Well, that's like saying, how do I know magical flying West Indian albino bat roaches don't exist? Because I haven't found them. So apparently I can't claim that magical West Indian albino bat roaches
you had to go
don't
to the
exist.
roach. You had to go to the roach.
Right. Like, I just don't understand. Like, that's the point. It's your claim. You've never even found it. So again, thank you to person and you've never found Earth curvature. So thanks for admitting that. Is there anything else? Because you just proved my point. That was easy.
Yeah. Amen.
The YouTube always tries to talk. I swear that most of them are like bots. They're just there to reply.
I don't even watch those fools. You got the balls grabbed, just come in and talk. I mean, we're all open to talk. I'm open to talk about anything, man. Anything, anytime. So cool. I probably got the same grade level, college education, maybe less than your like whatever you think that I need to know about whatever your education is, but I know a few things about life. Right? And most of us do. We all roll in here with the same indoctrination.
But you got to realize,
We
so
got
again,
15,000 hours in indoctrination, every one of us.
Okay.
And we've seen around it. And we've seen around it. Right? You know what I mean, man?
Okay. So again, I think Glatflow was just going to have to stay on the job. This proves that he has been right this entire time. They don't even have a claim. They're admitting they've never found Earth curvature, but they admit that they also believe in it because it's a cartoon on TV. But I'm just curious, why can't they come in here and explain why it's so important to them? Because realize this is, hold on, is that, remember, these are the same people that say, why does it matter? Yet they're willing to die for a cartoon belief system. So obviously, doesn't it matter to them? It's kind of cringy.
They would die for it. Isn't that weird? Like they'll just survive through it. I mean, it's just just where they are, right?
No, but watch this. They'll say it doesn't matter, but they're dying to protect it and can't even make a claim.
They don't know why, but they don't know why, dude. They missed the synaptic or whatever we got that they don't got. They fucking missed the fucking memo, man. Right? That's weird, right? I don't understand it.
Exactly.
I thought it was everybody fucking science. Like, right? Like you see a couple things
I have
fucking
to
wrong.
continue to fucking do this in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, totally.
I know
dude.
but here's the thing. I just have to point this out as a hockey puck. Hold on again. This is my point, Glatt. Like this guy is. I just wonder, is this guy for real? Because I think that you'd have to try to be this stupid because he's continuing to admit that he doesn't have any evidence or claim for it, but he also really believes it so much that he has to troll for it literally every day to troll for this religion he believes in, which of course he's trying to undermine, and then literally continues to make the claim that he doesn't know how to even make a claim for it. Like I don't even get it. It's like a circular reasoning.
Well, that's the problem. It's not reasoning. What's happening is, and his name is Mr. Tummy. He's in the YouTube chat. I know he's listening. Mr. Tummy. Now, the problem is you've been here for a long, long time, okay? And you've been wasting everybody's time with sophistry and blatant, what do I say? You've obviated your fear of the subject because you would have provided any evidence for the globe Earth by now. So anyway, talking still directly to you, Mr. Tummy, if your next response isn't a posit for globe evidence, direct physical measurement of Earth curvature, something like that, then I'm just going to keep timing you out, okay? You know how to stay on topic. You've been here a long time, and the topic is flat Earth. See, it's in the name. So we do flat Earth versus globe Earth because it measures flat, so where's the globe? Thanks.
Listen, I'm gonna make it so much easier for him, Mr. Glatflow. For me now, if he wants to satisfy me, I just want to know why he believes it because he already admitted that he's never even experienced it, and he doesn't even know who has proven it at all. So I'm just curious that why would he believe it? That's all. That's it. I just want to know like what drives a person to believe in something that they continue to admit they have no idea how it's ever been even discovered or at all.
Correct. And then we got another one in there now, T_H, because they know we're talking about them now in the YouTube chats. They're going to send in another agent or two. And
that's cool.
This glober says the Earth is too big to see curvature. We still know it's a globe.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I beg to differ.
Yeah, all you got to do is ask them for when they measured the Earth curvature, and then they can't answer.
Put a measurement on the globe, and yet we still don't see that measurement in reality. Okay.
Nope.
Well, to be a globe, we have to be within the fucking mental fucking distance of anything that's around us, right? So we have to be able to measure those distance all around us. And everything around us proves flat and plain.
It's the only way. It's the only way we can do it.
And you can compound that all you want. You compound that evidence depending on what your lens is, or where you are, what your situation is within your fucking predicament of life, man. Right? This has been shown. Been shown we're on a flat level globe. It's been tested. It's been talked about in NASA plane books. They teach people to fucking run planes on a flat level plane. I don't understand the
measures flat, and that's how we know it's curved.
They ignore their own science or their own. I mean,
that's the thing. They don't care if they look at. They don't care if they are wrong or not because. Yeah. They are on the popular side, so no matter what they say, they think they've won because it's widely accepted, right? How could you think it's flat?
Well, I mean, until you look at the fucking information that's in front of you and actually try to fucking stipulate what's going on in front of you, man. There's like 6,000 meters of curve between a long rail bullet and its target. I mean,
wait a minute. That's a great point.
And that's the greatest military knowledge that we have.
right? So I'm talking to the. Hold on, now you got to stop now, Hockey Butt, because we're letting you talk. I'm not sure why, but when I start talking, you got to give me a second. So yeah, that happened again. I was gonna read that. But yeah, Al Burundi Cappuccino. Hold on, stop, listen. I can't speak if you're talking, man. So hold on. Al Burundi Cappuccino says, "See, bro, you got to relax." So I'm gonna start this over. Al Burundi Cappuccino says, TH, I thought you saw boats go over the curvature. Yeah, TH, what happened? So are you admitting that boats don't go over the curvature because it's so big? I'd love to hear your answer. So that would be a great thing. I can't wait for you to not answer to that. But back to your original claim, like Latflope was reading earlier, so the Earth is too big to see curvature. We still obviously magically believe it's a globe. Well, why do you believe it's a globe if you admit that no one's ever experienced it? Is it just like because you want to believe in evolution? Do you like the evolutionary paradigm? Is that your religion also? That's my guess. That's just a hunch. If I'm wrong, let me know.
Hanging out with Uncle Danny on Discord.
Are you?
I was asking you.
No, I'm in a flat Earth like you.
You're not flatter.
Flat Earth is good.
I
This
got
guy's living me, man.
It's disgusting flat Earth.
All right, real quick. So one more thing. So there he is again. So hold on one second. Let me look at this. So the tummy guy, this weirdo says, have a look at it. So real quick, at least give it a look anyway. I'm going to go watch it. So he's never done it again. So again, the atheist doesn't have a claim. He's admitted he's never done it, but he's telling everybody else to do it. Hey, Glatflow, look at the answer at 8 o'clock, 8:27, 20 minutes after the hour in the YouTube. Yes. Do you see how easy it is, Glatflow?
It's like there's.
Thank you very much.
Well, you know.
Yeah, right. He just and he pieces out the second we start talking about him. He would have left sooner had he not been conversing with KJ. And KJ was making sure. Listen, KJ was making sure that she squeezed as much embarrassment out of that motherfucker as she could, so the audience could see it. She's great. She did great.
But this is how stupid these people
You hear
are.
how he's groveling at the end? You think you hear that? He sees a pretty girl. He's like, then thanks for treating me with respect. I hope you felt I did the same with you. Good night. Like, okay, bud. All right, buddy.
Yeah, it's just really sad. But see, this TH guy,
he would never even say the word respect in addressing one of us, one of the men, right? But because he was talking to a female, he did all this nice stuff. Now, Mr. Tummy, I get it. I like to treat women good too. But everybody here deserves the same respect as you Globers saying stuff like, thanks for treating me with respect. I hope you felt I did the same with you. Good night. Holy shit. If I could get that sentiment from a Glober, I might actually start listening to you again.
Yeah, I just had to point this out because I knew this. I know when somebody says you can't ever experience it, but you know it's true, it's automatic that they are an atheist that believes in evolution, because all evolutionists admit that they believe in their evolution fantasy so that they can hide from morality. So when someone says, oh, I know the Earth is a magical globe, but no one has any evidence for it, you know they're automatically an evolutionist, because all evolutionists believe evolution without even a claim, let alone evidence. And they're all the same. They're all the same religious zealots that, basically live in a little box and watch screens all day, and that's their life. They believe in cartoons. It's really an infanticist religion. It's pretty amazing. Very predictable, kind of sad. It's depressing because right now when I ask him, just give me an example of evolution at all in any way, shape, or form, he probably won't even try. He's not even going
to. Yeah, and now we've got somebody, Osman. Now, we all know who Tim Osman is, but I'm not sure if this is them or not. But they asked the question. Apparently, Vsauce is asking Flat Earthers this question. How much of the Earth can you see at once?
Oh, probably a few 100,000 actually a few 100,000 square miles of the Earth can be seen from the air, and they're all square miles. It's crazy. In the ocean, hundreds of thousands of square miles, they call them cubic miles, of the ocean are visible from the air. That's the best I've ever seen it. When I go into an aircraft, I can see more of the flat plane of existence. Is there any other claim for any other experience? Please let me know.
So his question, the question was, how much of the Earth can you see at once? And the answer is not my opinion, It depends on your elevation.
Yes, the higher I go, amazing. I know when you watch a cat stick its head out of the grass, even the cat knows it can see farther over the plane. It's amazing. When I want to look at over my fence, I have to, it's really difficult. I know this is hard to understand if you're an atheist. I have to raise my head up and then I can see over my fence and I can see farther. Crazy notion. So when I go into an airplane, it's interesting. Yes, over the Pacific Ocean, if you've ever taken a flight from California to Washington or Phoenix to Washington, you can literally see millions of square miles of flat ocean, literally out the right side of the plane, which would be if when I'm heading south, it's going to be my right side because that's west. I'm going to be looking over the ocean. I actually videotaped it and looked at the flat ocean for 3 hours, which would be over several million square miles of flat ocean. Several million square miles. Did you know that? Thanks. On Google, this is not my geological report. The geologists and oceanographers or whoever these people claim it's 800 million cubic miles of ocean in the Atlantic and Pacific. Not my claim. Pacific and Atlantic Ocean. They measure them in cubic miles. 800 million cubic miles. Thanks.
So we got Tim Osman in the YouTube chat trying to get Globers, people in general, to visit the Hack Glober channel that apparently is something about measuring for Earth curvature and getting it. Just this once, though. I haven't heard about this video or anything like it until now, so we'll see, I guess. We'll see, but I'm not going to watch it, and I'm not even going to say what it is, and I hope the Globers understand that because you would never in your wildest dreams let us put anything promoting the flat Earth in your servers, I think we're going to respond in kind. Thanks.
Well, again, I just posted an actual photo in reality. There's 70 miles flat to Mount Rainier on Puget Sound, Washington, when I lived, obviously, a few thousand miles north of where I am now. That's where I travel from the border of Mexico to the border of Canada, back and forth several times, and it's flatter than you can even imagine. So that's one of my short observations, Glatflobe. 70 miles right in front of me from Kingston to the mountain volcano, Mount Rainier. Thanks for playing.
Sorry. I am back, by the way.
What's up, Master Chief?
What's up? Sorry, my takes are going up. I'm doing good.
Yeah, okay, good.
Gonna try to keep a friend in prayer too. She suffers like how I do. She's autistic as well. More than I, and her depression gets to her very bad. Like she has thoughts of suicide, and then when she gets angry, she gets instant thoughts of wanting to, like, that person made me upset, I need to kill them, like, and she was just venting to me earlier, and I was just need to keep her in prayer, man. She battles with a lot of very strong demon, and that's one I understand. Sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to get it so deep. But to add on to what you were saying, what YouTubers were saying, on the people on YouTube, I mean, there was no proof of curvature yet. They have no proof.
No, but hold on one second, Master Chief. Glad Flo, I missed what the Riri said. What did he say that you deleted the comment? I was
Oh, he's just still talking about that video. And I put him in timeout. I put him in timeout because all he's doing is distracting everybody from the one point that there's no globe evidence.
Yeah, listen, real quick, if he can just give me a timestamp for the evidence of Earth curvature in the video, I will join his army of whatever type of weirdo group that he has. I will literally leave this server right now if he just gives us a timestamp so I can see where the evidence is to this magical curvature in the video. Thanks.
I'll put it in the YouTube text just in case he's not listening to voice like a coward.
Yeah, they usually just plug their ears. Yeah, several people do that. Just the timestamp. It's real simple. You've seen this happen many times, Glatflow, but it's pretty amazing how the most simplest little things, if you ask them for, send them running every time. Just give me a timestamp and the video when the evidence for Earth curvature is. I cannot wait to see.
Got it. No, he won't provide it. Come on now. Shit, KJ's doing so well in there. I might be able to not have to type so much every day. What? Listen, why do we still get these kinds of questions? Forgive me for being a certain way about this, but literally, Globers, why are y'all still asking questions like, if there is no evidence of the globe, how could NASA exist?
Wait, what?
No, I'm serious. I'm not even trying to be a dick anymore. Why are you talking like that? What? You don't really say stuff like that in real life, right? You're not out in real life saying stuff like that. Like, well, I can't believe it. How is it that Dodge owns Jeep too? I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Wait a minute. Are you saying? Wait a minute. Stop. Wait. That reminds me. Are you saying the same 5.7 Hemi that's in my 2006 Chrysler 300C is the same 5.7 Hemi that's in the police officer's 2007 Dodge? Oh my gosh.
I am saying that. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my gosh. The next thing you're going to tell me is that this. Don't wait, stop. The next thing you're going to tell me it's the same 545 RFE trans. Don't tell me that. There's no.
I think it's that specific because if there's no globe evidence, then NASA wouldn't exist, right? I mean, that is just 2 + 2. How could flat earthers be
guess
so
what?
stupid?
Guess what? If Republicans were right, watch this. Watch this. If Republicans were right, Democrats would never exist, and if Democrats are right, Republicans will never exist. So they both must not. Thank you,
bro. What don't? Yeah. You just someone asked that. Why would NASA exist? Because it's a money laundering scheme. What do you mean? Why would it exist?
Yeah, they don't understand that. Even if listen. Yeah. If they were presented with suitcases full of cash, all spilled out in front of them, no one was going to stop them from taking it. But they had to know that there was a murder behind each dollar. What do you think they'd do?
Right.
No, I would say that I'd say all people in prison are not only guilty, they serve their sentences perfectly. That's what history has always shown. Thank you.
I don't know what these. I don't know. These people, they'll wake up. I mean, I think they'll wake up.
They all won't wake up, and I don't want them to.
Well, listen.
Yeah, I sure hope not. No, I sure hope not. I don't have room for them. Thank you.
Right, exactly.
These people just need some time, you know. We all needed time, you know. It's not like we woke up overnight. It took a little time for us to wake up, right? We had to connect the dots, we had to analyze certain things. You know what I mean? So it's like the same thing.
No, Davey, no, it happened immediately for me.
Oh, there was also there was distractions. There was distractions.
But everybody has their own path. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Precisely, everybody does have their own path.
Right, that's what I meant. Right.
But it doesn't. Everybody has to go through a certain. I don't know, man. It's like what XO was saying. Like we all came here. Like something has happened to us, and then we found ourselves here.
Right. It's like
something had happened bad to us, and that's why we are here.
Right, you call it a spiritual awakening, you call it that. I mean, whatever you want to call it. But what happened is we woke up, we don't believe we live on a fucking ball that spins, what is it, thousands of miles an hour? I mean, I don't know. But we don't believe that nonsense. We just don't. Simple as that. So, that's just it.
So let me elaborate on this, Davey, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not really that kind of situation here. You see, there's multiple ways to, excuse me as I get situated. There's multiple ways to kind of get involved in a topic, but here's the problem. If someone is hiding from the evidence, that's a serious issue, okay? And I don't know what it's like. I don't know, maybe Glatflobe or somebody else, because I don't have like that. I don't have that powerful of a mind, I guess, so to speak. I am a very myopic person, so I'm kind of one-sided. I'm a very typical, predictable man. I'm just kind of one-dimensional. So I either know that I'm going to approach something honestly and figure it out, or I'm going to ignore it and do something else. There's two options here. I can't approach something, Davey, and go, you know what, I'm going to figure this out, but also try to avoid the evidence at the same time. Do you see? That, for me, does not work. So what happens here with these people is that it challenges their evolutionary naturalism belief system, and they're scared of the evidence. So what they do is that they hide from the evidence, and they're not interested. Right, so hold on. They're not interested in the truth, right? So as opposed to me, for some reason, I've always just been interested in, for the most part, especially when I got into my later 20s, I was already the man of the house for 7 years. Maybe that had something to do with it. But once I was like 27, 28, I just knew that, hey, if I want to know something, I can't hide from it. Like if somebody says, hey, I'm going to work on cars. Okay, here's the engine, yada, 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 car. I'm not going to go, oh, let's make paper airplanes. You see, that's not going to help me work on cars. If I have something that I have to get involved, I was a guitar teacher, I'm a guitar player, music and stuff like that, yada, yada. If I want to do that, I can't get involved with collecting spores, molds, and funguses. And Glatflobe knows what I'm talking about. I have to stick with the music, the guitar, that kind of lifestyle. I can't do two things at once. It's much worse for these types of people, Davey, because these people are scared to death of the truth. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with evidence. They don't want the evidence, so these people will never have it.
Okay, but
here, well, hold on. I'm almost done. Hold on. Here's the deal. They're not supposed to, Davey. You got to listen to me. There are people that are here so that they can actually attack us. They're actually, what I just explained, what Master Chief is talking about is that some people, especially these types of sycophant, psychopathic criminals, are what's called in a movie the bad guys. They're actually the motivating antagonists that cause a very big problem for then the protagonist to then be challenged with, and then the protagonists get glorified and actually accomplish things because of what? Evil. Evil actually causes the good people to do good things. And without evil, perverted criminals, I wouldn't be here. So listen, Davey, not only do I not care if they learn or not, I actually count on them being scared to death of the truth so that they can continue to attack me, which gives me job security and is why I'm here and so blessed by the Lord above. So I'm very happy that there are evil, perverted criminals that are scared to death of reality, because without them, I'd be without a job, and I would be, I'd be useless. You ever seen Full Metal Jacket? Without my rifle, I am useless. Well, guess what? Without my enemy, I am useless. So thank God they exist.
Bro.
Thanks for playing.
Okay, well, you actually brought up a good point. You brought up a good point. They're scared of the truth. Well, let me ask you this: why do you think they're so scared of the truth?
Because that they would have. Listen, let me answer real quick. So I want you to go back and talk. I'm just going to say this one thing: because they're scared of judgment. Scared of judgment. Period. End of story.
They're scared of They're scared of the feeling
God's
of being
judgment.
duped, of being
God's,
tricked.
No. Listen, it's more than that.
No, it's exactly what Exo said.
Right. It's worse than that. Yes, that is part of it. Remember, there are many tentacles attached to the octopus, right? They are scared to death of being responsible for their own crimes. They are scared of judgment. That's like Sodom and Gomorrah. They don't want the fire and brimstone. They want their lights to be out. They want eternal darkness. They want to just shut off when the lights go out. When you turn the key off, boom, the Dodge Charger is no longer on. They think they're just a machine. They want to be off. That's the reason. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Nice.
Radio chat. Why is it so quiet when I stop talking? I talk and everybody talks.
Nah, dude.
I'm trying to process everything you said, but yeah, no, you're right. You brought up a good point. You're right. 100%.
Right. Let me read something. Let me read something to you. I'm gonna use it from mind right now. So by memory, 2 Peter 3. For this they willingly are ignorant, that by which the heavens were of old, and that the earth was made in and out of the water. It even says in the Bible that they're scared to
Yes,
death.
I always say that. It says it in the Bible.
Scared
I
to
always fucking say
listen,
that.
willfully, not because listen, they're willfully ignorant. Now watch what it also says. This is why God says, people think, why is God so mean? God says no coward will enter the kingdom of God, because if you're a coward, you're allowing all these crimes to happen. You are part of the problem. They're cowards.
Yep. Part of the solution, not the problem.
Right. Actually, listen, that's the point. They have now created, watch, Davey. They created this group because of their hate, because of their sickness and disease. This group exists. That's why I know Master Chief and Glatflobe and Justin. That's why I know these people, because they tried to destroy us. And in my anger against them, we met each other because we were going to stop them one way or the other. They'd have to kill me. Listen, they'd have to torture me to death, and I still wouldn't give in. They were going to kill me, and that's how I got here. I don't care. I'm willing to do anything for the truth, Davey, and they're willing to do anything to hide from it. And that's what spiritual warfare is. The glory goes to God.
Yeah. Amen.
Mashallah.
Exactly. I'm the same way, bro. I will never give in. When I'm really talking about I can't say the word, but the jabby poo. I would never give in, no matter what. Even if my family wanted to go on vacation tomorrow, let's say to Hawaii, and I had to take the thing to go, nope, have a good time. I'll see you when you get back. That's me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna conform. You know? They'll have to kick down my door and have 10 people hold me down and stick that thing in me. No way. Not gonna happen. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I'm the same way.
I'm with you on that.
I'm the same way.
That's right. That's why we're here. Man. Right. So listen to this irony. They caused us to be here. We exist because of their hatred, their sickness and disease. That's how beautiful truth is, guys. That's why when people go, why would God allow Satan to do such terrible things? Because that's how I got here. That's how we literally got here. Thank you. That's the whole point. Listen, watch this. Every time we watch a movie, every time we read a book, every time we play a video game, the bigger and badder and more gruesome the terrible enemy monster is, the boss in the video game, the worse it is, the Titan that's 2,000 feet tall, the more we love the video game. But then when it happens in reality, we say, why would God allow it? We love it when it's fiction, but when it's reality, we get angry at God. Aren't we a silly little pathetic group of humans? No, that's the point. We are going up against the biggest, most perverted, evil system 6,000 years of human history, and you are the resistance. That's how crazy you are. You are the soldier that's going up against. You are the David and the Goliath. When David beat Goliath, he stopped an entire army. One man stopped an entire army of giants, not just one giant. Giants.
One man.
One little boy. He was about 20 years old or so, 22 years old. Back then, he was a little boy. And he stopped an entire army of giants and became the king. That's how this works. And there is no challenge. Listen, there's no challenging. Nothing can stop the truth. Nothing can stop, well, except for God, right? Because in Joshua 10, 12 through 13, the sun and moon were stopped by God. So even Joshua, guess what? Can stop the sun and moon. He was God's faithful servant. Joshua, okay? He is the executive officer of what? Moses. Moses was first in command. Joshua was second. And when he took over, how crazy is that? He did more extreme things than Moses because he was one child of God. And during a battle, God said, okay, you know what? I decide the sun and moon will stop over Gibeon and Ajalon, and his people were obeyed. So there is no stopping God's plan. Nothing you can do can challenge God's word. And when you're in his family, you are unstoppable. There's nothing they can do to you, period.
Well, you actually brought up a good point. Why did when you said why does God let these things happen? Well, my opinion is because we live in the devil's world. It's controlled by the devil. So, but my opinion is God can save you when you're in trouble with the devil. Like I don't know, from my experience, I don't know.
This is not the world. This is God's world. It's just that God
No,
allows
he's right.
the
Listen, okay, so real for the record, yes,
No,
Satan runs the world. Hold on, stop. Hold on, David. Yes, I'm gonna help you out, David. Satan runs the kingdoms of this world. Yes, God's creation. Hold on. God's creation, Satan is the ruler of the kingdoms. He's right. You're right, Davey. Satan rules the kingdom, and Satan will be obviously destroyed. But yes, right now, Satan runs this world. Correct.
Yes, that's what I meant. Satan rules the world. Yes.
Now.
Yes.
And do you know what did Yeshua, Jesus, say to Satan when Satan took him up to the highest mountain and said, if you bow down to me, I will give you all the kingdoms of the world? Jesus said, do not tempt the Lord your God. Let that sink in.
There's still a balance of reality, man. They contradict, concubine, everything.
Yeah, but this is the truth. The people don't want to hear the truth,
Yeah, I appreciate that. I love the truth, man. Love it.
Yeah, the truth stings though. It stings for a lot of people.
It does. Sure.
So what I was gonna say, like I wanted to finish. Like I'm not throwing down what you're saying. That yes, what he's saying isn't true. It is, right? Because Allah is the one that gives that authority. And for now the authority is given. And he that's why Satan, he asked for respite from Allah. He said, let me tempt everybody in this world.
Okay,
but
so
but the ones that are your true followers.
So you're a Muslim?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so that's different. We believe in different gods, but that's fine. It's cool. As long as you believe in a higher power.
I mean, I understand that you think that we believe in different gods, but to us, you and I, we believe in the same God.
Well, I mean, God. I mean, I don't know. I don't call him
exactly.
Allah.
Allah is exactly
right. So is that just the same thing, but from a Muslim language?
Well, I mean, you see, for me, now, see, I was born a Christian, and then I found myself converting to different other beliefs. Like I was a Muslim, no, not Muslim. I was a monk before I decided to convert into back to Christianity, and then from Christianity I converted into being eclectic Wiccan, and then from being Wiccan I've converted to being Muslim.
Okay, so you would say you're very religious then? because you've experienced with all these different religions. So let me ask you a question. How come you're so religious? Why don't you just believe in God rather than worship like a middleman, like Buddha, like you said, or
There
Christ,
is
or
no, see,
you know what I
for
mean?
my seek, I don't mean to interrupt you, but for my seek of God, I was only seeking Allah. The only God I was seeking was Allah, because there is no other God but God. Now, seeing that there's all these other prophets and learning about these other prophets, understanding that they were also the followers that followed Allah. Now, the Ten Commandments, I also agree, is embedded in our hearts, which I also follow, and that's why, like, I don't argue or try to change your mind uh about it, because that's it. The prophets who preach the Ten Commandments are the same prophets of who I believe in, which is Isa, right? When I was a beginner follower. So, and Isa is Jesus. And so when I found myself as an eclectic Wiccan, the only God that I knew to worship was only Isa, and I didn't worship no other God at when I became an eclectic Wiccan. So by converting to Muslim, I converted to Muslim because my fiance is Muslim. And I worship her God, and since I've concluded that her God is the same God as my God, that no God has an image, so therefore I concluded that la ilaha illallah, there is no God but God.
Yeah, man.
Right.
So
There is no God but God. So why my question to you? Why would you worship so-called God's son, Jesus, or like Buddha, or or Muhammad, or why would people worship these people? Like, didn't God say you don't never worship no man? So why are people worshiping men named
well,
Jesus?
it's not the prophet's fault that the people look at the prophets and then worship the prophets like everybody worships Esau, right? When Esau said, "Don't worship me, you have to worship Allah."
Yeah, but why don't you worship God? Why would you worship a middleman?
I worship Allah.
Yes, God. That is God, man.
God is Allah. Allah means God. Muhammad is the messenger of God. Understand that. In Muslim belief, we as Muslims, there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God. Just like with Christians, with Christians, there is no God but God, and like how God Jesus is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. How you guys understand that, right? Is how we understand that Muhammad is the messenger of God. And like for me, I'm an eclectic Wiccan. I was an eclectic Wiccan. I see myself as an angel, which is why my name, from when I attempted suicide, right? In God's eyes, I had killed myself. And therefore, with me killing myself, God has given me a new name. And therefore my name is now Idris. Because when I was in the hospital, God told me that my name is Idris. And therefore God said that I'm an angel, and I had to go and deliver a message to all the other people.
Do it.
We are living in Revelations now. There is no God but God. So worship only God and worship Allah. Understand that Muhammad is the messenger of God, just like Isa is the messenger of God, just like Joseph is the messenger of God, like Moses is the messenger of God.
Okay. But let me say this. You say they're the messengers of God. How are they the messengers of God? What did God speak to them? How? How did God speak to them?
Their names are written in the Bible.
Islamic religion.
Do you not believe in the Bible? Their names are also written in the Quran, which it says in Revelations in the Bible, right? That their names will be put in the another book.
All right, but let me ask this question. You say they're messengers of God. How did God speak to these people? Did he write them a letter? Did he speak
You know
Angels.
what?
God
a
spoke
burning
through these
bush?
people through the angels.
What I
You know what
love
I'm
about the
saying? Like,
Quran, my brothers, is it's always a flat Earth book. The Quran is a flat Earth book, man. So we're on the same team.
And
Fuck,
the
man.
Quran is very
It's a
bad
flat
in
Earth book,
Romans
man.
I
The
just always
Bible's a flat Earth book, man.
I
Like, end
apologize,
it.
but Glad Flow, you're right. You're correct though.
Yeah,
I
bro.
apologize, guys.
Oh, that's
listen.
beautiful.
I just think religion is division. You know what I'm saying? That's you know what I mean. That's why I think they made religion just to divide, conquer. That's it. So
So every individual is gonna have their belief, and like it says in the Quran that the Muslim religion is the true religion. But I'm not gonna argue with anybody about what a religion is a true religion when you are founded to when you found yourself to Allah and you worship no other idol, that you understand that there's no idol, there's idol worship, then you understand that the globe is an idol, right? So therefore, there's a model. They're worshiping this model. So therefore, we have to observe and report and see where that curvature is. So globers, come at us about the curvature of the globe that is
What is it?
3,958.8
Park,
miles.
right? Then
yeah,
that's just
yeah,
it, man. Like, what is it, right?
You know what I mean?
It's what it is, right? It transcends it. It doesn't matter.
yeah,
Nobody cares. Right,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Religion's a whole nother topic. That has nothing to do with the
There's
fuck.
our topic.
Yeah,
That's it. Base. That's the baseline.
yeah. That's
You
another
know?
topic for another day. Let's get
But
back to
yeah,
the.
baby. Yeah, it's beautiful though. Yeah,
That's
I love it though.
globe Earth
Good,
is.
man. Beautiful.
I don't know.
Mhm.
I always, I just, even when I was a little kid, I just always wondered, like, how do we live on a ball? It doesn't make sense.
Oh, isn't it silly?
You know that picture with like people holding
Oh,
hands, all, people holding hands all around the ball,
it's
upside down.
retarded.
Yeah,
Oh man,
like that's you see that like
I did see that. They taught me in that. They taught me in that
yeah,
paradigm
that's how we
of
brainwash you, man. Like,
that world that I was supposed to believe in.
yeah, they're like people
When
standing. Yeah,
I looked at
What
it, you're
What's
liars.
crazy is that how they would
Right?
try to tell you that the spin of the earth, like you know how you would feel
Oh,
the wind blowing?
I
That's
was
that
really
that would make me think, oh, that's the spin of the earth because the wind is blowing.
yeah,
yeah,
it's so
okay.
stupid.
And when you really think about that in an adult mind, man, when you put that in perspective with an adult mind, I mean, what would our parents didn't know any better. Our parents were hippies. Our parents were baby boomers brought in from the war. They just got through a depression. They got through MK Ultra programs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, my
They
dad.
did, man. And then we're there. We're the next generation, right? We gotta
No,
figure this shit out.
dude, you're 100% right. My dad was actually at Woodstock with his
Yeah,
friend.
bro.
He was at
My
Woodstock.
dad thought he
Oh,
was
you're
at
fucking, you're
Woodstock. It was,
fucking
I'm
you
not
know
gonna
what I
lie, I
mean?
always wanted to go
yeah.
to Woodstock.
Fuck, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're 100%
Fuck,
right, bro. 100% right.
brothers, sisters. Fuck yeah, man. It's all bullshit. CIA fucking operation, the whole fucking thing, man.
Yeah, man.
Squashing this room. They'll squash this room like we didn't know it, man.
And you ever
Hey,
notice? Yeah.
hey, yeah, bro. I'm here.
What's up?
Oh man, just shooting pucks around. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you ever notice in like you turn on the TV, Netflix or whatever, any movie, any TV show, anything you're watching, They always got to have the globe Earth in there, right? Always got to have the globe in there.
Oh
Somewhere.
yeah, guaranteed.
Always.
Guaranteed.
Doesn't matter what movie it is, what
Oh.
show it is. It's always got to be there somewhere.
In your face.
You ever notice that?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're programming you. You know what I mean?
It's pre-programmed. I mean, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking RVTV. He was right. The fucking guy was right, man.
And then on the news, they would have the president talking with the fucking flat Earth right behind them on the podium. So
make a joke out of it, Mr. Bahama. You know,
I could find a picture right now.
Not once, but twice. But right, make a fool out of it. Like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. That shit ain't done. You know what? This pandemic was just a shut up flat Earth. Fuck, because our shit is strong, man.
Well, exactly. That's what I said.
It is, dude.
Too many people were waking up, and they said, "You know,
man, yeah, bro,
we got to do something." Yeah.
Well, we're cross religions. We're cross fucking everything. We're all about fucking just being people, man, and that's cool, right? Like they gotta shut that down. They gotta do a pandemic. These motherfuckers.
Exactly.
I don't even want to bring that into this. Fucking it is this. Fuck, we are fucking ground zero, man. We are the information community.
See, there's a picture right there. The UN. All right, see the flat Earth on the fucking thing.
Fuck, right? It is. Oh, for sure
right
it
there.
is. Man. Fuck,
and there's
right,
who's that? Joe Biden speaking. So this is how they mock us.
Of course they do, man. Fuck.
You got the little devil flowers around the globe. You know what I mean?
Man, I was so disgusted. I walked in a workplace. I walked around a whole circle, and there was a tree in the middle and a glass globe above me. I was like, "This is a fucking camp. This is a work camp. This is a fucking Masonic lodge, motherfuckers." And dude, you know how many ears jumped up? I was like, "Fuck! You don't know where you are? Fuck, man."
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
them.
Yeah.
You do, right? As people, you have to go do a job, man. Fuck. I couldn't believe I saw it, man. It was in my face.
Yeah.
Nobody believes me. My brothers do. What's this? I can't read shit.
Why, your eyes?
Realize. Fuck.
Realize. Didn't Tupac say that or some shit? realize.
That's right, man. Fuck, man. I'm rolling with that.
I think Tupac said that, right?
Oh, man, that's what. No, I think, fucking our brother.
Some shit.
Maybe Tupac did that, but fuck, man.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. That's
yeah,
good
realize,
stuff, man.
realize. Yeah.
You get it? You get it? Yeah, you get it. Fucking
You
yes,
heard?
man.
Heard?
Mhm. That's some deep shit, man. Psh.
Nah, saying.
It's out of the fence right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it.
Love it.
I love it. Love it. Love it.
I love it.
Oh man, I want to hear that song. Man. Play that on the bass. We used to have a guy here. He'd like play a song for me. I'd like say a song. You'd like, bam, just go down. Central. I like the dialogue. Dialogue is cool. How's my dialogue here, brothers? Sisters. Mm. How is your dialogue? That's the question, isn't it? Look,
Oh wow, the falling man. Oh.
Falling man. I saw a ghost run past. I bet you. Oh,
falling man. That's a whole nother topic right there.
Isn't it?
Falling man. Wow.
Is that like a 9/11 kind of guy fucking jumping from the fucking? What is that?
Well, no, I see a picture that Flatter Day Saints posted right here, and I got it. It's yeah, I just scrolled up a little bit, but honestly, that come on, man. If anyone thinks that's real,
What?
come on,
What's real? We don't know what's real. We don't even know what the reality around us, man.
No, I'm saying that the falling man guy.
What is the falling man? I don't know, man.
That they
Catch me up
planted on
on
the
that.
front cover of all.
Who is that? Oh, that bunk comer guy jumping from fucking the stratosphere or something bullshit.
No. I'm talking about the falling man guy.
I never heard of that dude.
On
CGI.
11/9.
No, dude. I don't know what that is, man.
All right, never mind.
Sorry, sir.
No, that's cool. I'm just saying, that's 100% fake. That's all I'm saying. No.
It's cool. Elaborate more if you need to. I mean, fuck, man. Teach me. Fuck.
But that's a whole nother subject, so I'm not going to go into that.
Okay. Appreciate that.
You don't know you don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
I'm in there, but I'm not quite there. Like,
falling
you know what I mean? Oh,
So
man.
never mind.
Well,
He's a little faded, bro.
I'm falling. I
Yeah,
don't know, man.
It could be a touchy subject, so I don't know.
Oh. I'll eat some cereal on that one.
The people in Australia, yeah, exactly.
Hey. I try to be really in the loop. I really do. Do the current lingo and the slang and what, man? Sorry, bro. I don't know fallen man.
Oh, I'm gonna say there was no falling man. It's called CGI.
Oh yeah, we're talking about 2001, right?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Now, I'm in there. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, fuck. Didn't exist. Fuck.
There's no fucking falling man.
Oh, fuck. There's no building. I don't know, man. I don't know. Try to explain that collapse of a fucking structure to a person to even begin to believe the power that was involved in what we're talking about, right?
Like how do you get a pic? Yeah.
I mean, how do you any part of it, right? Oh no. I just made a $90 million fucking insurance trade over it. Right? I mean, think that's a fucking mistake? Fuck off.
Yeah.
You out of your mind.
You know what? I gotta look for this.
I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy.
I gotta look for something now. I gotta look at this picture.
And fucking man.
Hey,
man. The crux. These fucking Globers. Where are the Globers? Where are the Globers? Hey, these fucking cunts. Oh, fuck, I'm sorry.
They're scared of us. They don't want to get embarrassed.
I mean, like, seriously, right?
Yeah.
Turn you upside down on the whole world that you ever thought they even ever imagined, man. I mean, into a physical world. Try to break a guy's fucking brain. That's what you're doing, right? When you try to kill a globe head, right? You gotta take their physical brain, you gotta break them down into a fucking flatter plane of the real, actual fucking evidence that's around them. That's a real hard thing, man. You gotta break down a paradigm of like fucking how many thousands of hours of indoctrination. You gotta be willing to be susceptible to that. I mean, I had to think about this. I had to be willing about it, right? And then I had to think about it. More I thought about it, it was real. Right? It takes that. I mean, you got to do that transfer. If you show up with already a preposition that you live on a fucking wobbling ball flying through space, I mean, you are actually like. I mean, please show up, but you are on an elementary understanding of the Earth's look at everything because it's a presupposed Earth that you're actually living on in a theory. I mean, if you can't take that, man, if you can't take that situation, then you involved in the science, man. This is the realm of natural science. You're running into gladiators of natural science. Level is level, buoyancy is buoyant, man. I bring your little schoolgirl, or I want to be like that, but and bring your little suitcases up and show up, and that's okay because we all know science. There's a lot of people here who know more science than I do. I wouldn't guarantee that, but I know a little bit.
Well, I think science is bullshit, honestly. I mean, it depends what you're talking about, but
Physical realm, man. Physical realm. That's the only science I know. Right?
yeah. Um, but yeah, science, I mean, it depends.
Well, there's theoretical and there's physical, right? There is theoretical. We can talk about it, we can bullshit, we can manifest it any way we want, any calculation you want. But then there's physical, and that's an exact science. A to B, right? If you calculate that this X and Y, and then there's a curve between X and Y, we're going to call that C, and there's going to be a calculated curvature between these 2 points. Well, I'm going to call bullshit on it,
Right.
right?
Right.
That's all I'm going to do. It's like, that's, that's all I know, man.
Right. Like there's science, and then there's science um they use to try to
It's amazing.
Fool us. Like for example, there's science like when you water a plant, the plant grows. That's science, right?
That's cool. Photosynthesis. Yeah, we understand
That's
that.
science, right? All right, right.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. But they also use science to try to fool us with the word gravity and
Well,
evolution and shit like that. That's what I'm saying. So
well,
they try to
yeah,
fool us with science. So
and
yeah,
for those people, it's an absolute, right? And for us, it's not really absolute in the world that we live in, right? I it's hard to take that ball away, right? I mean, it's really hard, man. We can't take that ball away from people, man. Not easy. Like they feel like smart people, and they are very smart people, and we are too. We just look at things a different way. I mean,
oh, they're not smart. They're
I
not
mean,
smart.
well, they understand the science, or the math, right? Like they're only learning things that we've been told. They don't look at the actual science or the physical realm. You can't break that down to them. They'll break their paradigm, right? Into a world that you actually live in. Damn, I only live in theories and math. Isn't that an issue? Probably the biggest issue, right? We deal with the globy. For me, man, you got to break people down to people experiences, people problems. We're just people. Motherfucker. I wish there was a fucking goddamn theory, man. There's not.
You know what? I don't even know if it's science or biology. I don't even know. But
Yeah.
whatever it
Cool.
is, I just remember being in middle school. I was in I was in middle school, and
Right.
I was in biology, and my teacher was just teaching us about evolution and shit. That we came from fucking monkeys and dinosaurs came from birds and all this.
Oh yeah.
So biology, and she was telling us about the Big Bang, how two atoms collided and exploded into this Earth that we live on.
Fancy, man.
See,
Yeah.
the fact that that's all lies. That's all
Well,
bullshit.
It's so.
Okay, we didn't know that back then because we're too young.
Well,
But
we
now
didn't,
that
man.
now that we're adults, we realize that's bullshit.
Well, we lived through a war, man. We seen a fucking bar fighter or not, man. We've been through the back roads of what life really fucking offers us, right? And it's not what you pretend it to be. I think, but after you've been through a few of those, then you have to really fucking contemplate on life, man. Like, hey,
That's
I'm,
life.
you know, and that's another fold, man. Depending on where we live, that where we live is a side fold on that, right? How we are as a people, how we treat each other. Fuck, man, that's side fold, man. Hey, but it does all. Man, if we all understood where we lived, maybe that would do some relief to the people.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I hope it would. Right?
Listen, yeah. What you mean in terms of the Earth, the ball Earth?
Well, or us as people, right? I mean, if you actually in truth, not the ball earth, fuck, it's a lie. Yeah, truth about the flat earth, man. I might give you a little bit of reality of, you mean, when you get
Alright,
to
well,
flat earth, man, when you actually get there, you must know there must be a creator, man. I don't care who your creator is. There's
right.
a
But what I'm
creator,
saying is,
right?
right? Yeah. But what I'm
Well,
saying is, yeah.
that's what it is, right? That's the whole fucking idea that I knew about a flat earth. It brought me to a creator that I am knowing, that I love, right? I'm not a spinning testicle flying through outer space, man. You're fucking full of shit. And you and anybody in this room will actually tell you that. I'll tell you that in my face. Hey, full of shit. We all got enough knowledge, or you wouldn't be here. Or you're questionable and you don't understand the world that you're living in, man.
Yeah, it's funny. A few years ago, I remember someone trying to tell me that the Earth was flat. And I was like, get the fuck out of here, you clown.
Fuck off. Yeah, I know.
Now it's like I understand. Now it's like I'm him, doing the same thing to other people. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Yeah. I mean,
You know?
yeah, totally. And you're the guy sitting there saying this, and you know what the guy who was doing to me was joking. But
Yeah,
fucking, you know what? I took it by the tear, man. I was like,
but
no,
but
I'm
I
gonna,
right.
I
But what I'm trying to figure out is that why was I so angry that day? What
well,
did he say that pissed me off?
fuck,
When he was
man,
telling me the Earth is flat, he was saying, "Listen, the Earth is
man,
flat. Research it. I'm telling you, look it up." And I was cursing at him. I was
man,
cursing.
it
Saying,
hurt me.
"You, why?" But I'm still trying to understand why was I so mad at that? Why did I get mad?
It's pre-programmed,
It's
right?
nothing to do with my personal life. Why should I care if
No,
you live in a bowl or not? So why
no,
was I cursing him off? Why? Because
exactly.
exactly.
Why?
So I'm trying to, um, you know what I mean?
That's why I always say, don't believe what I do. Just fucking do our research, and that's all we can do, right? You know what I mean? We just live by the sword that we drew, and that's
Yep.
our sword, man. Our sword is the truth of the fucking research that we can do, and we're blessed with this research, and
But
we
that's
should
why,
do this, man. We
right?
should do this.
But that's why I understand why these globe earthers get mad because that was me a few years ago. I was the same fucking way,
Sure.
I was the same way.
Yeah, man.
So I can't be mad at them. They gotta,
Man.
they gotta wake up when they want to wake up. It's up to them.
I hear you, man. Because every time I watch a new blockbuster movie, I am pulled right back. Yeah, damn. But I know it's all animation. It's all fucking fake. The whole thing. It's amazing. You can't go back once you know, right?
Oh no.
You can't, right?
No.
It tried to keep me back, right? I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to know this shit, but it's real. I don't want to be responsible for that, man. That's up to your opinion, right? And that's up to their opinion to really friggin' understand the reality of the people they are, man. That's a personal question, isn't it not?
I mean, when your teacher tells you when your teacher talks about the globe and stuff, all the student needs to do is say, "Hey, Miss
Well,
Lawrence,
yeah.
what about Operation Fishbowl? Can you tell us a bit
Well,
about that?"
they
And
wouldn't.
boom, you automatically win the argument.
But they don't know that they
So
automatically threw fucking high powered. Unless you watch fucking a
people
video
don't
about
do
that,
that.
they want to know that. They
That's all they
shot
gotta
high
do.
powered. That's all you gotta do. I
Hey,
know.
Mrs. Smith, what about that
It's
Operation
trying to
Fishbowl?
run the information. We and you know about it, man.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean?
They'd be like,
Right.
yeah, that's what I thought, Teach. Get the fuck out of here.
Right. I
No
teach you.
homework for today, folks.
Get out of my space. I know, man. And that toss. And you know what? That's bringing a whole new world of soldiers, man. A bunch of truth seekers, a bunch of truth knowers.
This
They're
is why
not seekers. They're knowers, right? When our next generation comes up, they're knowers, right? They're like, fuck, ooh, right? And we actually can bring a 2 or 3 up. Fuck, that's gonna be good. Uh-huh. Truth knowers, not seekers.
and
We're
this
seekers.
is why you gotta homeschool your kids.
Oh, that's what we do, man.
Don't say.
But that's another indoctrination system is a fucking goddamn fucking curse.
Oh
Fucking
man,
Jesus, fuck. I would
sending
never, I would never send another child through it, ever.
that's child abuse.
Oh,
That's
it's
abuse.
sickening. It's sickening.
You should go to jail for sending your
It's
kids to
sickening.
school for
Oh,
public
it's
school.
sickening.
You really should.
But you might as well. I don't care what country you're from or what life you live. You might as well sign up to a full term in the army, full organization of fucking global fucking economicism. Because
If
fucking,
you
I don't know
exactly
what they're doing. They're doing something, right?
exactly, they try to make everything seem
Well,
everything's backwards in society, right?
oh, it is. It's
If
backwards and inside out at the same time. It's
everything's
fucking
right,
disgusting,
yup.
right?
If you homeschool your kid, you seem like a weirdo because you want to homeschool your kid.
Oh,
In reality,
well,
you're
in reality.
actually doing your kid damage when you send your kid to fucking
Well,
public school.
in their
Way
perspective,
around.
in their perspective, their realm of their alternative fucking manifesto of their government of the world that they want to see live in, man. That's their
Exactly.
opinion, right? Like fuck you, right? Fuck you and your opinion. We're
People need
people
to
too, right?
exactly, and the stuff they teach, they don't teach kids the stuff they
No.
teach is nonsense. What do they
I
teach
wish I learned that.
in the future? Nothing. Do they
Fuck.
teach kids? Do they teach kids about trade? Do they teach kids how to write checks?
Don't,
How
dude.
to, about business? No, it's
No.
volleyball.
We went through that. We did it.
Nonsense.
We
It's
did
over.
it, dude.
It's over.
I tried. I tried to learn the best of the goddamn educational system could goddamn teach me within that empirical fucking mind that it was in. It was
Hey,
until
listen,
I
they tried to teach me, but they failed. They couldn't fool me.
oh fuck you try and
couldn't
teach a
fool me.
fucking bitch to fucking climb a tree, man. We're all different people, man. I get that. I'm cool on what they did on there, man. Like we're all different fucking we think and learn at a different level, and that's cool, man. Right? But it was the wrong message. The fucking message was wrong.
Hey, Miss Hogan, shove that big bang up your ass, Miss Hogan. How do you like that? Right? Shove it up your fucking ass.
That's what it is, right? I had it. We had a teacher like throw a desk down. This is old days. Throw a desk down, make a child pick it up. You wouldn't see that anymore. This 80s shit, man.
You know what I wonder though? You know what I
Yeah.
wonder? I wonder if when they're teaching us that shit, if they know they're lying to us, or if
Well,
they're just brainwashed themselves.
Man, they're just getting a paycheck, motherfucker. I'll guarantee it.
So
They don't give a fuck. They
So
don't
you think
care.
they honestly believe that then?
I always believe they're just getting a paycheck. It's gonna they are within the fucking engine of what they are. They're a cog in the wheel, and they're gonna bring out the message whatever has to happen, man.
They
Like,
just teach whatever they have to get that paycheck. If
yeah.
they don't believe it, they suppress any inquiry and just
Yeah.
go and do their job.
I mean, there's
So
some
you don't think-
self-preservation there, right? They have self-preservation, and they're gonna look at self-preservation of their identity, man. They're gonna tell whatever has to be told. You know, They-
Yeah, I just wonder if teachers actually know they're lying, but they just want the paycheck.
they know they're lying. They don't know that they're lying. They don't know they're lying. That's the problem. They don't fucking know that. We don't even know
The
that
thing
we're
is,
lying.
they're watched very heavily, and
They're
so if
just-
you start spilling the tea, sister, their colleagues start looking at them funny. They're like, "Oh, we got another one who can see," and then
Yeah,
it just
well,
becomes harder and harder for them to do their job. So
if
it's
there's
just
somebody actually
quiet.
aware,
Okay,
man.
so they're
Check.
brainwashed too, then. Okay.
Oh, totally. Oh,
I mean, they're
God.
victims of this stuff too. They're victims of this
Big
stuff,
time.
also.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's still about the category and keeping people categorized within a compartment, right? And the teaching asylum is part of a compartment, and that's the only thing I'm allowed to teach, right? That's the way I see it, man.
And the thing is, there are ripples and waves. It goes all the way from the teacher to the students. If you get students that are asking too many questions, they're like, well, what institution did these students come from?
You're on the list.
They try to find the round peg in the square hole, and they try to eliminate it as much as possible.
Absolutely. They look at those children. There's many tests on children. I was a part of a twin test in my place, and like the tests were amazing in the 80s, right? Like they test children still today. MK Ultra facility shit, man. They tested me and my brother, man. But not even, why would I lie about that, man? Because it's just true, man. In my memory, man. Right? And they do that. And they do that with children. They do it with people, man. Even the 80s or 90s or now.
And more than anything, it's about getting elite entry into the institutions. It's not necessarily truth. Because they were talking about at this elite Tony private school, they were asking this elite, college, why aren't you
Sure.
accepting our students? And they said it's because you guys aren't, dedicated to critical, race theory or dedicated to, different progressive causes. And
Really?
so they were saying, we're going to
That
call
was
the shot. And if you guys don't play ball at your school, we're not going
wow.
to accept your students and give them entry, through us anyway,
But
into
they
these
don't even
elite.
know anything, man. They don't even know anything coming out of high school. How would they know to do that? Right?
Oh, they
Yeah,
tell
so
how many people they accept from this institution versus
It's
this
amazing.
institution.
that brings me to my next question. Say if someone is homeschooled, and how does that person get into a good college if they're homeschooled?
Well, they would have to get in by their scores, but it's also scores, it's connection, it's activities. And when that recruiter is saying, okay, if it's going to come down to you or somebody else, how connected are you? Where did you come from? Do I like you? Do you interview well? Are you part of this group? Are you part of that group? Am I getting some money? What is going to break the
Right.
tie between you and somebody else?
Yeah. There's other platforms, man. And that's the truth. And that's sad, right?
So
It's the world
colleges
that we
don't.
live in.
So colleges don't discriminate what based on whether you're homeschooled or not.
Based off of homeschooling, I haven't heard that. Because I
No.
hear that homeschool children tend to test higher. But when it comes to,
Right.
extracurriculars and stuff like that, that might be a bit of a factor, but I don't know how homeschooling figures into that. But as far as I can tell, once they get into school, they're very well adjusted and they're very well prepared because they've had very
Absolutely.
good, academic preparation.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting.
But I'd have to look into that.
A long-term study would be interesting. Especially as more and more families, right?
Well, when colleges admit people, they admit them based off of test scores. They modify the test score based off of what group you're a part of.
Yeah.
Asians have scored notoriously high, so they get merit
They
points
actually
institutions.
that's
I think groups like African Americans get extra
Ow.
boosts because of the testing
Holy
disparity.
shit. They
It's
actually
like
look at that?
affirmative action in testing, or a way to try to get equity, quote unquote, with testing, so you get more of a mix in the schools in some cases.
Shit. They look at that as at a cultural level. I'm amazed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad. I mean, they got certain points, actually bonuses towards other and nowadays, right? I mean, be
They
real.
have a dedication to
Well,
equity
yeah.
and inclusion.
And they should. And they should. And they should. I'm not
Some
saying
people
they
are going
should.
to win out. Some are going to probably lose
That's
out.
cool.
Not be
cool.
super fair, but that's what
That's cool.
That's the world that we're in currently.
That could disadvantage the regular guy just struggling out of the trailer park, right?
Potentially.
Yeah, sure it would, man. Heck. That's the reality of it. Look. It's all right. And that's the world we live in, man. That's how they and I hope they take homeschooling as a stat score because like 90% of the population, at least where I'm living, is going to be that score is over fucking internet, fucking whatever, right? That's something I never fucking had to involve in. I had to go to gym school. I had to go to gym with these motherfuckers. It wasn't as bad as it was almost that bad, but it wasn't as bad as some fucking stories you hear, man. Whatever, man. You go to gym, you chase your hockey, you do your thing. You know? That used to be a thing, eh? Like talking to children nowadays, I mean, damn.
Oh, so you're a hockey fan?
a hockey puck. Yeah.
Puck. You like the
Yeah.
You like the New York? You like the Rangers?
Sure. When Wayne Gretzky joined them. Yeah.
Yeah, Wayne
Mark
Gretzky, Mark
Messier.
Messier. Uh,
Those are my boys. Straight out of Edmonton.
yeah. Oh, Mark
Yeah,
Messier is
man.
my favorite player ever. Yeah.
Yeah, man. He's the best player ever, if you
I
ask
got
me.
the hat trick in '94.
Man, I love the man.
Oh, forget about it. Yeah, bro.
Oh, it was always the best
Uh,
team. I was spoiled growing up. I grew up in the city of champions, they called it, and we had
what
5
was
Grey
he?
Cups and 5 Stanley Cups. If you know what a Grey Cup is, it's a CFL football cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I was blessed.
Put the interview where the dude said that somebody asked the school, "Hey, why aren't you taking our students? You know, we're a Tony Prep school," and they said you need to get more dedicated to progressive politics, basically, or a progressive
Wow,
agenda, or a progressive
wow.
curriculum. Otherwise, we're
Uh,
not going to accept your students or whatever.
I just want to play hockey, man.
Yeah, and these elite
Yeah.
schools call the shots because, you know,
Well,
if
I
you get
know,
that
right?
diploma from them, you know, sometimes that's like an automatic, entry to a job
For
or something.
sure. Absolutely. And that's the dedication that takes. That is what you don't need a hockey degree, you need a business degree. Just to survive for a part-time job. And that is for a corporation. And then we got to really slide slip into the corporation world that our world has become. Right? Right? We're not individuals anymore. You're a
We're part of a
corporation.
select group. Either we're part of this group or that group or
Or
this group.
any group, right? You're a corporation. You represent a corporation, man. You represent.
You're a representative for a group as opposed to a representative for yourself.
Yeah, like that's what happened. I don't know. Am I wrong? I just recently learned that. I watched a YouTube movie once or twice. But like in the
Dude,
corporate
I used to,
world, man.
dude, growing up, bro, I was a very good hockey player when growing
Yeah.
up. I
I
was
love
so
hockey.
good at hockey, bro.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
man.
I played basketball too, and I think basketball and hockey, like you need what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for?
Equilibrium. You need like
It's a synonym for accuracy.
yeah, that's a big word.
Whatever you need. I was good at hockey and basketball growing up.
Man,
I was
on
good at,
precision.
I was very good at
Precision,
those.
I think. Yeah.
Um, yeah, man, I love hockey.
I love hockey.
Islanders, Rangers.
Yep. Islanders, Rangers, Edmonton Oilers.
I like the Penguins too. I like the Penguins too.
Yeah,
Mario Lemieux. He was another favorite.
well, I watched him grow up.
Yeah, he was a legend. Oh man.
He was, yeah. I mean, he kind of stepped over Wayne. I will never say that. I didn't say that. I'll never say that. But he did. Well, he did. He's a magnificent player to the game. As a competitor, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He held his own.
Oh.
Wayne at least had the Edmonton. He had Mark Messier backing up. He had Dave Samako. He had people, right?
Yeah, right. The best
Yeah.
goalie ever too.
Man, he had big guys, man, backing him up. Fucking
Big
Mario.
guys. Yeah.
Mario had to win that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have
man.
respect for Mario.
Yeah, the '90s were a crazy time for hockey, man.
Oh, it was
Early
good. It was a
2000s.
heyday. It was a heyday before the strike. But after the strike, I think they lost a lot of viewers. like old time guys like me, right? That Strike 005 fucking really killed the sport.
Yeah.
Did. Yeah, well, I don't know who O'Connor is. He's some hot shot. I don't know. I don't really care. But then when you get into what we get into, sports don't even matter anymore because we know it's all
rigged.
hey, well that and it's all it's all what's the fucking saying, man?
Oh, the term hand-eye coordination. That's what I was looking for. The term I was thinking.
That's
I
cool.
had very good hand-eye coordination growing up. So I was good
Absolutely.
at doing football. I was a good quarterback. I could, I could play hockey. I could shoot a jump
Right.
shot. So I
Yeah.
had hand coordination growing up. That's the term I was looking for.
And you played hockey.
I played. Yeah.
It's amazing. Like, hockey's a hard sport to play. It's a
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
I got I'm a little bit biased on it, but I like hockey. It's hard to play any sport, man.
Yep.
You want to dance on ice on skates on steel blades, man? Go ahead. Right?
Oh, it's so fun.
It is. It's a beautiful sport.
Yeah.
Sport,
Even on rollerblades,
Yeah, well, even on that, it would be harder. I tried. It was hard. It was really hard on rollerblades. I couldn't do it. Could never transition. No.
Did you ever aggressive skate?
I did like universal skate, like power skating. We had a clinic in my community when I grew up. They put on a power skating community, and we fucking won every tournament, man. We're rock hard, and yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
power skaters.
Power skate.
Yeah, man. We do.
Yeah, I'm talking.
We used to do a marathon and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about like aggressive skating, like grinding, doing 360s off 12 steps and crazy stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right.
Like doing tail grabs, just do like extreme sports.
Yeah. I'm more a fundamental guy, but that's cool. I respect that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we used to do back in the day.
Man on.
Yeah.
Our coaches were always fundamentals. Very, very rigid scale. We weren't even ready for that league, whatever you're talking about. I was lucky to do a fucking slap shot. I was a D league motherfucker, house league.
You were D league? I was a B league.
Man. Yeah, man. I'm not saying I'm someone I wasn't, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I just like playing the game, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I couldn't do that league. It means that's the league I was in, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. The scouts left a long time ago, right?
Yeah, man.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what league we played, right? Like, I don't know. Didn't matter to me. I'm still playing on a flat plane.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Right. As long as you know the rules of the game, though, right? There's certain rules to the game. That's how we play, and that's good.
You know what someone said the other day? I was in
Yeah.
a chat room. Someone said to me, long story short, someone said, "Oh, he believes in the flat Earth. He's just indoctrinated." And I'm thinking, this fucking bitch. She thinks I'm indoctrinated. 'Cause I believe in
Wow.
the flat Earth.
Oh, he called you on it.
the other way around, sweetheart. I think you're indoctrinated.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
I didn't say that, but I was thinking that.
That's what it is, though, right? Like,
It's the other way around, sweetie. You're
yeah,
indoctrinated, not
that's
me.
all
I have an
right.
open mind. You have a closed mind, okay? You're still stuck in kindergarten mode.
Like, that's right. That's your opinion, right? Like
Yeah.
you haven't passed fucking grade 1 intuition, right?
Yep.
Put them to the boards, man. Put them to the boards. That's what I say. Put them to the boards.
Yeah, right.
Right? That's what we do, right?
Yeah. I can't
Eh?
stand. Oh
I
man.
can't stand it either, man. It fucking drives me fucking wild.
Yeah.
Right?
I can't
How
stand.
fucking I mean, go ahead and give me your logic.
Yeah.
What is it, man? It's like there's nothing there, right?
And they got no, what's funny is they got no facts, nothing. I bring them
None.
facts, I back up what I
There's none.
say. All they say is, "Oh, you're just a retard."
Oh,
That's
oh,
their argument.
go
That's
ahead.
their argument. You're
Yeah.
just brainwashed.
Hey, take a ticket and stand in line with the fucking pack of assholes behind me. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck them, man.
God. That's when I give up. That's when I'm
Well,
just like,
they're brainwashed. I mean, you're brainwashed. I mean, isn't that what it is, right? It's harder to fucking convince the ones who are brainwashed.
yep.
It is. It really is, man. They're fucking brainwashed. They don't
Yeah,
give a damn.
it's harder to convince someone they've been lied to.
Oh, their whole lives. It
Than
hurts.
convince someone, I forget how the saying goes, but yeah, I know.
I know. I cried, dude. I cried. I literally grieved in my hands.
Mark, right there it is, Mark Twain. Yeah.
Or good guy like that, whatever, right? But
But they don't, they don't understand that,
no. Take one measurement. It only takes one. It only takes one measurement and understand the fucking blue land of heaven. And you're gonna cry. You're gonna cry. You're gonna weep like a little boy.
Oh, forget about it.
That's the way I found it. That was the coxswain of my existence. It hurt. I didn't like it. Wasn't cool. I grew up in a non fucking biblical, non fucking anything world, man. I grew up in a 1980s scholarship world of the life, man. And they told me it was a ball, and I accepted it for fucking 40 years. And then I actually put it to the test and said, you know what? Maybe there's something wrong with this. I mean, am I at fault for questioning you? Like, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's where I stand. I think the scientific work has been done. We're doing the scientific work right now. Do it. Man, fuck yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, bro, be right back.
I wish we could talk about that thing, that other thing they're forcing on us, but we can't.
Yeah, can't discuss that V-Wood.
Yeah. There's a lot I want to say about that, but we can't, unfortunately. And the 5G and all that shit, But anyway, like, it's funny because, when someone says to me, when someone tries to insult me and say, "Yo, yeah, you're a flat earther," and I'm like, "Well, you're a fucking globe earther. sweetie. So it goes both ways. You think I'm weird for being a flat earther? Well, there's tons of us that think you're weird. They're thinking we live on a ball. So how do you like that? It goes both ways, honey. And then they don't say a word after that. They just shut up. So, you know. It's just funny. And like we talked about before, it's even in the Bible. Whether you believe the Bible or not, it's still in there. Okay? I mean, why do you think they replaced the word firmament with the word planet? You don't think they're trying to hide something? You don't think that's a little suspicious? I do. Otherwise, it would have left it the same. Why switch up the words? Why change the words? There's nothing to hide. Huh? Because firmament and planet are two different things. One is a dome, one is a ball. You know what I mean? It's all whatever.
Actually, they've made firmament into the sky, the expanse, right? Now, planet just means wandering star, so they've turned a wandering star into terra firma, which is incorrect.
Right, right. I'm not talking about the stars though. I'm just saying like, you know, the planet.
Yeah, exactly. It's wandering star is what planet means, and they make you think you live on a wandering star by naming it a globe and a planet, not realizing that globe is a stage. And it comes from Shakespeare, right? The globe is where Shakespeare's plays were done because he says the world is a stage. So they made the world the stage, the Masons, right? We don't
Right.
really know who fucking Shakespeare was. Perhaps he was the son of the widow that these Masons revere so much.
Yeah, so it's right. It's Masons. You know. Yeah, it's Masons. I mean, do you see like any other? Do you see like any? Is there like a globe? Is there like a globe earther chat like this? I don't think so. You know, where flat earthers come in and then they try to debate them and then they get. No, that doesn't happen. It's the other way around. It's the other way around.
Gem pages, but yeah.
You don't see chat. You don't see like chats like this that believe in the globe Earth. You don't see that.
Yes, they do. Yes, there are.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were trying to tell you Jim Panda has his own server.
It's called the Debate Flat Earth and More.
Well, then they're pathetic. I don't know what to say, but
You want to go there and debate them?
yeah. I mean, yeah. Why not? I don't care. I'll do it. They'll probably kick you out for no reason, but I mean,
No, they'll debate you.
No, he won't. He will not ban you.
I would love to debate them. Why not? And I don't even need measurements. I don't even, you know, like just bring up basic facts.
These people are, how can I put it? Globe heads.
Oh man.
He said globe heads. Hard headed or
Globe head, ball heads.
No, it's almost like the people that made the Flat Earth Society. They're extreme zealots, and they'll do anything to make fun of it.
Oh man.
Ballers. They're ballers.
Right.
And ballers.
Oh man. Oh man.
Hey, Pookie Poop.
Hey, Book. Rocky Puck is Book. Book. How you doing?
Eating some chicken and cheese.
That's good. In fact, that's my favorite, man. Fucking good.
Chicken burrito.
No, chicken and cheese.
Yeah, but what kind of cheese?
Popcorn chicken with Mexican cheese melted on top of it.
There we go. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
Alien cheese?
Don't fuck with me, I'm like.
Shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to debate these globe earthers. What are you kidding me?
Oh man.
Let me send you. Let me send you a link.
All right, let's do it. Let's do
There's
this.
a live link. There's a live link.
Let's do it.
Sign up.
Let me copy. Let's see.
I'll probably get booted out in 2 seconds, but it's all right. At least I
You're
tried.
doing good.
No. What part of he's not going to kick you out do you not understand?
Oh,
I'll probably end up cursing at him because he's so stupid. I don't know. I'll try not to.
Oh, fair fight. You're lucky.
I try not to curse at them. All right.
You can pull the fucking jersey over the t-shirt, right? And give the old fucking underhocker.
I try not to fucking curse
It's
at
all
them.
good. It's allowed. It's allowed. Fuck.
There you go. I share a link to the server in the live stream voice text.
Let him go. Let him go. Come on.
Good
in.
luck, bro.
Yeah.
Good.
Come on, Mom.
I'm on a mission.
Throw.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me click on this fucking thing. Play float. Join.
Come on in. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Oh, messages failed to load. What does that mean? Try again. Oh yeah, I don't think I can't get in.
What?
Do you have over 100 servers in your Discord?
Oh, we
Have you
gotta go to
joined?
that server? You want me to go to Gemsy's server? You fucking insane. Okay.
Wait,
Dude, you got that?
I just clicked join. Yeah,
I'll blow
yeah,
that shit out, man.
yeah. It says
So you-
messages failed to
Yeah.
load. I can't.
Dude, you really want me there or what? Like, fuck.
Dude,
Yeah,
I would debate anybody in there.
I'll do it. I will. Fuck. Totally, man.
Bro, let's go in
Are
there,
you
bro.
court?
Show 'em what it's
Let me
all about.
create another link. Wait, let me create an unlimited one.
Nah, man. You gotta give me like unlimited chat status, man.
Let's go knock some skulls.
Well, I'm getting in. We're in. Let's do it. Fuck, let's do it, bros.
Check if you can join that one. But you have to there's a limit to. Dude, I'm talking. There is a limit to the amount of servers that you can join. So you might have to leave one server to join this one if you're already at the limit.
Wow. Okay. So
Gaby's not at that limit. He's nowhere close to it. He's only got like 4, if that.
Oh, okay. These people are mean. I just gotta tell you that. They're gonna give you that globe.
It's more hangout shit.
And they might be talking about something else at the moment, but if you want to bring it up to them, hey, the earth is flat. They're gonna say, prove it. No, it's a globe.
All right, I'm gonna click join. Let me see. Yeah, same thing. Message failed to. Yeah, I can't join. Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's gotta be something at your end because everything looks good to me. If I click it, I go right into the server.
Download the fucking app, Dave. For the last time, download the application. The website sucks.
Oh, he's on the website. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You see, Seb said it let him join.
So you're saying it's
yeah.
my fault?
The website, not your fault. That you're using Discord on the web, but you have to use it on the app.
You know how you
In
always have
the app.
problems opening your mic?
Yeah.
Every time you restart the damn thing? It's one of those things. It's a cookie thing. So if you have the application, it's all in Java, so there's no way that they can get your IP address or anything to say.
All right. So how do I? I'll ask you later. I'll ask you later.
I need confirmation on that channel, bro. Right, man. You just sit there and mute or what?
Oh man, I wish I could get in there. Damn it.
Oh man, I'm fucking smashing that shit right now. Who's got that kind of authority, man? I can't go there and I'm in mute as soon as I show up. That's all good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not gonna let us in there.
Oh fuck, no way. There's too much scientific fucking avenues going on around here, man.
Yeah,
They will welcome you in the server. They will.
Will they?
Yeah, for like 2 seconds, and then
I've killed Gem Panda. I've smashed that dude. Like, let's go. But I don't care. But
I was there for a few hours today, and Witch was there too in the
I'm not gonna let
text.
me in, man. They're not letting the puck in, man. I show up as nappy, man. I didn't even get in. Fuck. I'm
Dude,
already
they're the
on a
type-
prop, man.
they're the type of people like if you say one thing they don't agree with, you're gone. You're out. So
for sure.
There's no point in even
Nah.
fucking going in there. You know what I mean?
Nah, they'll disagree. They'll disagree with you, and you'll still be there. They might disagree with you on everything you say, and you'll be there.
Oh.
They won't kick you out.
I don't know. I can't get in there though. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I can't get
in.
Open a new tab, copy the link instead of clicking the join, copy the link and paste that in your browser. Try that.
Oh, okay.
That might help.
Copy link address.
Then open new tab. Not the link address, but highlight the blue words. HTTP Discord Discord GD /6QVD,
SGUD4A.
Yeah, but it has to be cap sensitive, so just copy it.
Okay, I'm typing.
Then open up a new web page. Don't paste it in the Discord because you'll leave.
All right, it says debate flat earth and more, accept invite.
Yeah.
Opening Discord app.
Well, I'm not,
Yeah,
I'll go there.
you have to download the Discord app.
Yeah, show it up, man. Throw it in the chat, man. I'll join up.
Huh?
We'll throw that here in the chat.
It's already in the chat.
It's already in the chat, dude.
All right, the joined one, the fucking last one I went to.
No, not that one. Not that one. The one next to it.
Shit, man.
Yeah, the one directly to the right of that one.
Yeah, you take a right, then you take a left, go up.
I see the
and
whole
you go
fucking
down.
motherfucker. I see this motherfucker invite to a server. Is that where we're going?
No.
No. All right. What the fuck?
Never mind. I was in.
Is there?
But they were I was in, but I was muted. you know.
No kidding.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I was in though. I was in. So I'll try to get in somehow later.
Yeah, if you stay there in the VC, maybe some mod will see you and give you some perms.
Nobody wants to see a real fucking opposition there? Is that their issue?
There's probably like multiple flat earthers in there any given time.
Well, they were just talking about gravity. Yeah, there is. Yeah. Yeah, they were just talking about how someone was saying how gravity's bullshit, and then I left. So but
that's cool.
I couldn't say a word because I was muted, so I just left.
No, I don't blame it, man. Like fuck that.
They probably don't want to hear your argument. It's way too strong.
Oh yeah.
It's a bot thing. So the server is set up in a way, and whenever you join in, it probably needs some steps. Maybe a moderator will click in your name or give you perms just for you being there. Because the time I join and many other people, would you just get like roles right away? They just give them. You get like one or two roles. If they know you are a flat earther or whatever, they give you like a champion flatty or something like that. And if you post, they give you post perms. Actually, you can post without perms. I'm not sure, but I think you can just text in the debate chat.
I don't know why we wouldn't let people in the discussion.
I'll get in
Come
there.
here.
I'll get in
Come
there.
here. I mean, it is a flat earth discussion. What the fuck are they doing it over there for? Come over here.
Jin
What the fuck
CBR1
are
is
they
in
talking
there
about?
talking to them. Jin CBR1, it's there at the moment talking to the Globers.
I don't know, bro.
You know the guy from Japan?
What?
I mean, he's from England, and he moved to Japan, and he's a teacher.
Really?
That
That
guy?
guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
That
that
guy.
guy. Yeah, he's like an Indian
Yeah.
guy. Yeah. Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
that guy. Yeah, man. What's
Yeah,
wrong
that
with
guy.
him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that guy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know him.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a teacher. Yeah. He's like he's like a Mexican, Japan, fucking teacher, fucking
No.
he's different.
No.
He's not Mexican? I thought he was Mexican.
No.
Oh.
No.
I swear it was.
Why are you swearing?
Wow, fuck, man. I know what he is, man. Yeah, Mr. USA fucking something. What the fuck you fucking
Yeah, he's a USA, Mexican,
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Colombian,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's Mexican.
African, European,
Doesn't matter.
Icelandic, Atlantic,
Doesn't matter.
Japanese,
Doing what
Chinese
he's doing.
guy, yeah?
He's doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
Doing what he's doing. Nothing
He
wrong
do
with
what
that.
he do. He do what he do. He do what he do.
He does.
He do.
I'm not here to stop him. Look, he's just a fucking teacher, man.
Just a fucking teacher? Oh my god, no.
Oh, I don't
He's
know, man.
just-
I haven't read
He's
that
just a
much into
fucking
him.
teacher.
Well, what do you think? I don't know, man. He's out there trying to.
Well, I don't know that you
homeschool
didn't
people.
know.
I don't know the dude. But I see his
I thought
work.
you knew.
But I see his work.
You've
Yeah,
seen his work?
I see his work. It's what
Stop
he
it.
does. What? Well, what is it? Nothing wrong with him. Mr. USA, Japan guy. What? What's the
He
problem?
drinks that sake. You like the sake?
So
Sake?
what? Yeah, so what? It's a
Yeah, he drinks
cultural
the
thing.
sake.
So?
Yeah.
And?
He likes the sake.
Good. I mean, he never taught that. He never said that. He's all about seeing a flat fucking earth guy.
No. He's a glober.
What? I don't
Bro,
know.
I can't stand Glober. If you're a Glober, don't even talk to me.
I see how was a Glober, man. How was he a Glober, dude? He like
Because he
homeschools.
lives on the globe.
What? I never saw that from the man. All his teaching is all about fucking flat earth teaching.
What, the Mexican guy?
Yeah, man.
I'm the Mexican guy. You talking about me?
Wait, I'm not talking about you. We're talking about the USA guy who teaching Japanese and shit.
The USA Japanese
Yeah, what
guy
about him,
from
man?
Europe that was his parents are
What's
from
wrong with him?
From Nigeria, and he lives in
What
Japan
about him?
now.
Yeah, what about him?
I don't know what guy
I
you're
don't know
talking about.
either.
I don't know this
I know,
Mexican and
I know
American,
shit. I know shit.
European,
Well,
Nigerian,
what's
Japanese
wrong with the
guy that
guy?
you're talking
Is
about.
it well? This is what you're talking about, man. That guy, man.
Nah, I'm not talking
You
about that guy that you're talking about.
what?
Talking
He's
about
talking about the
different
same
guy.
guy, man.
Talk about
Dude.
that guy.
No.
Talk about that guy.
He's talking about that guy without talking about that guy. Fuck.
Talk about
I
that
don't
guy.
know.
Oh man.
Come on, man.
What? What? I mean, what? He's like, I
Let-
don't know. What?
I know.
What's wrong with the guy? He homeschools fucking people and the fucking. That's my fucking understanding of the man. I think the guy's all right. I don't mind the
He's
guy.
alright. He's
He's got
alright.
he's got good fucking information now. Nothing wrong with him,
Like
man.
what? What
Well,
information you got? Tell me.
he teaches the difference of fucking the world around you. I like him. I don't know. I don't know why I like him, but I don't
He,
mind
he
the things he
he
says,
teaches
man.
the difference about the world around you,
The physical
and you like him
world
for that?
around you. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
He's a
Why?
teacher of the globe Earth.
No, he's teaching the flat Earth. He teaches
Wait,
people to question the world around them. I don't know where I misrelated this whole dialect of what you're presuming. I mean,
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
I mean, I don't know. Seems to be a
I
pretty
thought
up and up guy, man.
I thought he was a Mexican Japanese guy, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, man. What do I know? I don't mind him. It's all
I
right.
mean, if you don't know, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. What do I know? What do you
Talking
know?
about Flat Earth Benji?
Benji, Mr.
Banjo.
2000.
Flat Earth
Yeah,
Banjo?
yeah, man. But I mean, he's all right. I don't know. What's wrong with him?
You don't know if he's all right?
I don't know. I thought he was all right.
I gotta run to the store.
What's wrong with that guy? I'm perplexed. I thought he was a good guy. In this world that we live in, man. I never mind that guy, man. I didn't mind that guy, Banjo 101. Fucking you, whatever the fucking says his name is.
Who's that? Who's that banjo? Who's that?
But like, the dude, man, we're talking about the Mexican dude living in Japan.
What's his name? The Mexican dude.
I don't know, man. He talks lots of things, man. Flat Earth shit. Logic.
Logic shit.
His shit is sound.
Hockey Puck, are you talking
What?
about Flat Earth Banjo?
Man, I
Says
guess so.
America, it says America, Japan, Brazil.
Well, I don't know, dude. I'm Canadian. I don't fucking get with those programs, dude. I see people as they are, man. I never see a negative message from them, man. I have, personally. I'm wrong. I don't know. I think it means well. He's a flat earther. Is he not? Yeah. He is, man. There's the shit on the fucking goddamn board there, and that's some good material. I like them. Personally. I mean, I don't know. The fuck you? Where you coming up with that guy like that for?
He likes you too.
What? Well, what was that?
Huh?
Well, what was that, man?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, man. Yeah, it's that.
I don't know where I landed. I don't know from, but I don't know.
Well, he's different. He's different. But I still, he's got my nod as a buck. I mean, whether that means nothing or not, but fuck. You're doing it wrong.
May I obtain the flat Earth roll?
Sure. What was that? What did you say?
The Empirical Emperor.
What's up, Empirical Emperor? How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
I've been here for a couple months.
Have you now?
Yep.
Awesome.
Don't really talk in VC.
Okay.
Well, welcome.
And what do you think about the server or the topics?
I just like learning.
You
What do you
just
want?
like learning.
Yep.
What do you want to learn about, man?
All the different aspects of and argumentation.
Or the realization of the physical world around you? You interested in that? That's all you can get here, man. The physical world that is around you, man.
So, what is the main 5 reasons you believe the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't believe it. It's apparent.
Is it now?
It is apparent.
Yeah.
Why is it apparent?
Hey, bro, I'm asking him.
Well, for one, I don't feel any spin or movement. For two, the Bible says the earth is flat.
Where in what chapter, what verse the Bible says that?
I don't remember.
Wait, you said the Bible says that, but you don't remember?
Yeah.
So what is the? You don't remember which one? What is the verse? What are the words?
I don't remember.
Okay, so that doesn't count as a flat Earth proof because you don't remember, right?
Yes, I'm the flat earther that just takes in information and doesn't go out and do the stuff to prove it.
So you've tested the globe?
No, I never done that.
Oh, you've tested the curvature?
Nope.
Oh, so how are you a flat earther, man?
I just take in information.
Well, okay, so testing the curvature of the world we live on is a big part of that, man.
I know.
Right?
I'm a
You understand
novice.
that? That's the crux of the situation here,
I know.
isn't it? You know that, and you know.
I
And
agree
we
that I
all
should
know
go
that.
test it.
We have to, man. We have to test it. Test it for what it is, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, we just gotta believe in a goobly bobbly ball testicle that's flying through space, right?
Well, the whole globe model never made sense to me.
Oh, and doesn't make sense to anybody else, and it shouldn't, unless you want to believe, make believe world. When you look at the evidence of the world that we live in, there you go, man. You know, it makes sense of it anymore. It's what it is. It's a physical fucking absolute. Physical absolute. You don't have a pressure without a container, man. You don't have a flat spot between 2 points without a equilibrium on a ball without a hump. I mean that. I mean,
It's kind of cute. Like I was asking him about the flutter proof, and you're the one answering.
man, I'm just trying to give the guy some hints, man.
I
He
could just
asked for the
name any
flatter
of them.
roll. He asked for the flatter roll, and you know,
I
he's
could just.
bringing up the points, but you helping him out. So there you go.
Oh, I could just name any of the proofs that have been stated before.
No, you can just let him speak for you, and that's it.
Oh, for real?
Easy. He's
For
gonna
real?
give the answers for you, and if he answers correctly, you get the roll.
Wait. What if he answers wrong on purpose?
Then you don't get it.
I'm good, man.
Man.
And if he missteps, you get banned.
Whoa. Okay, I'll have a one right here. One of the flat Earth proofs is that gravity has never been isolated or measured.
You went there? You really went there, man? That's a presupposition that we live in a bar, right? You have to have
Well,
the
when you say
volume
gravity never
expand.
been, when you say gravity never
Tested.
been, damn, dude, like honestly, mute yourself or something. When you say gravity hasn't been measured or tested, what do you mean with that? What do you mean with what gravity are you talking about?
Um, any type of gravity. Well,
How about
Newtonian.
specific gravity?
And what about it?
That one has been repeated, tested, demonstrated. You can do it right now if you want to.
I can?
Really?
Yeah, sir.
Good.
How?
Well, you beat it.
Search the term specific gravity, and you'll see. I'm not gonna
How?
phone speed you. You're the flat earther. You're supposed to be doing the research.
See, I'm a novice.
Oh, shit.
So specific gravity. Can you read me
No.
the definition of it? Just like a overview of it.
So just the ratio of its density.
Specific gravity.
Relative density.
We can do a search in the server, and things will show up. Let's see. What do you find?
Oh, it's very good.
It's just talking about density.
Okay. Can you mesh? Can you test density?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
things go in
Look
order.
look at these texts that I shared. Let's see what else do I find. What else do I find? Look at this one.
What? Good. How you doing? What's up? Why are you doing that?
Is there a global?
Oh, you're good. You're in my Zambuca.
What is there
What
a
are you
global
doing?
birth in here?
That's how my battle. I don't have. Yeah.
Is there a glow birther that needs a fucking pounding? Yeah.
That sounds kind of weird, but we
Yo, you
we do
glow
flat we do flat smacking. No, but flat pounding.
I'm
That's
gonna try. I'm gonna try to get into that glow birther.
Sounds a little gay, Davey.
You ever heard of Zambuca?
Dude, I'm gonna try to get in there. I'm telling you, I'm gonna get in there.
So specific gravity is just a density
You get in my.
related to water in relation to water.
I think you did because I drank my bottle real too quick. I finished it.
so. Let's mute the gentleman that is hot micing. Joshua, do you have anything to say about specific gravity by any chance, Joshua, bro?
What was that?
Will you say anything about specific gravity?
No.
Joshua, you know about this stuff.
I wasn't saying anything about it. Do you want me to say something about it?
Yeah, help me out, bro. I'm making chocolate milk and coffee.
Okay, what a lot of people don't realize about specific gravity, right? When you're looking at alcoholic beverages, they're going to tell you that it's a certain percentage of alcohol or a proof, right? A proof is just a doubling of the percentage. A good way to find the percentage is through a device called a hydrometer, which measures the specific gravity of said liquid, and it's measured against the standard, like, say, distilled water, right? So it tells you exactly how much alcohol is in it, because alcohol, believe it or not, has a boiling point that is lower and weighs less than water. So the hydrometer is going to be affected differently, and it's going to rise up to a level where you're going to see the top of the liquid corresponding with the gauge, and that'll tell you, percentage of gravity that's in there. When you look up gravity of alcohol and water or whatever brew you're looking up, and it'll tell you this number, you should have this percentage. Yeah, it's basically density. Like, for instance, a lot of people say, well, why do objects fall? But they don't think about the antecedent to that, to where how come some objects rise? Like, say you have a helium balloon. A helium balloon, when you let go of it, it rises. But when you put the same balloon filled with the same volume of a gas that's denser, like, say, sulfur hexafluoride, and you let go of that balloon, or both balloons at the same time, one will sink down and the other one will rise up. Why is that? Well, it's because those gases are heavier or less heavy, right? They're lighter or heavier than the surrounding air, right? So that causes it to go up or down. Now, why does it go up or down? Don't know. Possibly has something to do with the electrostatic currents that's in the air. It's a well-known fact that for every meter you go above the ground, you gain 100 volts of electricity. And
Is
the
that
only
a
reason
fact?
why
Some
you don't
people,
get
some
that,
people say no. Some people say no to that. What do you
that's
say if some
actually a
people say
fact.
no? That's not true.
There's a reason why you don't get zapped is because you're connected to the ground. You're an extension of the ground and it bubbles around you. However, if you were to have a better connection to ground and have a good insulator, then you will create a voltage potential at the difference. And yeah, you will be able to charge a battery. But the current is very low. I mean, you're pushing less than like half a milliamp. So
Okay.
that's the only problem is there's not a lot of amps there. So you have to make a device that kicks the amps up in exchange for some of the voltage. But at 6 foot, 1 meter, you have 100 volts. So you could probably sacrifice some if you only need like 14 to charge a 12-volt battery. And if that's the case, then we should be able to have a grounding strap to help ground the chassis of a car to keep the battery trickle charged by popping up an antenna while it's stationary. In fact, I might try
So
this.
listen, Joshua. Someone told me that 100 volts per meter is horseshit. If you hold your multimeter voltage probe in the air a meter or higher and ground the other end, no volts.
Yeah, you need a large area of potential. You need to increase your surface area for your attracting or aerial. It's like an antenna. It has to be tuned
Okay.
to a specific frequency. What that frequency is, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's interesting. Thanks for that.
And it goes up exponentially, right? And you do know that current flows from the sky down to the ground. We can actually see this happening, and they've measured this occurring. Perhaps that is the electrostatic attracting forces that causes things to go down that are heavier instead of go up that are heavier. So I'm looking for the cause, not the effect. So the cause of things rising or falling is specific gravity. If you were to exchange the air with, say, a medium that's more dense, certain objects that would usually fall in air no longer fall in air. Instead, they rise to the surface, to the medium where the air meets the liquid.
So a specific gravity is still an effect. You're not saying that's the
Oh,
cause, right?
specific gravity is a property.
Property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Property of matter, right? Like one thing we know for sure. I don't know how the guy was able to do it with the gases, but he was able to measure the specific gravity or atomic weight of all of the elements. Some, like a bunch of physicists, were able to do this. How? I don't know. But it's all measured against what they called an oxygen acid, which is not peroxide. That would be H2O, like H2O2. Because an acid has equal number oxygen and hydrogen. Because they can either release hydrogen or a side reaction from the mineral acid reacting with something else, like, say, acetic acid, which is essentially carbon dioxide. So it's a different kind of acid. It's like carbonic acid, but loosely bonded. So vinegar, acetic acid, is a stronger bonded vinegar, a stronger bonded carbon dioxide on an alcohol molecule. Basically, it's oxidized alcohol.
So when
And
we
this,
bring up specific gravity as an alternative from more people say gravity, right? The warping or bending of space-time. Whenever they use that word, because the emperor just said that you cannot demonstrate gravity, and I'm pretty sure he meant the gravity that they claim in the heliocentric model.
Yes.
He's right about that. You cannot demonstrate that, right, Emperor? That's what you meant?
Yes.
But when we talk about specific gravity, that's one of the properties that we can use or describe on the the observation or the phenomena that we observe of things going up and down, depending on the properties of the material or the medium that they're in. But that's not the why, right? That's not the cause of the effect. That's what you're saying, Joshua?
Yes. In fact, there's we know that static forces are stronger than the gravitational effect, right? So all we know is the effect, right? So if we know that there's an effect, then how can we determine what the cause is without isolating said cause?
Yeah.
Right? That's one of these things. If we can't manipulate said force, then it's not a force. Forces should be able to be manipulated regardless. You should be able to harness a force regardless. Like, say, the force of a current. You can harness that and sail across the ocean, right? Against the wind, because the sea is moving. Force of magnetism, you can harness the force of magnetism to create electricity that in return can turn back into magnetism. Right? Like heat. We can create heat that then in turn can create electricity by spinning a magnet in, say, a conducting field or a field of conductors. So we know that a rapidly moving magnetic field in the presence of a conductor induces a magnetic current called an eddy current, right? It doesn't even have to be moving that fast. In fact, you can just drop a magnet through a copper pipe, and next thing you know, that magnet, which should have just fell down at 32 feet per second, a lot longer to fall through that pipe. Now, why is that? Is that the magnetism affected gravity somehow?
Hmm.
And then you have magnetic braking. I don't know if you've looked into that. That's crazy. You have repelling fields facing each other, and you have a rapid object moving towards the base, and it's a very strong magnet. So it can like attract itself at quite a large distance, right? These are the dangerous magnets, the 10 newtons or whatever, the 5 N's, 10 N, and these things, the closer the opposing magnet gets to it, it will actually arrest all momentum and never allow those two faces to touch. That's magnetic braking, and it's kind of strange.
So the effect that we observe of things going up and down, it's more like a result of a combination of effect of variables and effects that are caused by, oh my goodness, a bunch of
Yeah,
different
well,
things, not
there's a
just
bunch of
one
different
thing.
variables. Yeah, there's a bunch of different variables, like you have thermodynamics, fluid dynamics, all these kind of things. And what I mean is the temperature swings, and the temperature swings is what causes the gradient.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The colder air gets, the denser it gets. So that means it gets lower because cold things sink, hot things rise. We know this, right? So if space is cold, how come the coldness of space isn't seeking down and getting all of the air equalized on the dark side of the planet if we are indeed sitting in a what do they call it? Helical model, right? That's what they call it now, the helical model, no longer helio.
We're sitting on the oblate spheroid.
Yeah.
What's the sun got to do with it?
I actually don't like entertaining those fake ideas too much, because when I'm thinking about what you're talking about, I rather stay on that side of things, the things that we can actually observe and talk about. But once we take it to that thing, I don't know what it is. I get
Well, I'm
confused.
just saying, it doesn't make sense according to their story. Just like I was looking at the what do you call it? The moon phase, right? And if the fucking sun is far away from the moon, right? And we can see the sun in the sky, then why is the shadow going the way it is? It should be going completely opposite, or we should not even be able to see it. If I can see the sun in the sky and the moon in the sky at the same time being lit, shouldn't be able to see that. If it was a ball, that's not what you would see. If it's caused by the shadow of the earth, that is not what you would see. Because that is not what a round spherical shadow cast onto an object looks like. It's more like a straight line, like a barrel shape to it, almost like a Donkey Kong barrel. But yeah, specific gravity, man. What a wonderful thing. And then you have the temperature swings that go along with it as a variable. And then you also have the variable of charge, right? But what does charge mean? Just means that it has potential, right? That's a charge. Now,
So that charge, okay, so I wanted to say before you go any further, I wanted to say, so we have everything happening, let's say in the medium that we're in, all the fluctuations about temperature and high pressure, low pressure, all that kind of stuff. But then there is an input into this system. So when you say that charge is a result of the input, or that charge that is coming from above, what is that you're trying to say, that charge?
well, I'm saying atmospheric charge, perhaps it's the energy that comes from the firmament, right?
Yep.
We see these sprites that look like stars that move up to this firmament, and then there's a big ripple, and then they explode and come down like lightning.
Yeah.
And these elves, ELFS, ELF, yeah, ELVS, something like that. Anyways,
but those will be effects as well, right? Those are effects of that
yeah.
charge. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a visual thing. You can actually see these things.
Yeah.
And right at the altitude of these is the supposed height of the dome.
So you're saying that the elves happen at the height of the dome?
Yeah, I'm saying it might be like, say, a wandering star trying to get back to its heavenly estate and being kicked out and cast out like lightning from heaven.
What about the asteroids?
What asteroids? Why are they called asteroids?
I have no idea.
Aster meaning star.
Yeah, because there is multiple phenomena that we call meteors, asteroids, comets, and some people confuse those three like the same thing, but those are different phenomena. And some people equate those words with gigantic pieces of rocks that are flying through the medium of vacuum of space, right? And that gets very confusing. But meteors, what we call meteors, are sporadic meteors. Are these kind of like a light phenomena that we see that crosses the sky from one point to another point? The shooting stars. That's one phenomena that has specific radiant sources in the sky, 6 radiant sources above, that change with the seasons.
One of them is in the mouth of Draco.
What was that?
One of them is in the mouth of Draco, the dragons, the Draconid meteor shower. You have the Geminid, the Leonid from Leo, the Draconid from Draco, the Geminid from Gemini, the Taurus the Taurin from Taurus, the Perseids. You have the Pleiadians, all these different ones, and like a lot of them, like the Pleiadians is actually the ones that generate from the constellation Taurus, because Pleiades is in the Taurus. So yeah, there's a bunch of different phenomenon that happens during a certain time of the year where you see these stars that streak across the sky like a broom. Those are just broom stars. I mean, what do we know about them? That's all we know. Now, bolides, that's something different. Those are fireballs. Right, so you have asteroids, which is, according to the helical centric, or the helical theory, they're what? Chunks of building blocks just floating around, or chunks of something floating around, and it becomes a meteorite as soon as it enters the atmosphere, which don't make sense. How can you enter an atmosphere? You got vacuum and you got air pressure. How does that not equalize? And then you have bolides, which is, a fireball. And then you have shooting stars, which are these supposed dust trail from these comets. Then you have comets, which look more like something skimming across the surface of water than anything else. But as far as what they are, don't know. Meteor crater in Arizona.
Observable phenomena.
Yeah, it's the first confirmed meteor crater. But the funny thing is I don't know how the fuck it was confirmed to be a meteor crater. There is no meteorite or meteoroid ever found. There is no object ever found. But it's all around in that same area? Steam volcano explosions. Oh no, it can't be that. Got to be a rock from space. And coincidentally, they trained the moon landing there. Odd. So as far as what are they? Well, I know they're not objects falling from the sky. They're lights in the sky. No, sometimes there are objects that fall, right?
There's ice. There's ice that falls from the sky. Pieces of big chunks of ice. Well, I haven't seen it myself. But people have reported this in the past. I'm just going by other people's reports.
Volcanoes go up, sometimes they can launch some rock high up in the sky, and that could be what falls because it looks volcanic in nature. They'll sit there and say, "Oh, metal doesn't crystallize." Are you fucking kidding me? Of course, metal crystallizes.
There's also other report events that I don't know if this is true. I'm just going based on what researchers claim. And you could go to if it snows and if the snow freezes, you can have hundreds of miles of frozen ice on top of the soil, right? And then on top of that, people say that they find rocks and they call those meteors because this meteor fell from the sky and it fell on top of the ice, and they find them on top of the ice. Not on the soil, on top of the ice. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another reported phenomenon. Rock found on top of the ice. I will say, myself, I will say, sure, rocks falling from the sky. Okay, phenomenon. But that doesn't mean spinning, curving globe.
Yeah.
What do you think, Joshua, about rocks on top of the ice?
Well, like I said, those rocks could have been thrown up by a volcano somewhere. And perhaps there's a phenomenon that happens when you get too close to the firmament, where since it's cold, whatever the substance is made out of, causes quantum lock type thing. I mean, the elements used for superconductors are pretty common, aren't they?
I mean,
But perhaps it's going and just falling off. What's up in it? I don't know. Who knows? But if I do know one thing, when it says something's going to happen, you can pretty much bet against it because they're all on a magnitude of, 20 to the negative 110, some shit like that. It's fucking astronomical magnitude that they're up by. I wouldn't take that today. I'd take the weatherman. What do you think?
where's the emperor?
Hello.
So you have told us 1.5 reasons about the flat Earth because you said, what do you say? You said, I forgot now. But the one that you said about the NASA lies or something, that wouldn't determine the shape of the Earth, would it?
No, I never said that.
Yeah. No, yeah, I get it, but and what was the other one? You said, oh, gravity. Gravity, you cannot demonstrate it, but that wouldn't determine this that the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
How will you how will you prove? Let's say not prove. How will you demonstrate that the Earth is not a spinning globe? Your main reasons. You said one in the beginning and I forgot, and I think that one counted, but I forgot right now.
I said I don't feel any type of movement.
Okay.
Because our body seeks equilibrium, and if there was movement, we would detect it.
Yeah.
I guess I would have to go do some tests.
Because I will give you globe skeptic. You know why? Because just flat Earth, it's not a big deal. Rolls are rolls. This doesn't determine who you are or what you know, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, if I give you flat Earth and then people join the server and they say, hey, this guy is a flat earther, and they ask you about the flat Earth and you don't actually know about the flat Earth and how to present it, they're gonna be like, these flat earthers don't know what it is. You get my point?
Yes, I get it. I understand. I'm not a good explainer.
Just go through the information. I mean, have you? Because if you read through it and stuff, I mean, English is my second language, and I did a lot of reading about the topics. And it's not flat Earth. You don't. I didn't go in the internet. I did search flat Earth. I did, and I found videos about the flat Earth. But this is not what you talk about, right? When you talk about the flat Earth, when we learn about the Earth itself, to the word flat Earth is just like a trigger term, but it's actually a description of the surface.
Yeah.
But that is only that. There is way more to learn about many topics. Let's say water, density, buoyancy, many different things.
Entropy.
Yeah, the laws of thermodynamics, all that kind of stuff. Specular reflection. What else? The even the cycles of the luminaries, I think, count study. Something to learn about.
I like looking at the moon.
Same here, and I do photography about it when I can. But yeah, all those together, if you do all that research together, and then you could put it all together in a sum of research and information, and then you can realize, at least for me, I realized with all the research that I did that I wasn't standing on a spinning globe cartoon. Especially when you put reality, how things work, and the laws of nature, the experience that we have, the observations, and the dependency of everything on a flat, motionless plane, like military weaponry, military weapons, airplanes, aircrafts, communication systems, all that kind of stuff. When you take that into account and then you explore the other side, like the globe, and everything we see is cartoons, fakery, contradictions, um, violations of natural laws, right?
Yeah.
When you take all that into account, like myself, I came to the conclusion that this is not a spinning globe, and that, I mean, it's just evidence. It's evident that it's not a spinning globe now, because I don't think I live in a cartoon. Because the globe is just a the only globe that I know is the one that I used to have, in a pedestal. I grabbed it from a storage unit, right? And it was collecting dust. That globe that is just for, it's not intended. Have you looked at the bottom of a globe?
Yeah,
It
not
says
intended for education.
yeah, not intended for education, and only for decorative purposes, right?
Yeah.
So that's the only globe that I seen on my hand, and that globe is dependent on a motionless flat table, right?
Yeah.
And that table is dependent on a flat, motionless ground, isn't it?
It is.
And then the other globe that I've seen is the one depicted on paper. Like people draw that globe, and that paper is flat.
I had a snow globe once.
Yeah, you had a snow globe, yeah. Which it's contained.
Yeah.
Can you have the snow globe with all that liquid and all that stuff on the outside of it,
I don't
falling
think so,
towards it?
because then it wouldn't be a snow globe. It'll just be a mess.
There you go. So even the snow globe is dependent on the flat, motionless Earth, contained. So I think the main points like curvature, that's a big one.
Yeah.
If you want, if someone asks you about the flat Earth, I see that's one of the biggest ones. If you're interested into knowing about it and explaining it to people and talking to people about it as a flat earther, when you put the hat on, because I can say I can put the flat earth hat, and I can wear it just like someone else can wear a mechanic hat or a doctor hat. I cannot wear any of those. Yeah, I can't wear the doctor nor the mechanic hat because I'm not either. I'm not those. But I can put on the flat earth hat, but I'm not. That's not what I am. I'm not a flat earther. That's one of my uh how do you say, my that's knowledge about that. But that
Excuse
doesn't
me?
define me.
Yeah, I understand.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Yeah.
Just an earther.
It's the flat Earth only. Hey, boo boo.
No, what I'm saying is that as a flat earther, I don't know what the Earth is.
Yeah.
We can measure it. It measures level, flat. There's topography, obviously.
It's a
There is no.
dome. I mean,
We don't
it's a
know if it's a
dome.
dome. We don't know that.
Yes,
We
we
don't know that.
do. Yes, we do. They tell us in movies. They tell us in music. It's a freaking dome, right? Come on.
How do you know that?
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Come on,
It's
come
bro,
on.
what, bro? There's a dome, and why do you think there's a dome? And I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. I was like 9 years old. I went to I saw Randy John. I went to Arizona. I saw Randy Johnson pitch. He was on the Phoenix. Phoenix. What was it? Baseball team, whatever. But he was pitching. But the Phoenix Stadium is a dome. Okay, is a dome. So that's what we live in. Okay.
I see.
Every single city. Okay. Another. That's how they mock us. You understand? You probably don't, but I'm just saying. It's just mockery. You know what I mean?
Sure. So yeah, back to what I was saying. We live in a flat, motionless, contained, dynamic ecosystem, and that's based on our experience, our senses that are very practical. We use every day, and then we can extend that with equipment, measurements, and all that verifies that this realm is not a spinning globe, right? So the flat Earth thing, it's a way to bring conversation about the topic, but what the Earth is as a whole, I don't know. That's all I'm saying. Because I don't think I can. I haven't measured it. I don't know how deep the Earth goes. I don't know how high. What's outside of it? I don't. I lack the frame of reference from the outside to say, hey, this is the shape of the Earth. This is what actually the Earth looks like, because I'm looking at it from the outside. I don't know, because I haven't been outside. Yeah, man. What was it? Emperor.
Yes, that's me.
Emperor, I'll give you. If I give you roles to post links and images, you're not gonna post things related to, the CV thing and the CV, the thing that is in TV every day,
Oh
every
yeah,
second.
yeah.
You're not gonna post anything about that, right?
No, I'm good.
How about adult content? Are you gonna post any adult content in this
No, I do that in others.
and others?
Yeah, I'm good here.
The Arizona Diamondbacks. That's what I meant.
I'll give you that, and I'll give you Globe Skeptic for now.
I'm a good boy. I follow rules.
Guys, I mean, I mean, guys, listen. These, you
Hey,
know, listen, you know.
I'd like my post abilities back. I had to change accounts.
what was it? Papa John fix it?
Yeah, I see too far.
Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah, I changed accounts a while back.
Didn't you have like wasn't it like a picture of yourself before? No?
Yeah. Red
Yeah.
hair, red beard. That's me.
Yeah. You said one day that you are really high on the mountains and you can see really far away.
Okay, yeah, the Mogollon Rim in Arizona. It's up on a cliff, uh, overlooking Phoenix. You can see Phoenix, which is like 180 miles, I believe. But I believe that I could see all the way down to the Baja of California. It was really clear out that morning. It was cold out, and I'm pretty sure I could see the Baja of California. If I would have had a camera to take pictures of it or something, that would have been great. But that's like 500 and something miles from where I was at, and it's just up northeast of Sedona, which would be southeast of Flagstaff on the Mogollon Rim. If you look on a map, it's Mogollon actually.
Oh, that's wild.
But
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
very interesting.
really wonderful overview there. Up above Sedona, Arizona. Sedona's beautiful. The Painted Desert. It is so beautiful. Red Rock Desert. It's just, if you've never been there, if you've never seen pictures of it, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, I wish you had like a camera, like a big zoom in camera or something, like a P900 or P1000. Probably can do some observations from that phone you're
How
standing.
much do those cost?
The price
I
has
bought
dropped
one.
massively on.
I bought a P900 for around $350, which was a pretty good deal. I bought it directly. It was someone in Japan, and it was like brand new. It has no scratches. The lenses look perfect. It looks like this Japanese person that had it, probably used it, barely used it, and he had like 3 extra batteries, lenses, and all the extra good stuff. Good stuff, yeah.
Oh, so you can change the lenses and the filters on those?
I mean the filters, yeah, the filters. Yeah, the filters. I didn't mean lenses. I mean filters. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
infrared filter would be awesome on a P900, I imagine.
I was looking into if someone can hack it for me and open the I don't know how you call it, but someone can open the spectrum of it or something, and you could see infrared with it.
I'm sure you could look it up on YouTube. There's a video for everything there.
Yeah, but I don't want to mess my camera myself. Maybe someone that knows probably could do it.
Well, then watch 3 videos. Take the best one. The reason why they call me Joe Fix-It is because I can fix anything. And the only reason why I can fix anything is because I'm smart enough to look it up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Figure it out.
Lazy. You're not fucking lazy.
I just don't have a room where I can sit down and be quiet and and all that kind of stuff. I don't have that. I don't have a place that I can do that kind of job.
Yeah, you want a clean room. You don't want any dust, especially on those lenses. And so, yeah, I agree with having it done professionally, worked on. If you got to go inside of it at least. And I don't think you need to for that. That's just software. That's a software thing. And I'm sure you could figure that out. It couldn't be that hard. I figured out how to unlock my Apple phone. And I'm a technology challenged person.
I think I've heard some people actually talking about doing that to the P900, and they actually said that they had to open up the camera and do it themselves. And they spoke about the dust and that kind of stuff. So yeah, it has to be something in the hardware to, and then they added a filter, and they can see basically what we call the infrared spectrum.
Yeah, Jay Talon, his work's pretty awesome with infrared.
If you had that camera at your altitude, that would be awesome.
Yes, it would, especially as far as you could see from up there. I don't live too far from the Grand Canyon either, and also the Petrified Forest. I live kind of in the middle of all of it. Here in I live in northern Arizona in Show Low. Got its name from a card game back in the 1800s. Two guys were fighting over the town, and they decided to settle it peacefully instead of killing all their boys off. And they sat down to a game of Show Low, which the lowest card in the deck is the deuce of clubs, and the first guy that drew the deuce of clubs. So our road is the deuce of clubs, and every New Year they drop a deuce in the middle of town. It cracks me up, man. Just cracks me up.
A deuce in the middle of town, like to feed the plants or something.
Two. It's a number two. It's a big number two. They're dropping from the sky from a crane, but for New Year's for the countdown. But it just cracks me up because dropping a deuce, that's like saying I got to go take a dump. Dropping a deuce. Anyways, this is just slang, It just cracks me up, because they drop a big deuce in the middle of town every New Year's, because that's how they feel about their town, I guess. Just
wow.
Drop a big deuce. Anyways,
that's for the city hall administrators using the taxes to clean up the deuce.
I have to give them credit. They said no to the mask. Walmart, only the corporations that are in our town, which is only a couple of small ones. There's not a whole lot of corporate businesses here, so not a lot of nobody wears masks because our town said no to it. No to the whole bull crap. Anyways, I apologize for bringing that up, but we're not being forced into that, so I have to be grateful that I live here and not somewhere else.
That's cool.
That are being forced to muzzle up like animals. I hate it because my kids have to. Some of them have jobs that are being forceful, like Panasonic is forcing my son and daughter to wear masks. They both work for Panasonic, making batteries for Tesla cars. That's just anyways.
Make sure if they're using masks, make sure they are like using clean masks and clean their like their respiratory system, maybe with supplements, vitamin C, that kind of stuff, because that liquid accumulation in the lungs could be bad. Fluid accumulation.
My son-in-law is like really big into telescopes because he's a big pothead. He grows his weed, but he likes looking at it under microscopes and stuff. And anyways, so he's like a really big microscope nerd, and he seen the video about the squigglies on the muzzles, and he checked it out and he verified it with me and said, yeah, there is something black long worms or something in the P900s or whatever they're called, the N900s or whatever they're called. Which Call of Duty? I was thinking of
The
the gun.
N95 masks.
Yeah. They, yeah. So,
But after
anyway,
you use them, right? Like used ones, right?
like respirators. They both wear complete face masks with the air filters on them. They don't wear just the, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
They
to keep
actually
it
wear
clean. Keep
because
keep
they're
the
also in a tight suit. So, because they're working around lithium,
okay, yeah.
it's toxic. You can't breathe it.
Yeah, that's
Poison.
toxic.
And then, so they're all suited up, and I mean, you can't even get it on your skin. Some of the dust still comes through the Tyvek suit, is what I was told. I don't know. My daughter's got all kinds of health problems. She's been working there for about 4 years now. My son works in a different department. He builds robots. Robots is what he does. So he's got a little job security. All started because of Legos. Lego robotics, man. He got into Lego robotics about 10 years ago and landed a job working at the Tesla plant. Yeah, well, he doesn't work. He works in the Tesla plant, the Nevada uh, mega plant, whatever it is, Nevada there. That's where they work at the Panasonic. Takes 45 minutes for them to walk across the plant to where they work.
Wow. That's a good walk. My wife asked me today, like, hey, you know that the city that we live at, the 15th of this month is they have a guideline for businesses like restaurants to ask every person that go into the restaurant to ask for the card, for the V card. You know that you are fully thingy, fully GB
Yeah,
jacked.
yeah, I get it.
And she said, well, what are we gonna do? I was like, I'm not going to restaurants. That's it.
Your triple
I'm not.
six passport. Let's just call it your 666 passport.
If I want food, I'm ordering takeout. That's it. I'm not going
If I
in.
want
I
food,
don't have
I'll
to go
cook it
in.
myself or I'll fast. I'll go hungry and
Yeah,
fast. And God will provide a way for me to eat something decent. So I don't
exactly.
worry about that. I gave all that stuff to my Savior, to my God, my Creator. I gave all that stuff over to Him and said, I'm not going to worry about food. I'm not going to worry about shelter. I'm not going to worry about clothing on my back or transportation. I'm going to hand that over to you because those are all necessities that I need in my life. And I just do my best to take care of the rest. And He takes care of everything I've never wanted for anything. So
That's good. That's good. Yeah. Amen.
I
Amen.
That's a fact, though. I mean, that's how I've lived my whole life. And you could ask anybody that knows me, they'll tell you the same. That I tell everybody the same thing. Don't worry, give it to God. He says He'll take any burden that you can't handle and He'll carry it for you. You just have to
Yo,
let Him.
watch.
And that's the hard part is trying to release it and let Him. Anyways, change the subject.
Yeah. What do you call it?
So, have you heard the Earth is flat?
Oh yeah, have you guys heard that? That's a little bird. A little birdie told me that the earth is flat.
I actually have experienced it.
A little birdie told me that the other day. And I said, Birdie, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. No way. There's no way the earth is flat. No way. I believe CNN. I believe Fox. I believe NBC. No
And his
way.
uncle was a
You're
Tyrannosaurus, right?
crazy, Birdie.
Did he go and get his uncle Tyrannosaurus?
I believe everything I see in the fucking idiot box. Fucking Luke's.
Anybody see those Muppet The Flat Earth Muppet. Have you? Somebody's making Muppets and they're doing flat Earth skits with these Muppets. You know, like
What, like in TikTok?
No, like
YouTube?
on YouTube. I just, my 1 year old, year and a half old grandson, he was like jumping up and down to it, listening to it, and he was getting into it. But the older two, the 4-year-old and the 6-year-old, they were like, this ain't funny. Anyways, we already know this stuff. Can you change it back to the cartoon we were watching? Said, but that stuff's fake. We know it, but we like it. It's funny. I thought that was funny. I couldn't convince anybody I knew that the earth was flat. So I had 7 children and 20 grandchildren, and they're a captive audience. They get told every time they're around me how flat the earth is.
Listen, I would bet my left arm that the earth is flat. That's how positive I am, okay? I had 2 surgeries on my left arm in the last like 5 or 6 months. Or last whatever. But I would bet my left arm on it. Right? I know for a fact that we live on a fucking flat. We don't live on an earth, we live in a dome. See, that's when people say we live on. No, we live in. We live in. Right?
You know what amazes me is people that live anywhere near the ocean. Anybody that lives anywhere on a coastline, if they don't know that the earth is flat, they are digging for the rocks in their yard.
Well, you can
Okay?
live in fucking Alabama and still know it's flat. You don't need to live on the coast. You don't need. That's
No,
not
I'm
true.
just saying, anybody that lives on the coast, though, I grew up on the coast. I've always believed the earth was flat. I grew up as a child on the coastline. So I've always believed the earth was flat because the water was always flat.
Right, but what I'm saying is you could live in the smack middle of the country and you could still know that it's flat. You just have to have common sense, bro.
Oh, right. You can even live in the desert. I mean, because Pyramid Lake is a huge lake, and you can see all the way across it, and it's miles across.
Yeah, I grew up on the coast too, bro. I grew up in Long Island, so I know exactly. I grew up right on the coast, so I know what you're talking about. But you don't have to, is what I'm saying. You don't have to grow up on the coast to see that we live on a
No,
fuck.
but I'm just saying, but I don't see how anybody that grows up on the coastline cannot see. All right? I mean, because you can tell that the moon has nothing to do with the tide cycles. Absolutely nothing.
We
The
never
tide
even.
comes in and out, whether the moon's on the other side of the world or on this side of the world, it doesn't matter. It's 6 hours in, 6 hours out. It's the same. It's been the same my whole life. I don't think it'll ever change because it's been the same probably since the beginning of time. It's the breath of the world. That's just what it
No.
does.
Well,
There's no changing it.
Yeah. Well, things are changing. Things are changing slowly but surely. I can see it. I can sort of see it. Some people are waking up. Some people are waking up.
Only those that'll be woke up will be woke up. This is a great awakening. If they miss this, this is it for them. They're the walking dead. They are the walking dead. They just don't realize it. They're dead people walking on their feet thinking that they're alive. They're just, NPCs, non-character players. They don't have a character. They don't have a soul anymore. Their spirit has left them. All they're left with is a hollow soul. And they're wandering aimlessly. They will never hear what you have to say. They will never open their ears. They will never open their eyes. And you will never change them because they're part of the AI system now.
Yeah, man. If you want to see The Walking Dead, forget Netflix. Just walk outside. You'll see it.
Go to any city. Get out of her. You live in a city. Get out of her. Get out of her.
Yeah.
That's why I live in the country. Get out of her. That's what he's meaning. He's talking about any big city, any of them. They're all adulterous. All cities are. They're all woke.
Oh yeah, New York City. New York City is bad, bro. I
They're
remember
all trisexual.
I was walking to a Hell's Kitchen last year, and it was all gay, transgenders, girls with pink hair, blue hair. I was like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck's going
It was
on?
a whole
It was. I thought I was tripping, bro. I was like, what the fuck? It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Dude, I'm
They
telling
put tutus on all the gangbangers. So
you, dude. New York,
it cracks me up, man. They
dude.
put tutus on all the gangbangers.
Yeah, man. De Blasio really fucked up New York City in Como. Scumbag. They really fucked up the city, big time.
Live Como the homo.
Yeah, fucking Fredo.
Anyways, don't get me started. I got a lot of opinions on a lot of things.
To say it's woke is just an understatement.
You know what? They stole that, which is wrong. They stole that from.
That's just an understatement.
You know, they stole that from Matt Long back several years back. He had Woke Town way before they ever even thought about using it. I remember when that happened. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I just don't understand, man. Like I've had this discussion with my mom because she's a Christian. She's a Christian, right? She goes to church and this and that. And I don't talk about it with her anymore, but in the past I have. I'm like, Mom, you go to church, right? Every Sunday, right? On the first page of the Bible, it says the earth is flat. So why do you still refer to the earth as a planet? And she just doesn't get it. I don't know. I think she watches too much PBS. I don't fucking know. But that's one thing that has divided families big time is a flat earth. There's so many things that have divided families, bro. The fucking jab, politics, the flat earth, so many things, bro, and it's all by design. They know what they're doing. You don't think they know they're dividing families? Like, come on, bro. Come on. They know what they're doing. You can't even talk to people in your own family anymore because they think the earth is round and you think the earth is flat. Or they got the you know what and you didn't get the you know what. Or you think fucking I don't know. You think votes count, they think votes don't count. I mean, whatever, It's just crazy.
Unfortunate.
It's fucking crazy.
Unfortunate on that behalf.
Well,
Hey, Davey, hold on. Hey, Davey.
On a sinking shit, man. On you. Society's on a sinking shit.
Old horse Redburn. Old horse Redburn. Haas. Oh, sorry. I have bad eyesight. Double vision. Old Haas Redburn. Are you there? I was just curious. I was looking and it doesn't say he has the flat earth tag. I was just curious who he was. I don't know. He's not answering. Old Haas Redburn.
Yeah, it just boggles my mind, man, how people still think we live on a fucking ball. It's just crazy, Like, I don't know.
Well, after reading the scriptures several times and pondering about it, I believe it's because they're never going to open their eyes, never going to open their ears. So it used to boggle my mind, but it doesn't anymore because.
Oh no, yeah, I gave up. I didn't give up, but I'm about to. I'm about to.
No, can't do that. Keep talking to people. And when you see somebody's ears twitch, that's when you focus your attention toward them. Just keep bringing it up everywhere. I never shut up. I talk about it everywhere I go. I don't care what anybody says. And I've had people ask me questions. I answer their questions to the best of my ability. And the
Yeah,
questions I can't answer, I direct them into here.
yeah, but I hate to say it. I think we're outnumbered, dude. That's why I'm about to
We
give up.
are outnumbered. We're
It puts a
probably
fucking
outnumbered at
we're outnumbered
least
by far. You know, there's
three
too many
quarters
idiots,
to a
man.
quarter is what I would say. There's a lot more of us out there that do it. A lot of people are afraid to talk about it. They're shy. They keep hidden about it still. But they will come out of the closet when it happens. You know what I'm saying? When the Great Awakening happens, when everybody all of a sudden breaks, those that come out of everything, it's gonna, be like, yeah, we knew it. But I do know there's a lot out there. There's a lot more than you'd think. But there are a lot of people out there just waiting to hear one of us tell them to where to find the information. Because I run across that all. But I used to run across a lot more when my daughter was working at Circle K because I'd go up there and sit in the parking lot and just play flat Earth music and had people walk up and ask me questions about it all the time. So like every night I had at least one person come up and talk to me about it and ask me where to find information because they just don't know because they find nothing but crap that they know is bull crap. So there's a lot of people out there still need to be told. A lot of people need to be told where to find information and how to find information. So don't give up. Don't give up.
Never give up, never surrender. I heard that in a movie, I think.
Appreciate you giving me my rolls back. Thank you. I didn't mention that I had the value and you gave it back to me anyways, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Definitely, man. I remember you. I every Many times when I'm talking about long distance observations, I've mentioned I met a guy that he said that he's up in a mountain and he can see like 500 miles. That's you.
I believe so. I truly believe that I could, but I didn't know what I was looking at really. You know what I'm saying? And I would love to go revisit that place. I would love to arrange some kind of maybe meetup or something there one time or another because there's a lot of resort areas up there. I'm sure I could figure out somewhere. There's a lot of parks, like campgrounds and stuff that have big meeting halls that are enclosed. So we might be able to have a meetup up there because I know there's quite a few flat earthers up here. I know there is. I talk to them all over the place. So, maybe we can bring some P900s and get some photos. Get up. Some people can, stay in one of the resorts and get up early in the morning and, go take your photos. That's what I want to see happen.
Today, people have cell phones that have 100 optical zoom.
I do. My cell phone does, but I don't have a stand for it. It needs a stand, man, because it's so sensitive. It needs a good tripod. I had a tripod, but it was not a good one. It was cheap and just the slightest little movement, the breeze, anything just bounces it around too much at a high zoom. You know what I'm saying? Because this is a Galaxy S20 Ultra 5G. My son handed it down to me when he upgraded to the 21.
Yeah, that's what I got. The same one as you.
Well, we need some. I need a couple of professional photographers. Anybody the Flagstaff, Solo, Arizona area, flat Earth edition.
No,
Well, not on the channel, but you never know who's listening on the live stream. It covers a big area, Winslow, and we've all heard of Winslow, Arizona, right? Standing on the corner in Winslow, Arizona.
Or to Scottsdale. I've been to Scottsdale when I was like 9. Scottsdale.
Well, that's the suburb of Phoenix. That's where the rich people live in, Phoenix area is Scottsdale.
So yeah, let me get inside one of these little globe earther chats and I'll destroy them. Every single one of them, one by one. Alright, so listen, you guys, do me a favor, line up. Line up for me so I can destroy.
They
I can
just
destroy
blocked
you
it.
one by one. Alright? That's what I would do if I got into one of these chats. I'd be, listen, nerds. We live on a freaking ball. Line up. Line up. Alright. You first.
They just blocked
I'll
you.
destroy them one by one. That's what I would do. You know what I mean?
But they don't have globe channels other than like, what's his name, Dave, whatever, freaking clown. Just
fucking clowns think we live on a ball.
James Panda, the debate, flat earth, and more.
The fuck do? Oh my gosh, it's disgusting when you think about it. You know what I mean?
Is that the channel I was just seeing earlier that you guys posted on here?
What, the server?
Yeah. Debate
Yeah, I
flat
posted
earth.
it. Yeah,
Huh?
I posted it earlier. I did post it earlier.
I think like yeah.
It was a shit show, man. It was a shit show. They were all screwed together. There was no respect, no decency. It was a shit show, man. I laughed my ass off for the whole 5 minutes I was there, and then came back here. It was ridiculous. And I think they were all arguing the same point. I'm not sure. I really don't know because I couldn't tell who was talking. So is that server for flat Earth or against flat Earth?
That's a anti-flat earth server.
It is?
Yes.
No wonder why it was such a shit show. They can't even get that right. Oh my gosh, that's funny. That's funny. It makes me laugh. I'm uneducated, so that should be fun because I might not be as smart as them, but I know the world better than they do.
Listen, those people who think we live on a ball are retarded. Okay, they're retarded, brain dead. They're, and people like baby boomers who were born in the 50s and 60s and shit. It's harder to convince them because they're so, you know what I mean? They've been brainwashed for so long that it's that much harder to break them out of that mind control, you know, that they're in. So
Yeah, I know. I've been trying it my whole life, and I was born.
yeah,
I was
I mean,
born at the
yeah,
time,
yeah, yeah.
and I
Like I
was
get.
born back then. I was bullied by all those kids you're talking about. When I did go to school, I was the dunce, and wore the dunce cap in the corner, always. And the teachers just let them beat me up.
Listen, I don't know how long it takes for the average person to wake up, but for me, it took like 3 years. You know, um,
I've
like
seen people do it instant.
yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't know, but I'm
I've
saying
seen it
like
both ways. So
from the first time that I was told the Earth is flat, since that moment, I would say it took like 3 years for me to like realize, okay, the Earth is flat. So I guess some people it takes like 5 years, 10 years, a day maybe. You know,
I don't think there's a magical number. It
yeah, I mean,
it all depends on your awareness and your what you've
yeah,
witnessed in your life. If you lived in a cave your whole life,
yeah, everyone's
and
different. Yeah,
just watched the boob tube, the chances of you opening your eyes and waking up are probably way slimmer than somebody that is active and outside riding a bike, going cross country, and
yeah.
or four wheeling or just doing anything outside. Their chances of being woke up are way higher than somebody that just sits in front of a TV all day or plays video games all day.
Yep. But I don't know, to be honest. There's people because there's people that dismiss it and say, like people
Well,
when they hear like they're at this
we
flat, they say,
discussed them. They're the walking dead. They're the walking dead that will never wake up. They will never open their eyes. They will never open their ears. And you're casting your pearls before swine. You're
exactly,
trying to make
exactly.
them up.
I
Okay,
wasn't,
so
and
once they
fortunate,
once they turn you away, you turn your back on them, and you go to the next person. Don't keep wasting energy on somebody that doesn't want to hear what you have to say. You planted the seed. All right,
right,
it'll either
right.
grow in them,
So, and
and if
someone,
it grows in them, somebody else will come behind and they'll water it and they'll fertilize it and they'll make it grow.
oh
But
yeah,
you need to move on.
yeah. But what I'm saying is, when someone planted the seed in me a few years ago, and I was cursing him out like you retard, and like I can't believe I was doing that because I was wrong. I feel like an idiot.
But the seed was
So,
planted, right?
but you're right though. Like some people, like it goes right over. Some people dismiss it. Some people, a seed gets planted and it grows, and you realize, wow, uh, you know, he's right.
Well, a person that's on the earth telling people the earth is flat for more than 5 generations, five five centuries, I meant.
But
I've
I mean,
been
it just, yeah.
telling the people that the earth is flat, decades, not centuries. I'm not 500 years old. Holy shit.
Yeah,
But
bro.
for
Yeah.
5 decades, I have been telling people the earth is flat. All right. Some heard it, some didn't. Some years later came back and told me, hey, did you know the earth is flat? It's like, I told you that years ago, dummy. Oh, you're the one who said it. Anyways, so yeah, it just depends on the person. It just depends on their situation and whether or not they're a counterfeit soul. There's a
And
lot of
that's how I
counterfeit
know.
souls out there.
Yeah.
They're demonic, okay? I mean, from childhood, these children are demonic, and those are counterfeit souls. They were made out of unholiness.
Yeah, bro. No, these teachers, these fucking biology teachers are demonic, teaching us, telling us there were dinosaurs millions of years ago. The Earth wasn't even around a million years ago. You cunt, Miss Hogan. Don't tell me that bullshit. So it's the teachers. It's the fucking teachers that are demonic. But my question is, do they know they're lying or do they not know they're lying?
They don't know they're lying. They're not in on it.
Some
They're
probably do,
just
some probably
regurgitating.
don't. You know?
They were selected to be what they are because they're really good at teaching people what they have choked down, regurgitated, choked down, regurgitated. Their cud. They're really good at chewing their cud. So they, make them teachers so they can pass it on to the younger generation. Most of them, yes, they are evil. They don't want to be teachers.
Yes,
They
they're
want to
evil.
be teachers. They want a paycheck.
Yes.
But they were good at regurgitating.
That's all they do. They read books and regurgitate. Oh, why?
Yeah.
Why is that true? Because I read it in a textbook. All right. Well, where did the guy that wrote the textbook get that from? Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here. All nonsense.
History teachers are the ones that get me, though. Because they're supposed to study history, and how could they fall for the false narrative that cavemen built these great structures?
Yeah.
That cavemen had to have done it because they did it with freaking copper and brasses. They chiseled out freaking granite stone and marble, and oh my goodness.
Yeah.
History, you get what I'm saying though about history teachers?
History's all
History teachers are the ones that they should get it more than anybody because they study history. They should be like right on top of like, hey, this does not fit the narrative.
Dude. Oh man. See, that's
How
why
stupid could they be?
that's why kids need to be homeschooled for that exact reason.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
For the most part, my children were homeschooled. They only went to school when they were like, I want to go to school because my friends all do. And it's like, okay, fine. I'll stick you in school. That'd last for about 6 months, if that. Half the school you'd be back homeschooled again because they'd be like, this shit sucks, man. They lie to you about everything. They can't tell you the truth. And when you tell the truth, they freaking punish you.
Oh yeah, they get a lot of backlash for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You can't tell the truth anymore, And they're censoring everybody. Can't say anything.
My kids all believe the earth is flat, but they won't tell their friends about it. And when I bring it up in front of their friends, they get embarrassed. They're like, Dad, come on.
Oh no, yeah, tell them. Yeah, don't. I wouldn't tell them to do that. Not because it would destroy friendships and stuff. I would wait till they get older. I'm not trying to be a therapist, but if I had kids, that's what I would do. I would just wait till they get older and then.
How old do you think my youngest is?
I have no idea.
I have 7 children, 20 grandchildren.
7 children? Wow.
20 grandchildren.
Holy moly.
My youngest is 19.
20 grandkids? Wow.
Holy guacamole.
Holy guacamole.
I grew up on the west side in Phoenix, man. A lot of Hispanics there, and they used to always tell me that they were going to breed me out, so I did my best to keep me bred in.
Wow, 20 grand. Crazy.
Good job, dude. Well done.
Wow.
Someone has to spread those good seeds on the earth, Someone has to do it.
And I try to tell them all every chance I get how flat the earth is. I really do. I point out things, and one of my grandsons is like really big into dinosaurs. He's 8 years old, and I told him, they just took a whole bunch of bones from other things and they stuck them together because they're trying to hide dragons and they're trying to hide the Leviathan, which is God's creation, and they're trying to hide the behemoth, and by just saying that these things are something that they're not. They're just putting them together, and he was like, "Really?" And I felt bad. He went home and argued with his dad about it.
Yeah, that's the problem. How do you teach your kids that, and then they go out and hang out with other kids that believe the opposite? You know what I mean? It's like politics in a way.
I just
Like
told him to be a free
that's
thinker,
that's the tricky thing, you know.
I showed him the website or the article where the anthropologist was caught faking a dinosaur bone, and showed him the other article where the anthropologist they wouldn't let him cut into the bone, so he went out and he dug up his own bones and started cutting into them and proved that at the most there was only 6 different dinosaurs, or that might have walked the earth, not the whatever crazy number that they're saying there was, or so many different ones. But he's saying no, they're all different ages of the same dinosaur, and even those two might be related, male and female, and I'm not sure because I don't have this actual specimens of pelvic bones or anything like that to know. So, and none of them do. Anyways, so yeah, the truth is the best, Adam. The truth is the best, and if it causes you bumps and bruises, it's all in how you fare. It's all in how you take those bumps and bruises, and all how what you do with it. The truth, and we're going to be judged on all of this.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm over opinionated. It's not my fault. I got it from my mother.
But yeah, man, it's not only the flat Earth. It's just like this world is going to hell in a handbasket, man. It's like I said, it's not only it's just deception everywhere. You know, you turn on TV, you turn on, everywhere you look, there's transgenders. People think they're women when they're really men. Everything's inverted. Everything is backwards. Um, you know, they're faking that. They're staging deaths. They're saying Bob Saget just died. Who the hell knows if he really just died? Who the hell knows? What if they just took him out of the spotlight? You know what I mean?
He's a pedophile.
They stage death. They fake deaths all the time. So how, like, what? Wow. So who knows? Who the hell knows?
Who's Bob Saget? Am I saying the name right? Who's that guy? Who's Bob?
Bob Saget.
Who is he?
The actor from Full House.
Yeah.
What'd he do?
He was an actor. He was also in that movie Half Baked. He goes, "Weed ain't a drug. Cocaine is a drug. Have you ever sucked dick for weed?"
Yeah. You ever sucked dick? Yeah. Yeah.
The cop? No. That's the wrong movie. I was teaching Chong that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bob Saget. Bob Saget.
How do you not, bro? You don't remember the show Full House?
Yeah, I
America's
remember.
Funniest Videos.
Dude, I was always out riding bikes, and dude, I never.
Yeah,
Only
so was
cartoon
I.
I
That's
really
what I'm.
watched was Speed Racer when I was a child. That was like my favorite cartoon for some reason. Was and now when I watched it, I was like, why did I even like that? That was so lame. But in my defense, that was in the 70s. You know, Leave It to Beaver was still showing new episodes. Oh my gosh. Those are the shows I grew up with, okay? So anything past that, I spent all my time outside. I never.
Leave It to Beaver. You know what? Um, you know what? The movie Leave It to Beaver that came out in the '90s. Um,
No, I'm
that, that
talking about
that's a good movie.
the TV show that was in the 60s and 70s,
Yeah,
50s,
no, I know.
60s.
I'm just talking about the movie that came out in the '90s.
I didn't know they made a remake of it and made a movie. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I forget the guy's name. He was in Happy Gilmore. He played the father.
You
Um,
watch a lot of TV?
no,
See,
no.
obviously you watch a lot more than me, and that explains why it took you 3 years to get woke, get awakened, to get your eyes and ears open. That's why
Oh, no,
it took.
I don't watch TV. No, no.
Now you don't, but before you did.
Yeah, growing up, of course everyone did growing up.
That's
Of
what I was
course.
saying. I said you used to watch a lot of TV, didn't you? Obviously, way more than I did, because you know all these shows I don't. I don't even know what the heck you're talking about. On
Well, if you're older than me, yeah, you don't know what I'm talking about. But you know, but people, if you grew up in the '90s to early 2000s, you know what I'm talking about.
I know a couple of the shows from back then, but I know of Growing Pains because in the '90s I met Alan Thicke, and I know of Knight Rider because when I met Alan Thicke, he took me and I met David Hasselhoff, and I was like, "Where's Kit?" Because Knight Rider is the show that I liked as a teenager. I watched Knight Rider when it first came out until they got really ridiculous and started doing really stupid stuff, and then I lost interest. But when I went on the set several years later and met David Hasselhoff, I was like, "Where's Kit?" And he tried to throw me off the set as a producer. And I met him because I was working on his babysitter's house, and he came over to pay her babysitter. And I was there installing cabinets, and me and him got to talking, and I said, "Who's David Hasselhoff?" When he said he was going over there, I said, "Who's David Hasselhoff?" And he's like, Knight Rider. I was like, "Oh, Kit, the car," And he's like, "Oh yeah, you want to go with me to the set? This is going to be great." And I didn't know what he was meaning, but he did it on purpose. Took me there to hurt David Hasselhoff's ego. It was outside of Orange County somewhere under some underpass there. I don't know. I never really lived in California, so I was just there working. This show seems to bring up a lot of old memories. He's talking about people that died. I know they just said Betty White died, and I know who Betty White was because my mom loved the Golden Girls.
And Sydney Poitier.
Oh, notice that? Forget it. Forget it.
What's that?
Sydney Poitier. I think they all have ties with GM.
General Motors?
Negative.
Negative.
I don't know what GM is other than General Motors, so I really don't watch any news at all whatsoever or listen to any radio or anything, so I'm pretty naive to when it comes to the world events and what's going on outside, other than I feel inside me that it's horrible. Everything that's going on is horrible, and I feel the pain of the world. And it's
Dude,
horrible.
the only reason TV was invented was to brainwash us. You know that. The only reason. Imagine if TV was never invented. Just imagine that.
I could.
People would be outside playing with sticks, climbing trees, planting tomatoes, planting fruit, having fun. Instead, people are fucking zombies walking around crashing their cars because they're looking down at their fucking phones. Listen, it's all by design. It's all by design. And you know that.
After you, Davey.
I'm not gonna tell you that. It's all by design. That
what
was
happened to
the
you?
end of civilization.
Did,
That was
did
the
you
end of
crash
civilization.
because you were looking at your phone?
I'm not looking at my phone. I'm seeing what other people are doing.
Yeah, since I became disabled, this is the most I've ever. If you would have told me that I would have sat and stared at a phone for most of the day, I would have told you were full of crap. You would have never convinced me of that, but here I am because I'm not able to do much anything else. So.
Listen, I think cell phones was the beginning of the end of society. iPhones and shit. That was it.
I think 1777 was the beginning of sorrows.
You know, and that obviously includes Facebook and all TikTok and all that shit. So that was the beginning of the end. Okay. You compare you compare what it was like to in the '90s to what it's like now. Come on, bro. Come on. You know I'm right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've watched the technology change. It's just I remember before we got a TV, we used to listen to radio shows. I remember that, and I don't know how old I was. Probably into the 60s before we got a TV, black and white. And I don't even know when they made color TV, but we didn't get color TV until I was like freaking, I don't know, 11 or 12 or something. Oh, no, 10. I remember now, 10. Because TV was never a big thing around our house.
Well, I mean, I think they came out with color in like the '60s, I think, but they could have had that technology way before that. Who even knows? You know?
Oh, yeah. I Babylon had all the technology that we have now. You know, I know for a fact that they had everything that we have now and probably more because they had free energy back before pre-flood. And they probably had free energy during Babylonian days, Tartaria. Got to get rid of the old Babylonians before you could start the New World Order, and they had to kill off all the old slaves that still
Arteria?
live.
You mean Aryan? To Aryan?
Nope. The Tartars. The Tartars. All the frickin' children trains and all the orphan trains and all the orphanages all over the world. The children of the Tartars that they killed, they were the Tartars. Little Tartarian babies. Wiped them out from China. They wiped them out all across the Americas. There is still history out there in private libraries that proves what I'm saying is true. There are stories out there that you can.
I don't think ancient Babylon had jet aircraft.
What's that?
I don't think ancient Babylon had jet aircraft. So they didn't have all the technology we do.
We don't.
There's never been any evidence of airports or aircraft from ancient Babylon.
What'd you say?
I said that in ancient Babylon, they did not have jet aircraft.
Are you saying Zechariah Sitchin is a liar?
And how would you know that? Were you there?
No, there's never been any evidence for it. And so the person making the claim would need to provide evidence.
So you're probably going to tell me that North Korea probably has nuclear weapons that they're pointing at us right now, right? When we have never even been there to find out. They're probably a peaceful country just trying to get by, and they're not starving. Look at how plush their country is. It's all lies. I mean, you're going to believe one lie, you got to believe them all.
Afghanistan had nuclear weapons. Iraq had nuclear weapons. Syria had nuclear weapons. Everybody.
Exactly.
U.S. presidents.
What do you think all the vanilla skies were about? Blocking out the airships so we couldn't see them.
Need a fucking cigarette.
When they changed the date on history. Yeah, this isn't the first time we've had technology. It's been here many times before. It says, nothing new under the sun. It just keeps repeating itself. If I would have created the globe lie, I think I would have said that we were inside of a giant fart bubble in a big ocean, and all the other planets are flying around in the ocean, and we're all just in water. And if we try to get outside the bubble, we'll break it and drown. I would have done a way better job at making up stories than they did, at least.
I fucking hate that word planet.
It just means wandering star.
Yeah, but I still hate the word. Because they say when they refer to the Earth, they say the word planet. That's why I hate it. You know, they should say firmament.
When you got a rough piece of wood, what do you do to it?
Chop it in half. I don't know.
You plane it.
Right.
The words aren't too different, are they? I'm not a big speller, so I don't know. What's the difference in the spelling between planet and planet?
Plane it, planet. I don't know.
I'm not a big speller, so I really don't know, but they sound like the same word to me.
Plane it, planet. You mean?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I think Joshua knows. I think he's just holding back. I think he knows.
Is there any educated people out there tonight? Well, that's a good sign.
I think,
If I wasn't lazy, I'd sit up and check, but I'm being really lazy and I don't feel like it.
it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. Okay, Mark Twain says it all. Mark Twain says it all.
I have been to a hand-built cabin that they into the side of a hill. It was like a part half cave, and then a cabin built onto that. And they say Mark Twain built it. I mean, they got pictures of him outside of it, and it's in Nevada, northern Nevada, up by it's outside of Emily in a place called Liberty, Nevada. It isn't even a town. It's a village spread out. Speaking of Mark Twain, they said he built it when he was like in his 20s, I guess.
Let me guess. The person who sold him the wood, they only charged him for what he needed.
It was stone. It's all built out of stone. It's still there. You can go in it. You can. It's in the Liberty Town Park. We went up there for I know, an Easter egg hunt of all things. It wasn't about the Easter egg hunt. It was about spending time with family that lived there. It was, when we could do it. So did you look up the difference between planet and planet?
Nope. I just know the word planet is bullshit. That's all I need to know.
Right.
That's all I need to know. All right. The word planet is bullshit.
My curiosity is greater.
And I don't care. And you know what you know what I fucking love. You know what's funny? When every time you bring up a good point, and these globe Earth nerds say, yeah, well, according to scientists, so is. That's the problem. They're bringing up scientists. Bullshitters. Scientists are just another word for bullshitters. That's all they are. So when they try to quote, like, say, oh, yeah, well, according to science, yeah, well, science is bullshit, buddy. You've been duped. They're like that. You've been fucking tricked. Like, alright. Well, this scientist said this scientist. Yeah, well, that scientist could shove it up his ass. Because he's a fucking actor. That scientist is a paid scientist. He's a paid actor on television, you fuck.
So, just so everybody knows, not everybody agrees with what this guy's saying. When it comes to the scientific method, I can't
No,
think of
trust me,
anything
I know
more
what I'm saying.
reliable. Bro, I'm in the middle of talking.
Alright.
So, I can't think of anything more reliable, right, than holding all the other variables still while wiggling the variable that you think is the cause and then seeing the effect happen. I can't think of any method more reliable than the scientific method when it comes to discovering truth about the natural world we live in. Now, when it comes to what he said being halfway correct, the scientist, right, can fuck everything up. The man doing the method can fuck everything up, and man is not to be trusted. But that's why we always double check each other. And someone says, hey, I did this experiment, this is how I did it. You do it and see what you come up with, right? Because think about all the energy that we have today. Doesn't it either comes from the sun or boiling water, right? So you burn coal, you boil water, it moves a turbine, right? The nuclear power plants, right? They boil water, it turns the turbine, right? So, this is through trial and error and testing things out and doing experiments. And I get that technology isn't science, but sometimes they're more related than not when it comes to figuring out how things work and variables and stuff.
Speaking of boiling water, what temperature does it boil at sea level?
What is it, like 100 and... I don't know.
Two something, isn't it? I just remember
Well, you
one time we
mentioned
did an experiment in Phoenix when I was a kid, and water boiled at 214, and I've always remembered that because it always stuck in my head because the temperature of love, February 14th, 214. Anyways, it just always stuck in my head, but I don't think that's accurate. It was 198. You were right. 100 something. Sorry, Hank. Apologize for correcting you. Okay, I'm confused because I've got two different. One says at 214 at sea level. The other one says 198 at sea level.
Where do you live, bud? Is it you that lives over there by Snowflake Sholo area?
I live in Sholo, yes.
Yeah, yeah, I remember you.
Used to live in used to live
Parker.
in South Texas. Used to live in
I live
northern
in
Nevada.
Arizona. I live in Parker.
Where's that?
Parker?
Oh, Parker. Yeah, yeah. I went down and moved some people down. Oh no, to Douglas. I moved people down to Douglas. Parker's up here, up north, isn't it? Parker's
No, it's
somewhere in the middle.
Western Arizona on the border. On the border with California, right around the tri-state area.
Been on the
By
10?
no, in between the 10 and the 40. Directly in between.
Huh. Yeah, I've been through Parker because I used to between 13 and 15, I used to seine cattle ponds during the summer. We'd go and for fish bait, live bait. It's legal to seine them in Arizona, but we used to go also to New Mexico. It's illegal to sell them in New Mexico, but you're allowed to catch them.
God damn it.
Anyway, but I've been through Parker because we went through some cattle ponds there. Isn't that cattle country? You got a bunch of cattle there, if I remember
Yep.
right.
And donkeys. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's why we were there for the cattle ponds. A lot of water dogs in them.
What kind of fish you catch? Like bass and shit?
With water dogs, yeah, big mouth bass. They love them.
Nice.
But I
Let me
don't
ask you,
fish. I don't fish, so
how much is a pound of bass cost?
I have no idea.
Uh,
I don't know if anybody does. I'm sorry for talking up.
because I know tuna is expensive. I know tuna is very expensive. That's like you catch some tuna, you're gonna make some money. Anyway,
So you've been up to Lake Havasu, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm an hour south from Havasu.
That's what I thought. So you've been across the London Bridge. Now,
Yep.
how how old are you? I mean, if you don't mind me asking.
40.
Oh, 40. So you were just a baby when they were. Oh no, you weren't even. Heck, you were.
No, they put that in like
Hey,
72 to 76, didn't they?
put the London Bridge there.
Yeah.
I just watched the video of them, BBC video of them saying some crazy American. You can't believe this. Some crazy American just bought the London Bridge, and they made a documentary out of them digging it out and putting it there, and then making the river under it.
Yep.
And actually, all they moved was the facade. You know that, right? They didn't. It wasn't like the whole bridge. It was only the facade. They took all the block work from the outside of the bridge. They poured all new concrete here. When they built the bridge, it was all concrete, and then they put the facade back on it, and it's slightly different from the way it was when it was in London.
yo, you know what BBC stands for, right?
Yeah, British
British
Broadcasting
Broadcast
System.
Company.
No, it stands for 223 Skull and Bones.
Well, that don't surprise me,
That's
but
what
they
it
still
stands
put out information.
I thought you knew that, Josh. Come on.
I'm not into gematria, Jewish mysticism.
Oh, stop. Yes, you are.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not.
into numbers, though.
Yes, you are.
I thought it's 322, isn't it?
Oh, BBC 223 Skull and Bones. Okay, the same fucking thing. You know, you think of John Kerry. You know, people like that. Join the fraternities, okay? It's all satanic shit. You know.
What, you wake up during John K?
You know.
Yeah, I know you fucking believed every word of 9/11.
Hmm?
You believed every word of 9/11.
Oh.
Pretty hard to believe the passport story. You got to at least call that one out.
Well, I know
Even for the most normie.
I know, listen, I'm a New Yorker, and even I know that no planes hit the towers, okay? That's bullshit. No, it was a fucking explosion, okay?
Yeah. No.
You could, if you look at the video, you could see from top to bottom, boom, 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 boom. You could see
More
the
than
explosives going off, like
more than explosion, the buildings turned into dust. So
yeah,
who knows
like
what's going on?
you don't have to be a genius to see that, you know?
The day that I watched it live, I just got off work. I just walked in the door when when they said, "Oh my gosh, a plane hit the tower," and that's when I started watching it. I just was reaching for the button to turn it off when it said live, and they went straight to it. And I told all the kids, "Quit getting ready for school. You're staying home." And we all sat there and watched the news all morning. And I remember that day very clearly. And I just moved from Vegas. We just watched them drop the frickin' the sands or the dunes and the sands. We lived in Vegas when they dropped them both. Anyways,
Wow.
it was the same shit, man. It was the same shit. It was a designed fall, man, free fall, straight down. It was designed, man, just like when they blew those shells.
Even Jesse Ventura said it, like, you know, like.
I was like, oh my gosh, they just blew these up. They took them down instantly.
Yeah, bro, it was just they did it for multiple reasons. First of all, that scumbag who owned the towers, I forget his name, he made a lot of money off the insurance. That's one reason. Another reason, to go to war, take over the poppy fields, the heroin, all that stuff. Another reason, to sign the Patriot Act, so Bush could spy on us, so the government could spy. Those are the main reasons that I think, at least.
Yeah, it was to take off. Everybody thinks that it was about the Iraq War. It's just a scrimmage on the side. That's just a taken away from taking our rights away.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. What are you saying?
Robotham.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's back to green again. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, it was yellow for a second. My internet goes in and out. Oh, I was saying that it was just to draw our attention away from them taking our freedoms away. That whole scrimmage over in Iraq, it was all pre-planned. It was all bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And they destroy a bunch of places. Also, I think they found antiquities because they just said that they found the rock. They were talking about finding the rock that Moses split and that they found the altar. And then shortly after that, the whole Iraq started with Daddy Bush, and then freaking they did 9/11, and then Junior goes in and freaking goes and attacks Iraq again. But meanwhile, they're signing away our freedom as fast as they can while we're all looking at the war and sending our children to die.
Yep. Yeah, bro. Like I said, bro, Patriot Act is like the main reason they did that, so they could spy on us. You know. Patriot Act, the poppy fields, you know, so many reasons.
It's so sad what's going on in the world. What's really sad is that We have people that we love and care about that we cannot open their eyes no matter how we try. It, it seems almost senseless.
They're dividing us like crazy, bro. They're
Yeah, it
dividing.
is all.
They're chopping us up.
Yeah.
With all this stuff, you know.
You hit that right on.
Chop, chop,
Yeah.
chop. You
Yeah,
know.
you hit that right on the nail head. Definitely.
Let me ask you a question. Do you talk to your family about the you know what?
Always, and none of my kids or anything will ever. I mean, they were forced into getting them. So most of them remember because they didn't have their childhood. All right, none of their childhoods were done, and so when we moved to Nevada, they forced us, even with doing homeschooling, they forced us to take our kids and get stabbed.
What?
And my kids all remember that, and they would never do it. Yeah, yep. They brought in CPS. They threatened us and used all kinds of fear factors, and I was more afraid of you losing my children than them getting sick at the moment, you know.
Wait, why did they have to get the why? Why did they have to do that?
This was their childhood immunizations, okay, because they never got done because we moved around a lot. But we stayed in Nevada for 18 years.
What?
My kids grew up there. They were forced to get immunized as children. We were forced into taking them in to get you know, and they were all old enough to remember,
Yeah,
even
but
the
how are you,
youngest.
yeah, but how are you forced though? How are you forced? What doesn't make sense?
They by threatening to take my children away from me with child protection services.
Yeah, but why would they force you? American. That doesn't make sense.
Because
Community school, public school.
except they didn't go to public school. They were homeschooled, and even through the homeschooling system there, they were forcing it. And we were fighting them. We fought them pretty hard. And there were some reluctance that were fighting it. Ultimately, we all ended up.
Yeah, back then we didn't have the information we have now. You know,
Yeah, this
nowadays
is over.
people are, they're not going to trust not even one more. Their whole lifetime. So those days are done with.
Almost 20 years ago. So yeah. Yeah, and if I would have known the laws that I know now, man, if I would have known, but they scared me by threatening me with my children. So I felt that I had no choice, honestly. And if you've never faced having the state take your children away from you, then you could never imagine what it was like for me and my wife.
Yeah, that's just weird. That's just crazy. Like how the fuck? Like I don't know. I just don't get it. That's just weird, man. Like what? Like that's like it's like North Korea type shit.
The illusion of freedom. That's
It's
exactly
like
what it
North
is.
Korea shit. Like what the fuck? You were like that. What? That doesn't sound like America. You were forced to take that thing. That doesn't sound like land of the free.
You could talk
We're
to
not
my kids. They'll
necessarily
tell
the
you
good
about
guy.
it.
Land of the home of the brave.
The last confrontation with CPS when my children were still young, my kids told the caseworker, and they never bothered us after this. My youngest two said, "Try to take us, bitch. We'll fuck your ass up." And she was like, "So you don't want to go with me?" And they were like, "Hell no." And that was the end of it. Oh, yeah. We got out of Nevada, though, after that. It was like, fuck this place. As soon as we could, we were gone. You got to remember, Nevada is a military state. It is government ran 110%. So I asked earlier, has anybody else seen the little Muppet skits that somebody's been doing, Flat Earth Muppet skits? With the, like Sesame Street Muppets?
No, but share a link. Do you have the link?
I will go through my history and see if I can find them, because I've probably looked at a couple hundred videos sent, so, and I didn't subscribe to the channel, and I should have.
Come on, man.
It'll only take me a couple minutes. Just give me a couple minutes, all right?
You got 120 seconds. Yeah, that's good. Rush.
I want to try to get into a globe earther chat and bash all of them at the same time, like boom, 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 boom. Just bash every single one of them. Make them all look stupid.
You don't really want to do that. Like, honestly, come on.
No, I'm just saying. I feel like doing it. I feel like it.
Are you gonna? You dummy globe earthers! You don't know what you're talking about. I'm a flat earther, and I know what I'm talking about. So therefore, you're dumb.
Dude, stop.
I mean,
I would own them. Okay?
You got Matthew in the house. You can practice on that guy.
yeah, talk to Matthew. He's here. You don't have to go to James Panda right now.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, dude? Think this guy wants to talk to you, Davey. Wants to debate you.
Oh, okay.
You said you want to kick some Globey's ass, right? There you go, man.
Yeah.
Well, this guy is a hardcore Globey. He's
Yeah, and he's a professor.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
Hey, Matthew, what's going on, man? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up?
I'm doing all right.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Are you start your
happy
master yet?
No, not yet.
What, next week sometime, probably?
Well, so it was this week, but I don't teach until tomorrow.
You broke up. What?
Your microphone's broken again, Matthew.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. Hold on.
Take your time, man. We're here 24/7. No hurry. Take your time.
I shared that link.
Get flat.
Yeah, I saw you put out a new video.
We have Davey. Davey. That's Davey.
Yo.
Davey.
Davey. What's
Davey.
So he wants to speak to Matthew about flat Earth and globe Earth. So let's give him a chance. Come on.
Is my mic better?
Yeah, that's better.
All right, boxing match. Let's 1v1 this. I guess I don't know. Go ahead, Art. Whatever. No pressure. Hit him, baby. Give him that right hook. Left hook.
He gave me a right hook. Who am I talking to?
Matthew, I'm just moderating, just trying to get this shit started. You know, once you guys start boxing, I'll shut up.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I won't help. No,
All right. Well,
no assistance.
Well, what do you want me to say?
I don't know. You said you want to talk some Globies, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's a Globie, man.
Yeah. Oh, you're a Globie.
Yeah, that's right.
No, you're not. All right. Well, listen. If you're a Glober, you're stupid. You know what do you want me to say?
I guess I would say I'm not stupid. I'm smart.
You're stupid. You're stupid. I mean, there's no other word for it. I'm stupid, retarded, autistic. I mean, if you think we live on a ball, you're fucking stupid. Simple as that. I mean, well, you know, you could choose a word. I don't know.
Maybe you can show him why you think he is stupid.
Show him why.
Yeah, it's hard to respond to that.
It's common sense,
I'll
bro.
try. Help! I couldn't.
Who am I talking to? Who am I
Right
talking
now, this is Cyrus.
Matthew. You're talking to Matthew.
Matthew, you really think we live on a ball? You believe that shit? Dude?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Nah. You're fucking with me. Yeah, you're fucking with me, dude. What the fuck?
I don't know what.
Why you mess with me, dude? Come on. Why do I have to do that?
It's deceived, not retarded.
I'm on your side. I'm on your
Maybe in
side,
some
dude.
cases.
Why do you gotta mess with me like that? I'm on your side. We're both.
Is it dark where you're at? Is it dark where you're at, Davey, right now?
No. Forget it.
It is dark or it isn't dark right now?
It doesn't matter if it's dark or not. This is none of your business.
If it were dark, then why can't you see the sun?
It's none of your business whether it's dark or not.
Got it. Okay. I think this is a non-starter.
Oh, no, I got you, Matthew. I'll pick it up. Oh, is it dark where you're at, bro? Matthew?
Yes, it is.
Well, it is also dark for me. And?
Is the sun above the horizon?
You guys are fucking with me, bro.
In other words, is the sun above eye level when you look outside?
I mean, I'm looking outside. No, it is not at eye level or above. Or I do not know if it's below either because I do not see it. Can you? Since it's dark.
Wouldn't you say the sun is always above the flat plane?
Is it? I don't know. It moves away.
Say you're not satanic.
Oh, I know you're describing the circular map with the sun spinning around.
No, I'm just asking. I think that you would say that the sun is above the flat Earth all the time. It never goes below the Earth. Is that right?
It's not. Look, that is a.
Let me get in this.
Assumption.
The sun's above your head, and then it's not. You know?
It is
could
above
have-
your head.
There's only two ways that can happen. Is it
Stop.
a ball, or if the sun crosses the sky and just disappears in the horizon, right? There's only two explanations for the phenomenon that we all witness every day called the sun.
I'm just reporting what I witness. Now, this guy wants me to assume something, and I don't want to assume right now. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay,
I'm
yeah.
being
Would you-
careful with my words. So
Yeah,
I don't want
got
to assume anything.
If we called up somebody in India right now and they reported to us that the sun is up above their head, would you believe them and say, okay,
Yes.
the sun is above
100%.
India?
Yes, I would. 100%.
100%.
Yeah. So why? So if the sun is above India, it seems to me like if there's nothing between our eyes and the sun, we should be able to see it.
There is stuff between you and the sun and your eyes, though. It's not like there isn't.
Just air.
Just air.
Yeah, just
There
air.
isn't. We don't have any other particles besides air suspended and
Oh yeah, the atmosphere, clouds,
dust,
all that dust on it.
Cyrus, what about the angle of the floor and the angle of the roof that is above our heads?
Explain. I don't.
So
go
the
for
sun, the sun, there is definitely, the particles that are blocking the light, right? But the sun is that also the angular view from where we're standing. But then the sun is not infinitely far away from the ground, right? So there is an angle also to the roof. Like if you're inside a building or a warehouse, and there is a limit ceiling, you're gonna see also a limit of angle of view to that roof. The further it moves away. So
right. Okay, I got you. The angle between your eye and the sun, the moving. Okay, I get it.
yeah, but so it's a combination of things. You can you can talk about the ground, the particles on the air, the light attenuation. Then you can add that something similar. I don't know how to explain it, but the roof as well. There's a limitation to that ceiling, and the angle of view where you look in the light from where you look in the light from. So that light is moving through the roof. So there's gonna be a limit from where you're gonna be able to see it because it's not infinitely far. Maybe you could put it better, but hopefully you know what I'm trying to say.
No, bro, it's clear, man. I get it. Do you get it, Matthew?
Yeah.
You always say light can't travel forever unless you can prove so. So if you do have a light source,
Matthew's smart enough to know that light doesn't travel forever, and if you stand under a street lamp and start walking, eventually you're not going to see the street lamp, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I know you know that much. Period.
And the sun's size is a factor too, right? It's probably not as big as they say.
So if I go outside at night and I can see stars all the way around, all the way down to the horizon, I can see stars all the way to the horizon. Is the sun closer or farther than the stars?
There's something wrong with Matthew's mic. I don't know if it's me, but
it's going in and out.
He's cutting in and out. He said if he goes outside at night, he sees stars on the horizon. Okay.
Sorry about that. Let me see if I can fix it again. I don't know what's
all right.
We've heard this before.
I'd like
This
to
sounds
ask-
like your sensitivity.
I'd like to ask Matthew a question if I could.
Yeah, give him a chance to fix his mic. Cool.
Yeah, perhaps Matthew, if you take the audio control off and you adjust it to like say 50 to 58 decibels, that's usually pretty good. I know you've been using this for years. It's probably something to do with your new fancy condenser mic.
No, it's a globe mic. That's the problem. So it's not working properly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the sound is refracting. It's being refracted by gravity.
Is refracting.
Voice entered a black hole. So
He must be close to the equator. He's going too fast for sound barrier to
We need a
catch up with
sentence to
the.
be able to tell.
Oh yeah, we are supersonic at the equator, but let's not talk about that.
What's that, Matthew?
Any better?
Yeah, you're good.
That's better. Thanks, Matthew.
I don't know what it was. Sorry about that.
It's all right. You sound perfect
Well,
now.
it's done now.
You sound perfect, man. All right.
Stars
Where
on
we
the
at? Stars on the horizon at night. Okay, carry on.
You said, are there stars and sun? Are they on the same height? I do not know. I do not have a measuring tape to reach either or. But you do. I know. I understand. And you probed the sun, and you sent a vehicle into the envelope of the sun. Yeah, go ahead. Sure, bud. Oh, it's all CGI too. So, dude, actually, yeah.
Yeah, because
have you read the latest articles? I have. So, I mean, I haven't read the whole thing, but yeah, I got them.
I think the stars are farther than the sun, but yeah, you can see them. But I see what you're saying. You can't measure it, so maybe that's not a good argument.
Well, there is something interesting though. Like when you're looking straight up, you are looking through the shortest distance of the resistance in the medium, which could be like air, dust, whatever. That's why like sun at high noon is bright yellow, and whenever it's near the horizon, sunrise or sunset, because you're seeing the light is traveling through the longest distance of to reach your eyeball, so you have the most amount of scattering. So blue light scatters easier, so less blue light reaches your eyeball, but the red, the longer wavelength stuff does. So the sun is always darker, like orange or like reddish on the horizon, just because of that. Because you're actually filtering it. The atmosphere is acting as a filter. You know, like how we make filters, we alloy the glass. Well, this is alloyed air, and depending on the composition of the alloy of the air, you get to see different, like you're looking through different filtered mediums, which is the atmosphere. Depends on the composition of it. If you think about it this way, because that's what it is. Because that's how we make filters. We alloy the glass, or yeah.
So why does the sun stay the same size all day?
Can you verify that?
That's a different subject, right? We're just talking about the light reaching your eyeball.
I see. Okay.
I mean, I'm just. Yeah, you can jump to the size of the sun. You got some people like I've seen evidence of both.
I've been on the horizon. I've seen the sun. I've seen the sun huge, man.
Bigger, yeah. I've seen it many times get bigger, and the moon, enormous. I mean, like it's got an opposite relationship to it, which is fucking crazy.
Like 20-degree, spread there, man. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, dude, enormous.
And
but
then
sometimes it's normal.
I've seen the moon on the horizon, enormous as well, man. Absolutely enormous.
Giant, yep. Moon on the horizon for sure. So I don't know what causes that exactly, what conditions. I really don't know, but I've seen it normal size. Maybe I've seen it smaller or not. I can't say. I don't observe the sun that much on the horizon because I live in a rainy area.
Right.
So, yeah.
Can I ask Matthew a question now?
Excuse me, what?
Yeah, I'd like to ask Matthew a question.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Matthew. How do you explain that we're traveling around the sun, right? And every night we're facing away from the sun, looking in a different direction.
Right.
But yet our stars have never changed in all of recorded history. They have always been in the exact same places. All the constellations, every single one of them, never moving. How do you explain that if we are spinning around the sun at 1,000 miles an hour, or we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, spinning around the sun at freaking whatever 90? What is it?
It's 66,600 miles per hour.
Right. Anyhow, how do you explain the stars never ever changing when we're facing a different direction every night?
They change every 6 months. What are you talking about? There are different constellations that are visible at different months.
We're traveling through the galaxy, so the stars are not. They should be changing. Our perspective on them should be changing every night.
Yeah, the 12 signs of the zodiac. 6 months later, there are 12 other constellations visible on the horizon.
11 months after you see the zodiac in the sky, that zodiac's going to be in the same location, Matthew.
Have you ever looked at a star wheel?
That's what he's saying.
It's amazing that a star wheel reflects what the sun pattern is on the flat model that most people accept as something close. But the sun traveling around that makes the same pattern of light that the stars make at nighttime. How do you explain that? It can't even work on a globe. How do you explain how a sundial works on a globe? That's a good one. Explain to me how a sundial works on a globe and how a astrolabe works on a globe and also a sextant, how they all work on a globe. Explain those three instruments to me.
Yeah, so that would take quite a bit of explanation, but I think they all do work. But to your point about different constellations. For Sagittarius is not visible right now because it's behind the sun, but it will be 6 months from now in July.
There's one explanation if you are floating in nothing, but we're not. So, I mean, sure, bro. Yeah, that's cool.
But I mean, it's just a raw fact. It's
I
just a
get
raw fact that no, you can't see Sagittarius at midnight.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get what you're presenting, where the image is behind the sun and we're on the opposite side. I totally get it. It's not like I don't get the working ball bearings in Narnia. You know, ball bearing mechanics. I've studied it. Narnian mechanics, I call it. You know, orbital mechanics, Narnian mechanics, because you can't test it. Here it is. Back to your convo. And yeah, go on, carry on with the star stuff with that guy. He said he wants an explanation for the sextant. What else? Astrolabe. What else? Anything else?
Yeah, sextant measures an angle between two stars, or an angle between the horizon and a star, and so you can tell the elevation of a star compared to the surface. That's what it measures.
Got a short in his mic.
Yeah, your mic.
Yeah, I do. I might have to come back some other time if it's still doing this funny thing. I don't know why.
Do you have auto gain? What kind of settings you got on?
Sorry, Matt. He's having
I
some.
don't think I have auto gain. Let me see.
Yeah, turn that off. What kind of mic do you have? An XLR setup or no?
No, it's just a headset, like earbuds, but a mic in the.
It might be the actual physical connection. Is it a Bluetooth or?
No, it isn't. It's a wired one. It might be. You're right. It might be the actual connection.
I think it might be the wire because we're getting kind of some type of feedback or some type of sound from the connection. So I think it's the wire.
Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. It's an old pair of headsets.
See if it's plugged all the way in too. Sometimes it's not all
That's
the way
what she said.
Are you in all the way? Come on, plug it in. It has to go click.
But doesn't that bring up a good point against what he was saying, against himself? In another 6 months, it's going to be what it was before.
They'll just say, "Well, that's because you're spinning around the sun." Come on.
Yeah, but the sun's traveling so fast through the universe, right?
The sun is moving.
According,
Oh my god!
according to the helical model, it's no longer heliocentric.
So the sun's moving at a million.
Expanding.
A
You have to
million
remember
whatever.
we're ever expanding. How do they explain if we're ever expanding? The stars would get further and further apart.
We got to take one fucking subject at a time, man.
Exactly. No.
Stars would move. You're right.
They explain that with incomprehensible quantities of space and time.
Mathematics. See, Matthew's a math teacher, professor. Excuse me, sorry, bad. And he does math, man, and math is great. It is a language.
Garbage math.
But it's
the
not.
universe is it's expanding, but gravity is attracting everything to the ground.
Right.
But it's expanding at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So did it expand?
It's a great one. Are you kidding me? That's
Hey,
ace.
what up, Truth? I heard you there. What's good?
Hey, no, go ahead and finish.
I'm
I was just gonna ask, what are these things that you guys speak of? Globe? Where's what globe? Like, someone found some curvature and gravity. What is this? Like, what are these things that you guys speak of?
No, gravity. You know, it happens to Joe Biden. He tends to get a little gravity past 5 p.m.
Oh, man. Well, I've met Matthew in person twice. Hung out for a minute here and there.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
A funny dude, isn't he?
Anyway, it's the self-evident thing that I kind of I'm very consistent in that. Self-evident is that we're not spinning or we're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. We don't feel any of that motion, and I'm pretty sure we should according to the physics model that's been laid out in our world, the natural science of physical things in our world. And those can't be measured, and they can be added up and explained through mathematics, which is fine, but I can explain it through. I don't feel like I'm moving, and I don't feel like I'm spinning, and I don't feel like I'm shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. And that's just a fact.
Yeah,
And
but your feelings don't matter in the hell. How do you say, Joshua? Helixic model?
My feelings are everything.
Helical model.
Helical model. Your feelings don't matter.
Oh shit! I gotta reassess everything I've thought about this subject. All right, I'll mute. Go ahead, carry on.
Yeah, because we couldn't really understand what it was. We always called it the new heliocentric, but it's not heliocentric. It's called helical model. Because
helical
the
model.
galaxy has to be moving that we're in as well.
It's a helical model, not a heliocentric. Got it.
I think Matthew's trying to get in.
Yeah, so flat Earth dude, similarly, I don't see radio waves coming out of my cell phone, and so I can't feel it, I can't see it, I can't sense it. So why on earth would I believe it? It's just
Because you can hear you can hear and measure both of those things, man.
No, I can't. I'd have to use instruments.
Well, of course, we have to use technology to be able to receive that information. I get it, man. But
Exactly. So we have to use science.
all those things are real.
How do you read the instrument, sir? Tell me. What did you use to read the instrument?
I see it with
My television saw the radio signal or TV signal come in, and it.
He's not asking you. He's asking Matthew.
Oh, okay. We're talking about radio.
So my point is that
how do you read the instrument?
It's common sense if you can't feel something, and I said, well, it's common sense that I can't feel my radio waves from my cell phone. I think it's the same kind of thing.
He said your feelings don't matter or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not about like it's whether or not you can detect them, measure them, identify them, right? And you can do that with radio waves. You can't like when has that been done with gravity?
How can gravity be detected?
Measure me up some space time.
Yeah, hand me a jar of gravity, dog.
It's 32 feet per second. Nobody ever says that one, right, Matthew?
No, I like that one actually.
Yeah, I like that one.
My favorite equation is 32 feet per second. And then,
yeah, but what is it when it's, say, a magnet that's dropped through a copper or silver tube?
No.
What would be the rate of drop be?
It's different.
It'd be like half a foot, half a second.
There's a mechanism is due to eddy currents, so we know why.
Yeah, but does that make it anti-gravity?
It does.
If it manipulates it?
Yes, it does. It manipulates it. That's
You're
correct.
not. You're manipulating it through the magnetism. So